The story follows Cheng Ziuhu, son of the Shadow Monarch Cheng Zhenyu. After slaying the monarchs, Cheng Zhenyu continues his battle against the supreme outer gods to protect humanity but leaves his son behind on Earth. Who could have guessed the outer gods had secretly smuggled magic back to Earth, creating dungeons just to toy with mankind? And Cheng Ziuhu, ever since birth, has inherited the Shadow Monarch's power. By the age of 1, he was already conjuring shadows. His growth was so terrifying that Cheng Zhenyu had no choice but to seal his power away. And now, as he's grown up, that power has finally awakened under the guidance of the Shadow Ant, Baru. He discovers that both his father's and mother's disappearances are tied to the outer godsend. As for how one wages war against supreme deities, well, stay tuned. Keep watching to find out. The story opens with images of mysterious entities beings cloaked in shadow and brimming with power. The outer gods are supreme entities that have forged countless universes since the dawn of time. They are known as the Almighty Ones. The Almighty Ones ceaselessly create new universes while wandering through the void, living out their eternal existence. Gradually, countless matter, souls, and laws of reality are born into being. Trapped in that endless cycle, the Almighty Ones grew bored out of their minds. So they invented a way to entertain themselves. Watching the mortals they created tear each other apart. They see the suffering of all living things as their personal amusement. To the Almighty Ones, the destruction they cause is nothing but a spectacle. Even though it means countless souls are hurled into an infinite battlefielding and being reborn again, and agony is a necessary event. All to stave off the Almighty's boredom. But plot twist: life doesn't go the way you'd expect. Just as everything carried on as usual, a catastrophe suddenly struck. One of the Almighty Ones was slain, killed by the very life form it had crafted with its own hands while watching the infinite battlefield unfold. When word of this spread far and wide, it drew the curiosity of countless other eyes. The moment the Almighty Ones from other dimensions learned of it, they gathered together to observe the now masterless world. All attention converged on the chessboard before them. The death of a god at the same tier, slain by its own creation. Who could have guessed they all shared the same wavelength? The gods didn't bat an eye at any of it. They all harbored the exact same thought. At that moment, the scramble for power among the supreme forces officially began. The first to seize the unclaimed power would become its new master. On a bright, sunny morning at a local high school, a student named Ziuhu is bragging to his classmates, "I got into Korea National University of Arts, baby." His friends hear this and think it sounds so absurd they don't believe a word of it. "You're full of it." Everyone would rather believe there's a flying dragon in the sky than take Ziuhu at his word. How could a meathead like you get into an art school? Meanwhile, I have to repeat a whole year. Ziuhu himself, though, is over the moon. Finally, I'm free from this hellhole. But suddenly, another figure approaches. "Yo, Ziuhu, congrats, man. I heard you got into the art school." One glance at Enjun, and it's obvious he didn't come with good intentions. "I didn't know you had that kind of talent. Since when were you good at painting?" At the sight of him, Ziuhu's mood visibly sours. "Shengjun, it's you again." Seeing that Ziuhu forgot his name again, Enjun's facial muscles twitch with barely contained rage. "I'm not Jin Shengjun, I'm Li Enjun." Ziuhu's expression practically screams, "Does it look like I care?" Turns out Enjun came here to settle a score. "This is all your fault. My plan to become the school's top dog got completely wrecked because of you." Classic case of a 49 meeting a 50, neither side budges. Ziuhu fires right back without missing a beat. "You should be thanking me. It's thanks to me you even graduated in one piece." A female classmate chimes in. Enjun's at it again. Both girls, witnessing his cringeworthy behavior, start whispering and shaking their heads. Graduation's right around the corner. Why does he still act so childish? They can't help but feel sorry for Ziuhu. Why does he keep picking on a poor guy who lost both his parents but still forces himself to smile? The next second, Enjun, temper hotter than a lit fuse, lunges forward, fist cocked to punch Ziuhu. But tough luck, before Enjun can even swing, Ziuhu drives a knee straight into his face. "Joke's over, I'm done playing nice, leave each other alone until graduation." But then Ziuhu's eyes go wide, and his voice drops, "I've been putting up with you long enough." Ziuhu follows up with a textbook punch straight to Enjun's face just to teach him some manners. Even with his face a bloody mess, Enjun still manages to flash a defiant grin like he fears no one. What the hell is this? He really doesn't cry until he sees the coffin. In the next instant, Enjun clenches his fist tight. Enjun isn't some sitting duck either, shifts into his stance, ready to retaliate against Ziuhu. "Why don't I feel any pain at all?" He throws a massive punch but it hits nothing, only air. Ziuhu, standing nearby, is scared half to death, nearly sent to the afterlife to go chicken watching in the nude. The two girls, witnessing the sheer destructive force behind Enjun's punch, stand there wide-eyed and slack-jawed in absolute shock. With that earth-shattering swing, he leaves a massive hole punched clean through the classroom's locker row. The hole is so big you could practically stick your head through it. Ziyu, having just experienced a shock that rattled him to his core, sits frozen on the ground like a statue still staring in blank disbelief. Time flies. 2 years later, the scenery has changed somewhat and so has Ziyu. A gentle breeze carries fallen leaves past him. Ziyu is no longer a high school student. He's now a third-year university student. On a busy street bustling with people, he walks alone, calm and composed. Suddenly, a sound rings out beside him, catching Ziyu's attention. It's a man holding a megaphone, directing people to evacuate. All classes scheduled in the main building are being relocated to the auxiliary facility. Everyone please move there immediately. Everyone's curious about what the hell is going on inside, but security personnel are blocking them off. Hunters are currently inside, engaging the monsters. Please stay back, everyone. Inside, a man in a black suit monitors the situation. How long have the hunters been inside? The staff member in charge answers, over 8 hours, sir. This gate was only rated D rank, so I'd expect them to come back out soon. Ziyu stands motionless amid the stream of people flowing around him. All right, everyone, non-hunters could be in danger. Please keep your distance. He lowers his head, sinking into a quiet, somber state. Another gate. The reason Ziyu thinks that way goes back to 3 years ago. Gates began appearing all over the world, plunging humanity into a complete metamorphosis. He can never forget the day those grotesque creatures emerged, sowing terror everywhere. Gates connect directly to dungeons, and at regular intervals, monsters break out and slaughter humans. But from hardship comes ingenuity. Mankind began to change as well. Learning to fight back against the impossible, individuals who could wield mono-awakened beings started to emerge. Because of the sheer speed of the transformation sweeping across the globe, humans believed this era of rebellion would last forever until an awakened being named Yuan Chun founded the Hunter Association. Rallying awakened beings together and rapidly establishing the hunter profession, bringing an unexpected end to the age of chaos. The social hierarchy shifted overnight. People on Earth are now divided into 2 classes: awakened beings and the unawakened. Amid this complex world order, Ziyu continues to pursue his art. Each pencil stroke etched onto the paper reflects the hardship of being discriminated against. Many people in this world scrounge like ants just to survive, while others merely have to reach out and take. He himself cannot escape the fate of being seen as a small, insignificant creature. With the hierarchy carved in stone, the ants quickly learn their place. A brutal truth: no matter how hard ordinary people try, they can never bridge the gap with even a single E-rank awakened being. If hunters can't close the gates, the world is finished. In other words, without awakened beings, the unawakened would certainly die. Awakened beings can't survive without the unawakened either. With such a symbiotic relationship, everyone naturally feels indebted to the hunters. His pencil strokes continue to dance across the white paper. In short, it's thanks to them that the unawakened can live in peace. His lines on the page begin to intensify. Yet at the same time, a knot of frustration tightens inside him. Ziyu begins wrestling with his thoughts, wondering whether he's gradually grown accustomed to never getting what he wants. Painful memories surface like a slow-motion film, realize missing parents. The times he was treated as nothing more than a plaything, his life at the mercy of others. During a time when he believed he could do anything, everything he once had slipped away, leaving only helplessness in its place. He begins raising questions. Mother always said he was just like father. He wants to know how his father escaped the weakness he himself now faces. While Ziyu is lost in his journey of self-discovery, a voice pulls him back to reality. Ziyu, his art professor, offers him a word of praise. You were very focused today. What are you drawing that's so whimsical? Ziyu doesn't hold back and shares openly. I'm just drawing based on my emotions. The professor finds it quite intriguing. Is that an ant? It looks pretty creative, doesn't it? Wait a moment, I think it looks more like an Ant-Man actually. Hearing the professor's comment, Ziyu feels puzzled too. Did he draw something like this? Staring at the painting depicting a tall figure with an eerie, bizarre appearance, even he can't fathom what his hand and brain were doing. Back at the construction site, the hunters still haven't emerged and everyone is still standing around, waiting. But in the blink of an eye, silhouettes begin to appear through the gate. Hunters are out. One by one, they step through with extremely composed expressions. They look completely at ease. Looks like the raid was a success. Hunter Jin, great work out there. The hunter named Jin Zhangzhu then delivers the good news. We successfully raided the dungeon. Moreover, we have intel that needs to be reported to the Hunter Association. But the very next second, he utters something utterly shocking. We encountered a new type of monster. Jin Zhangju begins describing its appearance in rough detail. A humanoid phantom wreathed in blue flames spewing from its eyes and mouth. It attacked with fangs and claws but didn't deal much damage. I got scratched by it a little but nothing happened. That fire specter probably isn't all that strong. Even so, it's a type of monster that has never appeared since the gates first opened. I'm glad it's not some dangerous species. If that's the case, Hunter Jin, I'll need you to file a simple report on today's dungeon raid. His wound suddenly acts up what seemed perfectly normal before now reveals a hidden instability, lurching out of control. An abnormal sensation surges through Jin Zhangju's body. Something is very wrong. The sword in his hand clatters to the ground, and Jin Zhangju stands there with his head hanging low. A nearby staff member notices his strange behavior and speaks up. Hunter Jin, are you alright? But before the sentence could finish, Jin Zhangju suddenly transforms into a ferocious, monstrous beast. The two girls who had been with him can't even process what happened before they whip their heads to the side. All they see now is a pool of fresh blood on the ground. The unfortunate staff member has been turned by Jin Zhangju sent straight to the afterlife without a second thought. One glance and she freezes in horror, recognizing something horribly familiar. That blue flame, it's identical to the monsters we saw inside the dungeon. But the female hunter has the worst luck imaginable. Jin Zhangju hurls a massive rock straight into her, making her the second honored guest to receive a one-way ticket to the afterlife. The civilians around them, witnessing this terrifying spectacle, scramble to their feet and bolt like they're being chased by dogs. But with his blazing speed, Jin Zhangju catches up to them in no time, sending a few more souls on their way to the netherworld. While the outside world is going through 77 layers of hell, Xiuhu is still sitting tight in the studio, brush in hand. When he notices everyone in the room craning their necks to stare out the window, curiosity finally gets the better of him. What's going on? What is that thing? Everyone freezes for a solid 5 seconds, and Xiuhu is no exception. His face drains of color as he witnesses the carnage below. They're no longer human, they've transformed into something else entirely, wielding a different kind of power. Are people attacking each other? Those who haven't transformed are in complete panic. There's a blue glow in their eyes. They look like monsters. Don't tell me there's been another dungeon break. A sudden scream tears through the air. What the hell are you people doing? Are you gonna run or not? We just need to wait for the hunters to get here. Everyone's panicking, terrified they'll be the next to turn. Teacher, you're an awakened being, do something. But the professor doesn't dare. His only E-rank. Utter bewilderment is written all over Xiuhu's face, impossible to hide. The fire specter is heading straight toward them from the distance. It seems they're its next target. And sure enough, just as expected, it crouches low, preparing to launch a devastating leap in their direction. And then deadly moment arrives. The fire specter rockets toward them at blinding speed. Seeing it closing in fast, Xiuhu screams, run. But where could they possibly run? It's already too late. The fire specter has breached their space. From its mouth and eyes, a stream of eerie blue energy pours out, grotesque and terrifying. Everyone is too paralyzed with fear to move, unable to budge even a hair. They just stand there, mouths hanging open. Xiuhu tries to will his legs into a dead sprint, searching for any way out. Everyone run. But a girl trapped in the rubble forces him to skid to a halt. My leg is stuck. Someone please help me. Inside, Xiuhu's mind is a tangled mess, doesn't know whether to listen to reason or his heart. After making his decision, he squeezes his eyes shut. Then, despite her trembling outstretched hand, Xiuhu chooses to turn away. I'll go get the hunters. Inside, his mind wages a fierce war with itself. Damn it, did I say I'd go get a hunter? That's no different from leaving her all alone. But what can an unawakened nobody like me even do? Overwhelmed by his own helplessness, Xiuhu berates himself without end. Damn this unawakened body. No matter how much he blames himself for his weakness, nothing changes. Think of something, Chang Xiuhu, think. In this moment of sheer desperation, his father's image flashes through his mind. If father were here, what would he do? He can almost see Ithai's father turning around, gazing back at him with those deep, cold, unfathomable eyes. Back in the present, the blue flame monster presses forward, still brimming with energy. The poor blonde girl is cornered against the wall. It looks like she's about to be the next one it gives its special treatment. Her face is as pale as a ghost. 2 streams of tears cascade down her cheeks like waterfalls. From its maw, that eerie blue glow begins to gather once more. Seeing it lunge at her with savage fury, she lets out a terrified scream. It looks like today is the blonde girl's death anniversary. Just a few more seconds, and she'd officially be sent to heaven. But surprise, surprise, Xiuhu actually comes back, pulling off the most badass hero rescues beauty move with a fire extinguisher in hand. The blue flame monster's blood splatters everywhere. Couldn't just walk away like that, so he turns back with reckless courage. If father were here, he'd do the same. A hazy, flickering notification panel materializes before him. Notification. System, you have met the requirements to complete the hidden quest Courage of the Week. I once dreamed of Eat a Dream about a simulated game world. To defeat monsters that grow stronger with every stage, I had to level up and fight without rest. Because the monsters only get stronger, I had no choice but to become stronger myself. After enduring countless trials, I finally reached the final stage. The final boss I faced wielded unimaginable power and, for some unfathomable reason, the final boss was. Memories flood back. A steady, warm hand ruffles his hair. Having fun with your game, son. He looks up at the person before him, eyes wide with shock. He stares at the figure before him and shouts in disbelief. Father, my father, I think I may have unwittingly remembered him in that dream. He was a strong, dependable father, but just how did he become so powerful? The fire extinguisher that was sitting quietly on its mount just a second ago is now snatched up in his grip. A quiet voice calls out from deep within his heart, "Father," and he bolts toward the door, fire extinguisher in hand. If I were father in this godforsaken situation. The monster outside the door gapes its maw wide, ready to swallow its target whole, but a critical blow slams into it before it can strike. Cold eyes blazing as every ounce of strength is channeled into the attack. He would have done the exact same thing right. The monster staggers and topples backward from the hit. He stares at it. What now? They say attacks without mana support deal 0 damage to monsters. If he charges in recklessly without thinking, everything spirals into chaos. Zyuhu stares at the creature, his expression painted with utter shock. The girl beside him has tears brimming in her eyes. What is happening right now? Has time stopped? A notification window materializes before his eyes. System, you have met the requirements to complete the hidden quest. Quest Courage of the Week. System, you have gained the qualification to become a player. System, do you accept? Zyuhu stares at the notification window floating before him, bewildered. This feeling gets exactly like that dream. If events are already unfolding just like a game, then there's no reason to refuse in a desperate situation like this. His eyes lower, 3 words leave his lips: I accept. A strange light fills the room. A status window appears, flooding Zyuhu with a wave of notifications and quests. He stares at it for a long moment, then speaks. A status window just like in the game. I know this. The status window displays quests: the guiding quest, defeat the blue flame monster and level up. Back in reality. The monster before him trembles and nearly collapses, then quickly scrambles back to its feet. The blue flame monster has awakened at D rank. Time resumes its flow. He screams, "Run, now!" The girl behind him, pale as paper, stammers out, "Okay." Title tags appear above their heads in sequence: Blue Flame Monster Unawakened. Blue Flame Monster Unawakened. Blue Flame Monster D rank awakened. The opposition includes 2 unawakened civilians and 1 hunter who has been transformed into a monster. The others immediately flee the scene, leaving him alone to face the monsters. They lunge at him one after another, but with a cold gaze and a smirk curling across his lips. He thinks, if I've truly awakened. The fire extinguisher in his hand rockets toward them. Before the fire extinguisher even makes contact, a huge chunk of it is blown apart. He turns to face them, raising his fists ready to charge. Sorry about this. A direct punch sends them flying sideways. While he's still standing there in a daze, the status window chimes. System, you have defeated an unawakened blue flame monster. He looks back, processes it for a moment, and murmurs softly. 1 hit, that's all it took. Another one with a death wish lunges forward. Zyuhu delivers a critical strike without hesitation. System, you have defeated an unawakened blue flame monster. At that moment, the status window floods with a cascade of messages. System, you have leveled up. System guiding quest complete. Defeat the blue flame monster and level up. After downing that one, the remaining one steps forward to face him head-on. System quest reward received. Please confirm your reward. A smirk curls across his lips. This proves it. He charges forward instantly, closing in on the last one. I've truly awakened. He drives a devastating punch straight into its face. Blue flame monster, D rank awakened. Shock flashes in his eyes. It took my hit. The creature retaliates immediately, countering his attack. In an instant, a series of wounds slash across his body. He quickly pivots and delivers a powerful kick, sending the creature hurtling into the distance. Zyuhu is filled with dread. Damn it, if that thing lands a hit on me, I'll be turned into a monster. I just awakened and I'm already about to become a monster. System detected debuff status effect poison. Passive skill longevity activated. System, all negative status effects have been nullified. Suddenly, around his wounds, a shimmering aura of light swirls into existence. Longevity. Now that he thinks about Ith, vaguely remembers seeing it in his status window. The monster seizes the opening and pounces on him without mercy. They lock in a brutal backhand forth. If I'm weaker than a D rank awakened, that means I'm E rank. I literally just awakened, but yeah. I'm the weakest of the weak. His jaws gape wide, ready to devour him whole. They grapple back and forth. There has to be a way. His eyes suddenly snap wide open. Confirm reward. The status window chimes. System reward has been prepared. Reward 1 5 stat points. Reward 2 strength 3, strength 11 14. He snaps a brutal punch straight into the creature's weak point, staggering it, then immediately pivots and drives a powerful kick into its torso. The monster flies backward but springs to its feet, ready to attack again. Both sides charge in, trading savage blows in a frantic melee. Suho's vision starts to blur. I still can't beat him even after raising my strength. Fine then, I'll dump every last point into strength. Without hesitation, he reallocates all his stat points on the spot. Strength 14-19. I've never heard of an awakened being who can level up. A hunter's rank is supposed to be fixed the moment they awaken. One can surpass their assigned level. I don't know who decides a person's rank or awakening, but if I'm strong enough to break free from that damn system, then this fight isn't over. The wall cracks and buckles, debris scattering everywhere, then it shatters completely. Both fighters are drenched in sweat, burning through their stamina, with a killer's glare fixed on the monster. He throws a devastating punch, blood streaming from his torn knuckles. The brutal battle is far from over. System D rank awakened blue flame monster defeated. Notification level up. Suho slumps against the ruined wall, gasping for air. I did it, he breathes. He stares at his blood-soaked hands, eyes distant. His fists clench tight. He is finally awakened. He forces himself to his feet, steadying his nerves. I can do this. I'm an awakened being now. I can protect everyone and end this catastrophe. Outside, heavy footsteps stagger toward the window. A tall figure hauling a massive blade charges forward. The creature leaps skyward, the ground beneath it exploding into rubble. Suho rushes toward the main entrance to assess the situation outside. A bone-chilling sensation creeps up the back of his neck. The blade-wielding monster from before is already mid-swing, the weapon arcing straight for him. It's a C-rank awakened blue flame monster. A deafening explosion rocks the building, and rubble from the upper floors rains down. The PA speakers overhead crackle to life. Alert: dungeon break detected at Korea National University of Arts. All residents in the area evacuate immediately. Military forces are advancing into the zone. The dark-skinned soldier lights a cigarette, muttering through clenched teeth. Damn it, civilians are dying out there and all we can do is watch. When the hell are the association's hunters getting here? The soldier beside him pulls up a specialized tablet and checks the data. They say it's going to take some time before they can dispatch B-rank hunters or above. He scowls. B-rank, isn't this just a D-rank dungeon? The other soldier lowers his voice. Yeah, but the Hunter Association is prioritizing the infected hunters right now. They both stare at the tablet screen. Wait, are you saying even a C-rank hunter has been infected? The screen displays a full profile name: Kim Dong-soo, role tank, rank C-rank, status infected. Meanwhile, Suho battles the towering monsters with everything he has. His body feels sluggish and battered. The realization sends a jolt of panic through him. Did that thing jump up from the floor below? The creature bears a savage grin, its bloodshot eyes locked on him. Suho's mind races. A C-rank awakened blue flame monster, and it's armed. This one's different from the others. He springs to his feet, coiling his body for a strike. But I just leveled up. Do I even stand a chance against this thing? The monster's blade sweeps through the air. Both clash head-on in a violent exchange. Clang! Suho stumbles backward, feeling the crushing gap in power. The towering creature looms above him, blade raised high, wearing a vicious grin. Damn it! Without a shred of hesitation, the monster brings the blade crashing down. In a split second, Suho snatches a fire extinguisher and raises it as a makeshift shield. The razor-sharp blade cleaves the fire extinguisher clean in half. Bang! The extinguisher ruptures, spraying white foam and smoke that engulfs the entire room. Seizing the opening, he weaves through the haze and bolts for the exit. Once clear of that hellhole, he sprints forward, teeth gritted. Beating that thing is impossible. So that's why awakened beings are ranked by tier. When are the hunters going to get here? If I can just hold out until they arrive. The creature catches his scent instantly, hefting its blade and charging after him. It lets out a guttural roar, then does something that freezes Suho in his tracks. He glances back and gasps. The monster's attention has shifted to the balcony of the adjacent building. Wait! 3 young girls huddle on the balcony above, trembling in terror. Just stay here and wait for the hunters to come, one girl whispers. The girl beside her shakes. They will come, right? The creature charges straight toward them, blade raised. Suho sees what's happening and his blood runs cold. In an instant, the monster tears through the area, reducing everything to rubble. Suho clenches his jaw, fury blazing in his eyes as he glares at the demonic creature. He springs to his feet and charges forward. Damn it, there's no time to wait for the hunters. A lightning-fast punch connects. He grinds his teeth, scrambling for any way to salvage the situation. I have to stop this thing. They clash again. A single blow from that thing would be enough to end him. He stares at the pool of blood beneath his feet, drawing strength from it. His fists clench, channeling every last ounce of strength into one devastating blow. I can't let it take its eyes off me. A relentless barrage of punches. His vision starts to blur. Then the tide turns. The creature seizes the momentum, overwhelming him in an instant. A devastating punch slams into him. The taste of blood floods his mouth. The impact sends him hurtling backward. A desperate scream tears from his throat. He forces himself upright and his status window automatically flickers to life. HP 140. He stares at the display, trembling. 1 HP. Guess I got lucky. The system doesn't want me to give up just yet. The creature roars savagely. Above, strange cracks spider across the ceiling. Below, Suho's body is drenched in blood and wounds. Above, the cracks multiply and spread. The monster charges, fist cocked back like a battering ram. His vision darkens, sweat pours down his face. The creature closes in for the killing blow. Damn it! Crash! The glass wall explodes outward, light flooding in from outside. Something rockets in from beyond at blinding speed. It has a bizarre, unmistakable silhouette. The demon raises its blade for the final strike, but something tears through the air and cleaves its arm clean off. Kaboom! The ground fractures. The severed arm flies through the air, still clutching the blood-soaked blade. Dazed, Suho struggles to rise. His eyes widen as he scans the scene before him. The creature stands before him. Is that an ant? It growls, an eerie, otherworldly glow radiating from its form. In a deep, resonant voice, it speaks, I have arrived too late. It slowly turns its gaze toward the monster. Long, blade-like protrusions extend from its body. It speaks again, voice dripping with killing intent, it was you. Its body swells in size, growing massive, a sight of pure terror. You dare harm one so powerful and worthy of reverence. Its mandibles lash out, tearing into the creature. Piece by piece, the monster's body is ripped apart. Nearby, another beast bares its fangs, grinding its teeth as it glares ahead. The girl, trembling, tears streaming, calls out into the chaos. Is anyone there? Help me! In an instant, the creature before him was slashed to pieces. He was still cowering with his head in his hands, completely unaware of what had just happened right in front of him. Everywhere the shadow passed, the ground ran red with blood. Severed body parts lay scattered and mangled across the carnage. Everything was pure chaos, like the end of the world. Wind howled through every crack, dust and debris swirling in all directions. Everything was swept up in a violent storm, ravaging the surroundings. Across the entire city, a terrifying wave of power surged, sweeping through everything in its path. The rescue team on this side had already noticed the unfolding catastrophe. The mutated foot slammed into the ground, cracking the earth into craters of debris. He lay writhing on the ground in agony. It sat calmly, casting a fleeting glance his way. The surroundings fell eerily silent. It began to speak in a deep, low voice. It's been a long time, young monarch. Flashback to the past. Little Suho held crayons, sketching something. He was surrounded by expensive toys. Suddenly, something caught his attention, forcing him to look up. Little Suho gasped in shock at the monstrous foot before him. It picked up the drawing, inspecting it briefly. Young monarch, did you draw this of me? It gazed up at him and murmured, this is such a tremendous honor. Back to the present, lay exhausted on the hospital bed, slowly opening his eyes to the ceiling. A second later, he jolted wide awake in shock. He lay dazed on the hospital bed as doctors and nurses constantly attended him, curiosity gnawing at him without end. An ant. In a hospital somewhere where he was recovering, his phone kept buzzing with noisy chatter. What the hell happened? Suho, are you seriously hurt anywhere? The voice on the other end hurriedly continued. We can't let this slide. In a situation this chaotic, I'll find you some awakened bodyguards. He replied softly, I'm fine, uncle. When I opened my eyes, 2 full days had already passed since that incident. On the news broadcast, the anchor began covering the government's response to the event at Korea National University of Arts that had sent shockwaves through the public. With such a high casualty count, the incident had become a matter of grave national concern. First, the discovery of the blue flame monstra being capable of infecting and transforming even hunters into monsters. Next was the Hunter Association's delayed response, despite the incident occurring right in the heart of the city. And finally, the mystery of how every single person infected by the blue flame monster perished before the hunters arrived remains an unanswered question. The TV broadcasted even more startling details. The possessed people suddenly exploded like boom right in front of me. Hearing that, he turned off the TV. Sitting on the hospital bed, he unconsciously surveyed his surroundings and murmured, "So that awakening wasn't a dream, and I really am someone who can level up and grow even stronger." The system displayed his information panel. Status window: name Cheng Suho, class none, title none, level 0. Level 5, fatigue 0, HP 140, mana 14, SDR 22, AGI 14, per 14, VIT 14, INT 14, available points 0, passive skills none, active skills ruler's authority LV 1. He unconsciously stared at his own hands and murmured, "But still, I definitely got injured fighting a C-rank blue flame monster. How am I still alive?" Suddenly, a deep voice echoed from somewhere, "Because Baru was here to deal with those insects for you." It appeared beneath his hospital bed, leaving him utterly stunned. Baru spoke, "It has been far too long, young monarch." It gazed up at him with glistening, tearful eyes. Baru said softly, "Oh, young monarch, you've grown so much already. I'm so moved I could weep." In that moment, memories from long ago began resurfacing, one fragment at a time. "My memories are coming back piece by piece, they're fitting together. I remember this ant now. It was one of the shadow creatures that accompanied me since childhood. How did I only just remember?" Baru wiped its tears below and spoke, "I had to traverse dimensions to see you, young monarch." He watched it warily with a strange look, thinking to himself, "And why did I grow up alongside a shadow creature like this? I have way too many questions." He stepped closer and gently touched it. "More importantly, I don't think you were this tiny before, were you?" Baru immediately answered its master, "I expended most of my power to cross dimensions. Normally, I look far more imposing and terrifying." He replied skeptically, "But the status window says you're just a low-rank soldier." A status window appeared above. Status: Baru, level 1, rank null, low-rank soldier. Upon hearing this, Baru furiously cursed the system. "I am a former Grand Marshal, and this wretched system treats me like a mere foot soldier." He gently stepped off the hospital bed. He watched Baru begin to stretch and loosen its body. "All right, so you're saying my body is completely healed, and it's all thanks to you." Baru chuckled softly and said, "I am a legendary healer, you know." It spoke seriously, "The reason I came here was to break your seal, young monarch." "But you've already broken it yourself." Baru was genuinely astonished. He asked curiously, "What seal?" "You're thinking, didn't that seal do something in your dreams?" Baru quickly answered, "What you thought was just a dream was, in fact, entirely real. You were far stronger than your current self when you fought me back then." Baru continued, "However, Cheng Zhenyuth, great shadow monarch, sealed away your memories and power, hoping you could live an ordinary life." Upon hearing this, Suho suddenly grabbed Baru in fury and demanded, "What about my father? What connection do you have to the father who abandoned me?" Baru hastily explained, "He never abandoned you. He has entered the dimensional rift." Suho demanded angrily, "What do you mean? What dimensional rift?" Baru began to speak. To put it simply, illusions began materializing throughout the quiet hospital room. Baru conjured countless illusions before him. It began explaining, "The great shadow monarch is locked in battle against those who seek to invade our world." He asked doubtfully, "My father is protecting the world?" Baru added, "Yes, he is protecting the world from the outer gods. The Idarim have sent their apostles to attack our world. I, Baru, had to tear through countless enemies just to reach you, young monarch." Due to the aftershocks of that battle, the monster gates began appearing on Earth. Suho fell silent, listening intently. Then he spoke, "Is my mother there with him?" Baru answered in surprise, no." He continued, "She disappeared on the same day as my father, so I assume they left together." It suddenly drew closer, its body writhing violently. Baru urgently pressed for details. "You're saying Lady Heian has disappeared? The Idarim, their apostles on Earth, have surely already set up that scheme. That despicable plot." Suho speaks up seriously, "Is everything caused by those Idarim?" He lowers his head in silence, then says coldly, "That's why my parents never came back." Baru immediately asks, "Do you wish to see them again, my lord?" His fist clenches, trembling. "Do I want to? How many years have I had to live alone?" Baru then puts forward a suggestion. "Then there's only one way, my lord." Baru's eyes begin to shift. It speaks swiftly, "Due to the war, your father cannot return to Earth for the time being. So the only way is for the young monarch to grow stronger. Then you will be able to find and protect the madam yourself." It suddenly steps closer and whispers, "It's time to level up." The status window begins to appear. System: a new quest has appeared. Quest info. Quest: Trial of Shadows. You are the son of the great shadow monarch. However, your innate power has been sealed. To unlock that immense power, you must prove yourself. Enter the shadow dungeon and prove your worth. Suho holds a mysterious key in his hand. The notification window appears again. Item key to the Shadow Dungeon. Effect: this key allows you to open and enter the Shadow Dungeon. You may use it within Sung Suho's shadow. He stands before a wall reflecting his own shadow. Baru whispers beside him, "Insert this key into your shadow, my lord." He steps forward and brings the key toward the dark shadow. The key seems to dissolve into the void, opening a strange gate before his eyes. Baru whispers, "Now step inside and reclaim the power that is rightfully yours, O young monarch." He presses his lips together as a stream of thoughts races through his mind. I still can't believe the outside world and a war against the gods at that. The Shadow Monarch, all of this is truly absurd. But if getting stronger means I can see them, Agenhei fixes his gaze forward with cold determination. Then I will level up at any cost. Baru glances at him from the side. "My king." Back in Baru's memory, a man with an obscured face gives a cold command. Baru, return to earth and lift the seal on Suho. Baru kneels on the ground, bowing its head. "You mean the seal on the young monarch, my lord?" The man replies quietly, "Yes, this Idarum invasion may reach Earth." The man adds coldly, "Go restore the boy's memories and power and let him defend Earth on his own. Act as you see fit based on Earth's situation. I grant you full authority to decide." Back to the present, Baru gazes at the burden back before it and thinks silently, "If you have entrusted his fate to my hands." It recalls the painful memory from yesterday and glances at him once more. Then Baru, I will stay by his side and personally watch over his growth. At that moment, Suho steps forward, 1 foot at a time, into the gate. After he passes through, the gate swiftly retracts and vanishes as if nothing ever happened, returning silence to the space. Inside, the two venture deeper and deeper. Baru speaks up, "This place is a death domain. Without the monarch's permission, no living creature is allowed to enter." They emerge from the dungeon into an entirely different world that looks like the end of days. System: Shadow Dungeon. Suho is pulled into a vortex, preparing to enter the Shadow Dungeon. Baru beside him provides some information. "This is the domain of death, a place where only those permitted by my Shadow Monarch may set foot. The Shadow Dungeon." As the last word is spoken, they enter the dungeon. Before Suho lies a city long abandoned, utterly desolate. He looks somewhat bewildered, thinking to himself, "So this is the Shadow Dungeon. It looks more like a ruined city than any dungeon." His eyes drift downward as he ponders, not understanding why. Looking at his feet standing on the dungeon's ground, he thinks, "But this place feels strangely familiar." Right at that moment, something flickers into view ahead, startling Suho. It turns out to be the system interface screen, displaying quest content: quest info, survival trial. The inhabitants here do not accept you all weakling as their leader. Survive for the allotted time and prove your worth. Time limit 4 hours, time remaining 40,000. Suho. He points at the screen and asks, "I have to survive for a whole 4 hours. Baru sees that he's not paying attention to his surroundings and immediately shouts, "Please stay alert, young monarch. The trial of judgment has already begun." Suho still looks confused, repeating the words in bewilderment. At that moment, high above the trial grounds, a figure silently watches them from the shadows. A goblin scout dives down from above, attempting to ambush Suho. Fortunately, he senses it, and time spinning around, he delivers a kick straight into its gut. Suho, slightly more alert now but still calm, says, "You almost gave me a heart attack." The goblin scout clutches its wound, gritting its teeth and letting out a long growl. Suho glances at the name tag hovering above its head and says, "Then there are probably plenty more of them around here." The moment Baru finishes speaking, Suho sprints forward. "Then I just need to kill it before it calls for backup." Seeing him so reckless, Baru immediately cries out in alarm, "Young monarch, although goblins are indeed very weak if you act carelessly." Suho ignores Baru's words. He charges at the goblin, looks at its face, and begins analyzing. Its name tag is white, which means it's either equal to me in strength or even weaker. Suho strikes a powerful blow to the goblin's wrist, then snatches its stone axe. System: you have acquired the item Goblin's Stone Axe. The very next instant, the stone axe flashes down like lightning, slamming into the center of the goblin's skull. The creature can only stare, frozen. System: you have defeated the goblin scout. The goblin collapses to the ground, the axe embedded in its skull. Suho looks back proudly and says, "See." He smiles and explains, "Those stronger than me will have red name tags. The blue flame monsterin awakens C rank, the blue flame monsterin awakened D rank." Baru responds, "Ah, I see now." Right at that moment, a piercing sound echoes through the air, startling both of them. It turns out a goblin is perched up high, blowing a horn. Suho realizes the situation isn't so simple. He furrows his brow, focusing with heightened alertness. Looks like there are still plenty more of them around here. A heavy footstep lands. A goblin captain appears. Even the goblin chief has shown up. one glance is enough to tell it's far more advanced than the others. Suho's earlier confidence vanishes. Sweating, he points at Baru and asks, You'll help me, right? But Baru's expression is exactly the same as his. It lowered its head solemnly, searching for an excuse to decline. Of course, it would be my greatest honor to assist you, my liege. But I am currently too far from Master Jinwoo. I have no supplementary mana source, so I must conserve what little I have. Not to mention, if I were to join this battle, the EXP you receive would nosedive. Hearing Baru out, Suho stared at the goblin horde and clenched his fist. So what you're saying is you won't help me. The goblins had already begun their assault, letting out their familiar, ear-splitting screeches. Suho channeled his ability and muttered, "Let's give this a test run." His force surged into the axe, slamming it into the goblin's skull. Then the axe ripped itself free and launched into the air on its own. It spun like lightning, whirling through the air and slicing through the necks of several goblins in the blink of an eye. Finally, the axe boomeranged straight back into Suho's hand. He smiled in satisfaction. The skill displayed in his status window felt like having an invisible extra hand. The system window popped up, displaying instructions on how to use the skill. Ruleress Authority LV1 active skill, no mana cost. While the user does not directly touch a physical object, you are able to manipulate and move it at will. A second later, a sharp projectile came hurtling towards Suho. He tilted his head to dodge, then snatched it out of the air with his bare hand. He looked up and spotted a goblin archer knocking another arrow. Suho pointed and said, "Oh, archers too." Then he used his ability to draw back the bowstring, took aim, and declared, "Allow me to return this to you." Whoosh, the arrow pierced straight through the goblin's face. Baru watched from the sidelines, genuinely surprised. It thought to itself, his adaptability is extraordinary. It recalled the past, back when Suho was still a child. It whispered in its heart, from the very days he was learning to walk, it sounds like the origin myth of a legendary hero being born. The young liege had already learned to freely wield ruler's authority, a power inherited directly from the current king. But that power was originally forged for total annihilation, so of course, living in a peaceful world had been a hindrance. Yet now, with the apostles of Itarim invading Earth, Baru watched the goblins snarling and baring their fangs below. Along with the fierce image of Suho fighting, it thought to itself, the successor's true power is finally awakening. Notification level UP. Distracted by the level up prompt, Suho thought, so I can lift objects weighing roughly 10 kilograms using ruler's authority alone. A goblin seized the opening and lunged, slashing him across the body. Seeing blood spill, the goblin broke into a wicked grin only for a fist to slam into its face at blinding speed. The goblins have regrouped. They closed in around Suho from all sides. He gritted his teeth and clutched his wound. Beside him, Baru cried out in panic, "My liege." Behind the goblin pack, a towering silhouette strode forward, sending the scout goblins scrambling in fear. A sinister red aura pulsed around the figure's body. It was the goblin captain. System HP 160,190. Suho gripped the blade still embedded in his side. He hissed through clenched teeth, "It hurts like hell." Then he yanked it out in one brutal motion. At that exact moment, the goblins charged again. Suho steeled himself internally with a single word, then clenched the blade and surged forward to fight. He hurled the blade with everything he had, sending it ripping through the cluster of scout goblins. The blade plunged deep into the goblin captain's body behind them. In the depths of his mind, Suho thought, "Compared to the aimless drifting of my past life, I want to live more than ever now." Sweat poured down his face. But he kept fighting the goblins head-on, refusing to break. System HP 118,190. Suho fought alone as his HP continued to plummet. System HP 84,190. He charged in with nothing but a short blade, his HP dropping to a critical low. System HP 53,190. Suho thrust the blade straight forward. From the scout goblins to the goblin captain, every last one of them swarmed in from all directions, surrounding Suho. Notification: you have learned the passive skill Endurance LV1. A flood of level-up notifications cascaded across his vision. A large pool of blood spread across the ground. Goblin corpses lay scattered everywhere in grotesque positions. The goblin captain had been slain, its body sprawled on the ground, mouth frozen agape. Suho slumped onto the hood of a car, exhaling a heavy, exhausted breath. Finally, the system delivered its notification system time, remaining 0 seconds. System quest complete. Baru clapped its hands enthusiastically, applauding him. Wow, that was truly unbelievable. I, Baru, never doubted for a moment that you would overcome this trial. My future king. Hearing its praise, Suho whipped around and snapped, "And what exactly did you contribute?" The system window popped up. System quest, reward available. Would you like to receive the reward? Accept, decline. Still catching his breath, Suho stared at the screen. Is that even a question? 2 more message prompts appeared in quick succession. Reward prepared below. Reward skill runestone shadow extraction. Suho asked in confusion. A runestone. If I use this, does that mean I'll gain the shadow extraction skill? He then attempted to activate the skill. Baru watched from the side, its heart swelling with joy. Oh, the future king wielding shadow extraction already. This is magnificent. Suho lifted his shirt and gazed at his toned abs. Come to think of it, I was using these skills quite fluently during the fight. Beyond understanding the leveling system, I've also acquired a whole arsenal of new skills. The system window displayed skill endurance LV1 passive skill, no mana cost. You have gained indefatigable. Physical defense increased by 20%. He leaped down from the car and said to Baru, compared to before I awakened, I feel overflowing with power. My wounds even heal on their own every time I level up. Baru added, this leveling system is an upgraded version of the one Master Jinwoo once used. It is now the definitive tool to support your steady growth, my liege. My future king. It concluded, in short, though you may think of yourself as an unawakened person, the truth is you are the most powerful necromancer in existence. You can think of it that way. Suho listened and replied with a hint of fatigue. Fine, either way, I've already claimed the reward. The system displayed instruction system, shadow extraction, rune stone, crush the rune stone to absorb the skill. Suho held the rune stone in his hand, then squeezed with all his might. The stone shattered in his grip. Instantly, the system notification blazed across his vision. Notification, you have acquired the skill Shadow Extraction. Along with it came the skill description. Skill Shadow Extraction, Shadow Lord, no mana cost. When mana is channeled into any corpse, a Shadow Soldier is created. Failure rate depends on the target's EXP level and the time elapsed since death. Maximum Shadow Soldiers 3. Suho's eyes widened in surprise. I can create shadow soldiers. Baru stepped forward to explain in greater detail. It is a skill that allows you to create soldiers from corpses, same way I was created. Shadow extraction is the fundamental ability of Dominion that built the reputation of the current Shadow Monarch, Sung Jinwoo. He asks puzzled. As for shadow extraction to control a corpse, I first have to hunt it down. Does that mean I can control anyone weaker than me? Suho says, I've heard summoning skills are ranked dead last among hunters. He reaches his hand out toward the goblin lying on the ground. System Shadow Extraction can be applied to this target. Suho calls out the activation command for Shadow Extraction, but the system throws up another prompt. System, please create an incantation for Shadow Extraction. Suho rests his chin on his hand with a groan. I have to create an incantation for the skill too. What a pain, he hums, mulling it over. Baru watches him from the side, its expression dead serious. Finally, it can't hold back and speaks up to offer advice. The incantation must be easy to remember. Suho thrusts his hand forward. A wave of power radiates outward. He calls out with conviction, Ares, meaning, rise up. After Suho utters the summoning command. Arise, the goblin's corpse remains still on the ground. Then a hand slowly emerges. 3 shadow soldiers form from the corpse. The system screen displays their information. Shadow Soldier, Shadow Goblin, level 1, grade common. Suho and Baru stare wide-eyed at them. He murmurs, so this is what shadow extraction looks like. After a few seconds, Suho adds, not as cool as I imagined. The 3 shadow goblins and Baru all flinch. Baru takes a beat before explaining. Newly summoned shadow soldiers are generally weaker than they were in life. Suho asks, and smaller too, right? Baru hesitates before answering, yes. The 3 shadow goblins are already tearing up from his words. Suho presses, how much weaker? Baru replies, just a little. Hearing the answer, he frowns and glances over, dissatisfied. The system even says they'll disappear after 1 day. Baru breaks into a cold sweat. That can't be, you don't have any skills similar to shadow extraction? He answers honestly, no, I don't. Baru deflates instantly. It seems the Shadow Monarch's authority still depends on your intelligence stat and level. It drifts beside him, dejected, and adds, it will surely become an incredibly useful skill in the future. It is a peerless skill, it declares. He glances at its drooping form and says, I know, so stop moping around like that. After a few steps, Suho's stomach lets out a loud growl. He suddenly remembers, I haven't eaten anything in 2 days. He turns to Baru, is there a way out of here? Baru answers, if you possess the key to the shadow dungeon, you can leave whenever you wish. Suho says, all right, before we go. I need to find something to eat first. Baru acknowledges with a yes. The system flashes a notification system. Do you wish to exit the shadow dungeon? Options, accept, decline. Suho spoons rice into his mouth. letting out a blissful moan with pure happiness written all over his face. He sits on the hospital bed, eating non-stop. Now that I think about it, hospital food is actually pretty good. Baru watches him helplessly in silence, then clenches its fists and addresses the young monarch with utmost seriousness. Allow me to explain your duties from this point forward. 3 missions have been bestowed upon you and me. First, we must protect the Earth from the foreign monsters. Suho asks with his mouth full of food. You mean killing the monsters inside the dungeons? Baru replies precisely. Naturally, you will level up each time you slay them. And once you grow stronger, the safety of the Earth will be secure just as your father, Sung Jinwoo, once did. It continues, second, we have been entrusted with finding the lost lord. Is there any way to find out where my mother is? Suho asks. Baru answers with conviction, I am certain you will find a clue if you keep hunting monsters diligently. Suho asks, so that means I have to go back into the dungeon. Baru brushes past the question. Its gaze hardens, third and most important. It emphasizes each word, restore my strength. Baru's eyes glisten with tears as it recalls its former glory, speaking helplessly. I am sick and tired of my current weakness. I want to show you, my future king, my true strength. Suho asks, so what's your plan to get it back? Baru explains, by absorbing. I can absorb a portion of a target's magic and intelligence. Although it was an effective method I used even before becoming a shadow soldier. The current me doesn't even have mana granted by the king, so there's no other way. It concludes, regardless, all I need is to consume anything that contains mana. Suho, spoon still in his mouth, glances over and says, then we'll just have to go into the dungeon. By now, every plate has been wiped clean. Suho steps off the bed. Get ready, we're going. Baru flies beside him and says, if you wish to enter a dungeon, you must first be recognized as a hunter. Go to the Hunter Association and have your mana level measured. He ponders for a moment. Mana level measurement. I'm an awakened being who just leveled up. The sunset sky is breathtaking. Suho daydreams, what rank could my power be, I wonder? What if I end up being S rank, what then? But when he arrives at the Hunter Association, the receptionist drops the bomb. His mana level is 46. Reality hits him like a punch to the gut. She flatly states he is an E-rank awakened being. Suho's heart sinks into darkness. People pass by on the street. Suho is just one of the crowd. Seeing him silent for a while, Baru hesitates, then finally speaks up. I've heard a hunter's rank is determined by their mana capacity, because you focus solely on raising your strength stat. Young king, it is only natural that your rank does not reflect your true ability. Suho's mood doesn't improve. Stop trying to comfort me, you're only making it worse. He stares at his own hands, faltering. Not just the Shadow Monarch's authority, even my rank is like this. Can an E-rank like me really protect the Earth? Baru encourages him, as long as you keep leveling up, my future king. Suho looks at the hands he always relied on for strength. I've heard E-rank and D-rank hunters struggle just to get picked for an attack squad. At this rate, getting into a dungeon will be nearly impossible. But suddenly, he lets out an "oh," his eyes widening as if he just thought of something. Maybe I have a way, Suho says, piquing even Baru's curiosity. He starts explaining what he knows. Dungeon clear operations are divided into different roles. The attack squad focuses on eliminating monsters, while the collection squad follows behind to gather monster corpses. And at the very depths is the resource squad tasked with harvesting the dungeon's resources. Out of those 3 squads, E-rank hunters can apply for the collection squad and the resource squad. That way, even an E-rank can set foot inside a dungeon. The scene shifts to deep inside a dungeon. The resource squad works tirelessly. The young man lets out a relieved sigh. It's Suho. He suddenly turns to the person beside him and speaks, startling the man. Thank you for recommending me here, sir, Suho says. I've only just awakened, and the only awakened being I know is you. He says sincerely, thank you. But instructor, I am Dongwook's expression carries a hint of guilt. Suho continues harvesting resources. I'm really glad there's someone I know here. Thanks to you, I get to work inside a dungeon. I am Dongwook stays silent. After a pause, he suddenly calls out to Suho. Suho glances over and asks politely, yes, but I am Dongwook bows at a full 90 degrees, catching Suho completely off guard. I'm sorry about what happened at school, he says. I am Dongwook recalls the students crying out, teacher. You're an awakened, aren't you? Do something. But I am Dongwook, paralyzed by fear, replied, but I'm only E-rank, and then he fled. Now he gathers every ounce of courage to acknowledge what happened that day. Even though I was the only awakened being there, I was afraid and ran away. I am Dongwook stays bowed. I'm sorry I couldn't do anything to help. Suho scratches his ear awkwardly, then says, instructor, please raise your head, just like you said you are only E-rank. The Hunter Association's protocol is for E-ranks like us to run when we encounter a monster, right? And honestly, who wouldn't follow that directive? Hearing this, Dongwook is stunned. He straightens up and asks in disbelief, "You're E-rank too?" Suho answers honestly, "Yes, my mana level is 46, very low." "Even compared to E-rank, I am Yoondog," exclaimed in shock. "Your mana level is lower than mine." He recalled the scene from that day, thinking to himself, impossible. The image of Suho fighting the blue flame monster flashed vividly through his memory. Yoondog thought to himself he was certain he'd seen Suho fighting monsters on the rooftop while they were fleeing. Looking at Suho now, idly smashing rocks, he wondered again, did I misread that? Yoondog adjusted his glasses and said, "Well, when you think about it, an E-rank awakened being defeating a monster and surviving, that's genuinely shocking news." Baru appeared out of nowhere beside them and replied, "Indeed, the future king is truly magnificent." Yoondog turned to look at Baru. Baru stared right back. The next second, a blood-curdling scream erupted, followed by Yoondog's panicked voice. "There's a monster." Suho asked Baru, "Why did you suddenly appear?" Baru replied, "Since you are not as strong as I believed, it is only natural that I remain by your side to protect you, my liege." Yoondog was even more shocked, shouting, "What? You've awakened as a summoner?" Suho didn't know how to explain, so he simply answered, "Yes. I suppose that's more or less correct." Yoondog said that most E-rank awakened beings don't even have a single skill to call their own. "You're really lucky." He eagerly showed off his own skill. "Look, teacher even has a high-speed running skill." Suho innocently replied, "Oh, so that's why teacher is so good at running away." The moment those words left his mouth, Yoondog shriveled up and sat in a gloomy heap. Suho stiffened up and quickly tried to comfort him. "I'm just joking, teacher, please calm down." Seeing Yoondog sulking in a corner, Baru teased Suho once more. "Impressive, young monarch, you've shattered that man's spirit." But Suho's attention was drawn to something behind him. Suho stood staring at the tunnel ahead, thinking, come to think of it, this is the first time I've been in a dungeon other than the Shadow Dungeon. The inside of the tunnel was pitch black, nothing could be seen clearly. He peered in and wondered, could the assault team be up? They're fighting monsters right now. Scene shifts to the corpse of a monster. A young man holding a sword poked at the corpse and offered his analysis. "This dungeon has been completely cleared out." Kim Youngjun, standing nearby, replied, "I know. I've known ever since that wolf pack ambushed us." The entire assault team searched the cave simultaneously, chatting among themselves. Someone said dejectedly, "The wolf pack barely yielded anything." A few members rallied the team's spirits. "Magic stones have dropped from corpses plenty of times before, so let's check everything thoroughly. Don't be so down, we can't be certain of anything until we reach the end of the dungeon." Right at that moment, a team member called out, "Captain, I found something along this side path." The captain said cheerfully, "See, what did I tell you?" The group entered the side path and discovered a vast open space within, illuminated by a strange pink glow. The members scanned their surroundings in bewilderment and said, "What the? How can there be ruins in a place like this? Should we head back out and request backup first?" One member said, "My detection ability isn't picking up any monsters right now." Another countered, "If there are no monsters, then how did ruins end up here?" They then proposed, "All right, let's go investigate." In the center of the formation, a sword was embedded in the ground. One member speculated, "Who knows, instead of a final boss monster, we might just find a treasure hoard." The captain said with a worried expression, "Good grief, I can't believe there might actually be treasure here." That was when everyone noticed the sword. They gathered around and exclaimed, "Whoa, what is this? What an incredible weapon," one member said excitedly. "We definitely need to get this appraised. You guys think it's worth a fortune." Another carefully warned, "If it really is treasure, there are bound to be traps around it, so be careful. If it truly is a treasure trove, there have to be traps nearby. Stay sharp, everyone." Kim Youngjun from the back was also making his way over. He walked up and said, "Move aside, I'll pull it out." The captain's eyes went wide, and he shouted to stop him. "Hey, wait, Kim Youngjun." Others also called out nervously, "Hey, there could be traps." But Kim Youngjun didn't listen. Stubbornly gripping the hilt, he said, "Even if there are traps, a C-rank vanguard like me can handle it just fine." A strange surge of energy flooded into Youngjun's body. In an instant, he was pulled into a desolate frozen space. All of his teammates had vanished. Kim Youngjun looked around in confusion, wondering, what is this? Several massive sounds boomed out as enormous eyes slowly opened. In reality, the sword had already been pulled from the ground. The captain let out a sigh of relief and said, "Thank goodness, no traps." Seeing Kim standing there silently, the captain called out, "Hey." But Kim Youngjun's face was twisted in a vicious snarl, his teeth clenched as he growled, "Who dares?" The captain, irritated, moved to scold him. Next time be more careful. Before the sentence was even finished, Kim Youngjun swung his sword. The captain's head separated from his neck. Youngjun walked away without a word. Every remaining member froze in terror, not daring to make a sound. Kim Youngjun's appearance was utterly horrifying, his face drenched in blood, a third eye open on his forehead, his entire body radiating a twisted, sinister aura. Who dares claim the Fang King's blade? Kim Youngjun bellowed in a deep, guttural voice, "Kill. Slaughter all those who dare invade the Fang King's domain." Every remaining member trembled in fear. The next second, screams erupted in rapid succession. Kill, kill, kill. The scene instantly devolved into bloodshed and chaos. One member watched helplessly as his teammates slaughtered each other, tears streaming down his face. Kim Youngjun had transformed into something demonic, shouting, "Kill," over and over, rampaging through the group in a murderous frenzy. Scene shifts to the mining team. Two workers on the job noticed something strange and asked, "What's going on over there?" On the other side, Suho and Yoondog didn't lift a finger. Three shadow soldier grunts were doing all the work for them. The others stared in confusion. There's a summoner skill like that? Yoondog watched Suho with a mixture of disbelief and a hint of fear. He was silently gauging Suho's true strength. He'd heard that most summoners can only call out 1 or 2 summons at a time, yet this kid had summoned 3, and if you counted that talking specter, wasn't that 4? He glanced at Suho and Baru, thinking to himself, Suho's power seems a bit too much for an ordinary person. Meanwhile, Suho watched the shadow soldiers working for him and smiled with satisfaction, thinking, sure, he could only summon 3 at a time, and he needed a corpse to perform shadow extraction, which was a bit inconvenient. But this shadow dungeon had tons of goblin corpses, so he could make full use of them. They carried out every menial task he gave them without a single complaint. Not bad at all. Suho turned to Baru and called out, Baru, just as you said, thy shadow extraction skill is truly amazing. Despite his praise, Baru showed no hint of joy. Its face was full of disdain as it replied, young monarch, please refrain from ordering us around like errand runners and then offering praise as an afterthought. Then it asked, but wasn't your primary objective in entering this dungeon to level up? Suho answered casually, according to the Hunter Association's regulations. A solo hunter can't enter a dungeon alone. They've only recently started classifying hunters by rank, so there are still plenty of issues with accurate rank measurement. I figure once my mana capacity increases, I'll retest. Meanwhile, the senior colleagues on the other side saw how leisurely Suho and his group were, and felt deeply insulted. They quickly urged each other, if we slack off, the rookies will dig through this entire pile before us. Let's show them the real strength of their seniors. Suho turned to Baru and said, oh right. Do you remember our third quest? We have to finish this right here. It asks excitedly, you mean restoring my power, master? Looking at the mana stone fragments scattered on the ground, he says, didn't you say that consuming something with mana would restore your strength? These mana stone shards here have mana in them too. Baru isn't sure and asks him to clarify. The young monarch waves his hand dismissively. Since you can't help with extraction, just clean up whatever dropped on the ground. The next second, Baru's mouth is stuffed full of mana stones, struggling to open its jaws just to mumble a yes. Suddenly, an aura washes over Baru. It's so terrified that it starts stammering. Young monarch, Suho asks calmly. What is it? Baru replies, I just sense the aura of a monarch. Suho immediately whips around. You mean my father? Baru shakes its head. No, there are many who carry power similar to a monarch. If it were our Lord Jinwoo, my strength would already be restored by now. Baru slowly focuses its senses and says, the scent of this one, it's definitely coming from inside the tunnel, right on cue. A terrifying growl echoes from deep within. The senior crew member asks tense, what the hell was that sound? Another worker says, voice shaking. That direction, he peers into the pitch-black depths of the tunnel. That's where the strike team went. The next second, 3 pairs of glowing red eyes emerge from the darkness. A massive beast paw steps forward, sending the mining crew worker stumbling back in terror, seeing the 3 enormous wolves looming before him. He stammers, monsters. Everyone breaks into a panic. Why are they here? The senior rushes forward to block them, swinging his pickaxe wildly. Everyone run. Don't come near here, but the wolf doesn't retreat. It lunges forward and clamps its jaws onto the pickaxe. The senior stares at his snapped pickaxe, gritting his teeth until his face turns beet red. He stands frozen, completely paralyzed. Tears stream down his face as he stammers. At that moment, a figure leaps in front of him, blocking the wolf's path. The senior cries out in alarm. Suho glances back and says, I'll buy you time. Get outside now. The senior stammers, thank you, then turns and flees. Suho's eyes turn ice cold. He steadies his stance, ready for battle. He studies the name tags floating above the wolves' heads. Their names are in orange. That means they're the same rank as the D-class blue flame monster I fought at the academy. I can definitely handle them. He glances back at the trembling teacher and a hint of annoyance crosses his face. If it were just me, no problem, but with him here. I am Dakian, despite his fear, speaks with conviction. You should run too. I'm helping evacuate everyone, so I can't just leave you behind. Suho responds politely on the surface, then if things get dangerous, I'm counting on you for backup. Internally, he silently summons several shadow goblins. He issues the command through thought alone. Goblins stay here and guard him. He calls out in his mind, and the inventory window within the system interface opens, displaying an array of weapons. Suho begins to browse. He draws a sword and thinks, weapons from the goblins I stashed away. Way better than a pickaxe. I am Dakian, watching from behind, sees him produce a weapon out of thin air and thinks in shock, he can summon weapons too. What kind of summoning skill does this kid have? Suho pushes off the ground with a light stomp and launches toward the steel fang wolves. A wolf lunges, its maw gaping wide with razor-sharp fangs. Suho swings his blade down in a devastating arc. Blood sprays everywhere. System, you have defeated Steel Fang Wolf. Biru and the three goblins watching from behind beam with approval. Suho activates his skill. He shouts the command, arise, and extends his hand toward the fallen Steel Fang Wolf's corpse. The people behind him gape in stunned silence. Suho and the newly summoned Shadow Wolf each take on a wolf of their own. Watching this, Biru feels a surge of reassurance and thinks, young monarch, you are already growing accustomed to wielding shadow power in combat. Suho glances at the Shadow Wolf turning on its former pack. Shadow extraction and summoning don't cost mana. If I can increase the number of extractions by expanding my mana pool, I might be able to build an entire army. An idea sparks, his sword flashes like lightning. Suho says, then let me push it further. He drives the blade clean through the Steel Fang Wolf's skull. The system displays another notification. System, you have defeated Steel Fang Wolf. Suho shouts the command, arise. Instantly the Shadow Goblin vanishes. Another dark silhouette slowly materializes, startling I am Dakian and the remaining goblin soldier. The goblin looks back and forth, glancing between the two sides. After realizing all its comrades have disappeared, its expression turns crestfallen. The system screen displays another message. System, you have defeated Steel Fang Wolf. Hearing the notification, the last goblin knows its turn has come. Tears well up and overflow from its eyes. System, you have leveled up. Suho reaches toward the Steel Fang Wolf's corpse and begins shadow extraction. Arise. A bewildered voice rings out from behind him. Suho suddenly realizes something and lifts his head. I am Dakian, can't believe someone of the same rank could defeat those wolves. There's no way your physical abilities are E-rank. You even have a skill to control monster corpses. Suho scratches his head thinking, I got way too into it. How am I supposed to explain this? He finally speaks, well. Unable to come up with a good excuse, he simply says, I really am E-rank. I am Dakian takes one look and knows he's not being honest. He silently speculates, could it be that he's deliberately hiding his rank for some reason? Right at that moment, the system chimes with another notification. Suho glances at it and his expression shifts to surprise. The system screen displays two pieces of information. First notification, a new quest has appeared. Second, the quest details urgent quest, eliminate hostile entity. A being intends to kill you, defeat it to ensure your survival. Targets 1 targets eliminated 0. Suho asks in confusion, just one target. He turns to stare deeper into the tunnel the wolves emerged from and thinks, only one enemy. I already took out every wolf I could see. Then realization hits Suho. He reasons, that means there's another enemy still out there. As if on cue, footsteps approach. I am Dakian sees the figure and blurts out, huh. Suho calmly watches the person emerge from the tunnel. The silhouette grows clearer. I am Dakian recognizes the figure and calls out, he's from the strike team. He rushes forward, we're saved. Those monsters suddenly ambushed use it was a total disaster. What happened down despite Suho trying to stop him? Wait. Suho's eyes flash with urgency as he shouts. Danger! I am Dakian still confused blurts out. What? Kim Yongjun swings a blade down toward him. Suho yanks him back just in time. The strike only shatters I am Dakian's glasses. Suho grabs him by the collar and dodges several follow-up attacks. He exclaims in shock, a whole wolf pack and I am Dakian is already out cold. Kim Yongjun roars, commanding the attack. Suho shields I am Dakian while scrambling for cover, cursing under his breath, damn it another corrupted hunter. Since when did hunters start turning into monsters? He studies the text floating above Kim Yong-jun's head possessed by demon Fan Gan thinks, also the color of his name tag. Suho recalls the previous battle. The redder the name tag, the more dangerous the enemy. He has already experienced firsthand the terrifying power of a red name. He makes his decision first. The best option right now is to grab the teacher and run for it. But then he hesitates. Wait though. Suho turns to Baru. Baru, he's not a monarch like me, is he? Baru replies solemnly, though he carries the aura of a monarch, he is far inferior in truth. However, at your current level, you cannot defeat this enemy, my liege. Suho starts picking through his inventory. All right then, Baru asks with a note of surprise, my liege. Swords erupt from the ground one after another around Suho. He explains, this system guarantees I can grow safely, right? If it assigned me this quest, that means I have the ability to beat that thing. I need to get stronger fast if I ever want to see mom and dad again. The moment he finishes, his pack of shadow wolves launches a coordinated assault on Kim Yong-jun, who cuts them all down in a single strike. Kim Yong-jun's face is utterly terrifying now. He has completely lost his mind, becoming a true demon. Suho grips his weapon, battle-ready stance, and declares with iron resolve, I will defeat him and grow stronger fast. Massive creatures charge forward with gaping maws. Suho clutches his sharp weapon tightly and speaks with conviction, I will defeat him and grow stronger fast. Around him, countless swords pierce the ground under a gloomy, oppressive sky. Baru hovers in midair, young monarch. Suho stands tall and resolute, facing the monsters head-on. Up until now, he has overcome countless unimaginable trials, and the young monarch will never back down. Baru flies just behind him. Though still weak, deep within his silhouette radiates the bearing of a true monarch. Demon Fang Rakan gnashes his teeth and steps forward. Power surges around him as a voice speaks up. His true form is a sword. Sever his hand and he loses connection with his host. He won't be able to move. Got it. He seems to notice something. Demon Fang Rakan lets out a roar. A pack of steel-fanged wolves charges straight at him. One clamps its jaws around the sword, eyes blazing with ferocity. Suho points ahead in surprise. Whoa, I only poured in a little mana and they actually got back up. Baru hovers beside him. These are the basics of shadow soldiers, my liege. As long as you have mana, they can revive infinitely. Sharp blade strikes slash toward the wolves. What do you think of the shadow soldier's power, my liege? Demon Fang Rakan keeps attacking the wolves relentlessly. Suho looks at Baru, puzzled. The shadow soldier's power, you mean? Baru is at a loss for words. This is likely because the young monarch's mana is still a bit weak. Demon Fang Rakan's eyes go wide. How? The sword in his hand emits tendrils of red mist. He brings the blade crashing down. How can a lowly creature like you wield the power of the shadow monarch? Suho stares back at him. What? He can actually talk. Baru cries out in fury. How dare you call the bloodline of the Shadow Monarch a lowly creature? Demon Fang Rakan bares his razor-sharp fangs. The Shadow Monarch's bloodline. I never expected we would cross paths in a place like this. He roars, the sworn enemy of the Demon King. Demon Fang Rakan swings his sword forward, eyes firing beams of light. A battle axe materializes in Suho's hand. He says, let's warm up, test each other's strength first. Both sides charge, sharp slashes send rocks and debris hurtling through the air. Suho narrows his eyes, just as he thought. The red name handled that pretty well. Weapons rise from the ground below. Demon Fang Rakan bellows, unleashing his full power. Suho flicks his hand forward, swords launch in the direction of his gesture. Let's see how you handle strength in numbers. Demon Fang Rakan hacks wildly in every direction. Baru observes from behind. Is that ruler's authority? He has been using it since he was just a child. A single slash cleaves a sword clean in two. But the swords keep getting destroyed one after another. Demon Fang Rakan roars with tremendous force. Suho flinches, sword in his hand, shatters into pieces from the impact. Demon Fang Rakan lunges forward again. The goblin weapon it shattered in a single hit. Suho dodges the attacks in a flash. If the enemy keeps attacking like this, there's no way to counter. Anxiety creeps in. One clean hit and he's dead. The longer this fight drags on, the slimmer his chances of winning. Demon Fang Rakan roars. Do you intend to flee like a coward? A pathetic worm like you can only cower behind the Shadow Monarch's legacy and his shadow soldiers. Suho's anger ignites. Hey, you really shouldn't disrespect someone's parents like that. He keeps dodging the attacks. Despite the taunts, he still doesn't have enough confidence to close the distance. Damn it, if only I had a bit more power. Suho says, Baru, I have a question. If my seal was removed, why hasn't my power returned since I climbed the tower? Baru explains, your power was sealed since childhood, my liege. In a sense, you are merely recovering the strength you once had at that age. If all of your power were released, you would have more than enough to crush those enemies. It continues, however, that place was neither illusion nor reality. It was simply a test to evaluate whether you could fully unleash your innate talent. The physical enhancement would vanish regardless of whether you passed the test or not. Baru raises a finger. In short, it was nothing more than a game. Your experience in the tower was not in vain, my liege. Remember your fighting spirit, your emotions. Demon Fang Raken's blade swings toward Suho. He leaps back instantly. I still remember those feelings. Back in the tower, I fought barehanded. If only I still had those gauntlets from before. Suho recalls these are the basics of shadow soldiers. As long as he has mana, he can revive them infinitely. Baru flies over. Come to think of it, Baru can change his form at will. If that's the case, steel-fanged wolves rise and surge forward. Demon Fang Raken keeps slashing relentlessly. Again, same old trick. Can't you tell that move is useless against me? The wolves lunge, he roars, let me send you off first. The wolf's eyes turn, Savage's entire body transforms. Suho sweeps his arm forward. Demon Fang Raken brings his sword crashing down. He smiles with utter satisfaction, then something suddenly throws him off. The sword has been blocked. Steelfang Wolf, the name really does live up to its reputation. System Shadow Soldier Steelfang Wolf Level 1 morphed into gauntlets. Shadow Extraction skill has leveled up. Shadow Extraction. Level 2 Morph Shadow Power. No mana required. You may freely alter the shape of your shadow soldiers. Suho says, with this I can go toe-to-toe with you. The two of them charge at each other once more. Baru hovers high above, trembling. Oh my, is using shadow soldiers as weapons. The Shadow Monarch passed through countless levels before he could manipulate shadows at will. But this fledgling lord has only just awakened shadow power. His strength is barely that of a newborn ant. And yet, without anyone to teach him, he's already upgrading shadow power on his own. Suho attacks with ferocity. His fighting spirit has been blazing since the moment the battle began. He possesses ruler's authority. Demon Fang Rahan takes a direct hit. He's sent flying, the sword knocked from his grip, and Suho even seizes control of his shadow power. Demon Fang Rahan is stunned by Suho's sheer might. Oh my king! Suho's gaze turns razor sharp and ice cold. Demon Fang Rahan is struck backward, skidding across the ground. Kaboom! A massive explosion rips through the space, debris scatters in every direction. Rahan screams, fragments fly upward, and the axe lying on the ground lifts into the air. The young Lord Suho snatches the axe mid-flight and rockets toward Demon Fang Rahan. He brings it down in a vicious, straight cleave. Suho's eyes are cold and focused, truly a genius. Suho speaks in a frigid tone. I'll admit your red name status gave me a moment's pause, but I was never worried about whether I could beat you. Baru, hovering beside him, chimes in, I never once doubted your victory, my lord. The young lord hears this and simply replies, sure. What a blatant lie. Baru stares down at his own transformed arm. Suho looks on with visible delight. Still, I've learned a new way to fight, not a bad haul. He extends his arm. A notification appears presenting a selection. System, your quest completion reward is ready. System, confirm reward. Time to check your loot. System, quest reward available. System, the following rewards are ready to claim. Reward, Whirlwind Strike Skill Stone. Notification, you have learned the skill Whirlwind Strike. Skill Whirlwind Strike Level 1. Type active, mana cost 50. The power of swirling wind channels into your blade. You can strike multiple enemies simultaneously while grounded, delivering devastating force. That skilled one I wanted most as a reward. I already know how to use it, like it's second nature. He glances behind him. The trial period has ended. The transformed arm dissolves, reverting back to its original state. Suho looks down at the ground. Come on, I need a weapon. The sword lying on the ground seems to be lost in thought. How humiliating. Unbelievable. I have lost to the heir of the Shadow Monarch. A surge of dark power wraps around it. But even so, this isn't over. Human greed is bottomless after all. Suho crouches down and reaches for the sword. Yes, the moment you touch me, I will devour your body whole. The sword is slowly lifted from the ground. Notification, you have acquired the item Rahan's Fang. Suho hoists the sword high into the air with a powerful grip. This definitely looks way better than Gold Viper's weapon. The soul trapped within the sword is taken aback. This boy inherited the power of the Shadow King, and yet, I can't even possess his body. Suho smiles, time to put my new skills to the test. Notifications continue to flood in. Blessing of the Grand Sorcerer Kandaru. System, the Grand Sorcerer Kandaru has bestowed a blessing upon you. Thanks to this blessing, you gain a sturdy body and a life of robust health. Effect passive continuous. You are immune to all diseases, poisons, and negative status effects. Your lifespan is unaffected. You gain accelerated growth and recovery while sleeping. Suho grips the sword firmly, points the blade behind him, then raises it high, his eyes sharp, cold, and utterly resolute. He launches forward, the ground beneath him shatters, rocks exploding outward. System skill activated whirlwind strike. The earth cracks and splinters apart. Suho surveys the destruction around him, a proud glint in his eye. The mana drain on a single use is going to be a problem though. But I love the sheer destructive power it brings. Baru flies over and shouts, "Your reaction is very different from when you witness shadow extraction, my lord. Shadow power is thousands of times more incredible than this." A man in the pile of rubble suddenly sits up, groaning. Suho startles. "You're awake, sir." The man rubs his head and speaks. "Suho, what happened?" Suho jumps startled and blurts out, "I think it's going to take a while to explain everything. Let's step outside and talk while we walk." On the bustling streets, people pass by in every direction. Suho turns around and says, "I'm going to check if there are any other survivors still inside the dungeon." The man behind him nods. "All right." Suho strides forward and stops before a glowing, swirling vortex. He's an Irankan awakened being with a summoning type skill. The man ponders, it's a small detail, but how can Suho be this powerful? He watches the men talking amongst themselves up ahead. The tea doesn't matter anymore. What matters is that Suho saved everyone. Their loud voices carry, "Don't worry's fine." I still can't believe this actually happened. The wolves' savage howls echo through the air as they lunge at Suho. Notifications cascade in rapid succession. System, you have defeated Steelfang Wolf. System, you have defeated Steelfang Wolf. System, you have leveled up. Suho rubs his head. There are still quite a few beasts left in here. Baru flies over and gazes down at the wolf carcass on the ground. "They're loaded with EXP, my lord. You can't afford to miss these. Look, it's trembling." He looks up at the sword hovering in midair. "Hey, why did your attack power suddenly drop?" Suho asks. The sword seems to answer him. "HMPH, did you really think I would cooperate with the heir of the Shadow Monarch?" Item, Rahan's Fang, type sword. A blade forged from the claws of the monster king Rahan. The vengeful soul of Rahan resides within this sword. If a weakling possesses it, their body may be overtaken. Effect, weakness rejection forces the target into a state of fear for 1 minute. Effect, critical wound. You have a 15% chance to deal true damage, doubling the output. Baru flies toward the blade. A skill that makes you stronger when facing weaker opponents. What a contemptible ability. The Fang speaks up, "Contempty. Blee, what kind of hunter hunts someone stronger than themselves?" Baru fires back, "The young monarch defeated you, so he must be quite formidable, wouldn't you agree?" The Fang stammers at that. Cheng Ziyu thinks to himself, first a talking ant and now a talking sword. What a headache. He gazes at the cart of gemstones ahead, each footstep crunching on the ground. They stand in the main hall of the dungeon, surrounded by rubble and rock, corpses strewn across the floor. Cheng Ziyu watches intently as Baru flies toward them. It seems everyone is already dead. The Fang swoops in as well. "HMPH, I only kill those who set foot in my territory. Protecting the Ant Monarch's domain is my dut." It's suddenly snatched from the air. Cheng Ziyu slams the blade into the ground. "Quiet down." System, black aura detected. Shadow extraction can be performed on this target. Cheng Ziyu asks, "Can I perform shadow extract Tian on a human?" Baru answers, "As long as they are dead, my liege, you can turn anyone into your soldier." He raises one hand, the other slowly extends as well. He hoists a body in each hand and turns to leave. Baru is taken aback. "You won't perform shadow extraction, my liege?" "No." Cheng Ziyu continues, "Forcing the dead to fight essentially. It's no different from punishing them." Baru watches him from behind. "Young monarch, that cloth is already soaked in blood." Cheng Ziyu turns to Baru. "You said this is the monarch's sacred ground, correct?" "Yes, that is correct." Cheng Ziyu presses on. "And the matter of my father, the one who killed that monarch, is it connected to the Itarim?" Baru says, "The Itarim are the current enemy of the monarchs. You may think of the monarchs as the enemies of the past as well. There are 9 monarchs in total, including you and Cheng Zhenyu." It continues, "The great Cheng Zhenyu, your father, was also the Shadow Monarch, the king of the dead. The remaining monarchs, the Ant Monarch, ruler of all insects, the Plague Monarch, ruler of monstrous beings, the Monarch of the Iron Body, the Monarch of White Flames, ruler of the Giants, the Progenitor Monarch, ruler of the Ice Tribe, the Monarch of Frost, ruler of the Phantoms, the Monarch of Transfiguration, and the Monarch of Destruction, ruler of the Dragons." Baru continues, its account, all 9 monarchs wielded unimaginable power beyond comprehension. But when they descended upon Earth, 8 of those monarchs fell at the hands of Cheng Zhenyu. Cheng Ziyu was stunned. "Father did that?" The Fang, still embedded in the ground, speaks up. "Indeed, the Shadow Monarch is the arch-nemesis who slew my liege the Ant Monarch." It continues, "If I had the strength, I would have executed you on the spot. Spawn of the Shadow Monarch, I'd hack you to pieces and feed you to the wolves." Chang Ziyu goes silent, then speaks. I understand where you're coming from. He explains, my father defeated the other monarchs to protect the earth, and you protect this place from intruders. You are both just trying to protect what you hold dear. Chang Ziyu continues, however, there is a difference. You attacked me simply because you assumed I was his descendant. He steps forward. If your duty is to protect this place, then wasn't it foolish to stand against my father, someone that even the ant monarch couldn't defeat? The Fang shudders. What? Chang Ziyu says, I want to find my parents, ones I can't reach because of the outer gods. To achieve that, I'm willing to borrow the power of anyone. He addresses the Fang. If the Itarim invade, this place won't be safe either. Help me, and I'll help you protect it. What did you just say? The Shadow and the Ant Monarch, on the same side. Where was the D-rank dungeon assault team wiped out? The man sitting across picks up his hot coffee and smirks. Mr. Indagun, you survived yesterday's incident. I'll tell you everything. He thinks that if people learned about the young man's actions, he'd be treated better Revan as just an E-rank hunter. This would be a good chance to repay Chang Ziyu. That night the article goes online. An E-rank hunter charged into the dungeon to rescue the hunters trapped inside. The article includes an eyewitness account of an E-rank hunter running straight toward the monsters to save everyone. There are also testimonials from those he rescued. A man lifts his pen and scratches his head. Isn't it about time we hired some bodyguards? Black Turtle Guild, second branch office. A man in the room speaks. Yes, they were furious when we requested more manpower to gather intel. I think we should recruit more E-rank hunters. Yi Yang-ho, the second branch manager, reads the news and says, I'll send a candidate your way. What's your take on him? The other man pores over the received information, deep in thought. Let's see, he's an E-rank hunter who fought in a D-rank team, evacuated the excavation crew, and carried the wounded out of the dungeon. After all that chaos, and an E-rank hunter pulled that off. Yi Yang-ho bursts out laughing. If a big guild like ours recruits him, don't you think it'll make waves in the press? He looks at Chang Ziyu's file on the desk, a hero rising from the E-rank rabble. He continues, I'll try to contact him right away. Yi Yang-ho sets down the phone, stands up, and confidently asks his subordinate, have you gotten a response from Hunter Chang Ziyu yet? A fresh E-rank rookie like him getting an invite from the Black Turtle Guild, he must be thrilled. The employee looks at the computer screen awkwardly. Well, he declined the offer. Yi Yang-ho snaps, what? He can't believe his ears, raising his voice in disbelief. He rejected us. The Black Turtle Guild and a fresh E-rank rookie refuses a powerhouse guild like ours. How is that possible? The employee looks at his superior, struggling to find the right words. Apparently, he doesn't want to join any guild at all. Hearing this, Yi Yang-ho erupts in visible frustration. A hunter who doesn't want to join any guild, does he think he's S-rank or something? The relatively calmer employee says, well, I think he'll reach out soon enough. He'll realize just how hard it is to be a hunter without a guild backing him. Meanwhile, Chang Ziyu receives yet another wave of guild recruitment messages. He stares at his phone screen and heaves a sigh. Chang Ziyu is utterly exasperated by the pile of invitations. I've been getting flooded with guild invites ever since that dungeon run. Baru, for its part, seems rather enthusiastic. Many covet your talents, my liege. Young monarch. Chang Ziyu towels off his hair, puzzled. But they all just want to hire me as a bodyguard or scout. Why are so many people inviting me, though? Little does he know this is the work of his respectable mentor. Chang Ziyu drops onto the sofa, muttering, joining a guild would interfere with the system's leveling process. I have no reason to join one. Having made his personal stance clear, he turns to look at the blade beside him. Well then, shall we continue our conversation? The Fang of Rand. Several hours earlier, Chang Ziyu grips the sword's hilt and speaks. What do you think? He says clearly, the Shadow and the Fang, they were made for each other. The sword heard this and couldn't help but mull it over, its mind racing in agitation. What the hell is this guy on about? How does he say something so absurd with a straight face? But the sword couldn't deny one thing perhaps, the darkness could be an ally rather than an enemy. In that moment, it proposed a deal in exchange for cooperation, with one condition, take me to another Ant King's sanctum. Back to the present, Suho asks the sword, do you know where that place is? The Fang of Rahan answers with certainty, I know the location of the Ant King's sanctum. No matter how far it is, it continues to reveal more information. I can sense that the gate leading to it has already vanished. What humans call a dungeon break has occurred. With this information, Suho says calmly, so the sanctum is most likely a wild dungeon now. A wild dungeon when a dungeon break occurs at an unguarded gate and monsters claim the surrounding land, turning it into a barren wasteland. Before heading out, he doesn't forget to text his uncle. "Uncle, I'm stepping out for a bit, don't worry if you don't see me." Then he mutters to himself, "Message sent." Next, he gears up, slings the sword over his shoulder, and calls out for dramatic effect, "Time to hit the road." A while later, Suho arrives at the foot of a mountain range. Suho stands before an iron gate, staring inside for a long time. His face turns pale as he asks for confirmation. "It's seriously this place?" The Fang of Rahan replies, "Yes." Suho glances at the sign reading, "Wanok's Mountain Range Hina Guild members only," and lets out a groan. This is bad, looks like it's privately owned by a hunter guild. He stands before the towering, barbed fence and reads over the information about the mountain's owners. Trespassing is illegal, and this Hina guild was founded by people who used to run with a notorious street gang, so they're pretty damn scary. Baru immediately chimes in with his opinion the moment he hears this. "My lord, you should not heed the words of such lowly creatures. Young monarch. Instead, I recommend we level up first," but before he finishes, Suho's eyes light up. Baru asks in confusion, "My lord, what are you doing?" A faint blue aura wraps around Suho's hand. He smirks, ready to break in. Baru raises another concern. "What about the Hina guilds?" Suho telekinetically crushes the surveillance camera as he answers, "I've got my own way." Suho clenches his fist and the surveillance camera is instantly crushed to pieces. He watches the camera nearly falling off the pole and grins. "No evidence, no problem." Baru, the veteran butler he is, can't help but comment, "My lord, the way you handle problems reminds me of Master Jinwoo." The moment the camera is dealt with, Suho vaults over the fence. He casually carries the sword and strolls into the mountain. He notices the strange mist surrounding them and asks, curious, "Do all wild dungeons have this blue fog?" Baru hears the question and thoroughly explains. "This is mana from the outer universe, my lord. It breaches the dimensional wall and causes sickness in this world. This fog is what allows the sanctum to break through the dimensional wall and link itself to Earth." Baru goes on to supplement his explanation with even more knowledge. Entities from the outer universe are trying to tear open a massive rift in three-dimensional space to send their armies through. The more mana one possesses, the more they are affected by dimensional travel, much like myself. After hearing the mechanics behind all of this, Suho flashes a grin and concludes, "So it'll still be a while before the strongest ones get here, huh?" Seeing that Baru doesn't respond, Suho starts rampaging freely. "Then we need to move fast and start grinding." In the blink of an eye, several monsters appear before him. The ones hanging or perching on tree branches grotesquely ape-like, standing in the cold wind air Dager Claw Viriaga. The ones on the ground, baring their fangs and growling, resembling Black Panther's break Shadow Rajan. The Fang of Rahan voluntarily lifts out of its sheath and speaks. "It is time to demonstrate my power." Seeing it this eager for once, Suho nods approvingly. "Oh, you're actually reliable, huh?" "Even so," Suho says, "but I won't be using you as my primary weapon." The Fang of Rahan is stunned. Suho cracks his knuckles and charges forward with his fists. "I've already figured out my attack strategy." Suho opens with an uppercut to the break Shadow Rajan's jaw. "I'll use guided melee combos as my foundation." Then he beckons with his finger using the ruler's hand skill. On one side, he commands the Fang of Rahan to slash at a distant enemy, while his leg kicks one nearby. Simultaneously, he explains his tactics using ruler's authority for support in mid to long range combat. Once the Fang of Rahan finishes off its target, he calls it back to his hand. Then he mows down the rest with his whirlwind slash skill. The unlucky monsters, of course, stand no chance of fighting back. I'll use a variety of weapons so the enemy can never predict my next move. After wiping out the entire pack, Suho activates two streams of black and pale blue aura. In an instant, a pair of dark teal gauntlets materialize on his arms. He strikes a finishing pose to wrap up his demonstration. One more thing-gathering equipment to perform shadow extraction. "This is my new fighting style." Baru practically transforms into a brain-dead fanboy, showering him with praise. "So cool, my lord. Young monarch, that was incredible." But the Fang of Rahan falls into deep contemplation. So this is the power of the Shadow Monarch's bloodline. Watching Suho fight has revealed many things, prompting it to remark in awe. The more enemies there are, the longer the battle drags on. And power grows by harvesting the corpses. No wonder we lost the war. Shortly after dispatching the monsters, Suho performs shadow extraction. In the blink of an eye, Suho has gained 5 new shadow soldiers. Looking at the loyal little shadows standing obediently before him, he says with satisfaction, "Now I can command 5 shadow soldiers. My intelligence stat has gone up." But Baru, having served the old boss for far too long, instinctively blurts out, "Compared to Master Jinwoo, this is truly pitiful," only to get smacked upside the head without mercy by his furious new master. Shot it. After the one-sided slaughter, the group pushes deeper into the forest. The Fang of Rahan suddenly stops and speaks. This is the place, this is where the gate to the sanctum once stood. From Suho's vantage point, he can make out what appears to be a warehouse or some kind of hidden base below. He watches patiently and spots several people standing guard by a dying campfire. Seriously, this late and there are still people here. Biru remarks they sure work hard. Suho observes for a while longer and realizes something feels off. But why are they here so late at night? Hunting monsters during the day would be much more efficient. Right as he's pondering this, a convoy of vehicles appears. The people at the base open the gates and clear the way for the vehicles to enter. Moments later, an armored truck stops inside the base compound. The scene below makes Suho's expression darken instantly. He looks furious. Several peoplemen and women alike are herded out of the truck, all blindfolded with their hands bound. He is left speechless. To make things worse, one of the scumbags has taken notice of a blindfolded girl and starts harassing her. Suho asks quietly, Biru, am I looking at a kidnapping operation right now? Biru watches the scene unfold, his brow furrowing involuntarily, at least that's how it seems. He knows his master's temperament all too well. Young monarch, we've already intruded on this territory. It would be best not to interfere. If they discover your encroachment, your hunting rights will be. But it's already too late. When Biru turns to look, only a faint wisp of smoke remains where his master once stood. Biru startles, whipping his gaze toward the compoundly to realize his young monarch has vanished. He's gone, he murmurs, stunned. A father who is a police officer specializing in violent crime. A grandfather who is a legendary firefighter. Cheng Ziuhu, 21 years old, grows up raised by those two men. The girl trembles in tears as the rogue hunter strokes her cheek. The hunter senses Ziuhu's oppressive aura bearing down on him. His eyes flash cold as he whips aroundly to find a boot already crashing toward the crown of his skull. Acting before thinking, second nature by now, a reflex forged from a lifetime of protecting the innocent. Ziuhu drops from above like a wrathful god, his boot descending upon the rogue hunter. Stomping so hard the man's skull nearly caves in. Every one of his shadow summons watches the scene and quietly mourns their own future. Biru facepalms, powerless to stop it. The other hunters freeze, stunned by the sudden ambush on their comrade. One kick, one landing, lightning fast, the rogue hunter lies sprawled out cold. Done with one, Ziuhu sweeps his gaze across the remaining hunters. The hunters finally snap back to their senses. The leader roars in fury. Why you? Meanwhile, another hunter rushes to help the ponytail guy to his feet. Ziuhu's rationality finally kicks in. Oh no, I acted before thinking again, he panics internally. A splitting headache hits Ziuhu like a freight train. Trespassing into another guild's territory is illegal. What do I do now? Then his brain kicks into overdriven. The plan clicks into place. Ziuhu grabs the nearest shadow and summons it. The shadow compresses into a mask, concealing his face. Composure restored, he shifts into full confrontation mode. Given that you've kidnapped and endangered innocent civilians, what the hell is the Hina Guild even doing? The kidnappers bristle at the accusation, firing back with their own challenge. We should be asking you that. You not only trespassed on another guild's territory, you even attacked us. Are you courting death? Talk is done, now it's time to kill. The hunters charge the instant the order drops. The lead attacker lunges, thrusting his spear relentlessly. Ziuhu sways left and right, effortlessly dodging every strike. While dodging, he simultaneously gauges his opponent's overall strength. I've assessed them, average rank of Hina members is mostly D-class. Better hold back just to be safe. Action plan locked in. Ziuhu throws a vicious hook, the unlucky bastard rockets backward like he took a bullet. He slams into another hunter, and both go crashing into the wall. The remaining hunters feel the shockwave, legs locking up before they can even twitch. Ziuhu is already on top of them. He splits midair, each foot driving into a different enemy's face. Biru watches the display, profoundly moved. He has served the young monarch since the boy was still in diapers. He can't help but feel a surge of pride. Your grace has grown so powerful that these so-called D-rank awakened are no longer worthy opponents. Biru is deeply emotional. Ziuhu, meanwhile, can't believe how weak they are. He scratches his cheek and murmurs, way too easy. Status window updated. Cheng Ziuhu, LVL 16 class, none title, none fatigue, none HP 2. 350 MP, 235 STR, 33 VIT, 25 AGI, 25 INT, 25 WIS, 25 available points 0. A few minutes later, Ziuhu has the rogue hunters hogtied into one sorry bundle. Every last one beaten so badly, their own mothers wouldn't recognize them. He dusts off his hands and hears Biru speak up. You handled them cleanly, your grace. Young monarch. The rescued civilians finally gather enough courage to approach. The girl speaks on their behalf. Thank you for saving us. Are you from the Hunter Association? Zyuhu flinches and mutters, sure, something like that. He tells them, I'll clean up here. Get somewhere safe now. The civilians, still shaking from the shock of the kidnapping, tremble uncontrollably. Fortunately, they still have enough composure to drive away from this nightmare. Watching the car disappear into the distance, Zyuhu can't help but wonder. But why would the Hina Guild kidnap civilians? Fang of Rahan cuts through Zyuhu's thoughts. I can sense it, the sword says gravely. Zyuhu frowns. What are you talking about? Fang of Rahan's gaze shifts toward a building in the distance. The reason I told us to come here, it's over there. Following the sword's guidance, Zyuhu rolls up the metal shutters and peers into the pitch-black room. The sight inside freezes him in his tracks. Massive iron cages fill the interior. Scattered around the room are syringes, medicine vials, and traces of habitation inside the cages. He isn't entirely sure, but he hazards a guess they were keeping people locked up in here. Baru senses a faint, familiar energy. His brow furrows tight. This energy signature, it can't be. They peer into one of the cages. Inside is a living creature. Zyuhu sees the chained creature clearly and grows even more confused. They even locked up a dog in here. What the hell is the Hina Guild doing? Before he can finish the thought, the cold voice of the sword cuts in. That is no dog, it is a wolf pup. If you listen closely, there's a slight tremor in that voice. A descendant of the beast monarch, the Wolf King. Zyuhu stares stunned. What? Fang of Rahan's gaze grows distant, lost in memory. After the beast monarch was defeated by the shadow monarch in the Great War, he sent a guardian to escort his remaining bloodline to a sanctuary. He believed that as long as his bloodline survived, another wolf king could one day emerge. A long pause, then, softly, honestly. I had stopped hoping for the birth of another. Zyuhu shatters the cage and frees the tiny wolf pup. He cradles the pup gently, listening as Fang of Rahan bears its soul. I only ever prayed that his descendants would survive. Baru moves closer, examining the wolf pup in Zyuhu's arms. I can confirm there is a faint trace of the Wolf King's energy within it, but its vital signs are critically weak. Left untreated, it will die. Young monarch, what will you do? Zyuhu gazes at the pup's pitiful state. Sympathy wells up inside him. Before Zyuhu can answer, a different voice cuts in from the shadows. What now? An utterly arrogant voice. Cleaned up all the lackeys outside, have you? I expected multiple intruders, but it's just one. The shadow mask rapidly envelops half of Zyuhu's face. Zyuhu tenses. Damn it, there's still one more. When he spots the owner of that voice, he can't hide his shock. A monster. The speaker is a towering creature with fangs, claws, and thick fur. It makes no effort to hide its contempt. The Hina Guild truly useless. All those people and they still can't get the job done. Humans can never be trusted. The moment Fang of Rahan spots the creature, it stirs with wild emotion. Rocky, you're still alive. Zyuhu blinks. You know him. Fang of Rahan nods slightly. It introduces the creaturion that looks like it crawled straight out of Hellas, the guardian of the monarch's descendant. The sword recognizes the voice and speaks. It's truly been ages, Fang of Rahan, so you're still alive. Seeing that utterly indifferent attitude, the sword roars in fury. Brocky, have you forgotten your duty to protect his descendant? It can't hold back its frustration any longer. What did you do to put them in this state? Brocky narrows his eyes at the sword, his expression dripping with annoyance. What did you just say? In the blink of an eye, it closes the distance to Suho and confronts him. Human. You dare lay hands on what belongs to me. Brocky snatches the pup back. Suho can barely track the movement's mind, screaming too fast. Before he can open his mouth, it moves Agenon hand, gripping the pup and swinging it behind its head, the other lunging straight at Suho. He raises both arms on reflex to block, but this opponent's power is far too overwhelming. He can't resist at all. The force of the blow sends him crashing through the wall and he still can't stop. Baru. Seeing its master getting wrecked, Baru grows frantic, flying after him and shouting, Young monarch. Suho slams straight into a row of shipping containers before finally coming to a stop. Baru is beside itself with worry. Seeing its master sitting there dazed, it hastily asks, Young monarch, are you all right? Suho looks at his two hands and mutters, That's gotta be the most brutal beating I've taken in a while. Baru sees Suho's sorry state and cries out in alarm, Your head is bleeding. He no longer has the strength to maintain the shadow mask. Rubbing the back of his neck, he says, My head is ringing. So stop screaming. Baru, system stamina skill leveled UP. Physical resistance 20%, 40%. Seeing that he seems alright, Baru begins to report, Young monarch. When you arrived here, I sensed a faint residual trace of some kind of energy. I've just figured out what it is. Itarim, I can sense the energy of the Itarim emanating from him. Hearing those keywords, Suho suddenly freezes. His eyes widen as he turns deadly serious. Inside the warehouse, the Fang of Rahan rages, howling accusations. Brocky, do you realize what you've just done to the monarch's descendant? Brocky suddenly poses a question to the sword. How do you think I managed to maintain this power after losing my sanctuary? He doesn't wait for an answer, he answers himself. It's simple, the survival of the strongest. The fate of the weak depends on the will of the strong. The weak resisting the strong is only natural. Brocky stares at the pup in his palm with a crazed expression, his wolf maw opening wide as he speaks. This brat may be weak, but he's the monarch's descendant. Can you see, he's the finest nourishment I could find around here. As it speaks, drool streams endlessly from its mouth, its tone almost gleeful. That's why I devoured its flesh. Brocky recounts what it did with a tone of pure delight. The more the Fang of Rahan listens, the more violently the aura around it flares. I've been drinking its blood on a regular basis. The blood of the monarch. The sword growls through clenched teeth. Brocky. The more Brocky talks, the more excited and unhinged he becomes, expression twisting into something manic as he shouts his challenge. The last thing I'll do is kill every last one of you. A cripple like Yao, what could you possibly do on your own? He's too engrossed in his tirade to notice another enemy silently making its move. The reason Rakan died is because he was too weak. Brocky is still on a roll. I've survived this long because I'm strong enough to keep getting stronger. Suho flicks his wrist lightly, his hand curling until only 2 fingers remain raised. Just as Brocky is about to declare his dominance, his wrist gets slashed and the pup falls from his grasp. I am the one most worthy of succeeding the monarch. A second later, Brocky drops his mocking demeanor and stares down at his wounded wrist with a grim expression. Guru catches the pup just in time, letting out a contemptuous snort. Ridiculous! The sword the Fang of Rahan also responds to his will. It traces a zigzag path through the air, dodging Brocky's claws before landing firmly in his hand. The sword still looks bewildered and sorrowful. Chang Xiuhu. He grips the sword and speaks gently. Yes, it seems you're quite angry at him. Good, that actually works in my favor. I have my own important business with him too. You say. At this very moment, Suho is burning with rage too. A blue aura envelops him, flickering like blazing flames. He declares coldly, this will be the first alliance between Shadow and Fang. At the same time, deep inside his heart, he's trembling with excitement. Idarim, I've finally found a clue connected to my father. Brocky, his grand declaration interrupted, erupts in fury, a red aura bursting violently from his body. He murmurs in a low voice, how infuriating. A mere insect dares to. A mark suddenly flashes in his eyes. Brocky speaks in a sinister tone, I will kill you. The system seizes the perfect moment to issue a notification. System new quest triggered, quest guide incoming. Urgent quest, hunt Hina, subdue Brocky, and ensure your own safety. Subdue Brocky 1. Buru, cradling the pup, stands outside the battlefield lamenting miserably. There's nothing it can do but watch. The pup regains a sliver of strength, trembling, and struggles to open its eyes. Before it stands Suho's unwavering back. At this moment, the tension between both sides is razor sharp. Neither side so much as blinks. The system issues another notification. System new quest triggered. Quest guide incoming. Urgent quest, hunt Hina, subdue Hina. Target Brocky, ensure your own safety. Quest progress, subdue Brocky 1. He immediately catches the important keywords. Hina, Brocky. He studies the wolf before him carefully, suddenly piecing a few things together. He can't help but wonder, where did they get a guild name from? How can a monster both run a guild and go around capturing people? Don't tell me it's somehow connected to the Idarim. Just as both sides are about to clash, members of the Hina Guild speak up. Lord Brocky, please release us. A hunter sitting, facing the battlefield, pleads desperately. That man's no ordinary opponent. We'll lend you a hand. For Suho right now, just one Brocky is already more than enough to handle. He certainly won't allow it to gain reinforcements. He swings his sword with fierce determination and declares, I won't let that happen. But before he can do anything, he sees Brocky open its maw wide toward the Hina Guild members. To their shock and horror, Brocky bites down and swallows their heads in a single gulp. It moves too fast, too savage. Suho watches in utter disbelief. What the? After the bite, Brocky casually wipes its maw, turns towards Suho, and mutters as if answering the dead men's plea. You think I'd need help fighting something like him? Those who don't know their place deserve to be torn apart on the spot, without anyone realizing when. Suho closes the distance between them. He speaks through gritted teeth. Brocky swings a powerful sword strike, and Rahan's fang raises its claws to block. In this very moment, his fury reaches its peak. He is seething. Just minutes ago, he was the one handing out beatings. He demands through clenched teeth. How dare you kill someone for a reason like that? In Brocky's eyes, the weak are nothing more than insects. It sneers with contempt. A right to decide whether the feeble live or die belongs solely to the strong. It swats him into the wall with a casual backhand and continues, those who hold power need no reason to take whatever they want. Though sent flying, this time he doesn't lose control like before. He skillfully uses his ability to land feet first against the wall. But the danger is far from over. Instinct screams at him. He looks up just as Brokey rockets toward the wall. Suho once again activates Ruler's authority to dodge. It relies on the overwhelming gap in strength, relentlessly attacking every spot he lands on, yet Suho slips away with nimble reflexes each time. Every time its feet or claws touch down, a fresh crater appears in the wall. Brokey attacks without restraint. Each missed strike only makes it more aggressive, more bloodthirsty. After several whiffs, it slashes with savage intent. Razor-sharp claws tear through the entire wall. Only after Brokey's wild assault does it realize danger is closing in. It jerks its head upward just in time to see Suho descending from above. Shattered chunks of wall scatter through the surrounding space. He swings the blade in hand, his arm whipping like the wind. In a single second, over a dozen slashes land. In his mind, he whispers Tempest Slash. Yet the seemingly impressive barrage barely leaves a scratch. Brokey grins smugly, taunting him with a low, contemptuous laugh. Is that all you've got? You'll disappoint the remains of the Wolf King. But the moment it finishes mocking him, Raken's fang drives its fangs straight into Brokey's chest. That's not all. Suho continues curling his fingers, manipulating the blade. He speaks coldly, it's not over yet. Vortex, he commands. The sword immediately spirals in a helix, aiming to bore a hole clean through its chest. Raken's fang keeps spinning like a drill on one side, continuing its relentless assault. On the other side, it grieves for its former comrade. Brokey, how did you end up like this? It cannot contain its emotions, desperate to know the reason. You once showed nothing but reverence for Lord Raken. You swore loyalty to him. What changed you? These accusations make Brokey freeze. For a fleeting instant, a tall, familiar silhouette flashes through its mind, and it questions itself. Did I once respect Raken? But the moment it recalls that familiar back, a golden sigil surges forward and overwrites everything. The sigil blazes in Brokey's eyes. Its aura erupts violently. Brokey suddenly snaps, seizing the sword in its chest. Noit tears the blade apart with a vicious claw strike, shattering it into fragments, and lets out a blood-curdling roar. Noit screams like a beast gone mad, as if brainwashing itself. The brief flicker of clarity vanishes without a trace. I never respected him. Back then I had no choice but to submit to his power. The shriek rings with bitter misery. I will never return to that cowardly life. Seeing Brokey lose its mind, Suho worries for his ally and shouts urgently. Golden! The instant Brokey finishes dealing with the sword, it turns on Golden without hesitation. It sneers. Worried about someone else, are you? You pathetic insect. He fails to dodge. The blow slams into his torso with devastating force. His eyes go wide. The Painhai's bones feel like they're about to shatter. Yet Suho refuses to give up. Jinwoo's image flashes through his mind. Thinking of his father fighting somewhere out there, he drops to one knee, lowering his center of gravity to keep from falling. At the same time, dark shadows swirl and converge around his hands. In an instant, a pair of gauntlets forged from shadow take form. Suho charges without hesitation, throwing a full-force punch. A single thought burns in his chest: I will not fall here. And so begins a ferocious exchange of fists. Baru watches, trembling with excitement. My young liege. Raken's fang shatters completely. Even the gemstone embedded in the blade cracks apart. Through the fractures, the power sealed within seeps out continuously. Raken's fang's consciousness fades into despair until it hears a young, defiant growl. The sword is broken, the power within is slipping into slumber. Is this the end? The survival of the heir to the Wolf King, the future of the Fang Clanevery burden rests upon a single being. Suho shouts, I still want to fight, I want to fight. Those are the words that burst from the young wolf, battered and broken, yet struggling to stand. Seeing the determination burning in the young wolf's eyes, the sword is stunned, then quickly recognizes it as Raken's descendant. Oh, I see now. Its gaze shifts to the battlefield beside it. It catches the exact moment Suho and Brokey trade blow for blow. At that instant, the young wolf's body is cloaked in a golden radiance, its eyes glowing like embers. The sword thinks to itself, have I been inspired by Suho's fighting spirit? At last, the sword finds its own path. The light engulfing it erupts like wildfire. I remember now, the one thing I can still do is pass on every last ounce of my power to the Wolf King's successor. By its will, all of Raken's fang transforms into blazing, radiant light. The flames pour into the young wolf's body. Its wounds vanish in an instant, and its frame begins to grow. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Brokey launches its assault. Suho raises both arms in a cross-blockingly to be sent flying. This time he slams directly into an armored vehicle. The entire front end and chassis cave inward from the impact. He slides out of the dent and crumples to the ground. Suho gasps for air, utterly spent. He can't stand to fight anymore. System HP updated, remaining 212,350. Though pushed to the brink, he still refuses to give up. His fists clenched tight. He tells himself, I've become stronger than before. Brokey, holding the upper hand, strolls toward him like a reigning champion. Its savage aura explodes outward like a storm as it remarks with contempt. A worm like you lasted longer than I expected. But in that moment, a thought he can't suppress surfaces. Am I going to lose? It unhinges its maw and lunges. Claws descend like a hyena's pounce, accompanied by a savage roar. Die! Suho can no longer move. He can only watch helplessly as those claws reach for him. Damn it! In that desperate moment, a different presence bursts onto the scene. The unexpected rescue comes in the form of a wolf with eyes blazing with golden light. It clamps its jaws onto Brokey's forelimb just in time, blocking the killing blow. Suho stares at the unexpected savior before him, stunned. Brokey lets out a pain snarl from the bite. All it shows on its rock-hard muscle is a set of fresh bite marks and shallow puncture wounds. The wolf releases its grip and lands, placing itself between Brokey and Suho as if swearing to protect him. It bares its fangs and growls at Brokey, its aura surging with a force that cannot be dismissed. Right on cue, the system chimes in with a notification. System, the descendant of the Wolf King is deeply moved by your fighting spirit. Do you accept the Wolf King's descendant as an ally? Looking at the majestic wolf before him, the eldest was stunned. The Fang King's descendant is that little puppet. Suho blurted out in shock. It wants to become my ally. The wolf held its ground, maintaining a vigilant stance against the enemy before it. Essel, naturally, also quickly recognized the identity of this newly arrived enemy. A descendant of Rakan. Have you managed to absorb any mana from Rakan's fang? Hearing that, he realized the wolf's power originated from absorbing mana through Rakan's fang. They had sacrificed themselves to protect their descendant. The system prompted once more. System, do you wish to establish an alliance with the Fang tribe heir? The wolf simultaneously turned to look at him, as if awaiting his answer. Suho had already made his decision, had intended to cooperate with the Fang tribe from the very start. He would accept. He raised his finger and selected yes. System alliance with the Fang tribe heir has been successfully established. The instant the alliance was forged, both Suho and the wolf shuddered in unison. He vaguely sensed something flowing into his mind. A flood of memories surged into his head, saw one large figure and one small figure huddled together. The larger one spoke, will you succeed, Rakan? In this war, we have already lost to the Shadow Monarch. That was Brokey back when he still served the Fang King. During that time, its eyes were brown, looking remarkably clear and pure. It chuckled warmly, gently stroking the pup's head. In the end, only the strong survive. As for us, defeated, we lose everything. With unwavering conviction burning in its eyes, it instructed the pup. For the future prosperity of the Fang tribe, you must become even stronger. The pup thoroughly enjoyed the gentle caress, even tilting its head back to make it easier for Brokey to reach. But happiness never lasts. One day, the pup's face was flooded with pure terror, its body trembling uncontrollably, able to do nothing but whimper and weep. Brokey was kneeling before a group of strange figures, bizarre symbols floating above their heads. Brokey panted heavily, its expression brimming with defiance as it demanded, Why didn't you just kill me? Among those figures, one woman cradled a small child. The child, nestled in swaddling cloth, spoke up. This little monster seems useful enough. That'll do, I'll take it with me. One figure pinned Brokey down, while another brought a stone radiating a golden glow before its face. As the stone drew closer, Brokey's pupils trembled more violently with every inch. Seconds later, Brokey let out a blood-curdling scream of agony. The pup watched the scene, crying without a sound. After a prolonged bout of agonized howling, Brokey finally fell silent. The figure who appeared to be the leader spoke with an air of arrogance. Hyena Brokey, from this day forward, your mission is to capture humans alive and bring them to us. As the figures departed, the teary-eyed pup rushed over to Brokey. What I've implanted into your consciousness will enhance your power and save you in your time of need. But it also depends on the user. However, as it drew closer, the pup noticed Brokey had changed in a disturbing way. It instinctively shuddered. What followed was a sight that would haunt the pup forever. Its heart nearly leaped out of its chest. Because Brokey had gone berserk, a crimson aura radiating from its body, identical to the one it bore now. Its eyes morphing into gold along with the final words of the one who caused this tragedy. It can twist the deepest desires within you. Back in the present, Suho was utterly shaken after witnessing those memories. These were the memories of the Fang tribe heir. He immediately connected these figures with the information he already had. Those bastards implanted something into Brokey's eyes. Could they be the superpowered conspirators working with the Itarim? He also realized the true goal of the wolf before him. The Fang tribe heir harbored no intention of taking revenge against Brokey. Instead, it seemed to be protecting the maddened Brokey. Now that he knew the truth, Suho's hatred for the ones responsible only burned deeper. If this truly involves those bastards, then he has no choice. He must defeat Brokey right here, right now. Though he had set this goal, he remained clear-headed, knowing full well his own limits. But I'm not strong enough to pull this off. Just as Suho was drowning in helplessness, another notification arrived. A quest had come along with his newly forged ally. The work piled on so suddenly his head was spinning. The system didn't care. It continued relaying the quest information. Quest descendants of the monarch. Find the monarch's descendants and forge alliances with them. Progress monarch's descendants allied 18. Reward link skill formed through the bond between you and the Fang tribe's heir. The moment the notification ended, the aura surrounding the wolf erupted. Simultaneously, the aura around Suho exploded outward. Feeling the surge of power coursing through him, he could barely believe it. Then the two auras resonated and detonated. The combined light of both merged into one blinding radiance bright enough to blind Brokey. Even Baru had to shield his eyes from the intensity. He was utterly astonished. The young monarch is accepting a source of power completely different from Lord Jinwoo's. Though the aura was ferocious, Brokey wasn't the type to just stand there and die. It lunged at the two. Suho didn't know what it was thinking. But Brokey instinctively targeted Suho first, leaping forward with a roar. "You think I'll let you do as you please?" This time, he didn't dodge, standing his ground against the incoming blow. It was a punch with enough force to obliterate anything in its path. After the impact, dust and debris billowed as if a bomb had just gone off. But Brokey's attack was futile. System link skill with the air has been successfully established. As the smoke cleared, a hand with razor-sharp claws came into view. The figure within the haze gradually emerged. Jet black hair now turned silver, a cross-shaped scar freshly etched upon his forehead. Suho and the wolf had fused. In this form, he possessed the raw strength of the Fang tribe, rendering the previous attack completely harmless. Suho, still not fully processing what had just happened, stood there bewildered. System Monster Fusion Rank 1, Mana cost 1 per second. You may fuse with the Fang tribe's air to amplify your strength. Your senses will match those of a beast. Now it was Brokey's turn to be utterly stunned. It retracted its claws, its face twisted in shock and disbelief. What? The Fang King's successor was absorbed by him. Suho effortlessly dodged. He appeared calm on the surface, but inside he was absolutely astonished. My body feels light as a feather. My senses have become razor sharp. With just the slightest movement, I can evade danger. At this point, Brokey swung its claws in a frenzy but couldn't land a single hit. He keeps dodging the attacks to get used to his new power, until the MCHS signal that it's time to counterattack. He drops into a split kick and launches Brokey's jaw skyward. The terrifying force directly sends it screaming in agony, blood-like fluid spewing from its maw. What the hell is happening? The enemy suddenly powering up leaves Brokey utterly bewildered. Where did that brat just go? Rocky barely regains a shred of sanity to analyze the situation when the mark activates again. The mark suddenly expands and floats above its head. No, I cannot lose. Unable to resist the mark any longer, it charges forward with every ounce of strength. If I lose everything. Baru watches from the sidelines and jolts in realization its mana output has already surged. Brokey descends into madness once more, throwing its head back in a deafening roar. I don't care what scheme you're cooking up, but I will never lose to mere human. It swings its claws with reckless fury. Crimson slash marks erupt like a storm without pause. In the end, the difference in species still tilts the scales of raw power. Brokey rakes, then throws fists, and naturally, he answers with his own fists. Even as it fights, it continues its racial sermon, perish with your feeble body. Fist meets fist in a spectacular and blood-soaked spectacle. In this exchange, Suho wins. Brokey's arm gets knocked backward, its wrist twisting like a drill bit. Feeling its arm bone crushed and twisted, Brokey's eyes widen in disbelief. A new notification arrives. System, you have acquired Martial Arts LV. 1. Skill Info Martial Arts LV. 1 passive, no mana cost. You gain proficiency in combat arts. Unarmed damage increased by 33%. As a loyal vassal of the Shadow Monarch, Baru's rage erupts instantly upon hearing such arrogant, delusional words. Who gives you the audacity to speak of species superiority before the young monarch? It declares in a deep, rumbling voice, no species outranks the great Shadow Monarch. These words make Brokey realize that boy is. Suho leaps into the air, raising his leg high as golden light converges. He swings down decisively, concentrated force crashes directly onto Brokey's skull. Strangely, this time Brokey doesn't react at all, it just stands still, facing forward. Deep within Wanok Mountain, a thunderous boom echoes alongside billowing black smoke. After delivering the final blow, Suho releases his fusion state high's silver-white hair gradually fading. Before long his jet-black hair is restored. The descendant of the Fang monarch separates from his body, drifting out like a spirit leaving its vessel. Up until now, Brokey has been controlled by that stone. It kept obsessively muttering without end. Stronger, I must become stronger. The descendant of the Fang monarch approaches and licks it, as if trying to soothe the agony in Brokey's mind. At last, the shard of crystal veiling Brokey's eyes finally shatters. It regains consciousness in its final moments of life, crying out, "I remember now." Tears well in Brokey's eyes as it speaks with its dying breath. The reason I wanted to become stronger. It was Brokey's deepest, most heartfelt desire. Lord Rakan, I was so angry at myself for not being strong enough to protect you. After Brokey passes, the little wolf's howl carries a haunting sorrow-like mourning, like a final farewell. System Hyena Brokey defeated. Level up. The descendant of the Fang clan, a small wolf, slowly approaches Brokey's body. Suho and Baru stand there, watching the scene unfold. Baru speaks cheerfully, "Young monarch, you did splendidly." Suho's expression turns serious as he calls out to Baru, "Didn't you say you sensed Laram's presence emanating from Brokey? I just took a glimpse through the memories of the Air King." Suho recalls the fragmented images from Brokey's memory hunters who once entered the dungeon where Brokey resided had inserted something into its eyes. Could they be the Idarim? What was their goal in attacking Brokey? Baru offers its conjecture. It is possible they are not the Idarim themselves. The outer gods never act directly, instead manipulate their apostles to interfere with causality. However, those hunters' actions are very likely connected to the impending invasion of this planet. Upon hearing these words, Suho immediately picks up the thread. Then that means the Idarim's apostles have already set foot on Earth. His expression darkens slightly as he speaks with hesitation. "If only I could gather a bit more information. If I lose the Idarim's trail again." Baru immediately chimes in. "There's a way to find out, my lord." He can't help but look surprised. "Really?" A sudden idea sparks in its mind. Rocky must have memories of the Idarim. If I absorb its corpse, I will be able to see everything it experienced. Moreover, I can also restore my mana through that process. Truly killing two birds with one stone. Suho glances at Baru with a look of astonishment. "You can do something like that too." Then Suho turns his gaze toward the little wolf. The small wolf standing there, staring intently at Brokey's corpse. Suho kneels on one knee, extends his hand toward the little wolf and asks, "Do you want to come with us? I have a place I'd like to show you." The little wolf stares at him in silence. He doesn't rush it, simply gazing back. A moment later, the little wolf trots over and licks Suho's face. The gesture tickles him, and a smile breaks across his face. Then he pulls out a key. Suho holds the key toward the dark purple magic circle and turns it. Suho and the little wolf begin stepping toward the magic gate. Before crossing the threshold, he turns back slightly and speaks. "I'm counting on you for the rest." Baru. Baru flinches at his words and hastily replies, "You honor me too greatly, young monarch." Scene transition: the dungeon. At the same time in the forest, Suho, Baru, and the little wolf stand together. As they walk, Baru asks, "Young monarch, why are you heading to the dungeon instead of going home?" Suho looks at Baru and answers, "I want to find a new home for the little Fang clan descendant here." The question only deepens Baru's curiosity in the shadow dungeon itself. Suho glances at the little wolf walking ahead and says, "I've already formed an alliance with the Fang clan. It has no guardian and no place to shelter. It's truly pitiful." Suddenly, a system notification pops up. System companion Fang Clan Heir requests that you give it a name. Notification: please enter a name for the Fang Clan Heir successor. When the notification window appears, the little wolf lets out a yip. Suho looks slightly troubled, pointing at himself as he asks, "You want me to name you?" He looks at the little wolf, pondering for a moment. You've got gray fur, so let's call you Gray." Baru watches from the side and silently thinks his naming sense is no different from Lord Jinwoo's. The little wolf finally has a name: Gray. Party relationship established. Trust and respect. Gray appears overjoyed. Suho then declares, "Gray, I'm designating this forest as the Fang clan's territory. Make the most of it." Gray answers with a sharp bark. Immediately after, a system panel appears. Notification: a section of the Shadow Dungeon has been designated as the Fang clan's territory. Notification: Gray has been appointed as the Fang clan territory lord. Suddenly something clicks in his mind and he asks Baru, "What does Gray actually eat?" It quickly answered, "Since your grace carries the bloodline of the Fang tribe, I believe you can consume living creatures or monster meat." Upon hearing Bailu's reply, Xiuhu scoffed, "Ah, good to know." Right after, he glanced over his right shoulder. His eyes turned toward the base of the tree as he added, there are still monsters around us we haven't cleaned up. I suppose I'll have to let Jelly handle the cleanup for me." Sure enough, a monster was lurking behind the tree and hiding. A moment later, Jelly let out a fierce roar and charged forward. Jelly ran alongside them, sinking its fangs into the monsters. While Jelly was tearing into the monsters below, Xiuhu sat perched on a tree branch, smiling with satisfaction and spoke. "Very agile movements. Jelly, you keep at it. I'll sit here and sort through the loot from this hall." Right after, several information panels appeared before him. Quest rewards, rewards prepared below. Reward 1 5 potential points. Reward 2 Wolf Slayer title. Xiuhu accepted immediately. Just like that, another information panel appeared. Notification: you have acquired the title Wolf Slayer. Wolf Slayer, a title bestowed upon elite hunters with a proven track record of slaying wolf-kind monsters. When battling beast-type monsters, all stats receive a 40% boost. Xiuhu asked in mild confusion. Wolf Slayer, but Brocky was a hyena. Bailu beside him also hesitated before responding. "Shall we just overlook that minor detail?" Xiuhu reopened the information panel and continued. "More importantly, this quest is about finding successor monarchs and turning them into allies." Bailu answered uncertainly. "Your father didn't have a system like this." Bailu continued speaking. "I've heard the leveling system was created exclusively for you. It was modified to a certain degree specifically. The hidden malice within the system was purged." He repeated in confusion, "Malice." Then Bailu recounted the old story to him. The original purpose of the system was to drive the human called Song Zhenyu to grow stronger, and the developer's scheme was to turn him into a vessel for the Shadow Monarch. The moment that purpose was fulfilled, your father's soul would have been obliterated. However, your father completely overturned the system scheme. In the end, the man with the dual-faced mask made himself become the Shadow Monarch on his own terms. Returning to the present, Bailu continued, he has already become an absolute being. There's no need for him to level up anymore. Xiuhu asked in doubt, "So is the current system trying to make me become the Shadow Monarch?" Bailu quickly denied it. "That's not the case. There can only ever be one Shadow Monarch in this world." Then Bailu speculated. "I believe the system will prioritize an optimal growth path for you and serve as your guide. If any new functions appear, they will undoubtedly be designed to serve your interests." His eyes went vacant as he murmured, "The purpose of my system, huh?" Right after, Xiuhu called out, "Open status window." Status window: Song Xiuhu LVL 16. Level 16. Classification: None. Fatigue None. Title: Wolf Slayer. HP 2550. Mana 270. Strength 35. Vitality 27. Precision 27. Intelligence 27. Percep Dion 27. Available points: 5 passive skills, none active skills. Monarch's Authority LVL 1, Shadow Extraction LVL 2, Endurance LVL 2, Storm Slash LVL 1. He stared at his own status window and muttered with a self-deprecating smile. "After hearing what you said, I now understand roughly why my classification is still none. My stats have grown considerably since that fire ant chase, back when my strength was only at level 1. Thinking about it, I've also acquired quite a few useful skills. But still, I've been pathetically weak throughout all the recent events. If Jelly hadn't appeared and the Link skill hadn't activated, I would have been smoked by Brocky long ago. If the quests, the system issues are all aligned with what I want, then I'll clear every single quest from here on out. After completing all the quests, there's a chance I'll finally get to meet Dad." Xiuhu immediately leaped down from the tree branch. He suddenly asked, "Oh, right, did you find any trace of the Yitalin in Brocky's memories?" Bailu answered with difficulty. "I tried sifting through his memories, but the apostles who were supposedly behind Brocky's brainwashing, they never appeared." Xiuhu spoke with disappointment. "So there's no lead at all?" Right after Bailu spoke up, there was one thing get quickly recounted. In his memories, there were humans who appeared. Those who helped Brocky establish the Hyena Guild and carried out the kidnappings. Bailu hesitated. The name of that guild was before he could finish. Xiuhu asked in surprise. "The Reaper Guild." Bailu emphasized, "The Reaper Guild. If we dig deeper into that organization, I believe we can uncover more about the Yitalin." At the Reaper Corporation inside the Vice President's office, a phone rang non-stop. A finger tapped the screen. The mysterious Vice President answered, "What is it?" "Yintig, didn't you already head to Southeast Asia to support the raid?" The one called Yintig on the other end said urgently, "That doesn't matter anymore right now. Have you read the latest news article? You're the one behind the Hyena Guild incident, aren't you?" The Vice President replied with absolute calm, playing dumb. "What incident? I don't go to the zoo. How would I have seen any hyenas?" Yintig called out anxiously. Li Mingsheng stopped beating around the bush. He responded casually, "Sounds like you're not in a good mood." Yintig said angrily, and provided evidence before continuing. I've uncovered several of your interventions in the Hyena Guild. The association will catch wind of this sooner or later. Mingsheng maintained his indifferent demeanor and replied, what if they come questioning me about it, what then? I'll say I didn't do anything, what can they do to me? The moment I bring in my lawyers, even the association will have to shut their mouths. Yintig on the other end said in frustration, even so, you shouldn't be so arrogant about this. The law may not be strong enough, but the association's chairman isn't someone to be trifled with either. He spoke in a commanding tone, you'd better clean everything up before I get back. Mingsheng's eyes turned blood red as he let out a mocking laugh. Say what you want to say and then just hang up like that. He used to be nothing but my lowly chauffeur, but now that he's become S-rank, he's become impossibly arrogant. Right after, he slammed his fist through the table in a rage. Mingsheng muttered to himself, burning with curiosity. Who on earth defeated Brocky and destroyed the Hyena Guild? Even though there were survivors who provided information, all they could say was that it was a young hunter wearing a black mask. He reached inside his coat and said, well, I don't have time to waste on people I have zero intel on. He pulled out a translucent crystal from his coat and continued, there's something more important to deal with. And he is Li Mingsheng, vice president of the Reaper Guild, an A-rank hunter. The crystal in his hand reflected his own image back at him. With utterly crazed eyes, Mingsheng continued. A stardust awakening stimulant for hunters. If this goes smoothly, no one will dare look down on me anymore. After roaming freely through his new territory, Gray pounced on his freshly hunted prey. Beru was extremely pleased with the new recruit. You fight well enough. If you want to protect the young sovereign, just keep it up, it praised. It said cheerfully, go ahead and feast to your heart's content. Gray enthusiastically obliged, taking a big celebratory chomp. Suho couldn't help but ask, why did Gray suddenly become Grow? I'm actually glad it's adapting faster than I expected. He was savoring this rare moment of peace when a notification suddenly popped up. System party member Gray has accumulated sufficient EXP from monster hunting. Objective fulfilled. System EXP will now be shared with the host. EXP share rate 50%. He immediately latched onto the new effect. Suho had never heard of anything like this. Utterly bewildered, he blurted out, Beru, I'm gaining EXP from Gray's hunts. Has there ever been a system like this before? Beru was equally stunned. Are you serious, my liege? He flew over to check, then said, I'm not certain. But I think it's similar to how Shadow soldiers would hunt on their own, yet the EXP would be credited to the Shadow Monarch. Suho flipped into gamer mode. This exp sharing mechanic feels exactly like a party system in games. He marveled for a moment, then said with satisfaction, even though I only get 50% of the points. Having them added passively like this is already amazing. Beru chimed in with a suggestion, if that's the case, just let Gray hunt freely here. Suho jolted at the idea. Right on cue, another notification appeared. He murmured excitedly as a different status window materialized. Notification: you have eliminated a set number of monsters within the Shadow Dungeon. Multiple updates triggered. System quest objective has been completed. Daily quest: clear the Shadow Dungeon. Daily quest: clear the Shadow Dungeon. Kill 100 goblins, current progress 100. Kill 10 goblin commanders, current progress 10. Kill 1 goblin centurion captain, current progress 1. Seeing the sudden flood of tasks, Suho narrowed his eyes and muttered, the daily quest wants me to go kill goblins. Though he didn't understand the purpose behind these new quests, Suho decided to carry them out regardless. If it's a quest, there's bound to be a reward attached. And if it's a daily quest, that means I get rewards every single day, right? Beru, the more experienced of the two, offered its assessment. It seems the system intends to make this place your permanent territory, my liege. Though he'd accepted the mission, staring at the vast forest and the sheer volume of prey made him groan. I have to find 100 goblins across a place this massive. While he was grumbling, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. He opened his inventory and a window materialized instantly. From among the items in his inventory, he pulled out a war horn. As it appeared, an item description window popped up alongside it. Item: war horn, grade E classification, musical instrument. Description: a horn used by the Goblin Centurion captain to rally its minions. Looking at the mysterious tool in his hand, he smiled with a hint of nostalgia. I picked this up after killing those goblins. Without a moment's hesitation, he tilted his head back and blew a long, resonant blast. The sound wave rippled across the entire forest. System item: war horn has been used, rallying all goblins in the surrounding area. Suho blew once, then stopped and waited. Before long, the first goblins appeared. They shrieked with excitement and charged straight towards Suho's group, completely unaware they were hurtling into a death trap. Seeing prey willingly deliver itself to his doorstep fired him up. His fingers curled, coiling tight as he powered up. Just as he predicted, Baru naturally assumed the role of devoted cheerleader. "Oh, you lured the goblins here with the horn. Brilliant, my liege." His hand clenched into a fist. He drew his arm back, eyes sharp and locked on the target ahead, set his stance, then launched his punch. The sheer force of that single blow blew apart half the body of the nearest goblin. By now Suho was fully in the zone. Another punch rocketed out. This one connected dead center with the goblin's face, caving in its skull. Eyes, nose, mouth all crushed inward. Then punch after punch rained down like a storm. The first wave of goblins was beaten to pulp. Their corpses split into dozens of pieces, scattering in every direction. But after throwing punches for a while, Suho started getting bored. He took a moment to wave his hand, flinging off the slime. Fighting goblins is so tedious, he thought, but since the quest demanded mass kills. The horn's echo still lingered and the system notifications kept rolling in. Goblins swarmed in like a Mongol horde. The further the horn's sound reached, the deeper into the forest it summoned them. System item Warhorn has been used, rallying all goblins in the surrounding area. Before long, a diverse goblin army materialized. Their numbers even surpassed a zombie tide. Now, sizing up the enemy head count, Suho finally felt satisfied. At least this many is worth the effort. Of course, Suho wasn't about to waste time soloing this wave. He extended his hand and chanted, "Arise." The spirits of the freshly killed goblins cackled back to life. The instant the word left his lips, Gray, ever the aggressive combatant, lunged forward and tackled a goblin. The rest of the goblins charged in at the same time. It was clearly a one-sided slaughter. Suho kneed one into oblivion, while Baru caved in another's skull with its staff. Not to be outdone, Gray was already gnawing on yet another goblin's severed head. Notifications rang out, signaling the end of the battle. Daily quest: clear the Shadow Dungeon. Kill 100 goblins. Progress 107,100. Kill 10 goblin commanders. Progress 1010. Kill 1 goblin centurion captain. Progress 11. After 3 hours of non-stop combat, the fledgling Shadow Gray was utterly spent, face pale as a sheet, collapsed flat on the ground. System daily quest: clear the Shadow Dungeon has been completed. System quest completion rewards have been delivered. Would you like to check your rewards? Noticing Suho staring at the quest window with a contemplative look, Baru crept closer and asked, "Is something wrong?" Suho calmly voiced the doubt in his heart. "The numbers displayed in the quest look a little off. The quest is already completed, but the totals keep climbing." After a few seconds of thought, Suho's lips curled into a grin. Could it be? The more he thought about it, the more excited he got about his theory. Unable to contain his glee, he turned to his two companions and said, "If the numbers keep going up, there might be something hidden here. I'll take this chance and test how far the system will count." Gray, the little runt, heard this and nearly dropped its jaw in horror. Suho went on a Chinese letter hunting spree until the quest counter finally stopped ticking. Daily quest: clear the Shadow Dungeon. Kill 100 goblins. Progress 200,100. Kill 10 goblin commanders. Progress 2010. Kill 1 goblin centurion captain. Progress 21. Gray was practically ascending to nirvana. By now its life as a shadow drained of all color. System daily quest: clear the Shadow Dungeon has been completed. System quest completion rewards have been delivered. Would you like to check your rewards? Seeing Gray sprawled out stiff as a board, its soul practically leaving its body, Baru couldn't help but flinch. Even a sweatshop owner wouldn't be this cruel, Baru thought. Meanwhile, Suho stared at the quest board with a beaming grin. There's definitely something hidden here. He couldn't wait any longer. Check rewards. System content updated to display quest rewards. Rewards prepared as follows. Reward 1: full status restoration. Reward 2: 3 stat points. Reward 3: random lucky box selectable. Reward 4: random curse box selectable. Would you like to claim all? Suho shouted excitedly. He accepts the first reward. System reward 1: instant status recovery activated. The moment he uses it, he instantly understands the optimal way to employ it. His condition has been fully restored, exactly like leveling up. If he holds onto this reward, he'll never have to worry about mid-combat recovery again. After evaluating the first reward, he immediately moves on to accept the second. His status window appears, along with several updated details. Status window title: Wolfslayer, HP 2. 550 mana, 270 VIT, 35 End, 27 AGI, 27 INT, 27 per 27. Available points: passive skills 8, active skills 0, skill rulers authority endurance LV 2. Suho quickly grasps the benefit of this reward as well. The higher the level, the harder it is to earn additional stat points. I can leverage the daily quest rewards to grow stronger every single day. After settling the first two, he turns his attention to the final reward, the last one of all. System, you must choose one of two random boxes. System, which box do you choose? Blessing, random box grants one item the player desires. Curse, random box grants one item the player needs. Only now at this stage does he pause to carefully weigh his options. If I pick what I want, it might turn out to be something that doesn't actually help me. And if I pick what I need, something I don't like might show up instead. Suho licks his lips, mutters under his breath, questions himself, and finally settles on what he considers the most logical choice. What I want? That's way too vague. Right now I need a ton of things. Curse, random box it is. System, answer received, item granted, Horn of Varn. A box suddenly materializes and springs open, and out pops a pair of ridiculously badass-looking gloves. Suho stares, completely caught off guard. Gloves. Item, Horn of Varn, type gloves, attack power 40. A glove crafted from the horn of the greedy demon Varn. It harbors Varn's authority and is capable of inflicting massive additional damage. Effect, desire for destruction, physical damage 30%. Effect, wild demon, the more demon essence absorbed, the more powerful Varn's authority becomes. Demon essence absorbed 0. I can't always rely on the Shadow Army as a weapon. He reads the description, examines his hand, and nods in satisfaction. I needed a weapon of my own. This reward is actually perfect. Without hesitation, he slides the blood-red gloves onto his hands. The moment the gloves settle onto his fists, Suho throws a few light test punches, each one slicing through the air with a whistle that demands respect. And it boosts physical damage by 30%, he says, satisfied. That means the more monsters I hunt, the higher that percentage climbs, right? It's a bit heavy. I'll need to dump all my potential points into Vitality. System, Vitality 3543. With his brand new equipment secured, his fighting spirit ignites once more. All I need to do now is hunt monsters and power up this weapon. Notification, a change has been detected in your companion's status. Notification, companion gray, trust level, respect, fear. The little wolf is so terrified, it's practically turned into a house dog. Its entire furry body trembles violently, whimpering in silent agony. Even Baru can't hold back and speaks up. Your Majesty, Gray is not a shadow soldier with infinite stamina. Oh, I'm sorry, he finally remembers, a trace of guilt in his voice. Rest well today. I have something I need to find out there, too. A few seconds later, the system chimes. System, you have exited the shadow dungeon. Suho emerges from the gates whirling like a cosmic black hole and speaks in a low voice. They mention the guild involved with the Hyena Guild. It's the Reaper Guild, right? Biru confirms. Indeed, by the time they exit the shadow dungeon, the sky is already bright. Just as he's lost in thought, his phone rings loudly. Where should I even start investigating? He checks his phone. There's a message from Dogun. He looks at the screen, puzzled. It's from his mentor. Suho, please help me. 30 minutes later, at a crumbling, ruined Structurethsun station platform. Classified as a danger zone, Dogun spots him arriving and waves frantically. Suho, over here, thank you so much for coming. He looks at Suho with a mix of heroic determination and desperation. I had a dungeon run scheduled for today, but not a single member of the collection team showed up. Suho scratches his head and approaches. Nobody showed up for work. Exactly, Dogun gets even more worked up. Not a single one. Hey, clenches his fist so tight his knuckles crack, grinding his teeth in fury. Those bastards, I'm sure they've snuck off somewhere to get wasted. Seeing his gentle mentor lose his temper for once, Suho forces a reassuring smile. I'll help you, teacher, please calm down. Hearing that, Dogun does a complete 180, grinning ear to ear. He pulls out a protective suit. You're the best, Suho, take this. Suho eyes the suit, confused. Protective gear. Noticing his blank look, Dogun explains, collection work is way more dangerous than mining. You have to wear protective gear. The mining team only enters to dig after the hunt is completely over. On the other hand, the collection team's job is to retrieve items from monsters killed by the strike team, so we need to stay right on their heels. This is in case any monsters are lying in ambush. Plus, it protects us from thorns and spines on the monster corpses. While listening to the explanation, Suho has already suited up. He examines himself for a moment and remarks, so that's why protective gear is needed, huh? No sooner has he finished suiting up than a group of people approaches from the distance. The man at the front spots only two people and immediately demands answers. What is this? Why does the collection team only have this many people? Dogon has no choice but to bow his head and accept the blame. I'm sorry, the entire collection team that was supposed to show up today has completely vanished. The man who appears to be the team leader points an accusing finger at him. We have a contract. What kind of irresponsible nonsense is this? Do you have any idea how much we paid the Reaper Guild just to get access to this dungeon? He threatens, seething with anger. If you dare drag your feet, I'll file a formal complaint with the association. I guarantee you'll never work on another collection team again. Even after being berated like this, Dogon can't defend himself. He bows frantically, stammering his assurance. Yes, we'll work extra hard to make up for it, please trust us. Only then does the man grudgingly back off, grumbling under his breath as he walks away. Irresponsible amateurs. Once the man is out of earshot, Dogon completely deflates, slumping against Suho's shoulder. I'm not even the team leader. Suho, can you summon something? Get it out here and help us. Despite the man's arrogant display, Suho says nothing, merely observes. He locks his gaze on each member of the party, assessing their combat strength. 4 D-rank magic-type hunters, 5 E-rank vanguard-type hunters, and 1 C-rank healer support. The loudmouth from earlier appears to be both the healer and the strike team leader. Then, thinking about his brand new equipment, a grin spreads across his face as he steps forward to follow. Item: random cursed box. But she said she would give him what he needed. A weapon capable of absorbing even demons sealed inside. Dogon sees Suho walking ahead and panics, calling out in a hurry. Suho, watch your step in there. He can't forget the suspiciously convenient coincidence involving teacher IM. Suho stops and stares at the dungeon ahead, unable to shake his suspicion. This dungeon simulated battlefield owned by the Reaper Guild. Could all of this really be just a random coincidence? Meanwhile, deep within this dungeon, coincidental or Nitsumion writhes in agony, engulfed in flames, screaming in torment. An eerie blue flame. 3 monsters surround this human torch. They stand motionless, watching as if witnessing a sacrifice. The largest looks like a person wearing a reptilian costume. The tallest has a pointed snout jutting out like a witch's crooked nose. The shortest has a canine snout, the upper half of its head wrapped in bandages. Suho's sixth sense screams at full power. I can feel it, something dangerous is close. The team marches into the dungeon, brimming with fighting spirit. A fire-type awakened steps forward to light the way. We can see clearly now, someone calls out. The team leader brings up the rear, commanding everyone into formation. The others snap into their positions without missing a beat. This time, the dungeon throws salamander-like monsters at them, scaled up 10,000 times over. After directing the combat team, the captain turns to give further orders. Team Collection, since it's just the 2 of you, I want you to stick close to us and handle collection as fast as possible. Dogon hears the order and can't help but feel anxious. He can't believe they want us to follow the combat team. But Suho remains completely unfazed. He's faced far worse situations than this. Since the random cursed box had granted him the Horn of Van, Suho had actually been hoping to face something more demonic. Though a little disappointed by these monsters, he quickly reassures himself. Meanwhile, the combat team fights tooth and nail, but this is a perfect opportunity to observe how a hunter squad operates. I can learn how hunters coordinate in battle. After watching for a while, Suho pulls out the Shadow Dungeon key. Because of the daily quest, plenty of Commander Goblin and Centurion Captain Goblin corpses litter the ground. He crouches and presses the key to the ground, whispering the activation incantation. Dark purple mana races along the walls and the path before him. In an instant, several battle-hungry goblins materialize, weapons already at the ready. He mentally tallies his shadow soldiers. Based on his intelligence stat growth, he can currently command 7 shadow troops. Over on the other side, the combat team has already cleared the first wave of monsters for the day. Dead beasts lie sprawled across the ground. The team leader wipes the sweat from his face and addresses his squad. I think we're done here for now. Everyone take a breather. The other members blurt out in disbelief. Rest, seriously. Faced with his team's confusion, the captain mutters, even if we wanted to keep hunting, the collection team is just 2 people. They'd only hold us back. Think about it, the collection team is supposed to support us, but they're actually the ones holding us back. He finishes speaking and glances behind, then freezes in shock. Suho's shadow soldiers are working flawlessly. The team leader stammers, What are those things? Dogon watches the eager goblins and can't help but sing their praises. With Suho around, everything becomes so easy. Suho gives the goblins a thumbs up of approval while rambling on about how the attack team is slower than he expected. The team leader stands there completely stunned. You've already finished collection. Unable to contain his excitement, the captain rushes over to Suho. Did you summon these? Suho answers frankly. Yeah, why do you ask? Dogun, used to keeping a low profile, sees the captain's speechless expression and silently sighs. Here we go's about to cause trouble again. But no one expected this. The captain suddenly clasps Suho's hand, voice thick with sincerity. Please join our attack team as our exclusive collection member. Suho declines gracefully. I have no plans to do collection work long term. The captain assumes he's unhappy with the current terms. Afraid another team might poach him, he doubles down, will pay you top market rate. Just as negotiations heat up, a combat team member rushes over with news. Captain, we've got a problem. We just found a human body, the member blurts out. The captain stiffens. A body. A few minutes later, the member leads them to the discovery site, a charred corpse, certain parts of the body still emitting a faint white glow. The captain kneels beside the body to examine it, stunned. It's a real human corpse. The team's mage, who had been providing light, chimes in with an appraisal. Judging by the accessories on the body, this was most likely just an ordinary civilian. Another member, apparently a local, adds, but I've never heard of fire-using monsters around here. Dogun stares at the oddly familiar-looking body and can't help but make a guess. Suho, could this body possibly be? Before Dogun can finish the sentence, Suho agrees. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, Hyung. His expression behind the mask grows grim, based on past experience. Suho states with near certainty, I think this is the work of a blue flame monster. The captain overhears the term and approaches. Blue flame monster, those are the newly discovered monsters that engulf victims in blue flames, right? Dogun answers honestly, that's right, there was a blue flame monster incident at my university. While they talk, other combat team members who had been searching nearby report back one after another. Captain, we found another body over here. And another one here. Sensing the situation turning strange and dangerous, a combat team member speaks up with concern. Captain, should we call off this hunt and report everything to the Hunter Association? This unexpected situation forces the captain to waver between the team's profit and proper protocol. This is certainly an anomaly, but based on what the victims were wearing, they look more like ordinary civilians than hunters. Our team consists entirely of C-rank and D-rank awakened beings. We can handle this situation without any trouble. After a few seconds of deliberation, he finally makes his call. We push forward. One of the attack team members grins from ear to ear. Yes, I was waiting for you to say that. But for Suho, this order is beyond belief. We're just going to ignore all of this and keep going. He steps forward to issue a warning. Listen, the blue flame monster is far more dangerous than you think, but the captain won't hear it. I'm the captain of this attack team. When I give an order, you follow it. The collection team's job is to clean up and follow our lead, nothing more. Faced with this dangerous situation, Dogun lets out a weary sigh. Are we really going to run into a blue flame monster again? Suho hears this and turns to him. Hyung, you have a speed type ability, right? Don't you? Dogun answers bewildered. Yeah, why do you ask? Suho doesn't elaborate, only a vague warning. If anything happens, run immediately. Bottom line, we'll have no idea what danger is lurking ahead, Suho says with deadly seriousness. With the captain leading the way, the attack team pushes deeper into the dungeon. This time, they venture into what appears to be an old railway tunnel. At the same time, from somewhere deep in the dungeon's depths, blue flames roar to life accompanied by blood-curdling screams. Several people hang ablaze like torches, their milky white eyes glazed over with agony. Strung up in a circle, they roast like spit-roasted pigs. The three monsters stand watch from a distance. The reptile-masked one senses the heat levels in the room and opens its mouth in contempt. The fire isn't hot enough. What's going on with our firewood supply? The witch-costumed demon chimes in to explain. We were told there's been a disruption in the supply line. If fresh stock isn't delivered regularly, it looks like we'll have to ask you to figure out a new route. The war-wounded demon quietly spits out a few words, urgent replenishment needed. Hearing this, the witch-costumed demon sighs and grumbles. I can't believe the hyena gilder firewood supplier's the one running into trouble. At this rate, our finished product's potency will fall behind the other facilities. The largest one suddenly senses something and tilts its head up toward the ceiling. The war-wounded demon's eyes flare bright as headlights as it reports back simultaneously. There's someone above, I can sense them. The witch-costumed demon cheers with delight. Hunters, perfect Timingwe, are in desperate need of firewood. The war-wounded demon moves, volunteering for the job. I'll go. You lot prepare the sacrifices. The pointed snout summoner type reminds it specifically, remember the need to be taken alive, right? The war-wounded demon drags its ridiculously oversized Lerthan greatsword and heads out to hunt, leaving one last line. Of course, meanwhile, the attack team has just finished clearing the basement level along the railway tracks. The support member finishes healing a teammate, the corner of his mouth curling up as he remarks, "Looks like we hit the jackpot today." The teammate grins in agreement. Continuing the hunt was definitely the right call. The captain, seeing the hunt go smoothly, declares, "Today we've got one hell of a gathering team backing us up. I've been saving it for this exact moment, time to use it." He pulls out a small sphere. Inside is a pinch of blue powder. This is stardust. You guys heard of it? The biggest guy in the group spots it and shouts excitedly, "Whoa. That's the mana-amplifying stimulant that's been selling like hotcakes among hunters lately." The dual sword user is equally shocked. "I heard it's nearly impossible to buy. I can't believe you've been hoarding this stuff." The team captain continues, "Granted, the effect only lasts a week, but it's said to gradually boost low-rank awakened beings up an entire grade." He chuckles gleefully, lost in wild fantasy as completely oblivious to the danger closing in. "If I take this, my mana will rival a C-rank or even higher." The war-wounded demon keeps moving until it spots the attack team. In one bound, it leaps behind the captain's head in a flash. By the time he senses the danger, it's already too late. It lets out a grunt, as if suddenly remembering something. The greatsword in its hand swings around, slamming into the captain's back with enough force to send him coughing up blood on the spot. It mutters to itself, "Need them alive." The small sphere containing stardust slips from the captain's grasp, hits the railway tracks, and shatters into pieces. The powder scatters, carried away by the wind. One hit, the captain is already down. The closest member freezes in terror, legs turning to jelly as he screams, the captain gone in one shot. The war-wounded demon immediately pivots to its next target, its snout never stopping. No killing. Seeing it turn their way, the remaining team members force themselves back to alertness and shout, "Is that a monster? Did it just talk?" One member rallies his courage and shouts, "Whatever it is, it's hostile, stay sharp." The words barely leave his mouth before another member collapses. The war-wounded demon pauses, sword pointed forward, and begins to count. 1, 2, 3. By the time it finishes, the entire team has huddled together in a terrified clump. The war-wounded demon speaks again, assessing 10 opponents, strong ones. Then it pulls out a stardust sphere from its sleeve. It instantly changes its plan. "Don't need all 10, the strong ones I kill." The sphere looks identical to the one the captain had pulled out moments ago. Spotting the item on the war-wounded demon's claw, the hunters gape in shock. Stardust monsters can consume stardust too. The war-wounded demon shoves the sphere deep into its gaping maw, jaws wide as a hippo's. Correct. Seeing this, the group doesn't hesitate at the charge. They all shout, "We have to kill it before the stardust kicks in. Everyone rush it." The war-wounded demon doesn't panic. Without a moment's haste, its sword swings at the speed of sound. The first slash cleaves an attack team member clean in two, making the mage standing right behind him freeze mid-step. The mage is mid-incantation when that death-dealing blade swings his way, can't react in time. In a single instant, he's returned to the earth. The guiding flame dies with him. Darkness swallows everything. The remaining members of the attack team are gripped by sheer terror. "What the hell is that thing? It's too dark, I can't see a damn thing." But very quickly, those bewildered cries turn into desperate screams. "Help me, monster!" Roughly a minute later, the war-wounded demon has wiped out the entire team. Not a single survivor. It starts picking out those who aren't dead yet, dragging them away, leaving the unfortunate ones sprawled on the ground. Firewood collection complete. Suho is hard at work when an unexpected notification pops up. A new quest has triggered. Quest: rescue survivors. Monsters have abducted people in the vicinity. Save as many as possible. Reward scaled by number of survivors rescued. Current survivors 7, rescued 0. He looks toward the direction of the attack team and says anxiously, "Moan." Stars. Sensing his unusual tension, Baru asks with concern, "Lieutenant General, is something wrong?" Suho doesn't bother hiding it. "A quest just popped up. Looks like there's a group of monsters around here that specialize in kidnapping humans." He reads through the quest details again and deduces, the more people I rescue, the bigger the reward. But that also means those people are in very serious danger soon. Suho confirms the danger and immediately tells Dokun, "Sensei, something's happened to the attack team. You need to get out of the dungeon." Dokun, who was in the middle of working, hears the alarming news and panics. "What? How do you know that?" Suho answers vaguely, "Just a gut feeling." In the urgency of the moment, Suho quickly orders the goblins to escort Dokun to the dungeon gate. The moment he finishes, 2 goblins shove Dokun along. Dokun barely manages to keep his footing and asks urgently, "What?" "Wait, hold on. Suho, how about you?" Without a moment's hesitation, he answers, "I'm going to find the attack team." The moment Dokun hears this, he realizes the full gravity of the situation. He lowers his head, thinking it over, then concedes, "Fine, I'd only be in the way. Once I'm out of here, I'll call for backup from the Hunter Association." Hearing those words, Suho clenches his fist in relief. "Thank you, sensei." Then in a quiet voice he calls out, "Gray." The wolf hears the summon and answers with a howl. In the blink of an eye, man and wolf merge into one. He doesn't forget to equip his newly acquired gauntlets either. Fully equipped, Suho declares, "We need to move fast." He stomps down hard, takes off, and rockets forward like the wind. Meanwhile, deep in the basement along a stretch of railway tracks, an ethereal blue-violet haze drifts through the air. Only upon close inspection can you spot a fresh bloodstain on the door handle. Beyond the door, bloodstains trail down the length of the corridor, spaced far apart. Going deeper for a while longer, the assault team members are tossed down like sacks of potatoes. The wounded demon brings back its haul to report, "Firewood secured." The sharp-snout demon hears it and turns, "You're back quick." A mysterious vortex has formed in the room by now. It speaks nonchalantly, "The gate will open soon, and the demons will be summoned shortly after." The wounded demon continues to report, eager to claim credit. "I won Blitz victory. I knew exactly what it wanted." The sharp-snout demon coaxes it in a gentle voice, soothing it like a child. "All right, to acknowledge that little Blitz victory of yours, go stack the firewood." Though reluctant, the wounded demon obediently gets to work, grumbling that it's not fair. While they wait, the sharp-snout demon turns to chat with the reptile mask. "I'm glad we've managed to add more fuel to the fire. With this amount, we can produce a full fleet of stardust without a hitch, right?" It pulls out a stardust crystal, golden runes flickering in its eyes as it speaks excitedly. "The poison we've obtained." The production recipe requires a demon secret art combined with an awakened stimulant synthesized from rage potion and stardust. With nothing better to do, the sharp-snout demon starts rambling about the stardust production process. The rage potion can currently enhance the user's mana, but its side effect drains the user's life force. The side effects of the flame produced by burning the crystals can be mitigated simply by switching to the blue flame monster's hellfire. The reptile mask also chimes in, gushing, "It's all thanks to the apostle's guidance." Glancing at the pile of firewood being burned, it continues to spill everything out. "Even the monsters created by corrupting a person's soul were brought into this world by the apostles." Then it concludes with a tone of gratitude. "Thanks to them, low-level monsters like us finally have the chance to grow stronger." The wounded demon, diligently grinding its KPI, speaks up. "I agree." While the group is chatting away, the reptile SK picks up the sound of Cheng Xiuhu's footsteps. It immediately alerts its companions. A presence is approaching this location at extreme speed. The sharp-snout demon wonders, is there still a hunter left alive? The wounded demon quickly chimes in with an explanation. "Comrade, most likely a new hunter." They stare at the sealed door ahead. A few seconds later, he kicks the door clean off its hinges. The wounded demon seizes the opening, swinging its sword in a surprise ambush. Cheng Xiuhu holds his door-kicking stance and asks, "Is this the place?" His eyes flash blue, beast-like pupils scanning the interior space intently. His gaze immediately locks onto the three monsters in the room. He wonders to himself, are these the demons? Cheng Xiuhu notices the firewood rack behind them, and can't help but wonder, what are those things? Did they tie up some blue flame monsters and burn them? Is this some kind of ritual? Right at that moment, an urgent notification rings out, pulling him back to the main objective. Alert current survivors, 7 survivors rescued, 0. Hearing this, Cheng Xiuhu breathes a sigh of relief. Thank God the survivors are still safe, but mid-thought, a sword blade whooshes toward him. With razor-sharp reflexes, he leans back just in time to dodge. The wounded demon can't believe someone dodged it, its eyes widen. Cheng Xiuhu straightens up, reaching back into a fighting stance. "You're the ones who killed those hunters I saw on the way here, right?" Without waiting for an answer, he throws a punch. The wounded demon raises its sword to block in a flash, but still skids back a considerable distance. Seeing their ally pushed back so easily, the sharp-snout demon doesn't dare underestimate him. It and the reptile mask each clutch a stardust crystal. He dodged that even after the little one used stardust to power up. "Looks like we'll have to lend a hand." With that, they pop the pills. The wounded demon, pushed back once more, charges in again. It slashes relentlessly, blow after blow. He responds with a flurry of palm strikes to counter. The two are locked in a fierce exchange when they hear the sharp-snout demon's voice. "Move aside." He knows something big is coming. His expression shifts suddenly to see the wounded demon has already slipped away somewhere, leaving him alone with 2 monsters. First to strike is the reptile mask. With its massive frame, a single punch could easily blast a crater through a wall. Fortunately, his speed saves him just in time. but that's not the end of it. The moment he dodges one side, the sharp snout demon is already behind him, claws raised, channeling a spine-chilling surge of energy. Its two hands face each other, every finger connected by a thread of purple energy. The instant it closes in, it drives its claws into his back. Cheng Ziuhu's body convulses violently, turning purple from the shock. At this point, he looks like he's made of pure lightning. Seeing that the shock wasn't enough, the wounded demon leaps in to land another hit. Cheng Ziuhu is in so much pain he feels like he's dying and coming back to life. Even gritting his teeth can't suppress the groan of agony. In this dire moment, he shouts the incantation, "Arise." Shadows immediately materialize, forming a barrier in front of him. The shadow soldiers take shape and immediately charge fiercely at the wounded demon. The sharp snout demon freezes solid, stunned by this all too familiar sight. Could it be? Before it can finish the thought, he seizes the opening while it's bewildered, bends low, and kicks it flying. The sharp snout demon tumbles midair to regain its balance, hesitantly trying to ask its superior when the reptile mask cuts it off, confirming the unspoken question. That's right. Memories buried deep in its consciousness come rushing back. The reptile mask speaks in a low, grave tone. It's what we saw on the day all demons were annihilated. It's the exact same authoritative shadow monarch's power. However, while the two are debating strategy, the wounded demon is still swinging its sword relentlessly. The reptile mask confidently assesses that he is completely inferior compared to the shadow monarch. By the time it finishes that thought, the wounded demon has already torn through several shadow soldiers. Even though the goblins have reverted to shadows, Cheng Ziuhu stands perfectly still, not moving an inch. After that reliable analysis, it assesses coolly. If he's not the Shadow Monarch, there's no reason to fear him at all. And so the trio of monsters gathers, united in their resolve to confront him. Seeing the enemies line up before him, Cheng Ziuhu lets out a heavy breath at just how troublesome they are. If I fought them one-on-one, they're far weaker than Brokey. But all three are fighting in perfect coordination, making them extremely difficult to beat. Even if I keep resurrecting the goblins, I'd just be wasting mana for nothing. Should I use that method? While he's deliberating, his mind unconsciously drifts back to the moment shortly after he defeated Brokey. At that time, Baru had posed a question, "Young monarch, I merely consumed enough of this corpse to read its memories. The rest of the remains I left untouched. The longer the time since death, the weaker the shadow soldier becomes. So why did you choose to preserve this corpse, my liege?" Cheng Ziuhu looks at the spirit sphere and says calmly, "I just thought of something when I recalled Brokey's final moments." He analyzes coolly. Suppose his final battle was filled with rage from being controlled by those creatures. Perhaps he'll be of use to me. If I impose shadow authority over him, he'll become as fierce and berserk as a warrior. He then glances at the newly sprouted ally at his feet. But if I'm going to do that, I need Gray's permission. He asks sincerely, "Gray, do you consent?" The little wolf grins dumbly and nods, giving its approval. The key to the shadow dungeon quietly materializes in his hand. He kneels, pressing the key to the ground, calling forth a new soldier to erase different from all previous extractions. This time, his heart is full of words he wants to say. "Brokey, if you still hold hatred toward them in your heart, I will give you a chance for revenge. If you wish for the same, answer my call." After a few seconds, Brokey's corpse remains perfectly still, not budging an inch. Just when it seemed like the shadow extraction had failed, a torrent of darkness burst forth like a raging stream. Moments later, that torrent of darkness coalesces, forming a new monster armed with razor-sharp claws. Its powerful legs punch straight through the floor. A new shadow soldier in the form of a hyena emerges. The freshly minted shadow beast roars triumphantly, as if celebrating its own birth. It bears its razor-sharp fangs and a hideous grin. It is ready to fight at a moment's notice. Sensing its presence, the system immediately updates. System BRKY LVL1 rank normal. Upon clearly seeing the shadow soldier's form, the sharp-beaked demon roars in agitation. The hyena Brokey. He's the one who defeated Brokey. Suho says casually, "This way, with Gray, Brokey, and me, we've evened out the numbers." Hearing this, Baru is deeply hurt, tears streaming down. Feeling utterly wronged, "My liege, what about me?" At that moment, Suho's eyes flash. He sets his jaw and declares, "Then let's fight." Those words are the starting gun. Both sides charge straight at each other. At the same instant, the summoning gate undergoes a sudden transformation. Its blue aura shifts to a blazing crimson. The gate grows more ferocious, blood-red lightning crackling wildly around the portal area. A moment later, someone steps out from the gate. The figure is slender with pointed ears like an elf. She carries a weapon, staring dazedly at the chaotic brawl unfolding before her. The more she looks, the more incomprehensible it becomes. She can't hide her bewilderment. "Who summoned me?" Could it be some demon trying to track me down? Her eyes lock onto the battlefield. She stands frozen for a long while. The first thing that catches her eye is a shadow soldier, both unfamiliar and strangely familiar. Why is there a shadow soldier here? On Suho's side, he's locked in a fierce clash with the wounded demon, the two evenly matched. The blade swings again, the gauntlets charge straight at the opponent. Friction between them sends sparks flying. Just as both sides are deadlocked, Suho suddenly leans back and drives a kick straight into his opponent's gut. The wounded demon takes the hit and roars furiously, jaws wide open in rage. Seeing it can no longer fight back, he seizes the moment, fist raised. He charges with burning determination. This blow will be the finishing one. But before he can follow through, purple lightning crackles right by his ear. Multiple bolts slam down where he stood. Luckily, he sensed it in time and leaps back to dodge. The one who struck is the sharp-beaked demon, lightning flickering between its fingers. It must really have it out for him. It stares at him with a haughty expression, brimming with wariness. Seeing the sharp-beaked demon, Suho squints in irritation. Another nuisance. He sighs internally. If these two join forces, things are going to get rough. The sharp-beaked demon speaks curtly. Kid, keep watch. The wounded demon stands up. Thanks. Seeing its opponent rise to fight again, Suho can't help but feel uneasy. If this fight drags on, I'll burn through all my mana because of Gray's control. Suho recalculates the combat power on both sides. The more he tallies, the more his teeth ache. Even Brokey, now a shadow soldier, is weaker than its original form. Just holding off one opponent already pushes it to its limit. Seeing Brokey's side equally heated, he finds himself in a deadlock. How does he separate these two and take them on one by one? Right in the midst of this predicament, a fully armed Essel unexpectedly crashes the scene. When she opens her mouth to speak, I have a question, both the monsters and Suho fall silent, all eyes on her. Amid the battlefield choked with dust and smoke, she grips the hilt of her sword with both hands and urgently demands, "Where is Lord Jinwoo?" Her sudden appearance makes it impossible for Suho not to wonder. An injured female knight, where did she come from? Not only Thatch is looking for his father. Baru recognizes an old acquaintance at a single glance and swoops over. What are you doing here? That arrogant voice is impossible to forget, even in death. The moment she hears that voice, her first reaction is a chill down her spine. Then recognition hits. Overjoyed, she runs over and nuzzles Baru. Is that you, Baru? It really is Baru. Where's your body? I'm so glad to see you. Essel is overjoyed, but the moment she thinks of her clan, urgency takes over. She asks in a hurry, where is Lord Jinwoo? Who is the human beside you? Baru is annoyed to death by her. It bristles and hisses. Well, it's a long story. The wounded demon watches, bewildered, as the figure who emerged from their own summoning gate runs straight to the opposing side. A summoned demon. The sharp-beaked demon responds calmly. Correct, but for some reason she knows our enemy. If she chooses to stay on their side, we're in deep trouble. Essel, assuming the boss fight is already won, breaks into a bright smile. To think I'd find Baru here, he actually did it. Now I can finally rest easy. But before she can even finish fantasizing about retirement, reality slaps her right in the face. Baru commands sternly, Essel, you arrived just in time, we'll catch up later. Now that you're here, go deal with those demons. Hearing this, she nearly jumps out of her skin. What? The monster side doesn't take long to make their decision. First, eliminate that injured demon. All we need is her blood to produce stardust, right? The more Suho looks at her, the more familiar she seems. I'm sure I've seen this girl somewhere before. Seeing her battered state, he can't help but worry. She looks injured. Can she fight on her own? Despite being as blunt as ever, Baru has absolute faith in her abilities. Low-rank demons are nothing compared to her, it declares confidently. Then it proactively introduces her background to Suho. When the monarch conquered the demon realm, her clan was the only noble house in the demon realm to be spared. She is the eldest daughter of House Radier. In human terms, her power is equivalent to an S-rank hunter. Baru goes on with a lengthy introduction. But the only thing that sticks in Suho's mind are those last two words. S-rank. Suho's eyes light up. That means he gets to witness how an S-rank fights. Then bang, Essel gets knocked flying backward, looking more pathetic than a limp noodle. At this moment, both Suho and Baru share the exact same thought. What? Seeing Essel slide back to their side, Baru is mortified. It demands answers. Since when did you become this weak? It's practically panicking. Even the mana I sense from you is far lower than before. Essel clings to the ground with a look of utter despair and begins her tale of woe. Some things happened. She recalls the days she spent being hunted, suffering worse than a stray dog. About half a year ago, most of the demons in the demon realm started to rebel. We fought as hard as we could, but our clan couldn't suppress the uprising on its own. I survived thanks to the remaining members of my clan, but during the escape I lost too much blood and with it, my strength. She finishes her account, tears streaming as she pleads. Baru, can you lend me some of your power? Seeing how useless she is, Baru flips on her without hesitation and turns away coldly. You just waste my mana. Essel clutches her chest in anguish. You're so selfish. Listening to the two of them bicker, Suho draws a quick conclusion, feeling somewhat helpless. Now our side has two people who have lost their powers. The brief exchange only stoked the other side's fire further. The reptile-masked demon let out a guttural laugh and cackled. Did you guys hear that? The sharp-beaked demon chimed in to confirm. The reason I couldn't sense her was because she'd weaken Edbutt to think the Law Daya clan still has survivors. This is an opportunity for us to grow far stronger than simply absorbing the blood of Demon World nobles. Over on Suho's side, the situation was grim. He cursed under his breath. If only I could fight them one-on-one, I could at least take one down easily. Baru suddenly had an idea. Oh, I've got a rather brilliant idea here. A crimson glow erupted across its palm. It spoke cryptically, time to put that ability I just recovered after restoring my mana to good use. It raised its hand toward her, and she was instantly engulfed in a deep crimson radiance. The system chimes in. Without delay, System Baru has activated the skill Feral Will Manipulation. Baru's eyes burned crimson, nostrils flaring like a raging bull ready to gore anyone in its path. Notification Feral Will Manipulation has boosted the target's all stats by 50%. Notification Feral Will Manipulation has inflicted the Berserk Hex on the target as a side effect. Seeing that the setup was good enough, Baru pointed toward the enemy and barked, "Advance." The now useless female demon, stripped of her consciousness, grabbed her spear and charged forward. Seeing her rush in like a moth to a flame, he felt a twinge of pity, but they were short on manpower, so he let it slide. She did look a bit pitiful. Still, if their side could shift the battlefield into one-on-one engagements. Right beside them, Rocky had also taken the stage, roaring with fighting spirit, ready to pounce on its opponent at any moment. The target Baru had designated was the one dressed like a witch. It had already erected a magic shield in front of itself. The wounded demon seized the opening while Essel was attacking the sharp-beaked one. Swinging its sword, it had already obtained noble demon blood. But with Suho standing right there, how could it possibly succeed? He lunged forward, wrapping his arm around its head to block the strike, while simultaneously driving his knee straight into its gut. Having temporarily subdued the wounded demon, he planted his foot firmly, both hands swiftly seizing the thick mane of fur atop its head. With raw force, he hoisted it up and hurled it forward. It shot through the air like an arrow. The wounded demon quickly used its power to land safely, but it was too focused to notice the crimson gloves that had already circled behind its back. By the time it was cleaved clean in two, it still hadn't realized what happened. Suho had even used the demon's own sword, the one it always wielded, swiped right from under its nose without it ever noticing. Brilliant! The instant the demon perished, a blue flame erupted. The system chimed in immediately. System, you have eliminated a low-grade demon. You have leveled up. After all that effort, he finally dealt with one down, he muttered softly. The Van gloves absorbed several streams of crimson light. Another notification rang out simultaneously. System, Wang Kan's horns have devoured the demon's soul. System, demon soul absorbed. Effect, acquired destruction, desire physical damage increased by 31%. On the sharp-beaked demon's end, it was being pressured hard. It glanced over at where the wounded demon had been, grinding its teeth in fury. The youngest is dead. Damn it! I need to figure out how to deal with this crazy woman. Essel was more frenzied than ever, yet she was running out of juice. The notification rang out without mercy. System, Essel, target of Feral Will Manipulation has depleted her energy reserves. The effect ended, she squeezed her eyes shut, looking tormented. From the sharp-beaked demon's perspective, the woman who had been fighting tooth and nail suddenly collapsed flat on the ground. It was utterly bewildered, which was exactly when Suho slipped up from behind, wrapping his beefy arms around its neck. Wah! Before it could even finish the thought, its neck spun several full rotations, and it heroically shuffled off this mortal coil. That made two. The moment he snapped the sharp-beaked demon's neck, the system's mechanical voice reported, System, you have eliminated a low-grade demon. Wang Kan's horns have devoured the demon's soul. On the opposite side, the bull-masked demon had just punched Rocky clean through a wall, only to see that every last one of its subordinates had bit the dust. It was sweating bullets. Life was already hard enough as it was. It stared at the still warm corpses of its underlings, only daring to curse inwardly. So now we're the ones at a massive disadvantage. Those useless bastards. But when your opponent is a literal beast that doesn't need rest, life gets even worse. Before long, Rocky was already back on its feet, snorting heavily, ready for round 2. The bull-masked demon knew it too. But this isn't over yet. As Rocky stood up, it saw its opponent bail from the arena. Rocky stared utterly baffled. It thought the enemy was trying to desert until it saw the bull-masked demon reach its claws toward the female demon. Understanding the situation perfectly, it made a decisive charge. I must drink the blood of a demon world noble to grow stronger. But that move was a fatal mistake. Its hand hadn't even reached her before a foot came crashing down, nearly shattering its bones. Suho channeled all his force into the sole of his foot and stomped down hard. The hand on the ground beneath it was crushed into a crater. You're not getting that chance. The hand that was about to be squished into oblivion hurt like hell, but all it could do was grimace. Suho looked down at it with a mocking smirk, like he was teasing a naive girl. Now give me something to absorb. Even while holding the upper hand, Suho didn't let overconfidence get to him, called in his troops to gang up, just to be safe. Rocky charged in, seized its head, and yanked it back. Its maw gaped open at a 120-degree angle, ready to take one big, satisfying bite for all it was worth. Just as Rocky was about to chomp down, Essel came to. Arrogant as if Verstil condescended to float over and check, still alive. She was a high-ranking demon, after all. Even battered beyond recognition, she managed to force herself upright. The moment she heard its voice, she immediately called it out. Baru, you selfish bastard. More importantly, I can't believe there's another human who can command the Shadow Legion, just like Lord Cheng Zhenyu. Who is he? Seeing its colleague writhing in pain, Baru swallowed its pride and tried to guide her gently. You weren't loyal enough, hats why you couldn't recognize him. Try to remember. It even added a considerate nudge. You know who the heir candidate is. Only then did the realization hit Essel. She murmured, could it be that Suho finished off the demon trio? The notifications kept dinging non-stop. System, you have eliminated a low-grade demon. Wang Kan's horns have devoured the demon's soul. System, you have leveled up. You have surpassed level 20. You can now equip the spear. With the job done, Suho released Gray. It shot out like a ghost, leaving its body. He heard the final notification and said, now I can finally access the shop. Essel finally remembered him. Her emotions surged. It's him. She was S.O. Chinese letter stirred up that she blurted it out loud, catching his attention. He is the new Shadow Monarch. Suho heard the title and whipped his head around in shock. Did she just call me the new Shadow Monarch? Gray, the well-behaved little one, trotted closer so Rocky could pat its head. Essel was shocked beyond words. Seeing him staring at her, she involuntarily explained, I couldn't recognize you because you look so different now. My lord. But she couldn't hold out for long before she could even finish her sentence. Her eyes had already closed. But you truly do look exactly like Lord Cheng Zhenyu. And just like that, she flopped to the ground and fainted, startling Suho. Suho, encountering this for the first time, turned to Baru. Baru, you know her, right? Is she okay? It floated over and lifted her face to diagnose. It appears she simply exhausted herself and fainted. Doesn't look like she's about to die, so I don't think you need to worry too much, my liege. Hearing that, Suho breathed a sigh of relief. Hearing that, I am at ease. I feel a bit sorry for her. The 7 remaining members of the strike team are still unconscious, completely out cold. Baru moves to each of them and provides healing support. Only after keeping them all alive does the system finally acknowledge completion. Quest complete. Rescue survivors. Survivors rescued 7. Quest rewards have arrived. Cheng Zhiyu feels genuine happiness from the bottom of his heart. Truly glad all 7 survivors are safe and sound, he confirms the reward. The notification window flashes and updates instantly. Rewards prepared. Reward 1 3 potential points. Reward 2 700 gold. System, you have obtained 700 gold. Cheng Zhiyu stares blankly at the gold reward. Gold. Cheng Zhiyu opens the system window. The system window displays a list of items alongside their prices. One glance and he already knows how to use it. Just as he suspected, it can use gold to purchase items from the system shop, including potions. There's a huge selection available. Moreover, this gold reward brings back a happy memory from the past. Completing quests and earning money. It reminds you of when you were a kid, getting pocket money after running errands. Even though it's just a fleeting memory, it makes Cheng Zhiyu unconsciously break into a gentle smile. He tells himself, thinking it over carefully, it was his father who gave him this system in the first place. Father thanked you for the pocket money. Essel still lies there with no sign of waking up. Suho buys a potion and asks the system, can I share it with others? A usage guide comes bundled with the potion. Item low-grade recovery potion, grade E category consumable. A potion that restores HP over time. Upon consumption, you will gradually recover 500 HP over time. Can be stored in your item inventory, cannot be shared with others. Apart from the brief usage guide, there are no other warnings. He pops the cap open and asks, "So can I just feed it to her?" Chang Ziyu pours the entire bottle into her mouth. A few seconds later, the potion kicks in. He watches and says, "Looks like she's recovering." Biru puts on the face of a tyrannical mother-in-law, spitting complaints left and right. "I cannot believe your majesty spent money to save this useless demon wench. Young monarch, you're far too generous." He takes a moment to address those backhanded compliments, then gives an order. "I can't just leave her like this. First, bring her back to the Shadow Dungeon. Rocky, bring the corpses of the demons we defeated as well." The moment he finishes speaking, the Shadow Dungeon gate swings open. Rocky and Gray split up and haul the loot back home. Biru flies in clothes and examines the weapon alongside him. "Young monarch, aren't you returning to the Shadow Dungeon?" Chang Ziyu looks at his newly acquired sword. "I still have something to take care of." He carries the weapon toward the unfortunate souls writhing under the hellfire. Seeing their inhuman appearance, a pang of pity strikes him. Blue flame monster, that's what he thought when he first encountered them. But now, watching the flames slowly devour their bodies, their agony is unmistakable. Chang Ziyu lowers his head and mutters coldly as he swings the blade. "I'm sorry, this is the only thing I can do for you." System skill activated, Storm Slash. At that moment, deep within the dungeon, the howling wind sounds hauntingly mournful. On the same day, outside Xi'an Station Dungeon, Hunter Association personnel arrive on the scene. They fan out across the station, each carrying a handwritten log sheet. An association staff member reports to his superior after a thorough sweep. "We found multiple corpses of thorn lizards and blue flame monsters in the combat-type dungeon. However, examining the wounds on the hunters who perished inside, it appears they were not killed by monsters. We also discovered a destroyed underground chamber bearing clear sword marks." The man with the shield narrows his eyes thoughtfully and murmurs, "So there's something else at play here besides monsters." Dojian arrives right on cue to take his leave. "I'll be heading out now." The man notices him and calls him back to ask a question. He hears the question and answers. The man presses further. He takes a deep breath and feigns hesitation, stammering, after a few minutes of internal struggle. Dojian scratches his head with an awkward smile and lies through his teeth. "After leaving the dungeon with me, he went into hiding somewhere safe. I'm ashamed to admit it, but E-rank hunters like us can't do anything except seek help from the Hunter Association." The man hears this, his eyes narrowing, making him look even more stern. He stares at Dojian for a long moment, then pats his shoulder in encouragement. "Well done, that was the wisest decision for an E-rank hunter, exactly by the book." He says this, then dismisses Dojian and turns to direct his subordinates. "Continue the sweep, make sure no clues are missed." Deep down, Dojian knows full well that Chang Ziyu is involved. He can even be certain the one who saved the surviving hunters was Chang Ziyu, right? Yet he chooses to stay silent and covers for him. He doesn't know why Suho is hiding the boy's rank, but he's certain it's nothing sinister. He'll wait until the kid chooses to tell him everything on his own. At the same time, in the Shadow Dungeon, inside a certain ruined building, Essel, now fully conscious and having heard about Zhenyu's situation, hangs her head in dejection. So something like this happened. The Shadow Monarch has left Earth to repel the invasion by the armies of the Outer Gods. Biru interrupts her, adding with boundless pride, "Our monarch sent me down to Earth to unseal the young monarch." However, the young monarch, a prodigy, broke the seal himself. Suho still finds her vaguely familiar but can't place it, so he asks, "Essel, right? Have we met before?" Essel, addressed by her boss, smiles faintly. "Yes, we met during the tutorial stage you went through. You said you would remember me. Have you forgotten?" No matter what she says, his memory of it is hazy at best. Chang Ziyu ponders she's memories from that period are inexplicably faint. He racks his brain, face scrunched up in concentration, but still can't recall a thing. Just as he's about to give up, a few fragments suddenly surface in his mind. The moment it clicks, he shares it immediately. "The one who surrendered the moment she laid eyes on me." Biru hears yet another disgraceful episode and furrows her brow, scolding. Her duty was to test your abilities, and she did such a sloppy job. But that's all water under the bridge now. He waves it off as a passing curiosity and sets the matter aside. "Why are you so weak now? What happened in the demon realm?" Hearing about her homeland, Essel loses all vitality again and slumps. After a moment of hesitation, she confesses honestly, I believe it's also worth explaining to the new monarch. You've heard Baru mention how the Shadow Monarch completely annihilated the Demon King and all the other demon nobles, haven't you? After that, the Raideru clan became the #1 demon family in the demon realm. We awaited the Shadow Monarch's summons to the demon citadel. Her voice was even and steady, but it was clear she was drowning in shame. Decades passed and the Shadow Monarch never once summoned us. We lived out our days in peace. But trouble began brewing about half a year ago. A substance known as Stardust, a catalyst that amplifies dark mana, started seeping into the demon realm. Hearing those two keywords, his eyes widened in shock. Stardust. He dug through his memories once more, and only then did the gravity of the situation hit him. Come to think of it, the demons he had just fought had mentioned it. According to them, while Stardust had little effect on high-level demons with abundant mana, for low-level demons it could significantly boost their mana power without any cost. Stardust was a golden ticket for them. Coupled with the Shadow Monarch's prolonged absence, the demons began to band together with a single purpose burning in their minds. They wanted to revolt against us, the Raideru clan, protected by the Shadow Monarch himself. The rebellion eventually erupted into a full-scale war. The Raideru clan fought against all of them to defend the demon citadel that the Shadow Monarch had entrusted to our stewardship. But my clan was too weak to withstand a rebellion backed by that many demons. We lost after half a year of fighting. As she spoke, her fists clenched and trembled uncontrollably. But the demons who took part in that battle didn't stop there. They even drained the blood from the members of my clan they had captured as prisoners of war. Drinking their blood of pure-blooded demon nobles gave them even greater power. That's how my father and the rest of my clan perished. I too lost a great deal of my strength because they drained too much of my blood. The more she recounted, the more her spirits sank until she finally reached her conclusion. I am truly wretched. Everyone has sacrificed their lives and I am the only one left alive. Now even the demon realm has been taken from me. I don't know how I can ever face the Shadow Monarch again. Caught between helplessness and utter despair, it wasn't hard to see she was teetering on the edge of collapse. Yet Suho only needed one sentence to ignite a spark of hope in those dim, lifeless eyes. You've done well. Seeing Essel stare at him with such fervor, Suho scratched his head sheepishly and said, There was a time I always wondered. If my father were in my shoes, how would he have handled it? You and your clan fought in a desperate life-or-death struggle in his stead while he was absent. So if it were my father, he would have told you the exact same thing. He then playfully winked at her to ease the tense atmosphere. I'm also grateful that you fought in my father's place until the very end. Then he earnestly offered, I will help you with everything I can. Essel, let's rebuild the Raideru clan together. Essel opened her mouth to respond, but no words came out. She unconsciously recalled that towering figure and the words she had heard back then. Hadn't she once said that the ranking battles among demon noble clans were always brutal beyond measure? I will help the Raideru clan claim first place. Remembering that moment, she found her composure once more. Then tears rolled down her cheeks, but they came with a smile. Essel spoke softly. A system window suddenly flashed before the new monarch's eyes. System, the last surviving member of the pure-blooded demon nobility, has expressed gratitude to you. She smiled radiantly through her tears and said, My family name is Raideru. System, would you like to recruit the White Flame Heir as your companion? Yes, no. In the room, Suho and Essel sat facing each other. His eyes widened involuntarily as he stared at her in stunned silence, thinking, could she be the second person bearing the title of monarch's heir? Seeing him fix his gaze so intently on her while she was wiping her tears, she immediately froze and looked back at him. At the same time, a thought echoed in her mind. New monarch system window had popped up again with a notification. System, the last surviving member of the pure-blooded demon nobility, has expressed gratitude to you. Reading the system notification, he silently wondered, is it because she is the only surviving pure-blooded demon noble? He made his decision immediately. Yes. System notifications appeared in rapid succession. System, the White Flame Heir has become your companion. System, a bond link has been established between you and the White Flame Heir. System, bond skill acquired. Demon Servant Bond. Charge 0%. Receives power from the White Flame Heir and unleashes a devastating explosion. Seeing the system notifications popping up one after another, Essel couldn't help but stare in bewilderment. She exclaimed, what is this? Why did a status window just appear out of nowhere? Facing her confusion, he turned to Baru and explained, since Gray can't speak. I never confirmed it, but I suspect that anyone who becomes my companion can see the status window. Baru exclaimed in surprise, young monarch, could it be? He smiled and replied, that's right. Essel has become my companion as the white flame heir. The moment he finished, Essel froze in shock. A thought thundered through her mind, I'm a descendant of the white flame. Outside the building, Suho and Essel tilted their heads upward to survey their surroundings. Standing beside them were his two shadow beasts. He turned to her and said, let's try out the new bond skill right now. Essel, are you ready? Essel answered nervously, yes, new monarch. The system immediately popped up with a notification. System, you have activated the demon servant bond skill. She quickly unleashed her ability. An energy sphere materialized before her, surrounded by a massive surge of raw power, with arcs of lightning crackling outward in every direction. Then Suho raised his hand and channeled the energy flowing through his body. So this is the bond skill's power. But the moment the link was completed, Essel's strength was completely drained, and she slowly collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Suho called out in alarm. She looked up at him, her face pale as a ghost, and said weakly, please, forgive me, I'm completely exhausted after just a single use. He quickly reassured her, don't worry, just rest. He then turned his attention to the power coursing through his body. He silently wondered, a single activation drained all of her strength. Just how powerful is this skill? Lying on the ground, Essel stared up at him and thought, if there's a skill that lets me transfer my power to the new monarch, then it must be one hell of a devastating blow. On Suho's end, he channeled the bonded energy and swung with everything he had, slamming his fist into the wall. Strangely contrary to his expectations, the wall only had a small dent. Suho and Baru stared at the wall, speechless. Baru blurted out, I don't think it's any different from a normal attack. Suho simultaneously remarked, I think it works differently from Gray's bond skill. Looking at the meager damage and impact after all of her strength had been drained, Essel couldn't help but stare in shock. That's all the damage caused after my entire power was consumed. Right, the system displayed Demon Servant Bond Skill Charge 0%. Receives power from the white flame heir and unleashes a devastating explosion. Reading the notification, he exclaimed, could it be because the charge level is 0%? There's no way for me to charge the energy, so I have no idea how to use this skill properly. Baru then spoke up from beside him, young monarch, I have a request. Hey, turn to look at Baru. Baru made its request, may I devour the corpses of those demons you brought into the shadow dungeon? He immediately refused. No, I left them here because I intend to use shadow extraction on them. Baru continued, that's right, you've never tried shadow extraction on demons before. Could you try it now? He immediately raised his hand toward the demon corpses and commanded, arise. The system instantly popped up with a notification alert, corrupted mana detected. Shadow extraction cannot be used. After reading the notification, he said, I just got an alert, shadow extraction can't be used on them because their mana has been corrupted. Baru then offered an explanation. Even the Shadow Monarch himself could not extract the shadows of demons because their souls were all tainted. That is why he used contracts to summon them instead, much like a certain someone from the Raideru clan. When he realized there was nothing more he could extract from the demon corpses, he allowed Baru to devour them. Then there's nothing we can do with these corrupted souls either. Baru, you can eat all of them. Baru quickly spoke up. Thank you, my lord. Essel, leaning against the wall behind them, couldn't help but think sadly to herself. Unbelievable, Thea just called me corrupted. How rude. Suddenly Suho stepped forward. Holding a vial of holy water in his hand, he offered it to Essel. Here, drink this holy water, you'll feel better. His gesture moved her and she couldn't help but exclaim gratefully, thank you, it feels like I'm just getting in your way. Suho continued, come to think of it, you probably don't have anywhere to go back to now, do you? Feel free to make this city your home. The moment he finished speaking, her eyes widened in shock. New monarch, you'd help me to this extent. A system notification popped up, announcing that a portion of the shadow dungeon had been designated as White Fire's domain. Notification, Essel has been appointed as Lord of White Fire's domain. Before her overwhelming gratitude, he smiled and said, you're my teammate, don't sweat the small stuff. Surprisingly, a strange sound echoed from somewhere in the distance. Suho quickly called out, Baru, what's going on? Baru, still devouring the demons, explained, young monarch within the demon's memories. I found clues about the apostles of Idarim. The moment it finished speaking, he was left stunned. Outside the building, Baru faced Suho and everyone seated before him, then began to speak. Now I shall tell you what I saw within their memories. Before I begin, there are certain things you must understand. Stardust has been dispersed across the world, and the outer gods are monsters from beyond the cosmos. Hearing this, Essel and Suho were utterly stunned. They exclaimed in turn, you mean hell isn't the only place where stardust is being spread? The outer gods are monsters from beyond the cosmos. Baru continued, whether by fate or mere coincidence, every demon I consumed was connected to Broki and the Hyena Guild of the Steppe. Those demons received their human supply from the Hyena Guild. Humans who had been corrupted and mutated into perfect vessels raw materials for producing stardust. There are many other locations also producing stardust. They call such places stardust factories. In summary, the Hyena Guild handles the kidnapping of humans. The Reaper Guild handles transporting those kidnapped humans to the factories. And the factories use those humans to produce stardust. I am certain Idarim is the force pulling the strings behind all three. After hearing everything, Suho crossed his arms and sank deep into thought. All of it ties back to the Idarim invasion. Breaking his train of thought, Baru suddenly dropped a bombshell. Furthermore, the one who created this stardust production line is a human. The moment it finished speaking, he couldn't help but freeze, silently questioning himself. A human. Baru continued, I've discovered that a human is aiding the apostle of Idarim. That person is hiding somewhere on this earth. That person is Li Mingxing, deputy director of the Reaper Guild. If we investigate him, we may find the apostle of Idarim. In the late afternoon, countless reporters swarmed in front of a building. All of them simultaneously raised their cameras and started recording. One of them exclaimed, he's coming out. A man slowly walked out from the building. It was Li Mingxing. Mingxing stood in the center, flanked by towering bodyguards shielding him. The reporters jostled against one another, firing off questions non-stop. Mr. Li, please allow me to interview you. What are the results of the Hunter Association's investigation? Before the reporter's question, Mingxing replied with a sorrowful expression, the investigation has concluded that I am completely innocent. Though, that comes as no surprise. Another reporter stepped forward. You truly knew nothing about the Hyena Guild's human trafficking, even though the Reaper Guild is their sponsor. On top of that, numerous hunters have died in the Sewn battlefield, which falls under the Reaper Guild's jurisdiction. What do you have to say about that? He replied, we the Reaper Guild have dedicated ourselves wholeheartedly to a world that was once plunged into chaos after the great catastrophe 2 years ago. Our reason for sponsoring the Hyena Guild was simply to help their organization. A guild mostly comprised of low-rank hunters grow stronger so they could have the power to help the world. Even our decision to open the Sewn battlefield to hunters outside the Reaper Guild was because we believed it would serve as a place for young, inexperienced hunters to gain experience. As he spoke, his body trembled. The nearby reporters couldn't help but look on in shock. He continued, we never could have imagined that our well-intentioned actions would lead to such devastating consequences. Had I managed things more thoroughly, had I been more careful, no one would have had to die. I'm sorry for the trouble I've caused. Then Mingxing buried his face in his hands as tears streamed down his cheeks. After finishing, he silently bowed his head and walked away. Before his defense, the reporters exchanged glances, their expressions bewildered as they murmured among themselves. If what he said is true, then isn't the Reaper Guild just a victim too? I think so too. Even the Hunter Association declared him innocent. The Reaper Guild has always stood for noble causes. Doesn't that make them heroes? After walking some distance away, Mingxing glanced back at the bewildered expressions on the reporter's face and a smug, self-satisfied smile spread across his lips. He tilted his head, thinking to himself, pulling off that expression was child's play. A former top star of his CME acting skills are still as sharp as ever. On another note, I can't believe that old fox at the Hunter Association let me go without much interrogation. At the same time, he recalled the words that man had spoken to him. You're free to go now. He walked on, raising a hand to his chin as he sank into deep thought. Well, no matter. It seems the Hunter Association still doesn't know I'm the one behind the stardust circulating on the market. Nearby, a mysterious figure pressed himself carefully against a wall, watching them from the shadows. It was Suho. He leaned in and muttered, so that's Li Mingxing, huh? He then turned to Baru and asked, Baru, what do you think? Can you sense any Idarim energy emanating from him? Baru replied, not a single trace. He continued, does that mean he's not being controlled by Idarim? Baru confirmed that is correct. His eyes blazed with resolve as he declared, good, from now on we set out to verify this. Before his intent, Baru quickly moved to stop him. Young monarch, you must not do this. I know you have defeated some incredibly powerful foes, but this time I will risk my life to stop you. The mana I sensed coming from Li Mingxing. As if sensing something unusual, Mingxing suddenly whipped his head around. He leaned to the side, staring directly toward the spot where Suho and Baru were hiding. Noticing his strange reaction, the bodyguard standing beside him asked curiously, is something wrong, sir? He replies, no, it's nothing. Baru speaks up, you are not yet strong enough to defeat him. He sits in the back of the car, a malicious grin spreading across his face as he slowly loosens his Tai Li Mingsheng, an A-rank hunter. In the room, a crystal chandelier gleams overhead. On the table, bottles of fine wine and an assortment of fruits are arranged with extravagant flair. Minsung reclines in his chair, one arm draped around a beauty, the other holding his phone, a deeply satisfied smirk on his face. Everything went as smooth as butter. A little acting and public opinion flipped a full 180. Notifications keep pinging on his phone. News Executive Vice President of the Zishan Guild, Lee Minsung, declared innocent by the Hunter Association. News all financial records detailing revenue flows into the Zishan Guild made public. Despite his ties to the scandal-plagued Hyena Guild, Lee Minsung has consistently upheld a record of noble philanthropy. Just then, a woman strolls into the room. She looks at him and exclaims, "Oh my, look who we have here if it isn't the hero of the hunting world." He replies, "Well, hello there, my lady." She leans against the wall in her stunning outfit, eyes fixed on Minsung. "You could at least let me know when you show up." She then walks closer to him, shooing the other girls out of the room at the same time. "All of you out." Hearing that, Minsung picks up his phone and asks, "Am I obligated to report every little thing I do to you?" Seeing his reaction, she quickly backpedals, "No, you know I didn't mean it like that." Outwardly she plays it cool, but in her head she mutters, "What an insufferable personality." He was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, a celebrity in Korea since his teenage years. No wonder his pride is sky high. But that pride got completely trampled after the cataclysm. After the cataclysm, the fact that a celebrity like him reached A rank did cause a sensation, but his chauffeur also awakened, becoming one of the rare S-rank hunters in all of Korea. The story hit the headlines, and the public's attention shifted entirely to his driver. That was the first time people witnessed the social hierarchy with Lee Minsung, always at the top, get completely upended. But somehow that chauffeur ended up joining the Zishan Guild, founded by Intergeo. She picks up a wine bottle, preparing to uncork it, and looks at Minsung. "Shall we get down to business?" He takes a slow sip from his glass and replies, "What business?" She leans in closer, smiling coyly, and whispers in his ear, "No need to play dumb, I'm talking about Stardust. This time I want to buy in bulk, can you make that happen?" Minsung sets his glass down on the table. "Haven't you heard the rumors? The distribution network and one of the factories have been destroyed. How am I supposed to meet that kind of demand?" She presses on, "I'm sure the great Lee Mingsheng has already planned ahead, hasn't he?" Minsung says nothing, he only gives a sidelong glance. After a long pause, Minsung finally answers, "Well, I'll try talking to my business partner and see." Hearing that, she beams, as expected of our vice president. In his head, though, he grumbles, "Do I really have to go find that guy?" Recently, it started picking and choosing which orders to accept on its own. Through the glass pane of a towering skyscraper, a boy's hand presses lightly against the surface. His eyes razor-sharp scan the surroundings. Outside, a horde of monsters presses their relentless assault. Gray lunges from behind, tearing into the monsters with savage, gnashing fangs. Iso charges in at the same time, her blade cleaving through the horde. Terrifying gusts of wind, laced with killing intent, rip through the air. A slash tears across a monster's gaping maw. A fist and another blade follow before the creatures can even take their next step. They're hacked to pieces. That Suho, having finished off the monsters, he descends slowly to the ground. Suho exhales, he drags a hand across his face, wiping away the blood. Then he turns to Baru. "All right, I'm going to summon all the goblins at once." But there's no response. Baru silently thinks to itself. The young monarch, he must be growing impatient from what we discussed earlier. Inside the room, a shadowy figure carrying a scythe addresses Baru. "Our objective is to extract information about the Idarim Apostle from Lee Mingsheng, currently the head of the supply chain. As for the Stardust distribution, we must accept that combat is inevitable the moment we approach Lee Mingsheng." As Baru draws near, Suho's eyes widen in surprise. "Then how exactly are we supposed to get information out of him?" Baru replies, "If he refuses to talk, I'll devour him and rip the information straight from his soul. The Shadow Monarch has granted me permission to consume humans so long as they have been confirmed as demons. However, that's assuming we can actually defeat Lee Mingsheng. During our visit to the Hunter Association, I observed countless hunters of every rank. Based on my ability to gauge others' strength, young monarch, you're currently C rank. Gray is D rank bordering on C. Iso pinches her own cheek and thinks, if only I hadn't lost my power. When you merge with Gray, you barely surpass B rank. Even within the same rank, there are vast differences in power. It typically takes 10 D ranks to bring down a single C rank. Our team is still far too weak to defeat the Zishan Guild and A-rank hunter Li Mingsheng. Hearing Baru's breakdown of everyone's capabilities, she can't help but feel curious. She looks at Baru. Baru, what rank are you then? Baru looks back at her and declares, I am a general. She presses further, are you sure you're not just infantry? Baru bristles with rage. I'll tear you apart right now. Nearby, Suho stands silent. He lowers his head, a shadow of melancholy crossing his eyes. The system notification panel keeps flickering to life. System daily quest: clear the shadow dungeon, kill 100 goblins, 100,100, kill 10 goblin commanders, 10 kill 1 goblin centurion, 11 notification quest. Rewards available. System, would you like to review your quest rewards? A selection of rewards has been prepared below. Reward 1 full status recovery, reward 2 all stats 3, reward 3 random box x1. Suho grips his spear and approaches Gray. Reading the system notification panel, Suho thinks to himself, this time, the numbers didn't go up even after I killed more than the quota. Could the secret reward only appear once? He accesses the system and issues a command. Open the random box. A mysterious chest materializes from the system and drops before him. The system flashes a notification. System, you have acquired the item Remnant Ring. Item Remnant Ring, grade C, type accessory, awareness 5. System item equipped, Remnant Ring, awareness 29/5/30. Suho slips the ring onto his finger and stares at it. His eyes glint with interest. A single ring that boosts awareness by 5 points, but it still doesn't change my current situation. But the faint smile on his face slowly fades. He glances to the side, thinking in the end, I can't level up anymore just by hunting goblins. Hunting demons only increases Vu Nan's horn damage output by another 3%. System item Vu Nan's horn effect destructions desire physical damage 33%. Suho clenches his fist. I want to get stronger fast, but there's no easy way to make that happen. If I want to level up, I need to enter a dungeon and kill monsters. Back in the room, he holds a newspaper about himself. He reads it and sighs. All I got today were calls from people inviting me on excavation and harvesting runs. I doubt anyone would dare let an E-rank hunter like me into their attack party. And according to Hunter Association law, breaking into a gate without authorization is illegal anyway. Hearing this, Baru looks at him. What about going to the Hunter Association for a re-evaluation? Suho answers immediately. Information about reawakened individuals gets posted on the Hunter Association's public homepage. I need to stay out of that spotlight. Right now, I know the Itarim Apostle is already on Earth. I don't want to end up exposed and used as a weakness against my father. We can't defeat Li Mingsheng if we also have to deal with those apostles on top of everything. As he speaks, he props his chin on his hand, his expression deep in thought, breaking him out of his reverie. Baru speaks up. I don't think you need to worry so much about the Itarim Apostles. Even if an Itarim Apostle arrived before I did, they would likely be severely weakened by the effects of spatial teleportation. Hearing that, he can't help but ask. Spatial teleportation. Baru explains any extraterrestrial race that wishes to use spatial teleportation must first possess a spatial rift. The outer walls of a spatial rift are extremely narrow, making it nearly impossible for mana to leak through, which generates immense resistance inside the rift itself. Even if an individual exerts their full power to widen the outer walls, they snap back almost instantly. That's why deploying spatial teleportation drains enormous amounts of power and time, scaled to each person's mana reserves. That is why the legions of Itarim wage war across the cosmos and why the Shadow Monarch cannot reach this universe quickly. Suho raises a hand to his chin, stroking it thoughtfully. He can't help but be surprised. In short, the Apostle hasn't fully recovered his strength after traversing the spatial rift, considering he hasn't shown himself directly manipulating Brocky and the demons from the shadows. It all makes perfect sense. If the Itarim invasion is inevitable, then isn't right now the best possible opportunity to grow stronger? Baru watches his contemplative expression, a silent question forming in its mind. Is it time? Then it recalls the words given to it before meeting him. Baru, since we don't know the current situation on Earth, the decision of when and how to deploy you is left entirely to your judgment once you arrive. If you need assistance, take this and go find him. He will surely be a tremendous asset to Suho. Snapping back to reality, it gazes at his figure. A thought forms in its mind. The other reason the monarch gave it this key is because it was always meant to be the one to use it. Having sorted it all out, it immediately darts forward and shouts his name, Young Monarch. The sudden call startles him. After hearing it out, he slowly slides his hands into his pockets and mutters, why didn't I think of this before? Then he pulls his phone from his pocket and flashes a grin brimming with excitement. There's a way to enter the portals without drawing attention and without violating the Hunter Association's rule zone that's incredibly familiar to me. Scene transition skyscraper. Suho sits casually in a chair. Beside him, a man's voice rings out. Long time no see, Suho. This is our first meeting since you awakened. I was wondering why you suddenly wanted to see me. I never expected you to bring a proposal like this. You've really grown up. He looks at the man, smiles, and speaks. I've brought you a proposal where you lose nothing on any front. Baru hides inside his collar, eavesdropping on their conversation. It can't help but marvel, thinking to itself, truly worthy of the young monarch. He found him before I even had to. The person the monarch spoke of. Jinhao, holding the tablet in his hand, studies it and speaks. So what you're saying is you want me to help you enter the portals, correct? With a maximum concurrent user count of 12,417,718 players. A virtual reality game so immensely popular that it has held the #1 spot continuously since its launch 4 years ago. A beautiful world no one could have guessed its creator. The greatest game in the entire gaming industry turned out to be the youngest, not yet mature child of some conglomerate family. The name of that game company was ASN Soft, and its CEO was suddenly, a voice cuts in. Is it you, Changshu? Suho responds, that's right. That was the strike team captain. He points ahead, smiles at Suho, and speaks. I've been expecting you. The CEO told me he'd be receiving an important guest today. Right this way. This way, please. He doesn't respond, sweeping his gaze around to observe his surroundings. At the same time, he thinks to himself, this is his first time visiting his uncle's company. But why are there so many awakened working in a place like this? As if reading his thoughts, the strike team captain turns around, smiles at Suho, and speaks. You must be surprised that so many of our employees are awakened, right? Not every awakened wants to risk their lives diving into dungeons. If they're paid well enough, they can take commissions or work as bodyguards. After hearing that, he can't help but ask curiously, what would a gaming company need hunters for? The strike team captain answers, our company is currently working on a project, but I can't share the details with you. As soon as the captain finishes speaking, Suho glances to the side, puzzled. He wonders, could they be developing a game related to the hunter world? Both of them walk into a room together. The moment Jinhao spots them, he smiles and raises his hand in greeting. Well, look who we have here. Then he rushes over to Suho, grabs his shoulders and beams. How long has it been, kid? Suho, how long has it actually been? After that, he points at him with a gentle scold. The last I heard about you was when you awakened at Korea University of Arts. Do you have any idea how worried I've been about you? Suho scratches the back of his neck sheepishly. I've been kind of busy lately, so I haven't been able to keep in touch with everyone. I'm sorry. Suddenly, Jinhao leans down, chuckles, and says, by the way, it looks like you've gotten taller since the last time we met. In response to his uncle's question, Suho smiles and replies, must be a growth spurt. Suho then sits down in the chair, opens his backpack, and rummages through it. Uncle, could you take a look at this? Seeing him pull out the laptop, Jinhao furrows his brows slightly. It's been so long since we last talked. And you're already bringing up business. But the moment Jinhao sees the content on Suho's screen, he can't hide his surprise. A business proposal. He picks up the proposal and examines it. As he reads, he can't help but marvel. I'd been wondering why you suddenly wanted to meet me. I never expected you'd bring a full business proposal. You've really grown up. Suho smiles and offers, I've brought you a proposal where you lose nothing on any front. Jinhao looks at him and speaks, so what you're saying is you want me to help you enter the portals, correct? Suho smiles and admits it, then lays out his purpose. Yes, if you agree to help me acquire the portals and provide the necessary strike team members to enter them, I'll hand over all magic crystals that drop inside the dungeon to ASN. I have the ability to clear a D-rank to C-rank dungeon with ease. At his proposal, Jinhao narrows his eyes and asks skeptically, you can really do that, even as an E-rank hunter? Before his uncle's skepticism, Suho quickly responds, actually, I have a way to clear dungeons entirely on my own. He pushes the tablet forward on the table. His uncle also speaks up. Suho, you know I'm an awakened too, right? Right, even I, at D-rank higher than your current rank, don't have the strength to hunt inside the portals. Unlike his easygoing demeanor moments ago, his expression turns dead serious as he looks at Suho and asks, is the reason you've gone this far all just to get into the portals? Is it because you believe your parents may have been caught in one of the portals during the Great Catastrophe? If that's the case, I'll still hire hunters for you, so I'd like you to be patient and wait. Suho doesn't respond. In his mind, he mutters, I knew it would be like this. Just then, Biru pokes out from inside his collar and asks, "Young monarch, are you going to tell him the truth?" He answers without a moment's hesitation, "Yeah. In the end, he's the one I trust the most." Suho lowers his head deeply and speaks, "Uncle." Jin Hao looks at him, surprise clearly visible in his eyes. Suddenly, Suho plants both hands on the table, his expression dead serious. He makes his declaration, "Actually, I'm an awakened who can level up." Jin Hao, sitting across from him, is struck speechless. "Level up, what do you mean?" Suho answers, "Right now, there are invaders from beyond the cosmos hiding on Earth. To stop them, I need to kill monsters and level up. To halt the cosmic invasion, I have no choice but to enter dungeons and grow stronger." His uncle stares in shock. "You? What are you talking about?" After hearing him out, Jin Hao can't help but ask in astonishment, "Suho, have you heard about the solo leveling project?" But Suho, sitting across from him, immediately freezes. His eyes widen as he stares at his uncle. He blurts out in confusion. Solo leveling, caught off guard by Suho's stunned expression, his uncle places a hand on his face and smiles. "Oh, I get it now. This must be some kind of hidden camera prank. And you're about to make some ridiculous request just to see your old uncle's flustered reaction, right? What you just described is the plot of a single-player game our company is currently developing. It's about an awakened who can level up solo. He starts at the weakest rank, E rank, but eventually conquers S rank. In the end, he becomes the strongest awakened and goes on to protect the world. If someone already told you, then what the hell was the point of me keeping it this secret?" Faced with the uncle's words, he says nothingly, furrows his brow slightly, thinking to himself, "That story, could it possibly be about Changshu?" Continues. "In any case, if you're trying to mess with me and my employees, you've already failed. You're nowhere near good enough to fool me." Biru looks at the uncle, confused, and asks, "Failed? Impossible. This uncle must still have faint memories of the old world, or something like that." The moment the uncle hears this, he freezes, turning to stare at it in stunned silence. After snapping out of his daze, he can't help but exclaim in shock, "Suho, what the hell is this ant-faced thing?" Biru, ever mindful of his feelings, turns towards Suho and asks, "My liege, shall I assist?" He stares at the creature before him, barely believing his eyes, and murmurs, "Biru. Since when?" Before he can finish, Biru cuts in immediately, "During the Age of Oblivion. You were once a trusted vassal who served the monarch amidst countless humans. You stood on the front lines of nearly every battle my lord fought. Those moments of glory and valor are carved deep into your very soul." The uncle sitting beside him stares at the creature, his expression twisted in sheer terror, his body trembling without stop. The moment it finishes, Suho exclaims in shock, "What?" Biru continues to explain. "This would be far faster than wasting words on an explanation. This is a gift sent from the Shadow Monarch." At that moment, a beam of light suddenly pierces through his chest. Suho cries out in shock, "What the?" Jin Hao on the other side is equally stunned. His eyes go wide as he stares in disbelief. A vast white void opens up before Jin Hao's eyes. He gasps, "Oh." In the distance, a pair of footsteps gradually approaches. The silhouette grows clearer, drawing ever closer to him. Once it reaches the right distance, the silhouette stops. Seeing the figure before him, Jin Hao thinks in shock, "Me, then." Memories of his time with Jinwoo come flooding back. "Jinwoo, you said you were E-rank, didn't you? I'll protect you." Watching Jinwoo haul a mountain of heavy luggage on his shoulders, he can't help but ask with concern, "Isn't that luggage too heavy?" "Are you all right?" Jinwoo replies, "Oh, it's fine, I can still carry it." "You're always this quiet, huh?" Jin Hao continues, looking at him. Jinwoo answers, "And you're always this talkative, huh?" Then Jin Hao speaks again, "Are you going to side with him and turn against us?" Another time. He looks at his boss, desperately pleading, "Boss, just 20 more times, just come with me 19 more times, that's all. Please just listen to me." Yet another time, after acquiring a brand new armor set, he quickly equips it and shows it off proudly. A full armor set with every accessory, crafted by the most skilled artisan in existence. "It will boost my strength. If the two of us are going to conquer these dungeons, I should at least prepare something. Don't you think?" Jinwoo, barely paying attention, reaches out and gives him a light tap. He immediately crashes to the ground. Jinwoo glances down at him, unamused, and speaks, "Take it off now while I'm still calm." Jin Hao, dejected, quickly complies. Another time, he sits with Jinwoo at a restaurant. With that, the raid was a complete success. "You not only saved my life, but you helped me through the entire raid. You feel more like a brother to me than my actual brother ever did." When he finishes, he lowers his head slightly, a deep sadness visible in his eyes. Seeing the sadness in his eyes, Jinwoo speaks, "If you see me as a brother, then I see you the same way." Then he raises his glass toward him. Snapping back from the memory, his face is now streaked with tears. To steady his emotions, he quickly raises his hands and wipes the tears from his face. If that's the case, then being able to see Jinwoo again in this world. Seeing Jinhao's sudden change in expression, Suho covers his face and turns to Baru, asking quietly, "Baru, what did you do to him?" Baru immediately reassures him, "You need not worry, my liege. He has simply recovered his memories of the previous world." A moment later, Jinhao speaks, "I understand now. The power Jinwoo possessed was limitless. And you, his Sanyo, have it too, don't you?" Hearing this, Suho's eyes widen in surprise. "Yes, but it's a little different." When he finishes, Jinhao's expression turns serious, his eyes narrowing. Beyond the outer reaches of the universe, he's protecting this world from those called the Idarim. He's in an entirely different dimension. Yes, to prevent the Idarim's invasion from reaching Earth, I need to get stronger as fast as possible. Honestly, even though the situation has escalated to this point, you still brought me a business proposal. You're just as meticulous as your father. Now that I understand the situation, I shouldn't treat you like a child to be sheltered anymore. I accept the proposal. The moment Suho hears his uncle agree, he immediately jumps for joy. Awesome! Jinhao watches Suho's joyful expression, but sadness fills his own eyes. He thinks to himself this time, Jinwoo is shouldering the burden alone once again. But the reason he allowed my memories to be restored, it's because he wanted to give me a chance to help, isn't it? This time just trust me. I'll do everything I can to help Suho. Meanwhile, on the other side, Suho, fully clad in concealing gear. He looks at the group of injured people sitting nearby. Suho observes them, thinking to himself, so this is the attack squad Uncle recruited. Uncle did a fantastic job gathering enough people. The moment they spot him, a man sitting nearby calls out, "You're really paying us 400 just to join this raid squad without actually entering the gate?" Suho answers without hesitation, "That's right, exactly." The man continues, "But you're planning to go in alone." Suho, paying it no mind, simply walks away. The man watches him go, shooting him a contemptuous look. "I don't know how confident you are in your own abilities, but underestimating the gate is reckless beyond belief. Still, if you feel like you can't handle it, don't hesitate to call on us. Even though my body's in this state, I might still be able to lend you a hand." When the man finishes speaking, Suho turns his head slightly to glance back. Then he looks at the man and smiles, "Thanks. If I need help, I'll call you." Then he strides forward on his own into the city beyond. Father placed countless responsibilities upon his own shoulders and kept living all the way until now. That must be the reason in this companion system he received. He can feel his father's warmth hidden within those silent intentions, but he doesn't want to let his father shoulder everything alone anymore. Time to start leveling up. Outside the building, a car pulls up and parks. Li Mingxing steps out of the car and immediately barks an order, "Stand by around here." The person inside responds, "Yes, sir." He furrows his brow. Glancing to the side, he thinks to himself, 3 months since we last met, huh? Minsung slowly makes his way into the building. The security guard spots him and exclaims in surprise, "Oh, I saw you on the news. You're Li Mingsheng, the deputy executive director of the Zishan Guild, right?" He couldn't care less about the guard's greeting. In his mind, he thinks arrogantly, a shining gem can never stay hidden. While building an image is just as important. But a few minutes later, he suddenly turns his head, pulls down his mask, and flashes a bright smile in greeting. "Thank you for recognizing me, sir." The security guard raises his hand in salute and offers words of encouragement. "Have a nice day, sir." "Hey, the hero of the hunter world. I'll always support you." "That's right. Those envious stares. Everyone should look at me like that." The elite of the elite, born from the vice executive director of Yujin Construction on other than me. The one who became a star and king of the industry from an early age. That's also me. I rose smoothly through the world of celebrities and was dubbed the Prince of Asia. After the Great Cataclysm, I awakened as an A rank. I thought I'd continue to be one of the apex predators at the top of the food chain. Just like before. Lim Taeju, sitting in the front seat, speaks up. "Oh, I awakened as an S rank." Minsung glances at the driver. In his mind, he thinks until my driver Lim Taeju became an S-rank awakened. Lim Taeju smiles and continues. "I'm getting old, so I'm thinking about becoming a hunter as soon as possible. I think I'll quit this driver job. Come to think of it, you're an A-rank awakened, right? The Hunter Association suggested I form a guild. Would you like to join?" The moment he finishes speaking, Minsung thinks I'm A-rank, yet a measly driver is S-rank. From that day on, I was certain this world was heading toward collapse. Back to the present, the pyramid structure has been inverted since the Great Cataclysm. I must restore it to its original state. Even if I have to shake hands with the devil. He slowly opens the room door. Then he gently pulls down his mask. Inside the room, a group of people stands in a row, smiling in a grotesque manner. Minsung looks at them and speaks. Wipe those disgusting smiles off your faces before I rip every last one of your mouths apart. He walks forward and asks, "Where's your master?" The homeowner has returned, yet no one's here to greet him. The moment he finishes speaking, a voice calls his name from behind Lee Minsung. He looks at the person before him and speaks. "That cursed silver hair and those eyes, you are an outsider, aren't you?" The figure holds a book in hand and glances over at him. Minsung steps forward and gently places his hand on the figure's head. "The last time I saw you, you were just a newborn. You've grown a lot, haven't you? Huh, even your mana has increased. You're growing according to plan." The outsider furrows his brow, irritated, and speaks. "As I told you before, this isn't growth, I'm recovering my power. To overcome the problem of traversing spacetime between universes, I split my original body apart, dividing my power and personality into multiple fragments, and sent them into this world. Among those fragments, the first to arrive here was the weakest one, the infant state of. You could say that I now am the version that has merged with the second fragment." Minsung slumps into a chair, looking bored. "Sounds complicated." The outsider looks at the book and continues. "Though my memories remain unchanged, my personality will be different from the one you once knew. In simple terms, I require you not to be too casual with me." Minsung frowns and looks at him, asking, "Look, I don't care about your little personalities. You still remember your promise to me, right?" The outsider lowers his head slightly and responds, "Fame, wealth, and the annihilation of S-rank hunter Lim Tae-ju." The moment he finishes speaking, Minsung grins smugly and says, "Good, as long as you remember." The outsider pays little attention to his expression. He continues reading his book while asking, "So what brings you here today?" Minsung replies, "Isn't this my own house? Can't I come in?" Hearing his answer, the outsider scoffs in irritation. "I told you not to come here without a specific reason." Minsung doesn't care much for his words. He frowns, points upward, and explains, "There's a problem with the Stardust production line. Recently, the Linkyu Guild that supplied fuel and the factories in Seoul have all been destroyed. So I came here to request additional Stardust support." The outsider asks, "Were they attacked? Have you found the mastermind?" He replies, "I heard the one who destroyed the Linkyu Guild was a masked hunter who uses a sword." The moment he finishes, the outsider flips the page of his book and speaks. "Lee Minsung, you're the one who uses our Stardust production method. You're the one who built the distribution system. Didn't you guarantee the system wouldn't have any problems?" Minsung replies, "Kid, if you worry about every little problem, nothing gets done." The outsider casts a chilling glare at him and mutters, "Incompetent. Was the previous personality's decision to choose you as a pawn a mistake?" Minsung slowly pulls a blade from his leg. "Hey, outsider." In the next instant, like a gust of wind, he lunges forward and presses the blade against the outsider's neck. His eyes go wide, a terrifying expression as he stares at the outsider and threatens, "I'm not some brainwashed dragon shell like you. I'm an A-rank hunter. The moment I lose my temper, I have the ability to take your life before you even regain your full power. The pawn here isn't mates you." Before the blade, the outsider shows no fear whatsoever. Then he slowly speaks. "Human hunters decided their ranks based on mana volume and called it a symbol of strength." The moment the outsider finishes, Minsung snarls, "So what?" on the guard's side. His body is suddenly seized by some unseen force. His entire frame levitates upward, his eyes glow, and a torrent of mana energy erupts. Witnessing this, Minsung can't help but exclaim in shock, "What?" Mana is surging from every direction. Could it be? A group of people sitting at the dining table suddenly freezes mid-motion, their golden eyes glowing as they all look downward. On the other side, everyone has a mana energy aura manifesting above their heads. Not only every person in the building harbors mana energy within them, even those in the elevators and those outside. All of them turn their gazes toward one direction. Seeing the mana energy pervading his surroundings, he gasps in horror. He brainwashed every person in this building. Back to them, amidst the surrounding chaos, the outsider speaks calmly. "The reason the previous personality deemed you useful was because you were needed for survival. But now, I possess the power to survive on my own. Our relationship can change based on whatever merit you bring to the table." Before them, the people in the building gall wielding various weapons slowly close in on the two of them. Their expressions are utterly vicious. Their eyes glow with a fierce golden light. They raise their weapons, taking battle stances. At this sight, Minsung can't help but panic. Cold sweat beads across his face. Then he quickly shifts the situation. Minsung tosses the blade in his hand to the ground, steps back away from the outsider, and forces a grin. I was just messing around. Why so tense? I just wanted to see if you had what it takes to kill that S rank. The outsider calmly closes the book in his hands and responds, very well. Since you still have some use, I'll spare your life this time. Then everyone returns to normal. On the floor below, the security guard clutches his neck, groaning in pain. The white-haired man carrying a suitcase filled with stardust presents it before Minsung. The outsider speaks. This is a stimulant created by condensing stardust hundreds of times over. He picks up a stardust pellet and examines it, asking, "Why do you have something like this?" The outsider turns his head slightly and replies, "Dissolve it, and you can produce a massive quantity of stardust." Then he looks at Minsung with an indifferent gaze and asks, "It's completely different from the kind of stardust that only low-rank hunters can use, isn't it? If you use it, it will be effective even on an A-rank hunter like you. Want to give it a try?" He stares at the gleaming stardust pellet in his hand and replies, "I'll pass." At the same time, he thinks to himself who'd be dumb enough to use something this sketchy. I may have unleashed an unimaginable monster upon the earth. But before leaving with the suitcase in hand, he doesn't forget to turn back and remind the alien. "All right, remember to keep your promise." A voice calls out from behind, none of his concern. The moment Minsung has truly left, the creature immediately hurls the book to the ground. Then he raises his hand before his face, stares at it intently, and speaks. "I can sense it. Another fragment is about to arrive. Once I merge with this fragment of power, I won't need to skulk around in hiding anymore." At that moment, the memory flashes back a serpent-shaped monster, its massive jaws gaping in a terrifying display of fury. Its tail whips out, sending Gray flying. She crashes to the ground alongside it, eyes locked on the monster. Iso plants her feet, launches herself skyward in a flash, and hurtles straight toward the monster. On the other side, Suho charges in, thrusting his hand forward to activate his Abilitino exception. He's also sent flying by the monster's tail. Witnessing the scene, the Shadow Monarch Suho grits his teeth hard. He grabs hold of the monster's tail, then channels every drop of his ability's power into his hand, shouting in desperation. He squeezes the monster's body with all his might. Its eyes go wide with shock, and then, under the crushing force of his attack, its body splits clean in two. It lets out a blood-curdling scream of agony. A few seconds later, the monster collapses. Suho dashes away, landing safely on the ground. From the alien's side, he grunts a sickening, inhuman smelling speaks. When that time comes, the invasion will officially begin. A long-haired man looks toward them with an utterly bored expression and asks, "This really isn't dangerous, right? All we have to do is sit here until that person comes out of the gate. Each of us gets 5 million W. The only condition is we don't reveal a single thing we've seen or heard here." "I can't figure out why he'd pay us this much so willingly." A man sitting nearby responds, "This is already the 4th time, and he's never broken a promise to us. As hunters, guarding the gate is serving the community too. It's not hurting anyone." She continues, "But something just doesn't add up." Then another person speaks up in objection. "Then don't work for them anymore." Hearing that, she scratches the back of her head with an awkward expression. "Yeah, that's a bit." That man glances at her, suspicion written all over his face. Right, extremely suspicious. He never brings any collection or excavation team, just goes in and clears the gate. But without excavation or collection, there's no profit to be made from a gate. At first, he only entered D-rank gates, but recently he started going into C-rank gates. What the hell is he doing in there? On Suho's side, rocks are sent flying from the violent impacts. Baru stands behind the goblins, shouting without pause, "Move faster, faster, I say." Iso gathers items from the ground while glancing at Gray. Collection work really does require real skill, wouldn't you say? Gray then looks toward Suho with a deeply worried expression. But the new Shadow Monarch's fighting a C-rank boss monster all alone. I wonder if he's alright. On Suho's side, he leaps desperately, dodging the monster's relentless attacks. The colossal monster, consumed by rage, keeps hammering its legs toward him in rapid succession. The moment he spots an opening, Suho draws his sword. He activates his skill, unleashing Storm Slash as a flurry of strikes cleaves toward the monster. A system notification appears. Notification paralysis effect triggered. Notification target possesses strong resistance. Effect will be weakened. Item Kasaka's Venomous Fang, rank C, dagger per 25. A dagger crafted from the venomous fang of Kasaka. The venom of Kasaka still lingers within, inflicting paralysis and hemorrhage on the target. You can store this item in your inventory or sell it at the shop. Paralysis effect. There is a chance the target will become paralyzed after a set duration. Hemorrhage effect. The target loses 1% HP per second. After finishing his skill, Suho slowly turns to face the monster and speaks. "Huh, you can take a hit, huh? I wanted to test the paralysis effect of the dagger I picked up earlier. Guess it doesn't work on spiders." Just as I thought, need to deal with bugs differently. He raises his sword again, ready to strike. Suho lunges forward and slams into the monster's head with devastating force. But he doesn't stop there. His fist surges forward again, landing another crushing blow. Suho looks at the monster and grins with satisfaction. Fists are still the best. His blade is enveloped in an overwhelming surge of energy. The blade unleashes a storm of slashes upon the monster. Suho controls the blade as it tears into the monster, thinking to himself, I'm strong enough now to solo a C-rank boss. Next, I can push into B-rank gates. Rocks and debris churn violently around him, hurtling toward the monster. Suho dashes toward the monster like a gust of wind, thinking I've gotten used to using ruler's authority in the middle of combat. Not only am I leveling up, but my combat execution grows sharper by the day. Come to think of it, ruler's authority, I usually just use it to move objects around. But I wonder what would happen if I combined the invisible hand directly into my attacks. He clenches his fist. A surge of tremendous energy radiates from it. He channels every ounce of his strength into the strike against the monster. Kaboom! A deafening explosion rings out, accompanied by a tremendous shockwave. System notifications flood in. System, you have defeated Giant Arachnid. System level up. Skill, Ruler's Authority has been upgraded. Ruler's Authority LV2 active skill, no mana required. Even without direct contact, you can still move objects. Fatigue accumulates based on how the skill is used. Fatigue 83. Suho lies on the monster's carcass and murmurs with satisfaction. I think because I need to focus so intensely when using this skill, fatigue builds up way faster. Sustained use of this skill is definitely tough. Iso and Gray both turn their eyes toward him. Suho steps out. He shoves his hands into his pockets, looking at them. There could be endless ways to fight depending on how I use Ruler's Authority. The moment she sees him, Iso immediately exclaims, "New Shadow Monarch." She springs to her feet. Did you defeat the boss? He replies with a proud smile, yeah, I won. Hearing that, Baru, standing nearby, bursts with excitement. It appears you have become capable of fighting solo without me by your side. I am truly impressed. Suho responds, Baru, go eat the magic crystals. Baru reports, we've collected all the monster's body parts. Suho praises them, well done. The system displays notifications, item unknown, greatsword 8.4M gold potion of confusion, purchased 130k gold oxygen crystal X126. 1M crimson orb, purchase gold 200 gold 500. He reads the system window and remarks, the feature that lets you sell collected materials through the shop window is really convenient. At this point, Baru approaches and says, compared to the human hunters, I believe you're on the verge of reaching B rank. Hearing that, his eyes widen with surprise. Really? Then again, no surprise I level up 8 times faster than normal. System status window, name, Cheng Shu class, Nun title, Wolf Slayer, fatigue 83, HP 53,505. 350 mana 564,564, vitality 63, endurance 48, agility 37, intelligence 37, perception 425, level 28, available points 0, passive skills, tenacity, LV. 2. Martial Arts LV1, active skills, Ruler's Authority LV2, Shadow Extraction LV2, Storm/LV1. Baru continues to explain. Also, I sense that perhaps because you've grown stronger, they've grown stronger too. Iso, standing nearby, rolls her shoulders and adds, it's true, I've also noticed that the more we fight, the faster my strength recovers. How am I recovering stamina without even drinking blood? Hey, looks at them and says, wait, there's one more thing. You two are now showing levels. Iso level 19, Gray level 17. Hearing that, she looks like she can't believe what he's saying and denies it. We have levels, that's strange. But we're not players like you or Jin Hao. Suho looks at her and asks, you can see the system window too, right? She replies, I don't think so. At her answer, Suho furrows his brow slightly. He raises a hand to his chin, lost in deep thought. Even though they can't use their stats, could their stats still increase with their levels? While the fact that the two of them could grow stronger from now on is good news, the heirs and the party system still hold far too many mysterious pieces of the puzzle yet to be solved. Then he speaks up, in that case, let's go test right now whether you two can actually level up. Hearing that, she stares at him in shock and exclaims, what? How? Suho crosses his arms and flashes a smile at them. How else? We're storming the gate again, obviously. Hearing that, she looks absolutely horrified. We've already done 2 raids, why go again? At her protest, Suho replies, then let's save it for later. First, let's knock out the daily quests. Baru chimes in from the side, my liege, be careful not to get addicted to anything. System, you have entered the Shadow Dungeon. The moment he steps in, his eyes fly wide open in utter shock. Before him, a raging inferno engulfs the city flames, devouring everything in sight. Iso stands behind him, throwing a hand out to block his path while turning to face him. There's a gate inside the shadow dungeon. Suho doesn't answer. He shields his face with one hand, thinking the heat is insane. Is it coming from inside the gate? Then he asks Baru, can gates really appear inside the shadow dungeon? Baru replies, I'm not certain. System quest urgent, spatial rift detected. A spatial rift has been discovered. Enter the connected gate and eliminate the source of the rift. At the system notification, his expression shifts to shock and urgent quest. A sudden grin spreads across his face. He tosses 2 items, cloak-like, toward them. Alright, Gray, catch this. Iso catches the item he tossed, looking puzzled. System item notification. Item heat-resistant cloak E-rank, EQIPPABLE. Type Misk uncommon, blocks heat to a certain degree when equipped, costs 10 gold. Then he turns to them with a grin. Perfect. I was itching for another raid anyway. Couldn't have asked for better timing. Let's hit the gate. At the M1EA1C sector Egyptian simulation dungeon, Pyramid Zonia man with a savage expression lets out a guttural roar. He is Liu Sheng, B-rank hunter from the Allah Guild. Liu Sheng draws his blade against the group before him and bellows, this is an abuse of power. Who gave you the right to kick us out of the dungeon? The Allah Guild was here first. The other man responds, who gives a damn who got here first? This is your final warning. This dungeon belongs to our guild from now on. If you resist again, we'll treat it as a declaration of war. Hearing the reply, Liu Sheng's brow furrows, unease flickering in his eyes. He thinks, damn it, of all the rotten luck. We had to run into the Shihuan Guild. He fixes a murderous glare on Randon and speaks in a threatening tone. Before overwhelming power, everything else is nothing but dust. That man is Randon, A-rank hunter of the Shihuan Guild. Liu Sheng looks back at his group and orders. Everyone battle positions. Randon crosses his arms and lets out a contemptuous snort. Just as tensions reach a boiling point, Suho steps forward and raises his hand. He waves at them and speaks up. Hello there. Both of them turn to look at him, their expressions far from pleased. Suho looks at them sheepishly and speaks up, wait, excuse me. Can you tell me where we are 30 minutes earlier? Suho surveys the surroundings. He furrows his brow and mutters. No wonder sand was blowing out of the gate. Iso covers her mouth and exclaims. Right, tell me about it. So the dungeon turned out to be a desert. Baru speaks up. I'm sensing an incredibly powerful magical energy emanating from that pyramid. Suho frowns, but why are there things that clearly don't belong in a dungeon? Cars, even barbed wire fences. The 3 of them slide down a massive sand dune together. Suho looks around and asks, I thought machines don't work inside dungeons, so why are these here? She surveys the area and exclaims, don't tell me this isn't actually a dungeon but some gate that crossed into another world's boundary. Baru responds, that's impossible. At their observations, Suho turns and offers his own take. Either way, as long as the exit gate back to the shadow dungeon still exists, there shouldn't be a problem. I'll go scope things out. Iso nods in agreement. Yes, I think that's a great idea. Instantly, black mist swirls around Suho and he fades from sight. Moments later, he returns. Iso immediately asks, my liege, what did you find? His eyes meet hers, horror written across his face. The gate is gone. Back outside, the people watch as the gate slowly fades from existence. They rush toward it, shouting the gate's disappearing. Does that mean the boss monster was killed? But that person still hasn't come back. We need to contact emergency support immediately. Back in the present inside, the Egyptian Pyramid Tuo groups face off in an incredibly tense standoff. Suho glances around, thinking to himself, so we're inside the pyramid now. Glad there are people here. They must be the ones who had the cars outside, right? Judging by the way they're speaking English, they're from another country. He flashes a friendly smile, scratches the back of his head sheepishly, and asks, excuse me, who exactly am I? He thinks to himself, thank God I studied English to get into college. Liu Sheng glances at him and asks, a lone hunter with no guild affiliation, can an Asian even lay claim to this dungeon? Randon, standing nearby, cuts in, what a nuisance. I didn't expect so many bugs to crawl out of the woodwork. Hey, opens his eyes wide and looks up at Suho. He exclaims, it was mentioned in the old woman's prophecy. Then he recalls the words a mysterious man once told him. A creature born from death shall break the seal. The one who possesses the power to bring the dead back to life shall appear within the tomb. Right after the prophecy was given, a pyramid-type labyrinth dungeon appeared in Egypt. Tomb, pyramid, Egypt, death. It fits the prophecy perfectly. Once my scheduled events conclude, grant me dungeon access so I can raid it. When the mysterious man finishes speaking, Randon asks, if other guilds interfere, how would you like us to handle them? At his question, The mysterious man lowers his sunglasses slightly and asks, why would you even worry about that? Randon thinks to himself, just use the Shihwang Guild's methods to deal with them. He extends his hand towards Suho and makes his demand. Hey kid, if you're a hunter eyeing this dungeon, consider this your final warning. Comply and I'll let you walk away in one piece. As Randon finishes speaking, Suho thinks to himself, so this is a dungeon. Talk about intense. If this is a dungeon, then I have no choice but to clear it to complete the urgent quest. He narrows his eyes, watching the man warily, then asks, and if I refuse? The man replies. Randon's sudden attack catches Gray completely off guard. Liu Sheng, standing nearby, is equally stunned. On Suho's end, Randon lunges at him with devastating force. Debris and rock blast into the air from the sheer impact. He stares at Suho in shock. Suho leaps onto the wall to dodge the attack. You were the one who attacked first. But it doesn't stop there. Randon charges straight at him again. Suho raises his hand to block the attack, thinking to himself, I have no idea how much damage I'll deal after powering up. Since I'm hitting his armor, he won't die, right? Randon grits his teeth, glaring at him with fury. He lunges forward, roaring in rage. You little brat! Randon spins and hurls a fist at Suho. Then he glances at his subordinates and commands, how dare you go easy on them? Kill them all. Whether they're from the Ala Guild or that little Asian brat, kill every last one. Iso refuses to stand idle. She grips her weapon and charges forward, shouting, how dare you harm the young prince? Liu Sheng stands nearby, gritting his teeth before muttering, I figured a fight was unavoidable. Suho braces his hands and pushes himself up from the wreckage. Jesus. Baru asks with concern from beside him, young Shadow Monarch, are you alright? He responds, yeah. He watches the hunters clashing with each other and exclaims, the hunters are fighting among themselves. If I want to complete the urgent quest, I have to win this brawl. Right, Baru chimes in, I believe it must be done for the sake of this raid. Suho glances to the Scythe Guild of the armored man who attacked him, is definitely the enemy. He pivots hard, builds momentum, and launches himself into the air. He springs upward in rapid bursts, bounding off surfaces toward the ceiling. Suho swoops down from above. He throws a devastating punch straight into Taken's face. The man glances at him and smirks, truly impressive. Who would have thought a weak hunter would dare stand against the Shihwang Guild? You should listen to your betters, boy, instead of making yourself suffer. Taken immediately draws his weapon to block the attack. Suho unleashes a relentless barrage against him. Frowning slightly while thinking, I've been trying to take him down, but he's tanking every hit. Just how tough are these bastards? Or maybe I should try that new combat method with the ruler's authority I just learned. Can I use it on a person? But what if I accidentally kill him? Suho raises his hand, focusing every ounce of concentration, readying the final blow. A strange blade flashes out of nowhere. It's Liu Sheng. He swings his sword hard into Taken's skull, leaving Suho utterly stunned. Taken stares at the blood streaking down his face, eyes wide with shock, then collapses seconds later. Suho glances toward Liu Sheng and speaks up, thank you. Liu Sheng rests his sword on his shoulder and replies, I saw your skill when you dodged Vanden's attack. Then he turns to Suho and asks, but that hesitation earlier, are you afraid of killing people? Monsters aren't the only danger hunters face. You need the resolve to protect yourself from dangerous people like rogue hunters. His eyes widen, expression frozen in shock. Suho breathes heavily, glancing at him. Resolve. I thought fighting with my life on the line was enough, but it's still not enough. Up until now, I've never had to kill anyone. Even when I fought the Hyena Guild, I could hold back because our strength gap was too wide. But I won't always be in a position where I hold the upper hand. Hesitating to kill could lead to my own death or mean I can't protect what matters to me. Maybe the tragedy that once happened in this world will keep repeating. I missed that because I was only focused on leveling up. I forgot I need to shed the sentimentality I carried from before the cataclysm. Only then can I stand against Li Mingsheng. Back in the present, Liu Sheng rests his sword on his shoulder, smiles, and introduces himself. I'm a hunter from the Ala Guild, name's Liu Sheng. We've got a bit of trouble with the Shihwang Guild. Why don't you form an alliance with us? From behind, while Liu Sheng's guard is down, Taken charges in with weapon drawn. Suho reacts instantly, throwing a punch straight at him. Liu Sheng watches the trajectory of Suho's fist, eyes widening in shock. Suho darts past Liu Sheng, closes the distance on Taken, and drives a crushing punch into his face. The man is sent flying. System Ruler's Authority Skill Level 2 achieved. Active skill no mana cost. Allows manipulation of physical objects without direct contact. Stamina. Consumption varies based on usage. He glances at Taken, thinking, I won't hesitate anymore. A foot steps toward the fallen man. Taken lifts his head high, his face barely recognizable, twisted in agony, and lets out a pained whimper. Randon looks down thinking he took out Taken with a single strike. Randon lifts his head and grins with delight. Interesting. He speaks again, now that's interesting. Suho looks at him and introduces himself. I'm Suho from South Korea, let's form an alliance. The chaotic battle between both sides erupts. A soldier rushes in to report the Ala Guild is teaming up with another hunter party. The commander sneers, shrimp pooling together still amounts to nothing but shrimp. We're not only stronger, we outnumber them too. At this moment, Suho holds a key brimming with mana. He says, you think we've shown our full strength. His action catches Liu Sheng's attention. Then Suho gives the command Arise, sending the enemy commander into sheer panic. What Suho summons is none other than the giant Arak normal grade. More and more giant Arakas materialize, poised and waiting only for Suho's command to lunge at the enemy. Witnessing this, Liu Sheng stares in utter disbelief. With physical combat ability like that, he's also a summoner. Not to mention, he can summon all of them at once. Suho cuts through that train of thought. Alright, I'm going in. The giant Arakas relentlessly assault the enemy force with their tremendous power. Right then, a hulking figure appears. He takes a step back, winding up clearly preparing to strike. He leaps an enormous distance, landing on the giant Arak and tearing it apart. Randon laughs, so you haven't shown everything yet, kid. Interesting. Suho immediately recognizes him. Randon knows that shadow soldiers are weaker than their original forms, but he's still shocked that this man could one-shot a magical beast that the young shadow monarch struggled to defeat. That guy is clearly the strongest one here. Right at that moment, Gray arrives just in time. Suho, the shadow monarch, sees this and hastily says, perfect Timinglets use the linked skill. Gray, it barks once as if obeying his command. Iso says cheerfully, just for a moment, sir. Suho still doesn't seem to understand her intent. Iso quickly explains, why don't you try using the linked skill with me this time? After all, when we were assaulting the gate, we already figured out how to boost our energy charging. Hearing this, Gray looks annoyed. While Suho answers hesitantly, using a skill I've never deployed in actual combat is a bit. Hearing that, she says sadly, the chance to finally be of help to the Shadow Monarch and I. Before she can finish, an explosion erupts right behind them. Thousands of mummy monsters charge out to attack. Liu Sheng barely holds off a massive mummy. He says, did they swarm here because they heard the fighting? Iso panics and alerts Suho another wave is coming from the other direction too. Randon is currently being shielded by his subordinates. He thinks mummies, So I finally understand the prophecy the guild master heard. The prophecy spoke of a creature born from death that has broken the seal. The one who possesses the power to resurrect the dead shall appear within the tomb. Randon ponders at length, if the dead being revived refers to the mummies. Then the creature mentioned in the prophecy must be somewhere inside this dungeon. A creature born from death has broken the seal. Looking toward the depths of the dungeon, Randon calculates. The guild master ordered him to claim ownership of this dungeon. But with competition this fierce, he's better off going after the power to resurrect the dead that the guild master truly desires. His eyes light up as he shifts his gaze toward something. Watching Suho battle the mummies, Randon thinks that kid isn't as simple as he looks. If he retreats now, Suho will just be a minor nuisance later. He closes his eyes, seemingly weighing his options. The sight even makes Liu Sheng, who's still mid-combat, gape in astonishment. Randon makes his decision and orders, Shihuang Guild, all of you, follow me. Leave those hunters behind and head to the boss room now. Seeing this, Liu Sheng shouts, the Shihuang Guild is pushing deeper into the dungeon. Stop them. But it's impossible, countless mummies block the way, preventing him from intercepting them. Liu Sheng grits his teeth in fury. They're using these monsters to pin us down. And it's the only entrance too, Suho responds. If that's the case, they'll snatch the reward right out from under us. He calls out to Gray, who seems to understand his intent. Before the colossal mummy, Suho and Gray truly fuse their power together. The moment the mummy swings its arm to attack, he dodges just in time. Suho leaps, gains momentum, and charges forward, tearing through every mummy blocking his path. In mere moments, every mummy in the area is crushed by Suho. The sight leaves even Liu Sheng utterly stunned. Suho turns to him and says, clean up here fast, then chase after them. Liu Sheng still can't hide his shock, he thinks. Not only can he summon them, heck, confuse with them too. Suho, who the hell are you? Iso stands behind them, still regretful that she couldn't be of any help to the Shadow Monarch. Meanwhile, deep within the tomb, a mummy has been slain. The Shihuang Guild members have finally cut down every mummy blocking their path. Randon recalls Suho. He thinks, that kid doesn't seem as simple as he looks on the surface. Once I've obtained the power to resurrect the dead, I want to have a proper fight with him. Suddenly he notices something. At the very end of the tomb stands a door leading to the deepest chamber. Randon asks, is this the boss room? The dust-covered door slowly creaks open. And when it fully opens, the sight that greets them is the boss imprisoned by chains infused with magical energy. One of the soldiers says, "That must be the boss." Another says, "Is it asleep?" Hearing this, Randon says nothing. He seems to be calculating something. Randon thinks, why is it chained up? The prophecy said the creature born from death would appear after breaking the seal, didn't it? Suddenly, a sound emanates from the boss. It speaks in some language none of them can understand. A soldier says, "Magic tongue, is it talking to us?" The boss falls silent, then speaks again in that arcane language. Its limbs begin to stir. With a crack, it shatters the chains binding it. Seeing this, Randon orders in a panic, all units prepare for battle. The moment the chains snap, the boss immediately whips them toward the soldiers. The chains scythe through, cutting down rows of soldiers in an instant. When the chains slam into the ground, only one person remains standing after the boss's attack. Watching all his subordinates fall with a single strike, Randon thinks in horror, what the hell? Our guild is famous for our tankiness, and they were wiped out by one swing of those chains. Standing before the boss, roaring several times his height, it spreads both arms wide, making no move to attack. Randon's expression slowly shifts to bewilderment. Is it taunting me? He grits his teeth in fury. Why does everyone dare look down on me? Randon channels his mana, preparing to activate his skill Titan War Armor. His gaze sharpens. While the boss still stands with arms spread wide, Randon swings his blade down upon it. But his strike seems to have absolutely no effect on the boss. Seeing this, Randon's face drains of all color. He panics, thinking, my full power strike couldn't even make it budge. The boss speaks again in its arcane tongue. At this point, Randon can do nothing against it. The only thought in his mind, I'm sorry, Guild Master. I should have waited for you to arrive. The boss clenches its fist and with a single punch, the ground quakes and explodes into countless fragments. Randon's body is sent flying. He's no longer in one piece. Then the boss sits down, gazing toward Randon's broken body. He lets out an unexpected sigh. The boss says, and here I thought the first living creature to find me would be something interesting. Who knew it'd die after just a little fun? He stands up and says, whatever. It stretches and mutters, looks like there are a few more out there. Let's keep playing. The scene opens with a mummy being taken down. A kick from Suho kills it instantly. But as wave after wave of mummies keeps coming, he thinks, there are too many of them. If this keeps up, they'll just keep reviving. I can't extract their souls. They seem to self-resurrect. He looks at his own hand, thinking in confusion, I can't extract them. I can't use it either, so there are more limitations than I thought. Seeing this, Baru beside him also feels dejected that he can't help his master. Suddenly, a massive explosion from behind causes the ground to shake violently. The instant Suho leaps out of the way, the ground where he stood shatters into 100 fragments. The others present are equally shocked, unable to react as the earth cracks apart beneath them. From the debris bursting up from underground, it's a massive creature. Standing before them is a giant centipede monster. Damn it, the mummies were already exhausting enough, and now this thing too. The centipede monster attacks them relentlessly. Everyone manages to leap up and dodge its assault just in time. Iso leaps up, preparing to strike the creature. She drives her blade straight into the centipede monster. But the blade can't pierce its thick hide. Instead, she's sent flying backward. Iso says through gritted teeth, my attack can't even penetrate its skin. Seeing this, Liu Sheng says to Suho, Suho, fighting these monsters head-on isn't a good idea. As much as it pisses me off that the Shihuang Guild seized control of this dungeon, I think we should fall back. Suho hears this and agrees. He says, perhaps you're right. He thinks further. The urgent quest states he must resolve the issue caused by the spatial rift. I can't guarantee that the Shihuang Guild killing the boss will help me complete this quest either. Is retreating really the right call? Suddenly, a mysterious mist rises from the ground. The boss seems to have reached this area. Its footsteps slam into the earth, cracking it open, sensing the ominous presence. Liu Sheng's expression changes instantly. The boss known as Emuth has arrived. Liu Sheng sees this and exclaims in shock, isn't that the path the Shihuang Guild members entered from? Another magic beast just stepped out from over there. Sensing the dark aura radiating from Emuth, Suho starts to panic. His body trembles, figures his instincts must have sharpened after leveling up. But he's dead certain compared to the others, that beast is nothing short of a catastrophe. Emuth opens its mouth, a single word, get lost. The instant those words land, the mummies shudder in sheer terror. Iso is stunned. The mummies actually stop attacking. Watching them retreat deeper into the dungeon, she blurts out, I can hear that beast's voice. It ordered them all to leave, and the mummies actually obeyed. Before she can finish, Emuth has already lunged and landed right in front of her. She yelps in fear. The boss beast opens its mouth to ask, "What you just heard was the dark tongue. Can you understand my words?" She answers, voice trembling, "Why yes, because I am a member of the demon race." Amut lets out an unexpected laugh. "Every single day, all I see are the corpses of fools and insects dumped across this desert. I can't even remember the last time I met someone who could understand me." Hearing this, she thinks, he's actually friendlier than he looks. Right at that instant, an assassin beast lunges at her from behind, poised to strike. A single blow, Amut kills it instantly. Iso stares in disbelief. He just one-shot that assassin beast. Immediately after, another assassin beast charges in. Amut speaks, "Before we continue our little chat, I should clean up these stubborn insects who refuse to heed my warning." With that, it leaps high into the air. A single kick, the beasts are obliterated. The spectacle is absolutely jaw-dropping. Everyone stands frozen in shock. Suho thinks, bewildered, a magic beast, killing other monsters. Seeing another assassin beast cut down, yet another charges in, intent on killing Amut. Enraged, it tries to bring down the boss. But in an instant, its expression twists. Claw strikes fast as lightning tear through its body. Blood from the centipede beast sprays across the sand. Amut rips its body to shreds. While slaughtering the beasts, it says coldly, "I despise insects." The sight leaves everyone paralyzed with fear. Liu Sheng shouts in alarm, "What the hell is a magic beast this powerful that can wipe out all those assassin beasts in the blink of an eye? Doing here? A labyrinth-type dungeon. According to our intel, it should only range from B rank to A rank." Amut immediately strides toward them. "It seems there are a few here I can't communicate with." Without hesitation, it leaps at Liu Sheng. Die. He barely manages to raise his sword in time to block. Iso screams in panic, unable to believe her eyes. Right at that moment, Suho arrives just in time, deflecting Amut's attack and saving Kaerang. He shouts in fury, "You'd kill us just because we can't talk to you. Do you even understand the value of a life?" Amut looks surprised. "Oh, another human who can speak to me." It shifts its foot. "Value, you say? I've never given a damn about such nonsense." With that, it kicks the ground, shatters into fragments. Debris sprays toward them like shrapnel. Suho is sent flying by Amut's kick, his injury severe. She screams in panic, "Young monarch," she shouts in fury. "You bastard, how dare you do that to the young monarch?" Amut pauses. "He's your companion." It rests a hand on its head and says, "Fine, as an apology I won't kill you. If you're a member of the demon race, you must know quite a lot. It would please me greatly if you could satisfy my curiosity." It asks her, has the war between the Shadow Monarch and the other monarchs ended? If it's over, who won? She thinks, utterly confused, what the hell is this creature? How does he know about the war between the monarchs? Seeing that her companions have all been brought down, Amut speaks. "You're not going to answer me." Even Gray lies motionless on the ground. It continues, "Then I have no choice but to." Suho also lies motionless. Biru beside him keeps calling out, "Young monarch, young monarch." Amut's threat fills Iso with such fury that tears stream down her face. It says, "Whether it's those idiotic beasts who can't understand the dark tongue, or a demon who dares refuse to answer me. If we can't talk, then you're no different from those insects." Just as it raises its foot to crush Iso, Dai Suho begins to move. He tries to speak but can't. Blood trickles from his mouth non-stop. Notification: status recovery quest reward received. Behind Amut, a brilliant light erupts. Suho's condition fully recovers. He says, "Saving that daily quest reward was the right call after all. And if you're asking about the great war between the monarchs, I happen to know a thing or two." His eyes blaze with light. Suho continues, "All the monarchs are dead. Every last one of them fell to the Shadow Monarch." Amut's eyes widen in shock. "Is that true?" Seeing Suho recover, Iso cries out, "Young monarch, save me." Amut says, "You mean to tell me that while I was imprisoned in this place, the great war between the monarchs has already ended?" Suho confirms that's right. He thinks, if he's asking about that war, there's a good chance he's a descendant of one of the other monarchs. He continues, "That crocodile beast is at least S rank. One wrong move and I'm dead." Amut approaches Suho. "So the Shadow Monarch won that war after all? If he's already destroyed the other monarchs." Suho listens intently. Suddenly, Amut clenches its fist and says, "Then that means the Iron Monarch is also dead at his hands." The monster points directly at Suho. "Then that means the Iron Monarch has also fallen at his hands. So this monster is the prisoner of the tomb." Amut. As the words settle, the entire space falls into dead silence. Suho's eyes secretly fix on the beast, a question rising in his heart. This beast is called Amut, since he just mentioned the Iron Monarch. Could he also be a Monarch-class beast? Fear surges within him. If Amut finds out who his father is, he'll attack without hesitation. But before Suho can fully process the situation, Amut's massive foot swings toward him without warning. Witnessing the terrifying scene, Iso screams, eyes wide with horror. Young monarch. Her warning barely leaves her lips before Amut's colossal foot slams down right where Suho stands. The ground quakes violently, cracking apart into jagged fragments. Dust and debris billow everywhere. Fortunately, thanks to his razor-sharp reflexes, Suho leaps backward just in time and dodges safely. He shouts in fury, "What the hell are you doing?" Amut remains perfectly calm, its voice dripping with challenge. "Judging by how long you took to respond, you were definitely trying to cook up a lie. Answer quickly or I'll kill you." Suho seethes with rage. "This goddamn beast, if you don't give it what it wants, it just kills you." Amut speaks again, "I'll ask you one more time. Was it the Shadow Monarch who killed the Iron Monarch?" Suho grits his teeth and admits, yes, he killed all the other monarchs. But internally, he panics. Will Amut go berserk over the Iron Monarch's death? Amut hears the answer and simply smirks, perfectly calm. "No wonder I kept wondering why he stopped visiting me. So he's already rotting in hell, is he? It seems I owe the Shadow Monarch a debt of gratitude after all." Suho is stunned. "Wait, you are not a descendant of the Iron Monarch." Amut lets out a contemptuous sneer. "Me, a descendant of that wretch?" The Amut creature tenses its arms into an attack stance and lets out a guttural growl. "I don't want to hear any of that nonsense." The words barely leave its mouth before it hurls a devastating blow straight at Suho. All he can do is grit his teeth and stare the beast down with unwavering resolve, bracing for impact. But when Amut's fist is mere inches from his face, massive iron chains materialize out of nowhere and coil tight around its arm, halting the strike in the nick of time. Suho's eyes widen at the scene unfolding before him. He gapes in utter disbelief. A surge of crimson energy erupts and forms a barrier right in front of the creature. The beast snarls in fury. "These damn chains again don't tell me I've crossed beyond the allowed zone." The moment Amut finishes its words, the chains suddenly constrict even tighter, shaking violently as if trying to crush everything in their grip. They don't just hold it in place, they yank it backward with brutal force, each tug threatening to rip its colossal body apart. A thunderous boom rocks the ground, sending shattered rock and debris flying in every direction, blanketing the space in dust. Through the thick haze, the beast Amut is dragged backward, thrashing and screaming in blind rage. "These damn chains! You accursed wretch, you wretched sorcerer!" But no matter how furiously it thrashes and curses, the chains never relent, hauling it deeper into the dark, suffocating depths of the dungeon until its massive silhouette vanishes completely. Witnessing the terrifying spectacle, Suho stands frozen, eyes wide with shock. Those chains just appeared out of thin air and dragged the thing back. A weight lifts from his chest. He doesn't know what just happened, but anything that gets that thing away from him is good enough. Just then, Iso rushes to his side, voice tight with worry. "Young Shadow Monarch, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Suho looks toward Gray, who lies convulsing on the ground, face twisted in agony. His voice drops low. "Now we know a monster that terrifying exists down here. We need to be more careful. While we still can, treat Gray and the guild members' injuries immediately." He's about to signal for support when something catches his eye. System emergency, quest triggered, spatial rift detected. Notification, a spatial rift has been located. Quest objective, enter the connecting gateway and eliminate the source of the spatial rift. Suho frowns, thinking, what's going on with this quest? While he's still lost in thought, Iso approaches with concern, calling out softly, "Young Shadow Monarch, is everything okay?" Suho turns, his trembling hand pointing at the system panel. "The emergency quest, it's changed. The system is now ordering us to enter the connecting gateway and free the descendant of the Iron Sovereign." Amut perks up from across the pyramid, surprised. "Wait, are you saying that beast was a descendant of the Iron Sovereign?" After a thorough discussion, Suho's group decides to push deeper into the dungeon. The moment they step inside, they're greeted by a horrifying sight. Shattered weapons litter the ground, and the corpses of hunters lie strewn everywhere. At the grim spectacle, Suho furrows his brow, falling into deep thought. These people were from the Shihuan Guild, so they were all wiped out by Amut. The thought barely forms when Suho's gaze turns razor-sharp, spotting something. There, right before his eyes, stands Amut, the colossal beast, bound tight by magical chains. Amut growls, its voice dripping with challenge. "I can't believe you actually came looking for me here. Brave human." Suho maintains his composure and replies evenly. "I came here because I want to talk to you." Amut sneers. "Didn't we already talk earlier?" Suho fires back immediately. "How can you call that talking when all you did was try to kill me?" Amut shrugs with complete indifference. "That's all I learned from the Iron Sovereign. Got a complaint? Take it up with that corpse over there." Hearing this, Suho thinks to himself, sure, it's violent, but why does it feel like I'm talking to an honest-to-God child? I can't believe I have to recruit something like this. With that in mind, he presses on. Seems like you don't exactly like the Iron Sovereign much, do you? You wouldn't mind telling me why? Amut's voice turns heavy. You came all this way just to satisfy your curiosity about that. Well, it's not like I've got anything better to do while chained up like this, I'll tell you. My name is Amut. I was created by the Iron Sovereign and another sorcerer, and then they abandoned me in this tomb. Suho asks, stunned. The Iron Sovereign and a sorcerer created you. Amut nods. That's right, they twisted an ordinary human into this. Then they left me rotting in this tomb full of corpses and these godforsaken hell chains. When asked why it doesn't simply break the chains, Amut explains, these chains are forged from magic. Even if I manage to break them, the moment I stray too far, they just reform. Because of them, I've never been able to go deeper into the tomb. I will never forgive the Iron Sovereign and that damned sorcerer for doing this to me. Suho falls silent thinking. The quest says I need to free Amut. I have to find some way to break these chains. But how? They just keep coming back. If it were as simple as pulling them from the stakes, Amut would have done it ages ago. Wait, stakes. A sudden flash of insight strikes. He turns to Amut. Hey, Amut, were those monsters already here before you were sealed? Amut doesn't deny it. Suho presses further. That means you're not the master of this dungeon. Have you ever seen a room with a large iron door anywhere in the tomb? Amut shakes its head. All I know is this one room. With these chains, where could I even go? Why do you keep firing questions at me like that? A strange feeling stirs in Suho's gut. Letting Amut roam freely within the dungeon shouldn't pose any real danger. Then why would the sorcerer make the chains reappear once Amut crosses a certain distance? If my hypothesis is correct, he speaks up. Amut, if I set you free, would you be willing to hear a proposal from me? Amut can hardly believe its ears. You're saying you'll free me? I don't care what you're planning, but if you can actually break me out of here, I'll do whatever you say. You're thinking of killing that sorcerer, even though you don't know where he is. Or are you going to try and undo this magic? If you're daring to make a fool of me, you already know what happens next, don't you? It snarls. Then Amut unleashes a thunderous roar that shakes the entire surrounding space. The roar makes Issa tremble with anxiety. But the young shadow monarch Suho remains perfectly calm, his gaze steady. Just listen to what I have to say, there's still time to decide after. Then he declares, slow and deliberate, I'm going to bring this entire dungeon crashing down. The words leave Amut utterly stunned, eyes bulging wide. Suho lays out his reasoning. Didn't you say you couldn't go deeper into the dungeon because of those chains? If that was the sorcerer's true intent, isn't it because he's afraid you'll kill the dungeon's master? If the dungeon collapses after its master dies, what do you think happens to those chain stakes once they lose their purpose? If the stakes can no longer serve their function, wouldn't the chains themselves become meaningless? Hearing this, Amut falls silent for a brief moment as if a realization dawns. After a beat, it speaks in a low rumble. Now that's an interesting idea. After some time spent moving through the corridors, Suho's group pushes deeper into the dungeon. The scene before them is bleak, shrouded in a thick haze of dust and shadow. Suddenly, tears begin streaming down Baru's face, its voice thick with distress. Young Shadow Monarch, Baru circles around Amut, continuing to speak. Why does your lordship keep this uncivilized remnant by your side, rather than this Baru here? Amut scowled and growled upon hearing that. Stop acting like a bunch of insects already. Baru seethed, killing intent flashing in his eyes. You insect, you have a death wish. You want to die by this true body's hand. Amut shrugged with utter contempt. After all, who would have thought this kid was the son of the Shadow Monarch? Amut placed his chained hand on the ground. This is the farthest I can reach within the tomb. It's been a while since the Shadow Monarch's heir went on ahead. If he can't kill the dungeon's master, then the plan has failed. And if the dungeon collapses but these chains still don't release Methan, that's also a failure. Still, for some reason, I found conviction in his voice. As much as he didn't want to admit it, a strange sense of faith stirred deep within Amut. Through Suho's words, the image of the iron-blooded monarch Tanak suddenly surfaced in Amut's mind. You said that physical strength was the truest power, and then you turned to darkness. But look, even beings weaker than us can become something so magnificent. If it's that kid, who knows, maybe he really can free me from this place. While Amut was lost in thought deep within the tomb, Suho continued fighting through the dungeon without rest. Whether small or massive, each monster fell before him in rapid succession. Each strike was like a bolt of lightning tearing through the darkness, felling any enemy that stood in his path. Suho exhales a long breath, sweat beading on his forehead, but his gaze grows sharper like a predator's. Beside him, Iso fights with everything she has, her skills crashing against the monsters like a tempest, easing the pressure on Suho. As they reach the end of the path, Suho gazes toward the deepest chamber of the dungeon. A figure sits upon a throne above. Just one more left, he says, his voice firm. The moment those words leave his lips, the atmosphere shifts, entire space falls deathly silent. Before Suho looms a terrifying sight, the dungeon's final boss, the Tomb Guardian. Shika sits leisurely upon his throne, his gaze cold and brimming with authority, massive arms bound tight by chains of iron. At that moment, Suho recalls his conversation with Amma. Just as I expected, Evan entering a shadow dungeon, those chains still appear and block your path, don't they? Amma clenches his fists, his expression ice cold. The moment I so much as think about leaving this place, they appear and bind me all over again. Suho shakes his head helplessly. Truly annoying magic. Honestly, I thought this approach would work. I just wanted to confirm it. There are 2 objectives in our plan we need to accomplish first. 1, Iso and I take down the boss and bring this dungeon down. The moment that's done, we move to the second objective, neutralizing the chains when those pillars are destroyed. After that, Amma will be freed and reunite with Baru and the rest of us. Finally, we enter the shadow dungeon and escape from this crumbling place. Amma furrows his brow and asks in a grave tone, if we fail either of the 2 objectives, the whole plan falls apart, right? Suho answers firmly, rest assured I've already prepared a backup plan for that scenario. Amma lets out a hollow laugh. Whatever, forget it. Either way, it's better than being stuck here. Back to the brutal battle raging deep within the dungeon. Suho and the boss, Tomb Guardian, Shika clash in a fierce confrontation. With majestic cruelty, Shika raises his hand and calls forth dark power. A massive energy sphere takes shape in his palm. A terrifying explosion erupts from deep underground. Colossal waves of sand surge upward, violent and uncontrollable. They morph into enormous hands, hurtling straight toward Suho. But Suho doesn't flinch. He tightens his grip on the dagger, feeling the energy pulse through its edge, then launches himself at Shika at the speed of light. The moment he closes in on the raging sandstorm, Suho activates his skill Tempest Slash. The blade in his hand carves a razor-sharp arc, cleaving straight through the sand as if to tear it apart. But its useless, severed streams of sand instantly swirl back together, regenerating in the blink of an eye without the slightest loss in power. Suho staggers back, a flicker of frustration in his eyes. He clenches his teeth, fighting to contain the fury swelling in his chest. This time, he locks his gaze on Shika, calculating. The Tomb Guardian Shika. Because of this sand, I can't get close to him. With that red name tag, he's at least a rank. If this keeps up, my mana will run dry before I can take him out. I need to end this as fast as possible. At that exact moment from a distance, Iso was already ready. Without a moment's hesitation, she hurls her sharpened spear straight at the boss, Shika. Amid the blinding sandstorm, Suho's figure bursts through. Without delay, he activates the skill ruler's authority. It accelerates Iso's spear, sending it hurtling through the wind even faster toward Shika. However, with a casual, arrogant flick of his hand, Shika effortlessly swats the spear aside. Seeing this, Suho's anxiety spikes. He shouts, Iso, use the link skill no. Hearing the call, Iso is briefly surprised, but immediately, joy and excitement flood her eyes. Yes, young monarch. Pride swells within her. Immediately, a dark energy orb coalesces before her, radiating an eerie, mysterious power. In that instant, she recalls the charging condition of the link skill she learned while passing through the gate with the young monarch whenever she slays a monster. She absorbs its soul, which in turn boosts the link skill's energy charge rate. Finally, I have the chance to show the results of all those hunts against the goblins in the Shadow Dungeon. The energy from the dense black orb shoots straight into Suho, merging completely with his body. In the blink of an eye, Suho's entire body blazes with light, enveloped by a colossal surge of power. Without hesitation, he rockets toward Shika like a storm, ready to unleash a killing blow. After activating the link skill, Iso collapses to the ground, exhausted. Her eyes glaze over, yet they never leave Suho, a fierce, unwavering faith burning within. That's all I can show, just my most useless side in front of the young monarch. I just hope the link skill between us this time can be of some help to him. System link skill demonic resonance. Charge capacity 67%. System energy received from the air of white flame, releasing a powerful surge of force. Hearing the announcement, Suho furrows his brow with determination. I'll put everything into this one strike. Suho clenches his fist. The crimson energy from demonic resonance courses through his entire arm, forming a terrifying vortex of power. Without a moment's delay, he unleashes a devastating punch straight into Shika's flank. The blow lands with catastrophic force. Shika's entire body cracks, shatters into fragments, and the surrounding earth tears apart, sending debris flying in all directions. Outside the dungeon, the surrounding space begins to tremble violently. Seeing the spectacle, Baru jolts in surprise, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings to assess the situation. Immediately, he turns to Ammit and speaks. "This is," he pauses, then continues, a note of confusion in his voice. "The dungeon is collapsing." Ammit nods. It means they've successfully defeated the dungeon's master. The moment Ammit finishes speaking, the magical pillars embedded deep in the walls begin to behave strangely without warning. They shake violently. One by one, they rip free from the walls, crashing to the ground with echoing thunder. Once the magical chains are completely broken, Baru immediately barks, "Hey, you crocodile, follow me, you need to get to the young monarch now." But Ammit remains motionless, his eyes shut tight, as if sinking into the depths of his own thoughts. "Even if those chains no longer stand in my way, I still can't understand why Tanak and that sorcerer experimented on an ordinary demon like me. All I can remember are memories of excruciating agony, being destroyed, then reborn, over and over. Every day, Tanak would destroy my body, and the sorcerer would restore it. The longer the experiments continued, the stronger my body became, exactly as they had planned. However, my mind couldn't endure the agony, so I tore out my own eyes, and gradually, I transformed to embrace the pain. Throughout that horrifying stretch of time, only one desire kept me going: to once again witness the grandeur of nature with the same splendor I had glimpsed as a child." With that thought, Ammit's legs slowly lifted off the ground as if stepping toward the freedom it had always yearned for. But in that exact instant, sparkling points of light burst from behind and shot straight toward it. The enchanted iron stakes, this time refusing to fall to the ground, burrowed toward Ammit like chains, hungry to bind it once more. Seeing the bizarre spectacle, Baru couldn't hide his bewilderment and shouted, "What the hell?" Ammit froze, its eyes wide with confusion as the stakes hurtled closer. Sensing the danger closing in, it clenched its jaw so hard that blood seeped from the corners of its mouth. Fury surged through every fiber of its being. It threw its head back and unleashed a thunderous roar. "Damn that wretched sorcerer!" The iron stakes kept coming, slamming into Ammit's body with brutal force. Consumed by rage, Ammit screamed, its voice dripping with indignant fury. "You'd rather kill me than let me go." Just as another chain stake rocketed at lethal speed straight for Ammit, Suho appeared out of nowhere like a gale-force windan, delivered a savage kick that sent the stake flying away. The impact sent a sharp spike of pain through his leg. Blood trickled from the wound, drop by drop. Suho gritted his teeth and endured. Those stakes are absurdly hard. Without warning, another chain stake screamed through the air from the distance, hurtling straight toward Ammit as if it refused to let the beast escape. Watching the scene unfold, Suho clenched his jaw tight. A reckless idea flashed through his mind. "They're attacking again. If the chains won't release Ammit, then I'll redirect the stakes myself." Without a single second of hesitation, Suho dove straight into the swarm of incoming chain stakes, unleashing a barrage of powerful strikes. One by one, the chain stakes were knocked hurtling toward the dark gate. His actions created a scene that was equal parts chaotic and magnificent. Standing there, watching Suho face the danger alone, all to protect it, Ammit couldn't help but stare in stunned disbelief. "Suho, why do you push yourself this hard? Just how desperately do you want me that you'd let yourself get torn apart like this?" At the same time, Suho was gritting his teeth, enduring pain that radiated through every inch of his body. He thought to himself, "My bones can't take much more." Suddenly, another chain stake lunged at him, narrowly missing, but Ammit's massive hand shot out and swatted it away in one swing. "Now I understand. Now I know why every other monarch fell before the Shadow Monarch." Hearing those words, Suho's eyes went wide, unable to conceal his shock. But Ammit didn't stop. It continued, "All we have to do is shove these stakes into the gate, right? Then let's fight through until the very last second." Suho's breath caught. A colossal surge of mana erupted from Ammit's body, a force so immense that the surrounding space trembled, and everything seemed to slow to a crawl. Time passed. She slowly opened her eyes. She could feel the crushing weight of exhaustion bearing down on her body, but the faint glow of light and the familiar air eased her anxiety. As her vision cleared, Baru swiftly flew over. "You're awake." She jolted upright in a panic, her voice frantic. "The young monarch brought me back to the Shadow Dungeon first because I had completely depleted my energy. How is he now? And what about Ammit?" Baru raised a finger to his lips, his gaze stern. "SHH, keep it down, they're resting." Hearing that, she instinctively turned her head and her eyes went wide with shock before immediately lighting up with joy. Before her, Suho lay in peaceful slumber. His head rested against Ammit's massive frame, looking impossibly serene. Her voice trembled with indescribable happiness. "You did it." At that moment, a system notification rang out. "System, you have successfully recruited the descendant of the Iron Body as your companion. System emergency quest, spatial rift completed. System level up, quest rewards have been granted. System, would you like to review your rewards? Scene change, somewhere else, a steaming cup of tea sits ready on a desk. Inside a spacious office, a cold-faced man stares intently at a tablet screen. The information displayed keeps him deep in thought. After the disappearance of Hunter Sung Jingu, something fundamental had changed. Hunters in dungeons have started appearing once more. Thanks to the memories that Hunter Sung Jingu left behind from the old world, I was able to quickly establish the Hunter Association and quell the chaos of the cataclysm. And then there's Stardust, a substance that never existed in the old world. Now it's surfaced as an unprecedented stimulant, capable of boosting the mana of low-rank hunters without a single side effect. Everything I've gathered so far points to one source: it's being distributed by Li Mingsheng, the Vice Guild Master of the Zishan Guild. Since he pulled all of this off while Guild Master Lim Teju was on an overseas trip, the most likely explanation is that he acted alone. But I don't think Li Mingsheng is someone capable of orchestrating a distribution operation this massive, not even in the old world. It feels like there's a mastermind pulling the strings from behind the curtain. A phone ring suddenly shatters the silence. The man picks up, his voice calm and measured. "It's been a while since you last called, sir." A voice comes from the other end. "Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry for calling so suddenly." The man offers a faint smile. "You can call me anytime. After all, you were instrumental in helping the Hunter Association during its founding years." The other man's voice grows anxious. "The truth is, I'm calling because I need a favor from the association. For my nephew." Jinhao's voice breaks, tears streaming. "The boy has awakened as an A-rank hunter, and I believe he's trapped inside a dungeon." Jinhao pleads desperately, "Please, you have to help him, Chairman Jinshin." Jinshin's expression shifts with surprise. "Mr. Jinhao, your nephew wouldn't happen to be." Jinshin's face drains of color, astonishment etched into every line. He utters two words: Suho. Outside the dungeon, the setting sun slowly descends, painting the vast desert in shades of crimson. A suffocating stillness blankets the area. The only signs of life are the Alla Guild members whom Suho had carried out to the vehicle, still lying unconscious inside. Suddenly, a voice rings out, calling Liu Sheng's name over and over. In the haze between sleep and consciousness, Liu Sheng's brow furrows slightly. The voice belongs to none other than Suho, standing outside the vehicle's door. "Hey, wake up." Suho grins, eyes glinting. "I've cleared the dungeon. Oh, and can I borrow your phone for a sec?" Liu Sheng still can't process what's happening. Fatigue and fragmented memories make him mumble dungeon. Instinctively, he turns his head toward the pyramid, the structure that once towered like an impenetrable monument. But all that remains before his eyes is a scene of utter devastation, as if everything had been swept clean off the face of the earth. The next day, gentle sunlight stretches across the road leading to the airport. The Alla Guild members have gathered to see Suho off as he prepares to return home. "Suho, I'll never forget what you did for us back in that pyramid. Even after you're back in Korea, make sure you stay in touch with me, alright? Of course, thank you for arranging my flight back to Korea." Then, recalling his earlier call with Jin Hao, Suho adds, "Oh, and do stay in touch with my uncle too." Jin Hao's words echo in Suho's mind, and he thinks to himself. He said he'd already reported this to someone he knows at the Hunter Association. I should probably head there soon. Liu Sheng, standing beside him, suddenly furrows his brow and speaks in a contemplative tone. But something doesn't add up. A demon of S-rank caliber or higher just withdrew and let the dungeon collapse on its own. Hearing that, Cheng Shu forces a smile and replies, "Must have just gotten lucky." But inside, his thoughts race. "I can't tell uncle what really happened with Amut." Memories suddenly flood his mind. His final conversation with Amut surfaces. "In the end, I still couldn't break those chains for you. And because of them, you're stuck in this shadow dungeon now, so I suppose you don't need to keep that promise anymore, right?" Amut falls silent for a moment, then responds, "Don't worry about it too much. Our original promise was simply that you'd free me from the tomb." He pauses, "Perhaps because those spikes are scattered everywhere now, I actually have far more room to move. This is much more comfortable than being trapped in that tiny tomb." Cheng Shu is briefly taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Looks like Amut has changed quite a bit. Amut reaches out and grabs Cheng Shu by the collar. The sudden action startles him. Amut launches straight up into the air, leaving a powerful gust of wind in his wake. Whoosh. Someone standing nearby cries out in alarm, "Young Shadow Monarch." Amut lands on the rooftop of a massive building, turns his back, and gazes into the distance with a heavy sigh. "Though faint, I can now feel the grandeur of nature I once missed. As I promised, from now on, I follow you." The young Shadow Monarch returns to the present. Inside Chang Shu's mind, thoughts race. A portal opens within the shadow dungeon, and an urgent quest notification appears. Yeah, I guess that was so I could meet Amma and recruit him as a teammate. He smiles faintly, turning to face Liu Sheng. See you later, Liu Sheng. Watching Chang Shu's figure gradually disappear, Liu Sheng falls into deep thought. Chang Shao can summon magical beasts, fight head-on, even transform his own body. And yet he's only a B-rank hunter. Baru chimes in, it's been ages since I got to ride an airplane. Hearing that, Chang Shu smiles. The gate connected to Korea got shut down, so this was our only option. I managed to level up 7 times from defeating that boss and clearing the urgent quest. He turns to Baru. Hey, Baru, given my current abilities, what rank do you think I'd be classified as? Baru answers without missing a beat, brimming with confidence. I'd say A rank, my liege, so I'm A rank now. Chang Shu's eyes turn sharp as blades. Looks like my preparations are almost complete. It's time we strike back against Li Mingxing and the apostles of Idarim. Night has fallen, city lights illuminate the towering buildings outside. The scene shifts to the meeting room of the Chuanri Guild. A voice rings out, our guild has been growing stronger lately. The man seated at the head of the table speaks with confidence. We started as nothing more than a C-rank hunter guild, but now we control the B-rank gate in Inchin. The man beside him nods in agreement. That's right, we can even move into a bigger office now. The man holds a small crystal in his hand, his face brimming with excitement. All thanks to this stardust. With it, we've been able to enter B-rank gates even though most of our members are only C-rank. Another voice chimes in. What's more, buying it on the black market has gotten a lot easier lately. Not to mention the price has been dropping too. No idea who's producing it, but whoever they are, we owe them big time. But is it really safe? I can't shake the feeling that something's off. Hearing Sangsu say that, one of them snaps back. Hey, you were already a B-rank hunter from the start. How could someone like you possibly understand what the rest of us go through? Sangsu stays calm. I heard the Hunter Association is considering passing legislation to ban the use of stardust. The other man's eyes go wide with fury. He yells. What? Why would they do that when it doesn't even have any side effects? Wouldn't it be better if hunters could use this stuff to close more gates? That's just ridiculous. What have they ever done for low-rank guilds like ours? Sangsu can only sigh in defeat. What good does complaining to me do? The words barely leave his mouth when the large meeting room doors burst open. He whips around to look. A group of people stride in, leading them is a white-haired youth who speaks up clearly. This is the Chuanri Guild, correct? You're the guild that controls the gates appearing in Inchin, right? Kim Sangsu furrows his brow and steps forward to confront him. Some brat, huh? Yeah, this is the Chuanri Guild. What do you want? The white-haired youth cuts straight to the point. Hand over the gate. But before Kim Sangsu can even process the demand, the youth's voice drops into a commanding roar. I said hand over the gate. Now, the moment his words fade, something bizarre happens. The guild members who were seated calmly suddenly rise to their feet. Their eyes go completely hollow. One of the controlled hunters bows his head, speaking in a monotone voice. Apostles, we obey. Sangsu stumbles back a step in horror, shouting, everyone, what the hell are you doing? He shouts again, voice cracking with disbelief. Why are you bowing to this kid? The white-haired youth glances over, indifferent. I see, a few hunters here haven't used stardust. Good, from this moment on, none of you are permitted to use your sight or your hearing. Watching his comrades obey the white-haired youth without a shred of hesitation, Sangsu screams in desperation. Why are you listening to him? The white-haired youth calmly settles into a chair and speaks in a leisurely tone. I wanted to converse with beings other than that wretched one. Our creator holds dominion over this masterless world. I came to Earth to fulfill their wish. Sangsu stares at him, stunned, his expression a mask of confusion. What the hell are you even talking about? The youth continues unperturbed, but since arriving here, I've developed certain questions. The entities the creator brought into existence were meant to fulfill their will. Yet you humans act on your own desires and follow your own free will. Exactly whose wish of the creator are you fulfilling? The more Sangsu listens, the angrier he gets. He draws his sword. Who the hell is this creator? Turn them back to normal, now. Is this some kind of cult? You might be just a kid, but don't think I'll let you do whatever you want. The word cult makes the white-haired youth's expression shift. Sangsu's eyes widen in shock. The youth draws a dagger. The sheer power radiating from his body makes the air in the room freeze solid. Did you just insult my creator? The energy surging in his hand grows fiercer by the second. Sangsu feels the crushing pressure and immediately raises his blade, ready to strike. But before his sword edge even comes close, the white-haired youth strikes first. A razor-sharp slash of the dagger tears through the air and cleaves straight into Sangsu. The sheer force of the blow shakes the surrounding space, bisecting his body in an instant. The slash is so powerful it obliterates the wall behind him, leaving behind a blazing trail of golden energy. Sangsu's body splits in two. Blood sprays everywhere, painting the meeting room floor crimson. The white-haired youth stands there, his expression completely unchanged. He glances down at Sangsu's lifeless body crumpled on the ground, then turns to the apostles. "Listen up, I'm restoring your sight and hearing. Clean this mess up." Two hunters patrolling the corridor spot the scene. One gasps and shouts, "What the?" Another hunter picking a fight here. The white-haired youth materializes behind the two hunters before they can even react. His voice is cold and flat. "Forget everything you just saw." The white-haired youth stands motionless for a moment, his eyes glinting with ice-cold detachment. Free will, what a joke. Every entity that was created exists to fulfill the wishes of its creator. And yet the entities of this world dared to decide to destroy their own creator. A colossal magical beast is surrounded and pinned down by a group of apostles. Despite its massive frame and immense strength, it seems powerless against their overwhelming might. The white-haired youth approaches calmly. His gaze settles on the beast. He speaks in a low, measured voice. Or rather, you should be called refugees wanderers lost within the spatial rifts. You must have suffered greatly, drifting without purpose after losing your home. Then I'll give you a chance to unleash your fury. Go out there and do as you please. I need to study this world more closely. All of this is to fulfill the Creator's wish. In a desolate parking lot bathed in the dying light of dusk, the scene is so silent that one can feel the tension creeping through the air. Inside the lot, a group of men in black suits stands huddled in a shadowed corner, their eyes sharp and vigilant as if guarding something precious. Suddenly, a deep voice cuts through the silence, laced with danger. "Based on the amount of mana leaking from the gate, if we don't take down the boss quickly, a dungeon break is inevitable. When that happens, I'm afraid the damage to the airport will be catastrophic." The man pauses, his grave gaze sweeping across his teammates. At that moment, the eyes of those standing before the gate shimmer with a faint golden hue. They all turn in unison to look at the white-haired figure standing silently nearby. "We'll report to the Hunter Association that everything is under control." "Sir Apostle." The white-haired one doesn't respond. His face is carved from ice gold and terrifying beyond measure. Suddenly, from within the Crimson Gate, horrifying growls erupt as menacing magic beasts pour out one after another, their silhouettes hazy and spectral in the eerie light. All created beings must fulfill the wishes of the Creator. If the Creator grows bored, we slaughter one another for his amusement. If the Creator desires something, we use every means to bring it back to him. That is the sole reason creatures like us exist. But then one day he told Uson, "Of our kin in the neighboring dimension has fallen. Take this and bring back control of the unclaimed world." We obeyed his command and rallied countless believers within our own world. Then our army set forth toward the unclaimed world. Transporting that many soldiers demanded an enormous amount of energy. Yet the passage between dimensions was far too narrow to accommodate such a massive force. As a result, the divine warriors had to spend a long time crossing through the passage. And after what felt like an eternity, the divine warriors, those who never gave up, finally reached the unclaimed world. The moment we set foot in the unclaimed world, we came face to face with the Shadow Prince, the one known by that terrifying title, Shadow Monarch. He was no mere human, he was the embodiment of all things dark and abyssal. With a single command, he summoned hundreds of thousands of shadow soldiers to face the divine army. The Shadow Monarch, and his army carried a terrifying power. The darkness he wielded was not merely strength, it was pure dread that manifested in countless forms. What made it worse was his ruthless ability. Any divine warrior who fell in battle, he would immediately convert into one of his own. The darkness and his army, all of them, possessed power beyond imagination. That darkness was terrifying in ways beyond comprehension. If divine warriors fought against the darkness and perished, he would seize them and turn them into our enemies. As the war dragged on, the more divine warriors fell, the greater his power grew. The divine warriors were pushed back by the overwhelming force. And so, the war that initially erupted in the unclaimed world spilled beyond the boundaries of that dimension. The divine warriors fell into despair, unable to overcome the darkness for what felt like an eternity. That was when the envoy of God Tile spoke. "This is our opportunity. Just as it took us a long time to reach here. Those who escaped the darkness in the unclaimed world cannot easily return, burdened by the enormous mana they carry within. I cannot sense the unclaimed world. Therefore, if we use the Yan Fire, we can weaken their world from within." Yan Fire, the lowest ranked believers, ravaged and consumed by the flames of faith. but they always carry out the will of their god without question. Though weak, their ability to spread faith is a dangerous weapon against those who possess no mana. The divine warriors believed that if faith spread throughout the unclaimed world and the number of believers grew, they could create holy lands of miracles. And so they all unanimously agreed to Tile's strategy. Tile quickly used his ability to divide his power and essence into 5 fragments. Then he sent the weakest fragment, carrying the flame of the Yan fire, to the unclaimed world. Just as planned, the weakest fragment went undetected by the darkness and successfully entered the unclaimed world. A shard streaked across the sky like a shooting star. However, when the shard arrived in this place, an unexpected anomaly occurred. A group of hunters carrying mana had appeared out of nowhere, and the creatures that were never supposed to possess mana in the unclaimed world now had mana. He then discovered that mana had appeared in this world at the exact same time the cataclysm struck. So the first fragment decided to wait for the remaining fragments and successfully merged with the second. To think they could undergo such a drastic change during their battle with Asomion must have orchestrated this. No further obstacles must be allowed to interfere with our plan. Among the humans, I must identify the most potent entities hunters, those who possess mana so I can fulfill my mission as a fragment. The peaceful atmosphere at the airport is suddenly ripped apart by a deafening explosion so powerful it freezes everyone in their tracks. The faces of everyone at the airport instantly twist with terror. Their eyes lock onto the scene ahead, unable to believe what they just witnessed. From a blazing crimson gate, ferocious and savage magic beasts are surging through. Screams erupt from every direction. Magic beasts! It's a dungeon break, notify the Hunter Association. In a shadowed corner, the white-haired figure stands motionless, silently observing. If the magic beasts possess that much mana, high-rank hunters will surely show up. If possible, I'd like to see just how strong A-rank hunters really are. Seeing the chaos unfold, someone shouts, "Wasn't a guild supposed to be registered for this gate?" Hearing this, the white-haired figure narrows his eyes, his gaze turning razor-sharp. There are hunters stationed at the gate. Every one of them is a Stardust user. Stardust is a stimulant created by refining the faith of the Yan fire. Though the faint traces of faith accumulated in their bodies usually have little effect. If Tile's amplification ability is used to magnify their faith, then at that moment, the white-haired one's eyes blaze with light. In a flash, the hunters who just appeared seem to lose control of their bodies. They stand frozen immobile. On their heads, the mark of the apostle materializes. The white-haired one orders coldly, "You are in our way, move aside." Meanwhile, the magic beasts grow even more savage. They roar and lunge at anyone in their path. The white-haired figure stands there, his expression completely unchanged. The weak cries of a girl echo through the chaos, but he doesn't react in the slightest. He tells himself, all creations exist to fulfill the purpose of the Creator. That is why I believed the sole reason for my existence was to carry out his wishes. But then we do humans possess desires? Do these creations truly harbor desires that only a creator should have? Do these feeble humans actually believe themselves superior to us? As the airport descends into a massacre, a young man with blonde hair sprints out from the panicking crowd, his face twisted with terror. A deep voice suddenly rings out from behind him, "A dungeon break? I can't believe I ran into something like this the moment I got back to Korea." At the same time, a middle-aged man collapses to the ground, his eyes filled with despair as he looks up. Before him stands a colossal magic beast with blazing red eyes, its massive mace raised high overhead. Just as the mace is about to come crashing down, a figure flashes across the scene and delivers a devastating knee strike straight into the beast's face, sending it toppling backward with a crash. Landing softly, Suho turns to the man and says calmly, "I'll hold it off. Run." The scene catches the white-haired figure's attention, his gaze tracking from the shadows. Suho unleashes a rapid barrage of kicks straight into the beast's faces. Not only that, the blade in his hand cleaves through them in a single slash, splitting them clean in two. His eyes burn with killing intent as he stares down the monsters before him. At this moment, a flicker of suspicion stirs within the white-haired figure. A hunter in a black mask, could this be the meddling fool Li Mingxing mentioned? The airport is now engulfed in chaos. Screams echo without end. The magic beasts cackle with savage delight, but their arrogant laughter is abruptly silenced when a powerful punch from nowhere smashes into one of them, dropping it dead to the ground. Suho furrows his brow thinking, there's no way the Hunter Association would let a dungeon break happen at a gate with this much potential for mass casualties. What the hell is going on here? He clenches his fists and decides, first things first, get the civilians out of here. The white-haired figure stands behind him, watching with a probing gaze. The faith of the Yan fire is nowhere in this one's body. He is certain this masked hunter has never used stardust, and his mana level is at least on par with, or even slightly higher than Li Mingsheng's. Suho thrusts his hand forward. A surge of dark energy erupts, forming violent, rippling waves. His voice is deep yet brimming with authority. Go help the others who are still trapped. The scene leaves the white-haired man stunned. Wasn't that a flash of memory about shadow power? Unbelievable, a human wielding that kind of power. If he's connected to the shadows, then him attacking the Hyena Guild and the Stardust Factory to sabotage his plans is entirely plausible. The moment that thought crosses his mind, Suho suddenly flicks his gaze toward him. Seeing this, the white-haired man hastily suppresses his presence. First things first, I need to hide my presence. Can't let him discover our existence in this world. Right at that instant, an impossible sight appears beyond the glass window, a massive truck hurtling straight at them. Boom! The deafening explosion rocks the entire space. Without a second's delay, Suho rushes forward to shield the white-haired man, but he can't help wondering why is a truck flying toward them. As the smoke and flames dissipate, Suho's cold eyes fix on the truck he just sent hurtling away. Hey, kid, you okay? Right then, Suho's eyes snap towards something approaching. From the thick, billowing smoke, a colossal beast slowly emerges. Its eyes burn with a savage glow, a constant rumbling growl escaping its throat. The monster's eyes suddenly flare with light, revealing a strange crested symbol of the apostles. Suho steps forward immediately, his voice cold as steel. You the leader of those things. Baru materializes beside him. My liege, I can sense Idaram's energy radiating from that beast. Then this dungeon breach is their doing too. The moment Suho finishes speaking, Baru suddenly frees Shi's eyes, gleaming with alarm. He whips around, his gaze locked onto something behind Suho. Was that just his imagination? While Baru hesitates, the colossal beast clenches its massive fist, ready to hurl a devastating punch straight at Suho. Sensing the attack, Suho charges forward without a shred of fear. In his mind, he makes a split-second decision: dump every stat point earned from hitting level 35 into strength. System strength has increased from 77. Suho's fist collides with the beast's in a violent impact. A massive boom echoes through the space as everything around them shudders. The white-haired man stands in the back, his expression a tangle of conflicting emotions. He saved me. Seems he thinks I'm just a human child. Even though he can wield shadow power, he's far weaker than the true shadow monarch. Still, his potential remains unfathomable. Lucky to have found him here. I need to eliminate him now. The moment his thoughts settle, an unfamiliar voice cuts through the air. Late to the party, let's wrap this up quick. The man raises his hand slightly. A small flame flickers to life in his palm. In an instant, a torrent of mana erupts and the flame roars to life. The surrounding beasts freeze in their tracks as enormous fireballs slowly materialize above their heads. Witnessing this, even the white-haired man can't hide his shock. His eyes fixate on the raging fireballs, blazing with furious intensity. Suho too can't mask his surprise. He takes a half step back. Fire. The scene before them is breathtaking. A young man wreathed head to toe in roaring flame, standing tall against an entire horde of monsters. Without another word, the young man's eyes turn razor sharp. He raises his blazing hand, then clenches it shut. A thunderous explosion rips through the air as flames erupt violently from his fist. The agonized screams of monsters echo across the entire space. Suho watches from a distance, thoughts racing. Fireballs appeared out of nowhere and wiped those monsters out. Look at the sheer number of beasts taken down in a single strike. A fire-wielding hunter. Could it be the S-rank hunter Q Dongren? Right on Q Dongen flashes a confident grin. Before him, amid drifting smoke and flickering flames, one beast still stands, its mouth twisted in a furious snarl. Can't believe you tanked that hit, tough bastard, aren't you? He spreads both arms wide, bringing his hands together in a commanding, almost ritualistic gesture. In a flash, the flames in his hands spiral violently, then reshape into the form of a colossal fire bow. Dongen's expression turns dead serious, eyes laser-focused. His right hand draws the bowstring taut. Without a moment's hesitation, he looses a blazing fire arrow straight at the beast. Another deafening explosion tears through the air, shaking the entire space. The fire arrow pierces clean through the beast's massive body, drawing a howl of pure agony. The air falls eerily silent. The screams, the shattering of everything fades away. Only the soft crackle of dying embers remains. The colossal beast has been utterly annihilated. Not a single trace remains. Dongen smirks with confidence. How's that? Can you handle it? The moment he finishes, cheers and gasps of awe erupt around him. Truly humanity's greatest weapon. Thank you. Dongen's sharp eyes sweep across the scene. Thought I saw some kid around here just now. Don't tell me a hunter fought all the way until I arrived, then left without even claiming credit. Why would he do that? In the distance, behind a stone wall, Suho watches in silence. Good thing he showed up. I need to get out of here, can't risk exposing my identity right now. Setting that aside for now, Itaram always operates in the shadows. They never reveal themselves. So why would they attack civilians in such a densely populated area this time? Dusk settles over the horizon, painting the sky in deep crimson. Before long, darkness engulfs everything. By then, the white-haired man has returned to his apartment. Standing before the large glass window, his eyes fall into deep contemplation. Without warning, the space behind him begins to swirl, forming a mana vortex. Sensing the anomaly, he merely glances back. From within the vortex, the surrounding space trembles violently. Five-colored light bursts forth like a mana storm. He smirks faintly. You're here. Fragment 3. A voice echoes from within the vortex. Long time no see, Fragment 2. Fragment 2 turns around, his voice low and measured. Before I hand over this body to you, let me brief you on the situation. Among the humans, dominant species of this world, certain individuals possess mana. They are called hunters. Among them, those classified as S-rank wield enormous mana reserves. We must remain extremely vigilant against them. Fragment 3 ponders briefly before responding. Very well, I'll access your memories for the details once I inhabit that body. You've fulfilled your duty, now as planned I will absorb you. Fragment 2's brow furrows slightly, but he says nothing more. Noticing his expression, Fragment 3 probes cautiously. What is it? Fragment 2, something wrong. Fragment 2 shakes his head. No. Then I'll leave everything to you. As those words fade, Fragment 2 falls into quiet reflection. Am I sad because I'm about to vanish from this world once the new persona takes control? But there's nothing else to be done. After all, fulfilling the creator's will is always the top priority. Everything is for the creator's sake. That thought settled into the void as silence descended and the two fragments began to merge. From that body, an enormous surge of mana erupted in blinding light, swallowing the entire room whole. The violent wave of energy shook the space itself, sending shockwaves of mana rippling outward in every direction. Then a massive explosion tore through the silence. Kaboom, thick smoke and dust blanketing the entire room. As the haze began to clear, a mysterious silhouette gradually materialized within the pale, fading light. The figure slowly opened its eyes. A sharp, authoritative gaze swept across the room. These anomalous memories, the second fragment spoke of. Who could have imagined a being exists that can wield the same power as that shadow monarch? A delighted smile spread across his face. Second fragment, your final decision was wrong. Eliminating him would be such a waste. Because if we can turn him into a follower, wouldn't that mean we could command death itself? By the time Suho made it home, the sky was pitch black. The moment he stepped through the door, he beelined straight for the shower. After his shower, he flopped down on the sofa, legs splayed wide and just existed. Baru, pitying its young master, floated over to check in. You seem exhausted, sir. Young monarch. Suho's face was completely drained of vitality as he pouted his lips in response. Obviously. He mumbled lifelessly. My uncle just delivered the longest lecture of my life. The image of Jin Hao's furious face flashed through his mind. His uncle slapping his own chest repeatedly, nagging like a worried mother hen. I know you have good intentions wanting to protect this earth, but you need to put your own safety first. If something happens to you, how am I supposed to face your parents? Every time he recalled that tear-streaked, worried face, Suho couldn't help but sigh. His parents would probably worry about him the same way, wouldn't they? With renewed motivation, he said, let's head to the Shadow Dungeon. Baru, both pleased and concerned, replied, I think you should rest, sir. He smiled lightly and explained, I rushed back so fast I haven't even completed my daily quests yet and I'm not about to miss out on any rewards. Sensing Suho's excessive enthusiasm, Baru couldn't help but worry. It seemed like he was becoming obsessed with the need to get stronger. Suho entered the Shadow Domain with a surge of excitement, only to receive a shocking notification. His face went blank as he exclaimed in disbelief. In a cracking, disbelieving voice, what do you mean, no more daily quests? The system window simply read, all foreign entities residing within the Shadow Dungeon have been eliminated. Daily quests will no longer be issued. Suho quickly overcame the shock, his voice hoarse as he asked, what exactly happened here? Hearing that, Essie hesitated before speaking up. She took a deep breath, mustered her courage, and recounted everything, the image of chains piercing through rows of goblins replaying in her mind. Amut had wiped out every single goblin in the Shadow Dungeon in a single night. Amut, hearing its name called, tilted its head skyward, crossed its arms, and declared arrogantly, "I merely cleared out the disgusting minions of that Itarim scum from the young monarch's domain. As promised, I did not harm a single human." Though it honored its promise, the action inadvertently affected him. Suho muttered in disbelief, "You killed that many goblins already. Without daily quests, my growth progress is going to slow way down." Hearing Suho's concern, Amut offered a solution in a soft voice. "If getting stronger is what you want, I can train you." His eyes widened in surprise. He couldn't help but ask, "You can do that?" Amut then voluntarily shared its reasoning. "I wasn't always this strong, so I know how to train myself. So let me train you to become stronger." The moment it finished speaking, the system chimed in immediately. System daily quest unlocked, preparation to become stronger. "Do you accept?" Suho could barely believe his eyes, stunned. He questioned it internally, but quickly accepted the situation. "Another daily quest, huh? Well, it's not like I have any other choice." He said calmly, "Fine, I'm counting on you." The system window flickered and transformed. Suho, familiar with the routine, checked the quest panel with suspicion. "Let's see what we've got. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10 km run. This is supposed to make me stronger." Amut, sensing his doubt, perked up and said, "But that's not all." It patted its chest. "You'll have to carry me on your back while doing it." The moment it finished, the system updated its content. Daily quest preparation to become stronger, objective updated. You must carry Amut on your back while completing all exercises. Suho's eyes went wide. He stared at Amut's mountainous frame and cried out, "I have to carry you on my back while doing all that." Amut said understandingly, "I suppose with my current size, it might be a bit difficult for you." It proactively addressed the concern. Its entire body trembled. "Very well. Since this body has been destroyed and healed by Itarim countless times, I've also gained the ability to alter my own form." The size-shifting display was far too mind-blowing for Suho and the others. Every single one of them looked like they'd just seen a ghost. After a series of convulsions, Amut had successfully shrunk several sizes down. At this point, it was only about a head and a half taller than Suho. Amut placed its hand on his shoulder and said, "This size should work." Suho barely processed it, thinking Amut actually got smaller. But even looking up, Amut still towered like a mountain. Its deep voice boomed, "Training begins now, young monarch Suho. Fine, let's get started." In his mind, he thought maybe the gap in our power levels is so vast that it triggered the condition to unlock our linked skill. A companion who can help me complete quests. Doesn't sound half bad. He'd barely entertained the thought of slacking off for a moment before the system swooped in to set him straight. System, due to the combat capability gap between the player and Amut, descendant of the Dragon Bodith, linked skill remains locked. The gap between their abilities is too great. Level up to unlock the linked skill. Required level 80. The decree had barely landed when Amut settled onto his back. Suho nearly vomited his entire dinner. Amut said casually, "Oh, I forgot to mention, although my body is smaller, the weight stays the same." Essie saw him being crushed flat and called out worriedly, "Young monarch," at this very moment. Suho faced a threat of sheer weight like never before. He was stunned. "I have to do 100 push-ups in this condition. It feels like my arms are about to snap." Amut showed no mercy, stroking its chin as it spoke. "I know it sounds brutal, but sincerely, I know it's hard. You have to push through. Destroy, then recover. That's the only way I know to get stronger." Meanwhile, at an abandoned research facility near the Paju region, Crimson Labyrinth Somion was mass-producing stardust. The unfortunate humans caught in the process were burned until they'd lost all sense of reason. Li Mingsheng stood before the production furnace, observing impatiently. "Finally, it's here." He looked as if he'd aged several decades. If he stood next to Suho, no one would believe they were the same age. Li Mingsheng said resentfully, "How much longer do I have to keep doing this?" The multi-eyed demon behind him sneered. "You should feel honored to be part of this plan." Its identity, the Nightmare Demona, supervisor of the Stardust Factory. Its voice was low and accusatory. "Didn't the Chosen One save us from the wretched lives we had before?" Mingsheng heard those words and merely exhaled softly, muttering, "Sounds nauseating, wretched lives." With that, he swung his hand and severed several of the Nightmare Demon's tentacles. Veins bulged across his face and his eyes burned blood red. He snarled, "A mere monster like you dares to judge my life. You're already itching for death, aren't you?" Contrary to what one might expect, the Nightmare Demon didn't retaliate at all, highly uncharacteristic for its kind. Li Mingsheng casually sheathed his blade and asked as if nothing had happened, "By the way, where's the kid?" Meanwhile, the Nightmare Demon's severed tentacles had already regenerated. It replied curtly, "The Apostle is busy. He reminded us that Mingsheng will soon return to Korea. Remember to remind him to keep his promise." After that, Mormo suddenly produced a fragment, raising a question. Hey human, you must have received one of these too, right? So why haven't you used it yet? It spoke like a zealous devotee. The chosen one's savior has appeared ever since the Shadow Monarch destroyed the demon realm. As for me, I was hurled out through the spatial rift. Mormo recalled the moment the assault on Eziel's clan took place and sighed, thanks to His Majesty refining the Berserker potion. Stardust was able to spread throughout the demon realm. That is how we purged the traitors of the Raldia clan. It held the shard out before him, advising earnestly, if you follow him, you will gain power that far surpasses what you have now. You might even be able to defeat that Limteg you keep talking about. But Mormo had miscalculated. It had inadvertently struck at Mingxing's pride. He hurled his cigarette away and roared, "Don't act like you know Jack SHT about S-rank hunters." Minsung spoke without looking back, his tone resolute, and "Don't bother trying to recruit me. I will never use that thing." Mormo watched his receding figure, its expression ice cold as it assessed him. "Fool, that is exactly why you will always be nothing but a failure." Several minutes later, Minsung stepped out of the Stardust production zone. A car was already parked outside, waiting. His face was stone cold, his dark eyes devoid of light as he muttered, "I just need to endure this until that kid takes out Lim Teg. Then I will report everything to the Hunter Association and let them handle the cleanup." The image from his early days as a hunter flashed through his mind, giving him a sliver of hope. Everything would return to the way it was. He too would be able to go back to the wonderful life he once had. Minsung was so absorbed in his perfect little plan that he failed to notice he was being watched. A mysterious woman, blending seamlessly into the darkness, silently observed the car carrying Minsung as it drove away. The woman reported while keeping watch. Reporting through the recon headset, Chairman Li Mingxing has just left the field labyrinth dungeon in Geu. So I'm guessing this is where Stardust is being produced. Jinchen received the report and issued an order. Very well, keep tailing him. The hunter finished up, hung up the call, and set the phone down on the desk. Dongren commented while reading through the documents. Looks like we're about to unravel Li Mingxing's little scheme. Chairman, he began his analysis. During the dungeon break at the airport, every association staff member stationed near the gate reported total memory loss at that time. According to our intel, all of them had previously used Stardust. Dongren grew more agitated as he spoke. He set the documents down on the table and continued. We've also identified hunters exhibiting abnormal symptoms in various locations, and the common denominator is that they all previously used Stardust. Dongren wasn't about to let it slide. He asked, "What about Li Mingxing?" Jinchen's eyes turned glacial, his entire presence radiating a crushing pressure. "We'll bring him down, along with every last one of his backers." Dongren raised his hand to adjust his glasses, a dangerous gleam slowly kindling in his eyes. "Rest assured, my hunters will lend a hand as well." With business concluded, he glanced at the photo frame on his desk and thought, CEO Du said Suho made it back safely, didn't he? In the frame was a photo of him and a young Jinwoo. Jinchen swore silently, if Suho is a hunter who can grow to rival his father, then the Hunter Association system will only hold him back just like it did Jinwoo. Hunter Sung, I'll do everything in my power to help Suho. Meanwhile, our Suho was doing push-ups with an entire mountain called Amat on his back. He was grinding through the last few reps of the day. 99 as he hit his daily target, his wrists gave out and burst from the sheer strain. 100 his entire arm tore open, muscles overstretched to the limit. Amat's weight had crushed a crater into the ground beneath him. Amat paid no mind to his wretched state and prodded him. "Young monarch, are you giving up already? You have only just finished the push-ups." Eziel panicked, the young monarch's arms are broken. Baru couldn't hold back, bristling at Amat. It cursed. "You stupid, ugly fish, what have you done to the young monarch? Stop the training at once." Meanwhile, the man himself half dead on the ground crooked out status window. Using the last dregs of his strength, he purchased a healing potion. This chain of actions brought the other three back to their senses. After downing the entire vial in one gulp and regaining his stamina, he declared with iron resolve, "Good, I need to get even stronger before I fight Li Mingxing." Suho asked, "I still have 3 more sets left, right?" This iron-willed attitude seemed to delight Amat greatly. Its snout curved into a crescent moon. Suho wiped the sweat from his cheek. The potion's effects kicked in instantly, erasing all physical damage. He spoke in a low, steady voice, "Let's continue. Time to get stronger." Suho continued his journey to power. He trained and counted, much to the astonished stares of Baru and Eziel. This time, Amat had shrunk itself down to the size of a mid-height doll. Suho was doing crunches with a miniature mountain. That crushing weight bore down on every organ in his body, making him feel like he was dying. but he clenched his jaw and pushed through anyway. This time, his potion consumption skyrocketed several times over due to severe internal injuries. After the crunches came dips. This time, Ammit had the honor of sitting on his shoulders. Suho gritted his teeth and counted. 47, 48. As time wore on, the number of recovery potions consumed became impossible to count easily in the hundreds. After dips came a 10 km run. He barely rested between exercises, sprinting in a death-defying cycle of training. As Ammit sat perched on Suho's shoulders, it was genuinely stunned by his willpower. Even though he still needs to rely on skills to survive the training, I truly didn't think he could do it at first. Suho was utterly exhausted, and those tears streaming down his face were probably coming from greed. The little wolf, since the two were currently in their fusion state. Ammit couldn't help but look forward to the future. The young monarch never gives up, he always finds a way. One day, he will surpass me and all the other monarchs as well. After an enormous number of grueling efforts and recovery potions, Suho finally welcomed the glorious end of the day's training. He shouted hoarsely, "My back, get me a recovery potion." Little Greed didn't even have the energy to whimper. It broke out of the fusion state and collapsed flat on the ground. Tears of anguish streaming down. Suho wasn't much better. Drool ran down his face and his soul looked ready to leave his body. Those blood-soaked efforts paid off. A notification window appeared. System quest reward received. View now. Ezeal, the demon sitting beside him, called out, "Young monarch." Ammit declared in a calm voice, "That concludes today's training session." At this point he could barely move. His eyes locked onto the system window. His hand trembled as he reached up and muttered, "That was pure hell. But with the daily quest rewards and all the EXP I've ground today, I can now boost my endurance skill and strength stat by 1 point each." In the depths of his mind, Suho thought, "I don't know if this method is more efficient, but if I can complete the daily quests with less difficulty, then I'll definitely become stronger." But those were just thoughts. Out loud, he forced out the words, "Ammit, I'm counting on you again tomorrow." It nodded coolly in response, oozing effortless composure. "Very well, young monarch." Shortly after, the ever-dutiful butler Baru flew over, with a blanket in hand. Now that Suho was back home, Baru, worried he wouldn't sleep comfortably, draped the blanket over him. It watched him sleep, brimming with pride, and whispered its praise. He fell asleep the moment he got home. "You did wonderfully today, young monarch." Seeing that he was sound asleep, Baru, familiar with every corner of the house, snapped its fingers and cheered, "Finally, some alone time. Time to watch some TV." To fully enjoy the movie, Baru had tissues ready by his side. But the moment the TV turned on, he caught a crucial piece of news. The Hunter Association had announced new regulations regarding field dungeons. They made this decision following several dungeon breach incidents. The most notable example was the dungeon breach at the airport. The two newscasters on TV reported with grave expressions, "Unlike dungeons located inside gates, field dungeons allow the harvesting of resources such as mana stones from magical beasts." As a result, ownership of field dungeons had been granted to private guilds, and they had reaped enormous profits from them. However, precisely because of this, the Hunter Association would be implementing swift measures against the Zishan Guild and any other guilds that own high-rank field dungeons. The next morning, when Mingxing received the notice from the Hunter Association, dissatisfaction was written all over his twisted face. "What the hell is this?" The representatives from the Hunter Association faced him and explained. "Hunter Li Mingxing, the Zishan Guild currently holds ownership of far too many field dungeons. We cannot allow dungeons capable of inflicting severe damage on the world to continue operating as they are." The representative spoke formally. "The upper leadership of the Hunter Association has ordered the cleanup of all B-rank field dungeons belonging to the Zishan Guild." He added, his words carrying a veiled ultimatum. "Furthermore, it has been over half a year since you last performed any actual hunter duties. Therefore, you will be required to participate in the upcoming field dungeon raid. If you wish to retain your hunter license, that is." Upon hearing that last line, Mingxing furrowed his brow in deep thought. He didn't need to think hard to figure out who orchestrated this. It was definitely Chairman Wu who had set his sights on him. Unbelievable, of all the targets, he went straight for the biggest operation. A field dungeon raid had to find a way to refuse, even if it meant making the Hunter Association his enemy. Mingxing was about to make excuses to dodge the issue, but before he could act, devastating news reached him. His eyes went wide with disbelief as he stared at the representative. "We agree to the association's demands." The person across from him paid no mind to Mingxing's feelings and continued. "Thank you," he said coldly. "Guildmaster Liu Sheng, the head of the Zishan Guild, seems to have caught wind of something. That's why he agreed to this." Of course, we must comply with the Hunter Association's orders. Before he could even rebel, he'd already been sold out. Mingsheng seethed with a mix of hatred and fear, grinding his teeth internally. Liu Sheng. Only now did Mingsheng finally realize the intent behind every one of Liu Sheng's moves. No wonder he had returned so quickly from his overseas mission. He was clearly trying to block his path. The representatives from the Hunter Association, having completed their task, filed out one after another. Before leaving, they delivered a message. The association will assign several hunters to participate in the field dungeon raid. We ask that everyone register to participate. The entourage closed the door behind them, leaving the two senior members of the Zishan Guild to discuss matters privately. Mingsheng buried his face in his hands and spoke up, his voice full of accusation. Liu Sheng, what the hell are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Do you have any idea how important those field dungeons are? Liu Sheng heard this and fired back with a question of his own. Do you really think the association's only goal is to eliminate field dungeons? He said bluntly, it's very likely they've already discovered your little scheme. The more he heard, the more Mingsheng's face drained of color. Liu Sheng clenched his jaw, his tone dripping with exasperation. Didn't I tell you not to underestimate them? And yet you not only ignored me, you dared to use guild members for your own personal schemes while I was away. At this, Liu Sheng unleashed the aura of an S-rank hunter, his eyes glinting with veiled killing intent. Mingsheng, do you still think I'm some chauffeur who'll clean up your messes for you? He was completely overwhelmed, unable to push back. His entire body trembled so violently he couldn't even form an excuse. Right in the middle of this tense standoff, Liu Sheng's phone suddenly buzzed in his pocket. He had no choice but to set Mingsheng aside and check the message. It was news that no guildmaster could afford to ignore. He placed the phone on the desk and issued an order. The personnel department just contacted me. They say a new S-rank hunter has appeared in Korea. I'm heading to the Hunter Association now. Y'all get a contract ready. With that, Liu Sheng turned away. Before leaving, he called out to Mingsheng, you can still turn this situation around, so do your damned best to clean up this mess. He left those parting words and slammed the door shut. But by now, Mingsheng wasn't hearing a single word. His face twisted with envy. Another S-rank. Why do all these lucky bastards who hit S-rank always have to show off? He seethed with dissatisfaction at everything happening around him. The more he thought about it, the more his blood boiled. When the hell is that alien brat going to grow up? Where are those so-called next puzzle pieces? His mind no longer held any grand strategy, only personal desire consumed him now. His bloodshot eyes twisted as a thought formed quick. Kill that Liu Sheng for me. He has to die so I can still before the fantasy could even fully form. His eyes accidentally caught his phone screen and he froze. The information on the phone pulled him back from the brink, snapping Mingsheng out of his delirium. One corner of his mouth curled into a contemptible smirk, which slowly twisted into a hideous grin. Now he looked even more unhinged than before. That familiar face ignited a spark of hope within him. Mingsheng murmured with a wicked pleasure, look at that insufferable expression. He must have done something interesting. Shortly after, at the Hunter Awakened Registration Center, thousands upon thousands of people had gathered, all eyes fixed on the interior. The young man from the phone screen strolled out of the registration room. Behind him were two employees of the Hunter Association. Those fortunate enough to be present immediately recognized that trending face shock rippled through the crowd in unison. Is that person Korea's new S-rank hunter? Their shock was justified with a face like that. Who would have guessed he was Korean? The crowd buzzed with curiosity. What's his name? The young man noticed someone approaching and lifted his gaze. His face was utterly devoid of expression. Dongren approached with a friendly demeanor and said casually, congratulations on becoming Korea's newest S-rank hunter. S-rank hunter Beak Godden. His appearance sent a wave of excitement through the crowd, people chattering with fervor. Kui Dongren, that's Kui Dongren from the Behu Guild. No matter what the crowd thought, he simply didn't care. Dongren suddenly turned serious. He asked with a hint of uncertainty, have we met before? You just look familiar. Beak Godden denied it immediately. No, but I do know about you. He said it so politely. Sorry for mistaking you for someone else. After the pleasantries, Dongren got straight to business. Anyway, forget about that. Would you like to sign a contract with our guild? Beak didn't even bother deliberating, taking half a second to respond. Thank you for the offer. He pointed behind Dongren, but I already have a guild in mind, so I'll have to decline. Following his outstretched finger, another individual was sprinting toward them at full speed. Did I make it in time? This person's identity caused just as much of an uproar as Dongren's. That's right, he is the guild master of Zishan Turgil. He breathes heavily, though nobody knows why. Bardo smiles as if staring straight through the fourth wall. Today's objective is a complete success. 1 week later, at a bottomless pit within the Padu labyrinth, the sky hangs dark and heavy, threatening a downpour. Miho, an A-rank hunter clad in full armor, introduces herself with a friendly expression. I'm here to join the raid at the Hunter Association's request. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Miho, from the Behu Guild. Minsung responds with an equally courteous smile. His voice is gentle as a spring breeze. I'm Li Mingsheng, thank you for coming. This labyrinth dungeon must be giving you quite the extra workload. Flattery won't fool her, we're all professionals here after all. Miho replies politely, not at all, it's only natural that I help. She thinks to herself, this man was born to be an actor. Rotten to the core, yet he plays the part of a kind soul on the outside. Meanwhile, Minsung mingles with the other hunters, offering friendly advice. Be careful out there, don't get yourself hurt during the raid. Miho isn't the least bit fooled. One way or another, everything that happens in the Padu labyrinth today will come to light. She'll tear off that mask with her own 2 hands. Despite her resolve and confidence, she doesn't let her guard down for a second. But one unexpected variable catches her eye. The moment Miho glances at Bardo, her defenses spike instantly. The newly recruited S-rank hunter of the Zishan Guild, Bardo, he's also participating in this raid. After a round of greetings dripping with false politeness, they split into separate groups. The Zishan Guild side consists of just 2, Bardo and Minsung. The Hunter Association side forms up with Miho at the lead. She steadies her expression and reassures herself if something goes wrong, she'll spot it. Trailing behind the assault team are the hardworking miners tasked with extracting ore and resources. The team leader shouts, "All right, extraction team, grab your pickaxes." Each of them lines up and takes their tools in an orderly fashion. Among the extraction team, there's a very familiar back. The Padu Labyrinth raid begins. A few days before the Padu Labyrinth raid, Minsung looks at him and marvels, I can't believe you've grown so much in such a short time. He rambles, I guess all outsiders must feel the same way, huh? Bardo cuts him off, annoyed by his rambling. I simply chose a small, young body to make survival easier in the early stages. Once I've collected enough fragments and regained my strength, there's no reason to worry about physical appearance. Minsung isn't angry, in fact he's even more intrigued now. So what about the name Bardo? And you've really decided to become a hunter? What exactly are you planning? Bardo couldn't care less, he gives a dismissive explanation. It's just a name I picked for operating in the outside world. As for becoming a hunter, it simply lets me do more things. Realizing they can't get anything more out of him, Minsung changes the subject. Because of the incident you caused at the airport, the Hunter Association has started hunting, using civilian casualties as their excuse. At this rate, the factory in the Padu Labyrinth will be discovered. If that happens, we're finished. Hearing the accusations, Bardo remains completely unfazed. He calmly sets down his teacup and reassures him. Don't worry, Li Minsung. Ian the Zishan Guildair here precisely to prevent that. He makes no effort to hide his intentions. I will convert every hunter participating in this raid into followers. Then they won't find a thing. Minsung smirks and can't help but press further. A bold opening move. But do you really think you can handle that S-rank hunter yet? Hearing this, Bardo lowers his gaze, frowning. You're talking about my promise to help you eliminate him. Now that I've met him in person, I'm certain. If I were to fight an S-rank hunter right now, just from that opening line, you can tell this kid is trying to buy time. Minsung nearly spits out his drink. Minsung doesn't hear a single word. He grins and says, I don't care who dies, as long as you keep your promise. Meanwhile, inside the towering skyscraper of the Hunter Association, soft sunlight reflects off the glass panels. Jin Hao sits alone in the chairman's office, reviewing the operation plan. The Padu Labyrinth raid is about to begin. His brow creases with worry. One look and it's clear he can't rest easy. Li Mingsheng and the Stardust Operation Team need to gather more evidence during this raid. He factors in the support assets for this operation, starting with Miho. Thanks to the Behu Guild's cooperation, A-rank hunter Miho has joined the raid. So right now, there's no need to worry about the other participating hunters, some of whom are big names both at home and abroad. That thought puts Jin Hao somewhat at ease. In case something goes wrong, they still have Kui Dongren and other S-rank hunters on standby. Though his allies are extremely reliable and powerful, Jin Hao's instinct won't let him stop worrying. And there's another concerned, newly surfaced S-rank hunter, Bardo, who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. His recruitment into the Zishan Guild right as the Labyrinth raid began makes Jin Hao uneasy about the possibility that everything might tip in Li Mingsheng's favor. Those are elements worth monitoring, but they're not his biggest worry. There's one more thing weighing on his mind. Jin Hao truly has his hands full. The fact that Suho has also joined as a member of the extraction team. Looking over the resume of his old friend's son, he can't help but agonize. Whether it's coincidence or fate, he can't tell. Even though he approved the boy's participation in the extraction team, he's not sure it was the right call. Jinhao leans back in his chair. He decides to stop deliberating. If all of this is part of Suho's plan, then he'll support him with everything he has. Back to the day of the raid. Deep within the dungeon, a dragon opens its maw wide. A massive fireball takes shape, round and blazing. It exhales a devastating blast of flame. The tank in the team absorbs the full brunt of the dragon's inferno. He holds the line alone with no backup in sight. Attack team, I can't hold this any longer. The moment the words leave his mouth, Miho appears behind him and taps lightly on his armor. The signal to swap positions. The tank stares at her in shock. The dragon continues breathing fire with reckless fury, seemingly oblivious to its surroundings. Miho charges in with blazing momentum, her fist smashing square into the dragon's jaw. But that's only the beginning. She presses the advantage, dishing out a relentless beatdown. After dozens of punches, just as she lands a textbook uppercut, the creature's forelimb sweeps in. Miho sees it coming, her eyes cut sharp as blades. She dodges a split second early, the claw swipes nothing but air. She uses its back as a springboard, flipping off with acrobatic grace. The beast swipes again and again, but can't touch her. Miho toys with it for a moment, then casually leaps off its back. She lands not far away, completely unscathed. The moment her feet touch the ground, Miho launches herself at the beast again. Its massive eye reflects her powerful silhouette. Miho's fist hammers into the creature's skull, blood erupting across its face. This single punch might have turned its brain to mush. Its entire head is nearly flattened into a disc. One beast falls and another takes its place. A new battle begins. Miho soloed both beasts without breaking a sweat. Every single one was left with caved-in skulls, crushed chests, or mangled torsos. After wiping out the monsters, Miho finally glanced over at the rest of her party. She skipped right past her own teammates and locked eyes on Mingsheng, safe and sound at the back of the car. Displeasure churned in her gut. Li Mingsheng didn't even join the fight. What a disgrace! Somyeon awakened as an A-rank hunter, and this is what he does. Does he think being a hunter is some kind of game? Miho was too fixated on him to notice another monster creeping up behind her. By the time she sensed its presence, it was already far too late. Her face flickered with a flash of panic. She'd lost focus, but before the thing could get anywhere near her, Dojin swatted it flat, as easy as grabbing lunch. No one could tell what he was thinking as he did it. His face didn't ripple with a single emotion. Dojin finished off the monster, turned away, and said in a flat, detached tone, "Hunter Miho, do be more careful." Seeing Dojin's combat power up close left Miho utterly stunned. He can take down a salamander in a single blow that easily. Dojin's god-tier hunter. Because he wore casual clothes on the raid, she'd written him off as just a Kaidvin if he was an S-rank hunter. Dojin tugged up his collar, radiating the overwhelming pressure of an S-rank hunter. His eyes glowed like distant stars. He flicked his blade a few times with casual ease, lopping off every dragon's head clean. A single man, effortlessly wiping out an entire pack. Miho couldn't help but sigh in awe. S-rank hunters truly operate on an entirely different level. Nobody knew how long they'd been fighting, but the rocks were splattered with monster blood everywhere. They waited a while, nothing else crawled out. Looks like everything's wrapped up. Finished faster than expected. Despite everything going smoothly, the fact that it was going too smoothly made Miho uneasy. I didn't expect the Padu Labyrinth to have so few monsters. Mingsheng, who hadn't lifted a finger this whole time, finally spoke without turning around. "You noticed, Hunter Miho." He said it without a shred of shame. "Our guild regularly cleans out the monsters in the dungeons we own. That's why this place poses no real threat to the outside world." Hearing that, Miho couldn't help but grow suspicious. Regular monster cleanup. Since there's no need to enter dungeons every day, other guilds normally don't bother with this kind of maintenance. She didn't believe a single word he said, but something was definitely off here. Meanwhile, Mingsheng casually took the lead, pointing the way. "Alright, the insect nest chamber is just up ahead." Naturally, he'd prepared everything in advance. Brimming with confidence, Mingsheng silently challenged, "No matter how hard you search, you won't find a single thing to pin on me." According to what Mingsheng had arranged with the demon overseer Mumo, the demons had dismantled the factory and hidden somewhere deep within this Padu Labyrinth. Miho wasn't just up against Mingsheng. Tadash also had to contend with an entire hidden syndicate pulling the strings behind him, and she had to fight them on their home turf. So she could forget about finding traces of the factory or dreaming about getting out of here alive. Dojin smirked, sharing a silent nod of agreement with Li Mingsheng. With a calm mind, the demon overseer Mumu obediently withdrew its forces into the secret chamber, idling about with nothing to do. He felt both bored and wistful. What a waste, a real missed opportunity. Before it lay rows of refined demon fire. Mumu sighed wistfully. I can't believe we won't get to meet the apostle, even though he's right here. A real workaholic of a demon. With its day off approved by the boss himself for once, Mumu had nothing to do and was bored out of its skull. Grumbling under its breath, we could have churned out piles of stardust with all this free time. It's such a waste leaving all these materials just sitting here untouched. No sooner had it finished grumbling than Suho found his way here on his own. He stood before the iron door and confirmed once more. Baru, you're saying you sense the presence of a demon in here? Baru answered, loyal and certain. Yes, my young monarch. With that confirmation, Suho didn't hesitate. He threw the door wide open and peered into the dusty old warehouse. Mumu, never expecting anyone to find this location, cried out in shock, who's there? Suho didn't bother responding, he just swung. In one fluid motion, Suho slipped on his gloves and activated his skill-on punch, sent it flying. Mumu rocketed backward, bowling through several of its underlings and tumbling across the ground. Not a single one caught it. He didn't rush to follow up after the punch. He surveyed the room first. Baru slipped out from inside his coat, completely missing the point, and whispered in admiration. Young monarch, I never imagined you could blow a demon's head clean off in a single blow. Looks like those daily training sessions with that damned ugly fish are paying off after all. Suho scanned the captives held in here, assessing the situation. These people have all lost their minds. So the Padu Labyrinth really is a stardust factory. While he was deep in thought, a guttural voice boomed out. Suho's expression darkened as he turned to look. The sound came from the pile of goo that was once Mumu. Its voice sounded pleased. I didn't think the human the apostle mentioned, the one interfering with our plans, would actually come here. At Mumu's will, its tentacles instantly swelled in size, their surfaces plated with hard scales. Mumu growled in its guttural voice, very good. Suho eyed the demon before him warily, making no reckless moves. Mumu completed its transformation, morphing from a grotesque beast into a multi-eyed mummy-like abomination. It declared with excitement, then you'll make the perfect gift for us to present to the apostle. The mana crystal formations were being hammered relentlessly, but no matter how hard they struck, it was like shoveling sand against the tide. Nothing changed. Are these things seriously endless? How can a guild-managed dungeon have this many mana crystals? Would they even need to make money any other way? Selling this haul of crystals alone would fetch a fortune. After swinging away endlessly with nothing to show for it, they finally set down their tools and switched topics. Let's set that aside for now. I heard there's an E-rank member tagging along with us. Have you seen him? I can't believe they'd let an E-rank hunter set foot in a B-rank dungeon like this. What were they even thinking? Don't be too hard on the kid. He's still young. Doesn't it make you happy seeing someone so young working hard? As they talked, one of them suddenly had a realization. Don't tell me you assigned that rookie to work at the dungeon entrance at the safest spot there is. The man didn't even bother hiding it and confirmed on the spot. You figured it out, but you always send me to the dangerous spots. They got back to work, planning to lend the kid a hand once they finished up. I heard his cart can carry 4 times the normal load. Once we're done here, let's go help him out. You're too kind. Deep inside the entrance leading into the dark dungeon, countless crates were filled with mana crystals. Meanwhile, in another location, Suho now faced a monster that was no pushover. Baru also sensed the torrent of demonic energy pouring off the creature and issued a warning. Young monarch, this one's mana. Suho understood he was facing an opponent with overwhelming power. My perception stat has risen, I can feel it too. With his accumulated experience, he could gauge its strength. It was at least on par with an A-rank hunter like the corrupt hunter they'd encountered back in the Pyramid Labyrinth. Now that he could think clearly, Suho began raising a few questions of his own. I figured there had to be some reason the Hunter Association sent the Zishan Guild to raid this field labyrinth dungeon. That's exactly why I signed up for the excavation team. Could the association have caught wind of something related to Stardust? If the association takes an interest in Li Mingsheng's abnormal development, gathering intel on the Itarim Apostle is going to be a nightmare. Where the hell is that apostle hiding? While Suho was mulling it over, his name surfaced in the monster's mind as well. Just as the apostle was hunting the man in the black mask, the monster was hunting him right back. The monster refused to disappoint its master. It coiled its limbs tight around Suho's leg. You'll be meeting him soon enough. The monster's grotesque tentacles stretch endlessly outward. The assault begins, because I'm about to crush you into paste and gift you to him. The monster's tentacles squeeze tight around Suho, and witnessing its own handiwork, it brims with smug satisfaction. Now that my tentacles have you, there's no escaping my overwhelming power. But far from showing fear, Suho actually questions overwhelming power. Suddenly, memories of his former master flash through his mind. Amut, witnessing Suho's extraordinary performance and monstrous physical prowess, couldn't help but marvel. Impressive. I never thought you'd complete my training in just 5 days. Looking at Suho's physique, Amut can't deny it. Young monarch, your body has become far more formidable than before. Hearing that, Suho asks back, is that so? Suddenly his face goes haggard, utterly spent. The moment the words leave his mouth, Suho collapses flat on the ground, arms and legs sprawled out like a starfish. The instant he gazes up at the sky, Suho realizes his earlier thoughts were absolutely, irrefutably correct. Dumping every single stat point into strength was the right call. All those points earned from daily quests poured straight into strength without a second thought. And on top of that, I even picked up a skill that cranks my power even higher. Skill power enhancement increases strength by 20%. Amut leans down and utters something Suho would never forget. I assure you right here and now, you are the strongest human I have ever laid eyes on. Those words from Amut truly awaken something in Suho. Fast and lethal, instantly shreds every tentacle the monster has and bursts free. Seeing its tentacles completely annihilated, the monster is utterly stunned by this brutal reversal. What? I'll grind you to dust. Now in Suho's grip are the monster's beloved tentacles reduced to scraps. Everything before was just the warm-up. Now is the true moment for Suho to shine and explode. Strength 120. Before dealing with the purple monstrosity, he clears out the 2 fodder mobs first so they don't get underfoot. Each one gets a one-way ticket to the afterlife, no delays, no refunds. After clearing the riffraff, Suho advances straight toward the monster. I'll ask you one more time. Without a shred of fear, he presses his ice-gold face right up against the monster. Where is the apostle? But with its damned stubborn nature, the monster would rather die and drag the secret to the grave than spill a single word. As if I'd ever tell you. Seeing its unwavering loyalty, Suho places his hand on its head and shows it what true authority looks like. Is that so? Surprised old man. Think you're hot stuff? In the blink of an eye, Suho parts the monster from its beloved head. But that alone isn't enough to scratch his itch. He keeps driving his blade forward into the monster's remains. Not content with just obliterating its head, Suho gifts the monster a vicious sword barrage across its entire body. Before his terrifying, relentless power, the monster can't help but wonder who the hell is this guy. Only now does the monster know what fear feels like, but it's far too late. The terror radiating from Suho is so overwhelming that he can rip the information out without needing anyone to talk. And to pull that off, he can't do without the help of his precious little one, Baru's Shadow Command. Who would have thought the once arrogant monster would end up as a tasty morsel for Baru to devour? Oh, Apostle, what a pity I won't live to see the future you're trying to build. On the brink of death, it still can't stop cursing its own fate. But thanks to you, we managed to annihilate the Raw Daya clan, those contemptible traitors of the demon race. That alone is enough to satisfy me. And so, what was meant to happen happened. Purple blood sprays into the air as the monster vanishes into Baru's gaping maw. Whatever went down was significant enough to reach even her ears. She doesn't know what just happened, but a strange sense of relief wells up inside her. What's going on? Why do I suddenly feel so much lighter than before? After being treated to a delicious seafood feast by Suho, Baru is absolutely over the moon. Master, this octopus meat is chewy as hell. But quickly after, Suho doesn't forget his main objective. Baru, did you find any information on the Idarim Apostle? Hearing the question, Baru hesitates. Then, based on everything it had gathered, Baru recounts every last detail without missing a single word. This one only thought the Idarim Apostle was a shining beacon of light, Master. I couldn't dig up any additional information about him. Realizing the intel from the monster was useless, Suho feels a wave of helplessness wash over him has hit another dead end. Am I really left with no choice but to extract information from Li Mingsheng's man running the entire Stardust operation? Well, if it's too hard, skip it for now. He prioritizes what's right in front of him. I need to evacuate the civilians here first. At another location, the outsider stands alone. The silence and the complete absence of any presence in the surrounding space, that's exactly what makes him suspicious. I can no longer sense the presence of the demons. Could the Hunter Association have already made a move? They now stand before an enormous gate, intricately carved. They have reached the boss room of the field labyrinth. Even Miho can't help but feel suspicious about this place. On the way here, I didn't find a single thing. Wasn't this supposed to be a Stardust production facility? Midung suddenly breaks into a sly grin. Seems like she's flustered because she couldn't find anything. We'll cancel the plan to brainwash the hunters. It'd be better for us if everything ends without incident. The outsider maintains an ice-cold expression, saying nothing more. After a moment of contemplation, he voices his opinion. No, Miho still can't fully shake her suspicions. Perhaps the real operation is happening somewhere else entirely. Whatever, for now, let's eliminate the parasite first, then we can do whatever we want. Not wanting to waste another second lingering here, she orders immediately, let's move in. But Minsung's face suddenly turns pale as a sheet. Sensing something is terribly wrong, he silently prays before stammering, "What are you doing?" The apostle replies with a dangerous expression. "Didn't I already tell you?" Then the outsider raises his hand and uses his ability to conjure a stone block erupting from behind Minsung. "I will convert every single hunter in this raid party into a believer." The stone block keeps growing larger and larger. Those we choose for our side must possess certain values. From the very beginning, I never intended to cooperate with you just to eliminate a single S-rank hunter like Lim Tijil. Then the apostle leans his icy face close to Minsung's ear and whispers something. "I will use you to get my hands on Lim Tijil." The moment he hears those words, Minsung is shocked to his core, his entire body trembling with fear. Under the outsider's intimidation, he clenches his teeth in helpless frustration. Those damn S-rank hunters again. Do you think the beast inside me has truly awakened? Minsung's eyes blaze crimson as he screams straight into the apostle's face. Do you really think I'll be brainwashed by someone like you? The instant those words leave his lips, the atmosphere around him transforms, completely engulfed in a blinding golden hue. Minsung, eyes rolling back, whips his head around. His bravado doesn't last long. His eyes suddenly shift to gold, seized by some invisible force. A beam of light descends from above like a sword aimed straight at Minsung's chest. Obey the command of the Supreme One. After that, he seems to become a completely different person. The outsider, who had been standing behind observing the entire process, steps forward and pats him on the shoulder. With Minsung now completely under the apostle's control, the outsider can't help but break into a triumphant smile. They have no intention of stopping. Next, they'll expand the scale of this manipulation to the next target. Scene change inside a car speeding down the highway. Kui Dongren is having a conversation with Liu Sheng. Inside the car, he raises his hand and conjures a glowing wisp of blue smoke. If this thing disappears, it means the raid party has run into danger. He proudly shows off its effectiveness to Liu Sheng. Another summoned entity of mine will relay the situation inside to us. Who would have thought this would solve our monitoring problem? Conventional devices can't be used inside dungeons. This was truly a brilliant idea. After a lengthy flex, Dongren caps it off with a very self-congratulatory line. Even so, I hope we S-rank hunters won't have to intervene. Realizing he's been monologuing the whole time, while Liu Sheng remains deep in silent thought. He wonders hopefully Li Mingxing won't cause any more trouble. Hunter Lim Tijil, are you worried? But before that heartfelt question, Liu Sheng interprets it as mockery. Are you trying to provoke me? He immediately denies it. Of course not. Pot calling the kettle black. Liu Sheng fires right back. He's no pushover either. You're just jealous because S-rank hunter Bin chose to join the Zishan Guild, aren't you? Though seething inside, Dongren forces a friendly smile. Not at all. After all, we have talented hunters of our own. The man is tight-lipped beyond belief, sitting there the whole time, barely stringing a few words together. Perhaps Liu Sheng has been pondering something critical, which is why he only now speaks up. He puts his hand on his face with a look of pure bewilderment and shock. I can't believe Minsung was the mastermind behind the distribution of that mysterious stimulant, the guild master, no less. I feel like I bear some responsibility in this. If anything happens, I hope you keep your promise not to intervene, and if I can manage to control the situation. There's nothing to argue about on this front, so he simply speaks from the heart. I hope you can pull it off, because I don't want anyone getting hurt. In stark contrast to their cordial conversation, elsewhere the others are facing a terrifying monster. It not only has an overwhelmingly massive frame, but also possesses the ability to breathe devastating flames. This makes both attacking and defending incredibly difficult. Despite having 3 people, they struggle to withstand the horrifying inferno it rains down. Miho's expression turns taut as a bowstring in the face of this monstrous beast and its terrifying power. While everyone fights desperately, the outsider stands calmly in place with arms crossed, completely indifferent. His arrogant attitude rubs her the wrong way, strutting around like an S-rank hunter while standing back and watching others do the work. We're your seniors, you know. The monster, struck by a vicious slash, lets out a deafening roar and erupts in fury. It shoves its enraged face right up to Minsung. Its eyes burn crimson, radiating killing intent, as if ready to devour him whole. Without a moment's delay, the monster retaliates, swinging its full-powered claw straight at Minsung. It turns out the outsider had been controlling his mind and body the entire time. but with only the awakened power from a Stardust fragment. An A-rank hunter still faces considerable difficulty fighting at S-rank caliber. The outsider remains unsatisfied with Minsung's performance. If that's the case, one of the 5 abilities of the Apostle, one of the fragments of the main body itself, is the power to bestow blessings to enhance and amplify the unique traits of those it possesses. In other words, even the faith of the souls stored within the Stardust itself. Not only that, the unique properties of weapons, all of them will be amplified and become stronger than ever before. And returning to Minsung, his unique trait is the ability to amplify mana. Not just him, the weapon he wields is no slouch either. Li Mingsheng's weapon possesses a unique trait, the amplification of Flash Force. What the outsider truly wants to witness is a devastating eruption of power from Minsung. Li Mingsheng, show me, can you reach the level you've always dreamed of after receiving this blessing, the rank of S-rank hunter you've always coveted? The monster is now just inches away from sending Minsung to his grave. But with his amplified power, Minsung has truly come to settle things with this beast. He grips his sword tight and strikes forward with everything he has. His eyes light up with a symbol that radiates an ominous aura. Sure enough, in just a few fleeting seconds, his entire body becomes engulfed in that energy, transforming into a weapon of its own to annihilate the monster. After that devastating force tears through the monster, the ceiling above cracks apart, a testament to the terrifying destructive power behind that strike. Even Liu Sheng and Dongren, far away, can feel the earth-shaking tremor. Miho, already stunned by his earlier ferocity, is left even more astonished. What? Minsung's power has punched a perfect hole straight through the ceiling above. He stands motionless, rooted to the spot like a man whose soul has left his body. The outsider, having witnessed the entire spectacle, walks right past him. The fatigue from providing amplification to A-rank hunters and above is immense. Yet Minsung could only maintain S-rank for a single fleeting moment before most of the amplification dissipated. Who would have thought the chosen vessel would underperform to this degree? What a pity. Li Mingsheng, it seems you lack the capacity to contain S-rank power. But regardless of what just happened, Minsung remains firmly under the outsider's control. Miho, with her experience and keen eye, immediately recognizes something is off. That's not a technique any ordinary A-rank hunter could possibly perform. As a seasoned awakened, she can't help but raise 1,000 questions. Isn't it Stardust? Isn't it a stimulant used on high-rank hunters? Or are there other stimulants out there besides Stardust? But while Miho is still deep in thought, something shifts behind her. No one knows what happened, but the outsider now has a sword punched clean through his torso. Li Mingsheng looks like he's partially reclaimed his mind. Didn't I already tell you? His eyes turn pitch black as Kola, testament to just how hard he fought to break free from that one's control. I will never be brainwashed by the likes of you. Now Mingsheng has flipped the entire board. He is the one who claims the final victory. I will make damn good use of this cursed power you gave me. Who would have thought, hoisted by his own petard? The outsider now lies sprawled on the ground, struck down by the very thing he created. Before his brutal last-second turnaround, Miho furiously demands answers. Li Mingsheng, why the hell did you attack an allied hunter? Are you tripping from an overdose? Mingsheng brushes them off coldly and presses a hand against his face. Damn it. So this is how it all ends. Seems like even after wrecking the outsider, he's still struggling to regain full clarity. I'm hearing countless other voices. S-rank hunters are waiting outside on the Hunter Association's order. If I don't get out of here fast, I'll never escape. Facing a monster like him, even Miho starts worrying about her own neck. I need to find a way to slip out, can't let him get away. Suddenly, he clenches his teeth so hard his face scrunches up like a monkey biting into a chili pepper. I've been putting up with you for way too long. Mingsheng can't hold back any longer, roars like a caged beast. If you don't want to die, then get the hell out of my way. Surprise, old man no sooner had the words left his mouth than he bolted off at the speed of light, legs pumping for dear life. After ducking and weaving through everything, he launches himself straight through the hole he'd created earlier. Everyone is absolutely furious watching Mingsheng escape right under their noses without being able to do a damn thing. Damn it, Miho can't let any more victims fall into his hands. So she immediately orders the hunter Li Qi, Wenzheng, to send the signal to the S-rank hunters outside. Yes, ma'am. The outsider, after taking a devastating blow straight to the chest from Mingsheng, is somehow still alive, a miracle, if ever there was one. Despite being in terrible shape, he still has the mind to think about Mingsheng's situation. So as long as someone has a strong enough will, they can resist the divine ability of Yen Hoa, no matter how much mana it possesses. Now that's useful information. Miho approaches to check on him and asks, Hunter Ba Ko, how are you still alive? That attack clearly pierced straight through your heart. The outsider merely maintains an icy expression, sweeps his hair back, and flashes a cunning smirk. Outside, after his escape, he's sprinting forward at breakneck speed. Hurry, Mingxing can't help but feel the bitter irony of his own situation. I have S-rank power now and I still have to run. What a joke. Now cornered with nowhere to turn, he has to find his own way out. That alien bastard, the Hunter Association, the Zishan Gildai can't rely on anyone anymore. I need to hide in the neighboring city fast. But out of the frying pan, into the fire, he now faces yet another crisis as a blade comes flying out of nowhere. It plunges straight into the ground right in front of him, forcing him to freeze for a few seconds. Mingxing is still not fully lucid, so he's confused. What is this? Suddenly, from the dark forest, a figure emerges and a mysterious voice rings out. I was wondering what caused that explosion over there, but I never expected you to come sneaking out on your own. That person steps out into the light. Now hand over everything you know about Stardust and the apostly very last detail. And that person is none other than Suho. He calls out Li Mingxing's name. Now tell me everything you know about Stardust and the Apostle right now. Li Mingxing is far from pleased. Suho means business. He stares at Mingxing with bullets for eyes, as if ready to devour him whole. Mingxing never expected him to be this well informed. He not only knows about Stardust, but also about the existence of the Apostle, that alien. Taking a quick glance at Suho, Mingxing finds him vaguely familiar. Wait, wasn't he the one they said defeated Dicky and disrupted the Stardust supply chain? The one wearing a black mask, is that him? But even so, he has no time to waste. Doesn't matter if I linger here any longer, those hunters will catch up. To end this mess quickly, he grips his sword and charges straight at Suho to finish him off. Based on the mana I'm sensing from you, you don't stand a chance. Die. But before Mingxing's attack, Suho remains utterly unconcerned, knows full well this amateur is nothing compared to him. Before Mingxing can even swing his blade, Suho snatches it right out of the air. Facing something this absurd, he can't help but question reality. He blocked it, and I can't even pull my sword back. Just how strong is he? You really thought it'd be that easy? With his explosive temperament, Suho delivers a devastating kick straight to Mingxing's face. Taking the full brunt of the attack, blood sprays from his mouth. Feeling the overwhelming power radiating from Suho, Mingxing simply cannot comprehend it. He clearly has less mana than me, so how is he doing this? But Suho finds all of this perfectly normal and easy to understand. Can't blame him for being surprised. After all, a hunter's rank is only based on how much mana they have. Without a moment's hesitation, he counterattacks, swinging his sword straight at Mingxing. But the one who can truly sense real power knows the truth. An intense battle erupts between them, neither willing to give an inch. While the young monarch grows stronger through his stats, his power has also been maximized through relentless training. Thanks to Amut's training, his physical abilities now surpass anything any A-rank hunter could hope to match. Back at the cave where the outsider and the hunters remain, Miho witnessed everything firsthand, yet now he's alive as if nothing happened. Edge can't help but be puzzled. Hunter Bako, how are you still alive? That attack clearly pierced straight through your heart. He doesn't answer right away, standing in contemplation for a moment. Then the outsider clenches the stone in his hand. Hesitating because Miho is staring right at him, as if she truly wants to know what happened. But before the outsider can utter a single word, a voice suddenly echoes down from above. Hunter Miho, what happened here? Miho looks up, her eyes brimming with relief and joy. You two finally made it. Now they no longer have to fight alone, as two of them have arrived. Hunter Kui Dongren and Hunter Lim Tigu. But when the Idarim Apostle saw the two of them arrive, his mind raced toward an entirely different concern. Two S-rank hunters just like that. With one group up above and the other down below, holding a conversation would be awkward, so the two of them leaped down to the ground. Gong Sin strode toward them, explaining why they'd rushed over. The moment we heard the explosion, we bolted straight here. What the hell happened here? She didn't bother hiding anything, just laid it all out. It's all because of that bastard Li Mingxing. That only made him more confused. An A-rank hunter like Li Mingxing pulled off something like this. Truth be told, Miho had the exact same question. She went ahead and recounted what Minsung had been like just moments ago. He suddenly erupted with a massive amount of mana. Like he'd just injected some kind of stimulant. It was probably the effect of that drug. On top of that, he even attacked Hunter Park Geodun. But after glancing over at the Idarim Apostle, Dongin only grew more puzzled. But Hunter Park Geodun looks perfectly fine to me. Not wanting anyone to grow suspicious and start digging, the Apostle jumped in to explain. I have a dark attribute recovery skill. Facing the Apostle's recovery speed, which bordered on godlike, Dongin couldn't help but be impressed. That's impressive. Looks like your recovery skill level is pretty high. At that, Miho snapped, yanking the conversation back on track. Forget about that for now, we need to chase down Li Mingsheng before it's too late. At this rate, he'll make it to the city and vanish. Her words jogged his memory, suddenly recalled the critical issue at hand. Right, Hunter Lim, you heard that, didn't you? But judging by Dong In's gut feeling, something had already gone very wrong. It seems Li Mingsheng has really stirred up trouble. A horrifying scenario suddenly flashed through his mind. And yet, the one in the most precarious position right now was none other than the Idarim apostle himself. This could be a problem. The link between me and Li Mingsheng hasn't been severed yet. I never imagined he could resist the faith to this extent. As expected, desires of a human are truly fascinating. Meanwhile, the fear of being exposed surged through him like a rising tide. Though the others didn't seem like they'd believe anything Li Mingsheng said. Hunter Park Jiodun, you should rest here for now. In case you haven't fully recovered yet. But if he didn't do something, they'd grow suspicious of him. Things had come to this point and the apostle was running out of options. There was nothing left to do. Despite the enormous effort and power he'd poured into Minsung, the apostle could only accept his fate. I'll just have to discard him. It'll cost a massive amount of holy power, but I need to seize control of his body and force him to end himself. After all, he's just an A-rank hunter. I can always find another one to replace him. But just as he was on the verge of letting go, the image of a fierce battle flashed through his mind. What's this? He's fighting someone. And then Suho's figure appeared in the vision, leaving the apostle stunned. Don't tell me he's already run into an S-rank hunter. After observing everything unfolding with Minsung, a massive question mark formed in the apostle's mind. The apostle's suspicion began to zero in on Suho's sudden appearance. What is that masked man doing here? Is he hunting Li Mingsheng too, just like the Hunter Association? Man proposes, God disposes. Even the apostle hadn't expected things to spiral this way. I never thought I'd cross paths with him again so soon. These S-rank hunters existing in this world, and Li Mingsheng Somyeon capable of resisting Yanhuo's faith. Ever since we arrived here, nothing has gone according to plan. If that's how it is, then I've thrown the spear. I have no choice but to follow it. It seems everything has changed. This is no longer an era where all things bend to the Creator's will. Yet a twisted mind like his found itself asking a question that defied all logic. Then why am I smiling? Over on the battlefield, Suho and Minsung were still going at it. Boom, crash, boom, with no sign of stopping. The drawn-out fight was burning Minsung alive with impatience. He couldn't let Suho pin him down any longer. In the brief instant Minsung's focus wavered, Suho launched himself skyward, ready to deliver the killing blow. Wait, a solution suddenly clicked in Minsung's mind that could benefit both sides. If I answer your questions, will you let me go? The sudden about-face left Suho bewildered. Why the sudden change of heart? Aren't you working with that Idarim apostle? Minsung didn't bother hiding eyes, came clean immediately. That bastard stabbed me in the back. Hearing that, Suho understood immediately something had definitely happened between them. He betrayed you. If something happened between you two, then why did you help him distribute the stardust? Though the reason sounded absurd, he said it anyway. Because he promised to help me kill someone I've been wanting dead. Suho couldn't believe what he was hearing. You worked with Idarim just to kill one person. Why Minsung harbored such a savage desire? His explanation came next. After the great catastrophe, everything I'd built fell apart. Some nobody from before the catastrophe suddenly became an S-rank hunter and started looking down on me. He thrust his hand forward. For me to live as myself, there's someone I have to kill. That caught you off guard. Aren't you also trying to kill that alien I asked you to help with? But Suho flatly denied it. No, I have no intention of killing him if we can talk it out. Minsung found Suho's answer laughable. You don't intend to kill Heimven, though he came here to invade this world. You've got the exact same personality type. The kind I used to find absolutely repulsive back when I was an actor. The conversation had been perfectly civil and then, just like that, he snapped. The type that always acts full of hope, but doesn't have a shred of real personality. Oh really? Suho fired back without missing a beat. Kindness and morality. Those are just choices that society and everyone else forced onto you. You don't even know what you truly want. But arguing with someone who'd already lost his mind was pointless. A torrent of crimson demonic energy erupted from Minsung's entire body. If you hadn't looked into that power, you'd have spent your entire life as nothing more than a background extra. Just like me. And the time will come when you too face a situation that forces you to make a choice. The monster inside him truly awakened as he flashed a savage, ear-to-ear grin. Let me create that situation for you right now. The identity of the one you must kill is, but before old man Minsung can get another word out, someone restrains him. And that someone is none other than the outsider. Li Mingsheng, I won't allow you to say another word. Where do you think you're running to, my son? Even if he tries to escape in the end, he'll always be found. I owe you a great deal of gratitude. Thanks to you, I've achieved so much. And now, Minsung is once again being manipulated by him. I'll take back what I said about you being useless, and I'll put that body of yours to use one final time. With those dark, fury-blazing eyes, he fires back a question. Too fast, too deadly, not a single wasted movement. The outsider crushes Minsung in an instant. I won't let you do that. That searing light blinds Suho something fierce. Facing that terrifying energy, Suho quickly realizes its Idarim power, far stronger than anything he faced against Dicky. It seems the outsider and Minsung have now merged into a single entity. The very next second, the transformation begins. A sword arc wicked and absolutely badass materializes out of thin air. Along with it, a pair of pure white angelic wings unfurls behind him. Suho remains rooted in placidly still, not a single move. But as he stares forward, it all clicks. So that's it, the Stardust Factory attack. The hunt for Li Mingsheng, all of it was just to get to me. I've been wanting to meet you too. I've been wanting to meet you too. You masked punk who's been ruining everything. Suho still doesn't realize the person standing before him is no longer Minsung. It's someone else entirely. Why does Li Mingsheng suddenly seem like a completely different person? From the way he talks, no beating around the bush, he cuts straight to the point. You're the apostle sent by the outsider gods, aren't you? So you know of our existence, huh? Minsung doesn't bother hiding his dirty trick, owns it outright. That's right, we came here to conquer this world. Now he realizes Ithe's facing his greatest enemy yet. They're the reason his father still hasn't been able to return. And with the enemy standing right before him, there's no way he's letting this slide. He drops into a fighting stance, ready to settle the score. Running into you here, perfect timing. But just when it looks like this fight will be between the two of them, a third party crashes the party. Just as both sides are about to clash, the newcomer bellows a command. Nobody moves. No clue who this guy is, but he's throwing around orders like he owns the place. Nobody moves without my permission. No one knows how strong he actually is, but his bark is definitely loud. Tree something stupid, and you'll find out. And guess who it is? Tagu. He's finally caught up, a bow gripped tight in hand. Seeing Minsung's current state, Tagu can't help but be suspicious. Li Mingsheng, why the hell do you look like that? What the hell have you done to yourself? His gaze sweeps over them, radiating killing intent so thick it could swallow them whole. One glance is all it takes for Suho to recognize the Man's rank Hunter Lim Tagu. Seeing an uninvited guest has crashed the scene, Minsung speaks up. Seems we can't have a private conversation here anymore. So both sides can settle their grudge properly, he puts forward a proposal. Let's meet at the highest point in this area. Lantern Mask. Seeing him about to slip away, Tagu isn't about to let that fly. Minsung, where the hell do you think you're going? Refusing to lose Minsung's trail ever again, he fires an arrow straight ahead. I said nobody moves, not without my say-so. The arrow rockets toward him at a terrifying breakneck speed. But with his agile, lightning-fast body, Minsung dodges it like it's child's play. Seeing a single arrow is nothing to Minsung, Tagu goes all in, knocking 3 arrows at once. Wasting no more time, he looses all 3 simultaneously. They streak toward Minsung at the speed of light. But life ain't a dream. No matter how hard Tagu tries, he can't land a single hit. Minsung's evasion is just too damn smooth. What started as a duel between two now has a third player in the mix. Suho can only stand by and watch. Damn it, did Hunter Lim come here to capture Li Mingsheng too? Baru, sensing the urgency, ventures a question. Young monarch, aren't you going to fight back? Suho replies, judging by his reactions. I don't think Hunter Lim has any connection to that apostle. Besides, he hasn't even shown his full hand yet. Minsung's god-tier evasion earns a grudging compliment. Impressive dodging, I'll give you that. But that alone won't make me back down. Tagu pulls out his trump card. Suppressing Li Mingsheng is my top priority, everything else be damned. From his bow, a beam of devastating light rockets toward Minsung. Playtime's over. Tagu is dead serious. He's about to get down to real business. Seems I was too greedy, thinking I could bring you back in one piece. Faced with that terrifying, lethal power, Minsung can feel Ithe's in deep trouble. That mana output is far too dangerous. But as he waits for the result, something else catches Tagu's attention. Without a word, he knocks another arrow and aims straight at the bushes. His instincts don't. Leah Goplin is hiding in there. Seeing the arrow aimed at it, it puts on the most innocent, wide-eyed, deer-in-headlights expression. Seeing it's just a harmless creature that can't do jack, he can't help but wonder what's a goblin doing out here. But in a split second, Tagu realizes she's been played. Damn it! He spins around, but it's already too late. Minsung has escaped. The vast, empty expanse stretches out with only Tagu left standing alone. Son of a... Staring at the deserted wasteland, Tagu seethes with bitter frustration. Li Mingsheng, what the hell are you planning? Word of Minsung's successful escape eventually reaches Suho. He picks up the phone and answers. After hearing the full story, Suho has a decent grasp of the situation. I see. So Li Mingxing managed to slip away, huh? With his own blunder laid bare, Tagu has no excuse left. I'm sorry, Association President, it's all my fault. But Li Mingxing looked off, seems like he was under the influence of something. There was also another hunter, a hunter wearing a black mask. Hearing those words, his expression freezes solid. He immediately senses something is off and presses Tagu for more details about Suho. A hunter wearing a black mask. He fights in close combat, right? Tagu is visibly taken aback. How did you know? The reason Dong-in remembers so vividly is because the hunter he encountered during the airport dungeon breakout also wore a black mask. He single-handedly held back the swarm of dark beasts from pouring out. A black mask? Could that be Hunter Sung Suho? Under the afternoon light, Suho sits alone in his office, lost in thought. Has he finally returned after being missing for so long? No, if it were him, this whole mess would have been settled already. He quietly arrives at a conjecture. If that's the case, Suho still has unfinished business with Minsung. That's why he's also heading to their meeting point. His gaze sharpens to a razor's edge. When he finally sees Suho arrive, a satisfied smile spreads across his face. The two now stand face to face, the atmosphere between them suffocating with tension. Minsung, before the battle begins, decides to ask a question. Well, that's surprising. Why are you helping me? As someone with keen eyes, he can't help but notice. Weren't you planning to discard Li Mingxing's body if things went south for you? He doesn't bother hiding anything, just lays his cards on the table. I've heard about you from the demons. They call you the Shadow Monarch from the darkness. What exactly is your relationship with the Shadow Monarch? But after fielding a relentless barrage of questions from him, Suho doesn't even know where to start. Looks like you've got way too many questions, but I have no reason to answer any of them right now. I'm going to crush you and rip the answers out myself. Baru senses a bad omen and immediately issues a warning. Shadow Monarch, please be careful. Ever since the Idarim Apostle seized Li Mingxing's body, I can no longer gauge his power level. Not wanting it to worry, Suho quickly reassures. Don't worry, Baru, I've been preparing for this moment. No longer in the mood for games, Suho cracks his knuckles and begins to move. A scheming smile now creeps across Minsung's face. Now I'm certain. After a brief exchange with Suho, Minsung confirms it. This power is the same type as the darkness he encountered during that battle. Using his dark energy, Suho conjures a fearsome beast, a venomous shadow crow, normal rank. Normal. And of course, one alone isn't impressive enough, so he summons another. A venomous giant centipede, normal rank, followed by yet another fearsome beast of the same tier. Seeing this, Suho decides to go even bigger. Tomb Guardian Sphinx Ili Trank. It seems Suho has stepped into a truly serious battle. These are all the corpses of beasts I've been saving just for today. He's decided to go all out, no holding back, no mercy. I will fight you with everything I have. Minsung's face is taut as a bowstring as he locks eyes with Suho. He too seems to be eagerly anticipating this once-in-a-millennium clash. Now Suho and his beast army stand in formation ready for a life-or-death battle. As they prepare to clash, a system notification blazes to life. Notification: urgent quest triggered. Each quest missions they may very well have to stake their very lives to complete begins to materialize. System: urgent quest, defeat Li Mingxing, Apostle of Idarim. Objective: defeat Li Mingxing, whose body has been hijacked by the Apostle of Idarim. Reclaim his memories. Phase: defeat Li Mingxing, Idarim Apostle, Stage 1. The quest is to defeat Li Mingxing. So the moment has finally arrived. The moment he has to kill another person. Minsung and Suho now stand face to face, a brutal clash about to erupt at any second. Suho can't help but fall into deep contemplation, clasping his hands together. After understanding what emotions are, the changes happening inside him feel strangely unfamiliar. A dark, inexplicable sensation envelops him. Memories of the original body, fragments from a shard. I think I now know what it felt like to encounter the darkness. Curiosity before an overwhelming power. A being from another dimension, one who possessed the strength to hold back an entire legion single-handedly. I was curious about him. That darkness, a figure who looked utterly solitary even while standing amidst his army. Suho lifts his head, staring intently forward, wondering could he get an answer from this man. Suho's shadow beasts can no longer hold back. They surge forward and attack Minsung. Whatever Minsung is thinking, he remains eerily still, refusing to budge. But of course Minsung values his life dearly. He draws his blade and strikes back. Indeed, the man has some skill, daring to take on Suho's entire formation by himself. Minsung's eyes stare blankly ahead, as if uncertain of his next move. But his survival instincts are razor sharp. Minsung refuses to let himself stop. The next instant, he abandons all defense and launches himself forward to attack. In that same heartbeat, Suho throws a devastating punch straight at him. Minsung blocks it just in time. Suho's fighting style gives him pause. He uses his minions to draw my attention, then charges in to fight me himself. He's that confident in close combat. But even if Suho pulls out a dozen different strategies, none of them will faze Minsung. Throughout the fight, Suho keeps a cool head, not daring to let his guard down for even a single second. The battle rages on, intense, fierce, and deadlocked. Miho, despite being a woman, shows no fear. She grips her spear and charges straight at Minsung. Her eyes burn with fierce determination. She's sending him to hell, no matter what. But with her current skills, Miho is nowhere near his level. He dodges her attack in an instant. Minsung seizes her spear, gripping it tight. Miho, though at a clear disadvantage, still refuses to let go of her weapon. "You're not a shadow soldier, are you?" Miho's entire body trembles uncontrollably. Perhaps gripped by sheer terror, she can't stop the tears from streaming down her face. But the next second, Suho arrives like a bolt of lightning, kicking Minsung away and pulling Miho from the brink of death. After catching a surprise strike, a fresh wound marks Minsung's face. But the attack doesn't frighten him, it only ignites his fury. Minsung, a question burning in his mind, asks, "Why don't you use your shadow soldiers in battle?" Suho smirks, "Shadow soldiers. If you want to see them, I'll oblige." Suho doesn't hesitate to show his hand. "You want to see them that badly? Then feast your eyes." With nothing left to hold back, Suho goes all in, conjuring a massive torrent of sand that engulfs Minsung completely. His entire body is now completely under Suho's control. And that's not all, he now has to face yet another beast on top of everything. But Minsung's eyes burned with unmistakable arrogance, as if he still had an ace up his sleeve. Seizing the moment while Minsung was still restrained, Suho poured every ounce of strength into his arm. Then a heartbeat later, he threw a decisive punch straight ahead. Yet Minsung merely stared back with ice cold, utterly expressionless. Before Suho could even graze him, the sand cocoon around Minsung exploded, sending him hurtling backward. The avalanche of sand threatened to bury him alive. But he snapped back to his senses and launched himself skyward, vaulting clear of the blast. Even Suho was stunned by this surreal turn of events. Had the sand shroud around him just detonated? From within the haze, Minsung emerged. Things were looking grim for Suho. No one saw the brutal reversal coming. In mere seconds, Minsung blitzed forward and cut down every last one of them. Seems I can never recapture the thrill I felt back then. Even Miho couldn't dodge in time, a vicious slash tearing into her shoulder. Suho's beast couldn't hold out any longer, visibly starting to collapse. And worse still, Suho himself was battered beyond measure. Today, he might just be the one who falls. Seeing Suho and his forces crumbling, Minsung couldn't resist throwing out a few mocking words. How disappointing. No one asked, but he offered his verdict on Suho's strength anyway. The Shadow Monarch soldiers were all seasoned warriors with wills of their own. A properly trained legion. Your power may mirror his, but your ability, night and day. Knowing he held the upper hand, he began to openly belittle Suho. "I truly can't believe you wield such power and still can't win. You're pathetically weak, damn it." Suho knew it all too well. His odds of victory were slim to none. Because the apostle had seized Li Mingsheng's body, everything had become exponentially harder. While Suho still wavered, unsure of what to do, Minsung said nothing, just blitzed forward, his speed nearly rivaling an S-rank hunter. And once again, no one asked, yet he kept spouting his philosophy. The reason the Shadow Monarch looked so lonely was because no existence in this world could serve as his equal. He unleashed an unrelenting chain of slashes at Suho. After all, who could ever understand a being who possesses absolute power? Blocking the attacks, Suho muttered to himself, did father really look that lonely? Under Minsung's ferocious onslaught, Suho's gauntlets began to crack. And then the inevitable happened. Suho's legendary gauntlets finally gave out. System item destroyed, Vanguard Horn Gauntlets. The next instant, Minsung exploited Suho's moment of helplessness, plunging his blade straight for his heart. Miho, watching from afar, felt her heart shatter at the sight. "The so-called young Shadow Monarch," Minsung sneered. "You think yourself clever, but you're nothing but a naive fool. You know nothing about the power you possess. That's exactly why I'll rip the shadow power right out of him." And his twisted thoughts began to surface. "I'll turn him into a believer, and then I'll do whatever it takes to claim that power. Once I do, I'll finally understand what it feels like to be the Shadow Monarch." Blood streamed down the blade in rivulets, yet Suho absolutely refused to give up. His entire body trembled uncontrollably. "I don't know anything about the power I hold." Standing at death's doorstep, certain memories flooded back. Come to think of it, Li Mingsheng had said something eerily similar. "You're the type who always seems full of hope, yet you have no real personality. kindness, morality. Those are just choices society and others imposed on you. You don't even know what you truly want. That moment replayed in his mind once more. If you hadn't been lucky enough to gain that power, you'd have lived your entire life as nothing more than a background extra. And the time will come when you face a situation that forces you to make a choice of your own. In that hazy, half-conscious moment, Suho questioned his own stats and skills. Do I need something beyond all of this to become stronger? Suddenly, Baru's voice cut through the chaos, young monarch. That moment flashed through his mind like slow-motion footage. Why don't you use weapon manifestation, my liege? It's because the Vanguard Horn has higher attack power. Besides, it's hard enough to use linkage and ruler's authority simultaneously while commanding shadow soldiers in a battle like this. And I'm not even confident I can pull off weapon manifestation. But in the face of his self-doubt, Baru encouraged him. You are a genius, my liege. I believe you can do it. I, Baru, stake my life on it. You've got this. Then Suho fired back a question that left Baru completely speechless. Besides, didn't you yourself say that father didn't always use weapon manifestation in battle? There must have been a reason he didn't use it. So I figured something might go wrong if I relied on it. If that's what you believe, my liege, then so be it. Now Suho wondered why had he become so self-doubting. When did it start? Since when did I start putting limits on myself so easily? To find the answer, he rewound to a time when he still held a paintbrush and art student. It was those unfinished paintings that first made Suho doubt his own abilities. He had drowned in that sense of failure for so long that he forgot to stand up and move forward. Was it the old habit of passively accepting defeat, the one he'd carried even before his awakening? Come to think of it, how long had it been since he'd picked up a brush after awakening? I really did love painting. Minsung might be a devil, but every single word hit dead center in the deepest corners of Suho's heart. You don't even know what you truly want. If you hadn't been lucky enough to gain that power, you'd have lived your entire life as nothing more than a background extra. He was right. Slowly, Suho began to remember why he started in the first place. He'd left reuniting with his father to the system, and finding his mother was always something he wanted to do once he became strong enough. The reason he wanted to grow stronger was that he couldn't find strength within himself. Only now at this very moment did Suho realize the misunderstandings he'd carried for years. Why did I try so hard to follow in father's footsteps? But what father needs isn't a copy of himself. After his awakening, he told himself he had to change his own fate. I have to find something that only I can do. Back to the brutal present, Suho's face was still drenched in blood. His blood-soaked hands trembled as he pointed forward, rising to his feet. Though defeat seemed certain, Suho absolutely refused to fall here. After a moment of brooding silence, Minsung suddenly recalled something. Weren't shadow soldiers supposed to be immortal? They resurrect even after death. At this point, Minsung himself still has absolute confidence in his own abilities. But no matter how your minions attack me, they'll never stand a chance. Minsunger, rather, the alien entities utterly baffled by the scene before him. Are they fusing together? I've never witnessed this during the war against the shadows. A swarm. The shadow creatures suddenly surge to life, unleashing their full power, and Igris breaks free from his restraints, charging headlong into the fray. Soon we will witness the return of Suho. Perhaps this battle isn't over yet, still hasn't given up. Suho begins recalling memories to fuel his strength. He remembers that Christmas long ago, walking with his parents. Excitedly he says, "Dad, can I become a police officer like you? Because Dad looks so cool. Or maybe an athlete like Mom would be fine too. Can I become as strong as you, Mom? Can I, Mom?" Listening to little Suho babble on and on, his mother smiles and ruffles his hair. "Suho, your father and I made a pact the moment you were born. We will never stand in the way of your dreams. Just do what makes you happy." Little Suho protests, "But I want to be as cool as Dad and as strong as Mom." "Then work hard and become just like us. As long as you're certain this is what you truly want." Back then, he didn't understand why his mother's words stuck with him. But at some point, he had already started chasing after his father's back. That was also when he stopped questioning himself. Questions like, what am I good at? Or what do I truly like? Suddenly, Suho remembers his teacher. The man is staring at his work, puzzled. "You're drawing ants again today. Your drawing skills won't improve if you keep drawing the same thing over and over. But if you look closely, sir, you'll see there's a difference. Yes, I know your pieces are always one of a kind. It's easy to get trapped drawing them too similarly if you keep at it every time. But the more you draw, the more natural your strokes become. Like this one here, it actually looks quite unique. But you can't really call this an ant, can you? The reason he grasped shadow transformation earlier than his father was probably because the system granted it based on his own unique traits. From now on, he won't resist it anymore. A combat style centered on shadow transformation. He will no longer constrain himself to any fixed form. Instead, he will freely shape his shadows. Snapping out of his thoughts, the shadows Suho had created gradually converge back toward him. Even Beru is stunned. The shadow soldiers surrounding the young monarch are being absorbed. Looks like maintaining my form is getting difficult. The demoness asks in shock, Beru, what the hell is happening to the young monarch? Don't ask me even, I have no idea. But most likely, the young monarch has emerged from his cocoon. The enemy is equally confused. Could he be harboring some hidden potential? This could get troublesome. I need to push him to the brink of death and plant the Stardust Shard into Hymno. Before he can finish the thought, he's forced to leap backward because Suho has already transformed. The enemy's legs nearly buckle. What the hell is this? As far as I know, a hunter's abilities shouldn't be able to develop like this. Could it be a second awakening? On the other side, Suho's wounds have already been healed by his own shadow energy. He enters a shadow-armored state, his arm encased in dark armor just like his old man. Except his old man's version covers his entire body. Suho begins to wonder, can shadow transformation only turn shadows into weapons? But if you consider the fundamental nature of shadows, their defining trait is shape-shifting, which means he can use it in countless ways. Without another thought, he commands the shadows to attack. But it still isn't enough to match the enemy. The enemy cleaves through the shadow with a single slash. But surprise, surprise, a shadow beast materializes behind the enemy, slamming into him with a bone-crushing blow. But surprise, again the enemy catches it without breaking a sweat. I told ya, overwhelming numbers mean nothing to me. After delivering his killer one-liner, the enemy swings his blade a few more times, obliterating every last one of Suho's shadows. Suho walks forward with slow, steady steps and says, if even this doesn't work, then I've got nothing left. Ding, skill activated. Shadow Link. Suho bursts forward in an instant. He closes the distance and strikes. The enemy tenses. That mana is definitely dangerous, but there's no way I'm taking a direct hit. Suho is slashed, wounds carving across his entire body. The enemy grins triumphantly. Losing one leg doesn't affect my power at all. But that's not what catches Suho's attention. His eyes widen in shock. Shadow transformation can be used like this. A shadow looking absolutely vicious has materialized right behind the enemy. Before he can react, it delivers a devastating punch straight to his face, sending him flying and slamming his head into a boulder. I didn't expect you to let your minions use skills like that. I've never seen shadows wield power this way. Wait, I can't speak. My jaw, it's broken. I can't even move anymore. If I recharge my mana using Li Mingxing's life force, I can still fight. Looks like I can't afford to hold back anymore. What the hell is happening? Is it because of that brat? Has Li Mingxing broken free from my domination due to the impact? Unbelievable, that brat actually pulled it off. An S-rank hunter defeated by a lower-ranked one. I can't believe it. Li Mingxing, what if you don't stop, boy? Is there something worse than death? You think I'm afraid of dying? I've had enough of being looked down on. And what I hate most is when others deny my very existence. If I can't make life harder for those who disrespected me, then come at me. That brat. If I can't be the protagonist, then I'll play the villain role I was cast in to the very end. With those words, Li Mingxing strikes himself. This is my final performance, a villain's last stand. Suho seizes the opening and unleashes a thunderous punch. And just like that, everything comes to an end. After the punch powered by the full force of his enlightenment, Suho slowly withdraws his fist. Minsung coughs up blood on the spot. The fist is drenched in his enemy's blood, each drop falling silently to the ground. His body, which had long since surpassed its limits, begins to crack and crumble, shattering like a statue. You'd think that's it, game over. But the cracks across his body suddenly begin to glow, and the shattered pieces drift back into place on their own. Until the wounds on his body heal on their own, all he can manage are a few incoherent groans. He can feel it himself, his condition is critical. Horror washes over him as he realizes just how bad it's gotten. There's a gaping hole straight through his abdomen. And now his jaw is completely shattered. Can't he even argue back anymore? Though the cracks have been patched by his incredible self-regeneration, it can't close the hole that Suho carved through him. Blood and innards spill onto the ground at a horrifying rate. Unwilling to accept it, he thinks back to when that alien bastard first appeared before him. Back then, he truly believed his chance to change this godforsaken world had finally arrived. And yet this is how it ends. Ever since the cataclysm struck, his life has been nothing but dog shit. pathetic, real-life first person to cross his mind in his final moments is the very one he has despised and resented the most all this time. A memory surfaces T-letter 1 EBF who's standing backlit, hand extended. Minsung, wanna work with me? He curses under his breath. Damn it, is that bastard the one he remembers at the very end? Minsung summons his last ounce of strength to move his arm. His intent is unclear, but his pride screams inwardly, I'm a superstar, damn it. He grabs his own jaw, trying to push it back into place, but his body can barely hold on anymore. Both mouth and nose are slick with fresh blood. After letting the memories run their course, Minsung pulls his mind back to reality. His blood-red eyes lock onto the enemy before him. Confusion gnaws at him. Does that kid look like he's pitying him? Suho watches him without blinking for even a second. Those silver eyes glint cold, making it impossible to read what he's feeling. Those are his last thoughts before his life fades. His arm drops limp, devoid of all vitality, and in that exact moment, system notifications slam in like a thunderclap. Notification experience received. Notification quest upgraded. Urgent quest: defeat Liminxiong, host of the Itarim Apostle. Defeat Liminxiong, the hunter possessed by the Itarim Apostle, who has seized control of his memories. Defeat Itarim Apostle Liminxiong in single combat. Notification quest complete. Perhaps out of respect for the fallen, Suho gently lays him on his back, jaw hanging wide open, that massive hole gaping right in the center of his chest. His loyal shadow attendants rush over at last. Iron and Igris, moved to tears, call out, young monarch. Baru picks up without missing a beat, his tone dripping with pride. You did it. I knew you would defeat the Itarim Apostle, my liege. But despite all the praise and encouragement, there's no joy on Suho's face. His gaze remains fixed on Minsung, who has passed on. Suho seems to have seen through the internal struggle between Minsung and the alien apostle. He murmurs absent-mindedly. The one who smiled at the very end, that was Minsung, not the Itarim apostle, right? A hint of empathy stirs in him. We barely spoke, but he gave me the impression of someone who poured his entire heart and soul into his deepest desire. Baru, however, interprets it differently. This must be the first time the young monarch has killed one of his own kind, hasn't it? Is he in shock? Before Baru can find the right words to console him, Suho speaks again. Thanks to Minsung, I've realized something. The silhouettes of the two people he respects and cherishes most rise within his heart. His voice is steady, murmuring like a quiet vow. Ever since I became a player, my only purpose has been to find my mother and become someone who can stand beside my father. This battle taught me even more than I expected, but looking back I realize I never had a goal that was truly my own. That's probably why Minsung told me I'm someone who doesn't know what he truly wants. Memories of his old master surface, alongside a gnawing sense of helplessness. He continues his quiet epiphany. Suddenly, I remember the battle with my father at the end of my training. That was when I truly felt the weight of his greatness. Especially the words he said burned into my heart forever. Even though you are my enemy, I still respect you. If only I could be as strong as you. Suho slowly rises to his feet, softly sharing the naive, hidden thoughts he once harbored long ago. Back then I truly yearned for victory, and so the defeat hit me that much harder. He gazes toward the setting sun as if seeing a brand new beginning. His voice is more composed and serious than ever before. I don't know when exactly my father became so distant and so magnificent. A figure so far beyond reach that I couldn't even imagine getting close. I think I need to say this. He turns to face his three loyal shadow retainers, laying the groundwork with a single rhetorical question. Having a grand ambition is a good thing, isn't it? Suho points a finger skyward. His face, stern beneath his mask, grows even more resolute as he voices his ambition. I will become the strongest. Bathed in the blazing sunset, he declares with burning conviction, I will surpass the Itarim apostles, the monarchs, and even my own father. At last, the young monarch has found his own path shaped by no one else. This is who he wants to become. The most shocked right now are undoubtedly the Shadow Monarch's two diehard loyalists. Suho's lost his mind. Every single one of them is frozen solid. Igris stands slack-jawed, utterly dumbfounded. The young monarch actually said that. But Baru, ever quick with words, speaks up first. He doesn't mince words. Even though I think that's impossible to achieve, I will still support you, my liege. Igris is gentler about it than Baru, but the core message is the same. I believe surpassing the Shadow Monarch himself is an exceedingly difficult feat. Suho's excitement deflates instantly. Thanks for killing the vibe, guys. But these two have served since his father's era, so all he can do is sigh and accept his fate. Well, can't blame them for thinking that way, I suppose. Let me check the rewards first. System windows pop up in rapid succession, like a battle report. Notification rewards received. Notification experience GINED. Notification level up, level UP. System player has reached the required level. System, you are now eligible for an advanced quest. System, do you wish to accept the advanced quest? Yes. No. A dislike button suddenly pops up out of nowhere. Suho follows the beaten path of every online game on the market. He figures the advanced quest must kick in once you hit level 40. Before answering the system, he glances at the status window. It reads name Cheng Shu level 40 class none fatigue none title slaughterer HP 8. 250 MP 780 SDR 124. VIT 60 AGI 49 INT 47 per 545 unallocated points 4 passive skills tenacity LV. 3 martial arts LV. 2 power enhancement LV. 1 active skills rulers authority LV. 2 shadow extraction LV. 2 storm slash LV. 1. Seeing the only empty field on his status board about to be filled, Suho feels a flicker of excitement. He's finally about to get a class. Little does he know that the alien apostle is watching his every move, creepy as a stalker. Hands pressed together to form a viewing screen. The apostle has been tracking Suho from the moment he stood over Minsung's corpse to the moment he walked away, careful not to be detected. The apostle observes from tens of thousands of miles away. He doesn't even bother to conceal himself, hovering in midair and defying the howling wind. The alien strokes his forehead, looking thoroughly entertained. A grin spreads across his face as he murmurs, "Looks like I let my guard down. I never expected the masked one to have such potential, but that only makes him crave Suho even more." The apostle sets his resolve he must make Suho his own. To do that, he reviews the cards in his hand. The first thing that comes to mind is one of the powers gained from reassembling his fragments, the equivalent exchange. It allows him to trade something that belongs to him for something else of equal value. Meanwhile, the hunters who had joined Minsung on the expedition have safely exited the dungeon. A young man clad in heavy plate armor, carrying a greatsword, suddenly widens his Aishi's irises blazing with brilliant golden light. The life force of both him and the hunter serving as their tank is suddenly drained away. Both of them freeze in place. It's the apostle's scheme converts the life force of those around him into mana. To any onlooker, the hunters simply collapse to the ground, their eyes rolled back white. Even more eerie, they appear to be in excruciating agony, mouths stretched wide open, yet not a single sound escapes. All that life force streaks into the alien's body like lightning. An astonishing aura of vitality coalesces around him. In a flash, the massive surge of vital energy shifts to gold. Now every inch of the alien's body is cloaked in radiant golden mana. So that's what it looks like. He channels the mana into a single palm. Before long, a stone the color of burnished gold egg size takes shape in his hand. The alien extends one arm straight, the other pulling back behind him as if drawing a bow. The mana stretches with it, forming what looks unmistakably like a bow and arrow. He closes one eye, lining up his target with a smug, self-satisfied smile. Baru, practically drooling at the sheer energy radiating from Minsung, can barely contain himself as he calls out to the young monarch. He charges into battle with fervent enthusiasm. Now I'll try searching for information about that apostle in Minsung's memories. He glances at the corpse and replies, "I'm counting on you." Baru Suho. Baru lets his mind drift into contemplation. Could it be that Minsung came to hate the world after the great catastrophe? What if I hadn't become a player? While he's lost in thought, an indescribable pain suddenly tears through him. His pupils shrink in shock. Suho lets his guard down for a split second and takes a direct hidden arrow of pure mana from the alien. 3/4 of his abdomen is instantly blown away. Everything happens too fast. Blood and flesh scatter everywhere, sending his loyal attendants into sheer horror. Suho traces the trajectory of the attack, desperately searching for the assailant. He knows he barely has any strength left. The urgency is suffocating. Where did that attack even come from? But he could search for years and never find out. The attacker is far beyond the range of his current detection. Having landed his shot, the smug grin on the alien's face deepened clearly believes he's got this in the bag. The golden bolt of pure mana that shredded his gut continues to spin inside him, radiating mana across the entire area. The more it rampages, the more Suho writhes in agony. The shadows around him surge and flood toward the spot where the mana bolt is raging. His entire body crackles with intermittent bursts of mana jagged, like living lightning. Suho hasn't lost his mind yet, but through immense effort he realizes something is trying to invade his consciousness. The system quickly steps in to protect its user. Passive skill longevity. Grants immunity to all diseases, toxins, and status effects. Grants extreme regeneration during sleep. 321 Removing abnormal status. Failed. Longevity is analyzing the abnormal status. 3. Longevity confirms the abnormal status is similar to the Yan-Huo infection. Longevity will attempt to purge the abnormal status using data from the Yan-Huo infection. 321 Experiment failed. Due to the presence of foreign substances, the system has become unstable. Longevity will attempt treatment using data from the Yan-Huo infection. 321 Experiment failed. 321 Experiment failed. 321 Experiment failed. 321 In the distance, the alien watches Suho writhe in ever-growing agony. The more he suffers, the more satisfied the alien becomes, lost in fantasies of wielding the power of darkness. But soon enough, that triumphant smile vanishes, completely replaced by shock. The system's relentless efforts have finally borne fruit. 321 Abnormal status analysis complete. Longevity's effect has purged the abnormal status. System restoration process initiated. Suho stops trembling. He forces himself up, pressing both hands against the ground to rise. His 3 attendants, unable to do anything, can only weep with worry. He steadies himself and thinks the apostle's conversion process was interrupted midway. His complexion is still terrifyingly pale but slightly better than before. Baru rushes to ask, "Young monarch, are you all right?" Suho is already thinking about the next step to counteract his wound. Longevity activated successfully. Now I need to use the shadows to conceal this. But the wound is too deep, too severing. Suho is rapidly losing strength. With every passing second, his life force drains at an accelerating rate. HP 708,250, still dropping. HP 408,250. At this rate, in just seconds, his HP will plummet from double digits to single digits. He has to find a way fast. In a moment of desperation, he can only place his hope in the system, pointing his trembling finger toward yes. It seems Suho plans to buy himself time by accepting a new quest. System, do you wish to accept the advancement quest? Yes, no. The moment he presses yes, a dungeon gate materializes from thin air right before them. System initializing advancement quest. Only the player may enter the advancement quest. Seamless integration commencing. Your Alice descendants of the monarchs will be transported to the Shadow Dungeon. The sudden turn of events leaves the entire group frozen still, drowning in grief and shock. The alien could rack his brain for a century and never foresee the bizarre system that Jinwoo's father left behind. He never saw it coming. Right now, Suho is at his absolute weakest. Anion could take his life. He's on the verge of passing out from blood loss. The gate blazing before them erupts with an overwhelming radiance that shakes heaven and earth, its glow shooting straight into the sky. Lost in delirium, Suho thinks it's so dark, I can't see anything. Am I dead? It hurts. I feel heat from flames somewhere nearby, but if my stomach hurts this much, that means I'm still alive, right? If so, Wuxia magical torch erupts in blue flame. Waking in an unfamiliar space, his first instinct is to drop into a defensive stance, every sense dialed to 120%. But after just a few seconds of observation, his head spins, pupils shrink in shock. Suho sits in the middle of a colossal corridor, body and mind reeling. This place. The Shadow Gate appeared with earth-shattering fanfare and vanished without a trace. Once the alien confirms Suho's trace is completely gone, he flies over to investigate. He lands at the exact spot where Suho's group once stood. The howling wind only deepens the desolate emptiness of the place. The alien's expression darkens to something terrifying, mind racing. I can't sense any mana around here at all. Unbelievable, a gate just appeared out of nowhere and whisked away the masked man and all his soldiers. He adds with a glance at the ground. But he didn't take Minsung with him. That means the gate that just opened can only be used by him and his allies. Although this hunt has failed, the alien doesn't feel particularly vexed. Instead, the corner of his mouth curls slightly upward. The darkness in the masked. Man, every time we clash, something unexpected always happens. How interesting. Grandpa, oh grandpa, could you please change up the dialogue? It's getting embarrassing to listen to. As for Suho at this moment, he's training diligently, specifically doing push-ups. He uses just one arm as support, lifting his entire body with effortless ease. In fact, he almost looks like he's enjoying it. Suho trains upside down, muttering his guesses to himself. Ever since arriving here, the hole in my stomach has fully healed. My body should be fine now. After stretching, Suho flipped back onto his feet and ran a self-diagnosis. If there was a problem, it would come from the system notifications. System descendants of other monarchs cannot participate in the job change quest. System, you cannot use the shadow dungeon key. He swiped at it multiple times to no avail, completely baffled. He couldn't use his passive link skill or the shadow dungeon key. Suho scanned the wide, familiar hallway and muttered, on top of that, this is the same dungeon where I completed the tutorial. This area was something from memories that had been sealed away. This was, in a sense, the place that had witnessed Suho's growth, a dungeon his father had created for him. Even though the version of himself who had grown up here was long gone, the memories of that time remained. But this time was different from when Jinwoo brought him here to train against the knights. Suho felt a twinge of unease. This time there were no knights to defeat and level up from. Not to mention he wasn't given any weapons, and this had to happen right after the Demon King's weapons were destroyed. This time Tem dumped him in without any specific instructions, leaving him to figure things out on his own. For whatever reason, there was no quest information whatsoever. If he had to open doors and climb floors like before, did that mean he had to clear everything without weapons or his passive link skills? On top of that, the place felt completely different from before, only adding to the mystery. Did this place always have this many paths, like some kind of maze? Something about it felt both familiar and alien at the same time. To make things worse, sounds echoed from multiple directions. Just as Suho was losing his sense of direction, he spotted something new. He noticed a lavishly decorated door, an incredibly eye-catching door. Drawing on years of training experience inside this dungeon, Suho couldn't help but feel suspicious standing before it. The path clearly continued on, so why was a boss room here? Was this job change quest just sloppily designed? But he was already here, what other choice did he have? Standing around second-guessing, everything wouldn't help. He reached out, pushed the door open, and braced himself for whatever lay ahead. Even so, he couldn't deny a sliver of anticipation for what was behind that door. With a system quest riding on his back, his curiosity only grew. When the job change quest ended, would I be able to become as strong as I was before? Last time, the moment Suho opened the door, he was greeted by a towering shadow knight, pitch black, but surprisingly not smelly, with piercing eyes. A short scar ran across its right eye. The first thing I encountered in the dungeon was a knight. But this time, what greeted him wasn't a knight, just a pitch-black room. Barely able to see anything in the faint light, Suho squinted, his expression cautious. It's too dark, I can't see a thing. A red carpet stretched across the floor, leading to the far end of the room. At the far end stood a throne, and he was certain someone was sitting on it. That figure seemed to sense the intruder encroaching on its domain, and rose to its feet. Suho couldn't help but be stunned when he saw the face of this boss. It was his own. The broad, toned back, the bulging arms, and that familiar pair of gloves made it unmistakable this was Suho himself. This Suho had an aura eerily similar to his father, Sung Jinwoo. Put it this way, if Suho chose to walk the same path as his father, this would be him in the future. He stood frozen, realizing this Suho had a look of pure contempt, utterly dissatisfied with the world. And Suho, he had already recognized his past self. Was this him from the tutorial? He stared at the boss's face, his own face, tried to gauge its combat power, and immediately lost heart. The person I have to fight is myself. The me of that day, the one who could even defeat Baru at full power. Right now, his past memories weren't giving him any advantage, they were only feeding his psychological trauma. That version of him had defeated Baru back then. Past Suho at 100% power with full gear said nothing. He simply unleashed his aura, ready for battle. His mana surged in an instant, shattering the floor beneath his feet. The sheer display of power made it clear something massive was coming. In just seconds, his mana, already blazing like wildfire, grew fiercer than ever before. It coiled and twisted like a cyclone. Suho was still reeling from the shock of facing his most perfect past self when the other him charged in. He opened his mouth to say something, but a fist of light slammed into him before a single word came out. Suho had absolutely no way to defend. Before the fight could even begin, he was gloriously reduced to paste in a single punch. 3 torches burned brightly in the hallway, their flames full of life. The one on the left abruptly snuffed out. When Suho came to, he was lying in the hallway once again. That death was beyond terrifying. The moment he woke, panic surged through him. But upon closer inspection, he was neither dead nor lying in that room waiting to die. Suho steadied himself slightly. But the thought of unlimited respawns like in a game turned his face even paler. so I'll just respawn if I die. Honestly, for him, this was no different from a waking nightmare. Cold sweat ran down his spine. He muttered, wondering why he had encountered another version of himself in the boss room. Was the job change quest really about defeating his past self? Is that even possible? He was about to spiral into despair when he caught himself that kind of thinking was getting him nowhere and shut his mouth. After a moment, he swallowed dryly and took a deep breath to steady his trembling body. Suho shot to his feet, his voice ringing with resolve. No, the system clearly exists to make me stronger. If my quest is to defeat whatever's behind that door, then there has to be a way to do it. So he started thinking, combining logical deduction with the advantage of his past life memories. Unlike the tutorial dungeon, this place had far more pathways. Given that the boss room was in such an unusual location, he was certain another door existed somewhere. With that thought in mind, Suho took off running to find it. He didn't know how long he ran before he found another door. All that effort wasn't wasted. Just as I thought. This time he found a door decorated exactly like the last one except half the size. Suho muttered with relief. There's another boss room door after all. But the previous room had left him too traumatized. Suho froze in fear and instinctive reaction. Wait, what would be inside this time? Still, he didn't freeze for long. If he didn't go through this door, what other choice did he have? No point dwelling on that now. Whatever was in there had to be better than facing his past self. Suho steeled himself with that thought, reached out with both hands, and threw both doors open. The moment he looked inside, his jaw dropped. The room was littered with children's toys, and sitting among them was a small child. It was none other than Suho as a tiny toddler, quietly playing alone, adorable beyond words. But that precious little angel only lasted a few seconds. The moment the child spotted the intruder, it transformed into a tiny, vengeful spirit. Its eyes lit up with a terrifying glow. Suho, the host himself, actually flinched. He couldn't believe it. This terrifying little creature that could scare the living daylights out of most people was him as a child. What the hell is going on in this dungeon? He shuddered. The more he thought about it, the more bizarre this place became. Did he really have to fight his own child self? Even if it was himself, fighting a child just felt wrong on every level. That was when the toys suddenly levitated into the air. By the time he realized what was happening, every single toy in the room was already under the little Suho's control. The kid himself is floating in midair too. He assumed Suho was still too shell-shocked or too hesitant to strike a child and just stood there frozen. But that's not it. Suho himself is terrified. His body refuses to move. Could it be ruler's authority? The mini Suho has transformed into some kind of superpowered menace, pointing a finger at the adult Suho. With a casual flick, every toy launches simultaneously, hurtling toward their target. Suho just stands there, suppressed by his mini self, frozen like a statue while the kid pummels him. One look is enough to tell those toys are no joke. After a while, who knows how many hits land, his vision starts to tilt. He's about to collapse any second. A bit more and Suho finally can't take it. His eyes shut. This time, the right torch flickers out too. Only the center torch remains burning strong. He wakes up again in the familiar grand hall, beaten to death by his mini self. This time there are more injuries on his head. His first instinct is to shield his forehead. He's only gone through 2 rounds and his face is already pale as a corpse's. A few more rounds and he'll probably develop full-blown PTSD. Right now he's both dazed and terrified. Did his younger self really just snap his neck in the blink of an eye? Neither of them is an opponent he can beat right now. How is he supposed to complete this quest? But Suho suddenly recalls another rule. Oh no! According to the rules he already knew, the situation might get even worse. He looks around, searching. If he was given 3 lives like the tutorial said and he's already died twice. He spots the trio of torches, and the realization hits him like a freight train. That means he only has 1 life left. But the wall is plastered with torches, rows upon rows of them burning at equal intensity. Some have already gone dark. And it's not just one wall, it's an entire tower of torches. Who knows how many lives are stacked in here? Suho stares in sheer terror at this magnificent spectacle, his pupils trembling violently. The flames on the torches flicker like a glitched game effect. Suho is utterly bewildered. What the hell is going on? The moment he speaks, the system dumps more bad news on him. Alert due to the presence of foreign substances. The system has become unstable. Notification: defeat the creature behind the door with your remaining lives. Creature behind the door 1. Notice: complete the job change quest or you cannot leave the dungeon. Looking at the countless shimmering torches mounted on the walls, Suho is completely shell-shocked. Don't tell me every single one of those flames represents a life I have. Is that supposed to be a good thing? Sure, right now he's practically immortal, can't die permanently. but dying over and over, even if he doesn't go insane, he'll lose his mind. Suho is extremely worried, but there's no way to level up in here. The system keeps glitching, spitting out more notifications. Alert due to the presence of foreign substances. The system has become unstable. Suho feels more and more unstable by the second. Is the reason I got such an absurd quest because the system is bugging out? He then recalls the vague content in the notification window. Defeat the creature behind the door with your remaining lives. Creature behind the door 1 notice complete the job change quest or you cannot leave the dungeon. His anxiety amplifies to a whole new level. Suho can't help but think deeper. If that's the case, there's no guarantee those flames actually represent his lives. Even so, he has no choice but to keep pushing forward. No matter how dangerous it gets. He steels his resolve, I can't give up here. Suho walks firmly through the door ahead, unwavering. The only option he has is to push forward. As he walks, he analyzes the situation, seemingly random pathways, and the monster rooms that pop up without warning. Suho walks along the corridor, searching for doors. That means there are likely other rooms still out there. But the problem, Ish has no idea how vast this labyrinth really is. He knows the situation is dire, but all he can do is stumble through and explore on his own. Since he has plenty of time, he can search at his own pace. But before Suho can figure out his next move, he senses another presence closing in. Something's over there. From the darkness, something blue gradually emerges. It looks like a toy. It's the stuffed animal he saw in Mini Suho's room. It wears the most sinister grin. And of course, accompanying that stuffed animal is the all-powerful Mini Suho complete with a childlike, yet utterly terrifying painting. The kid even looks at him and smiles 10 times more horrifying than before. The little brat's sudden excitement sends chills crawling up his spine. Goosebumps everywhere. This labyrinth is getting more and more absurd by the minute. Suho raises his voice involuntarily, as if challenging the stubborn system. Why is my younger self here? Did it walk out into the corridor through the door that just opened? His next instinct screams run, get out now. But the moment he turns his back, he's struck. One fast, precise, devastating blow and he's crippled. The damage comes too fast, too brutal. His body can't react in time. Suho realizes in horror that the gap between them is like an uncrossable chasm. The agony of a severed leg tears through every nerve ending. Combined with the psychological pressure from the mini version looming over him. He can barely hold on. He clutches his leg and screams in pure, unfiltered pain. But what Suho fixates on most is the weapon that struck him. He can hardly believe this golden truth. A single hit from a toy blew his leg apart. Yeah. Suho stares at his younger self in sheer terror, questioning, can ruler's authority really produce that kind of speed? While he's panicking over how to deal with the kid, how is he supposed to complete the quest in this state? Then the adult version steps out from somewhere. The situation becomes even more hopeless. Both paths are blocked now. He truly won't survive this one. The perfect adult Suho, armed with 100% equipment, looks down sternly. The rogue Suho grits his teeth, refusing to accept it, and mutters, "This is absurd." He barely gets 3 words out before the adult Suho kicks his head clean off. Respawn once more. Suho slams his fist into the wall, unable to contain his frustration at the tower's twisted setup. He rubs his forehead in pain and mutters under his breath, voice tinged with grievance. The fact that monsters can roam the hallways is straight up cheating. Why is it this hard? Did father also go through a job change quest like this? But this isn't a dead end. Suho still has hope. According to the rules, the harder the quest, the more motivated he becomes. Moreover, the fact that he's still alive proves those flames are his remaining lives. If the quest condition is to defeat the creature in the room, then he doesn't need to fight them head-on. He just has to keep challenging them and find a different room. On his next exploration run, he runs into the adult Suho again and becomes his punching bag once more. Just like the 2 deaths before, this round also ends with him getting obliterated. However, fueled by an unshakable belief, his spirit holds steady. Dying doesn't faze him anymore. Next round, meeting the kid again. That little brat uses the same old trick to attack. This time, it twists his hand apart with the dominating hand. Instead of using toys, then finishes him off nice and slow. Suho begins getting skewered in every way imaginable each day, but with so many lives to burn, he remains a surprisingly chill guy. After all, he has practically infinite lives. Every time he falls, he firmly believes that as long as he keeps trying, he'll eventually find another monster room's door. That's the only motivation driving him through these endless ordeals. After countless sacrifices and floors drenched in fresh blood, another room even exists. He stops charging recklessly through random doors. Instead, he sits and ponders. Infinite lives, yet facing unbeatable enemies, and no. Is there any way to level up? The more Suho thinks about it, the more the future looks pitch black. His mind is a tangled mess. Isn't this a living hell? Then he remembers the shocking declaration that rocked the underworld: the stronger they come, the hungrier I become to stand at the top. Now Suho understands. He grits his teeth so hard they start to bleed. He smears the blood with his finger, thinking his own words have become shackles, dragging him forward whether he likes it or not. Damn it, using that thick, viscous blood as ink and his finger as a pen, he begins drawing a grand blueprint. Fine, then every time I die, I'll redraw the entire maze map. Suho is completely desperate now. Whatever it takes, I have to try everything I can. Inside the tower, Suho must face two versions of himself: an adult and a miniaturito surpass his own limits. Outside, the news is exploding. Stardust scandal in the Hunter world is making headlines everywhere. The Hunter Association has just announced a ban on the use of Stardust, a performance-enhancing substance. Stardust was once a popular drug among hunters because it was believed to have no side effects. But most users have started exhibiting symptoms of severe memory loss. All hunters who have used Stardust are now undergoing mandatory medical examinations. Everyone is glued to this breaking news. In other news, the vice president of the Reaper Guild, the mastermind behind Stardust distribution, was found dead at the foot of a mountain by a group of hikers this morning. Mi Dung isn't exaggerating one bit. He really is the hottest name on every news broadcast, a former hero of the Hunter world, now exposed as a criminal. The revelation has sent shockwaves across the globe. The Reaper Guild will face a full investigation from the Hunter Association. Meanwhile, Lin Taiji sits with a face full of remorse, visibly shattered, as he accepts the blame. It's all my fault. He takes full responsibility upon himself. If I hadn't let Li Mingxing escape back then, none of this would have happened. Another person in the conference room offers comfort. Hunter Lin, don't blame yourself like that. But those words go in one ear and out the other. He murmurs, still troubled. Still, there are a few things that bother me. When I found Mingxing, he didn't look right. He never had any kind of appearance-altering skill before. Hui Zhongyan connects the dots to the massive Stardust scandal rocking the Hunter world. Could that be a skill created by Stardust? Yu Zhench's face tightens hard. He forces himself to stay calm and steers the discussion forward. I'm not certain, but that possibility does exist. Then he smoothly shifts the topic like it's nothing. Also, the black-masked hunter who fought Li Mingxing. Hu Zhongyan takes the bait immediately. He leans in and asks, could that be the person who killed Li Mingxing? Chairman Yu Zhench tenses visibly at the mention of it, the black-masked hunter. Hui Zhongyan follows the lead, reaches into his jacket pocket as it happens. One minor in the group has been reported missing. Gan pulls out a photo of Suho, placing it on the table to redirect the room's attention. His name is Sung Suho. He's registered as a D-rank hunter, but given the current situation, we can't rule out the possibility that he's an imposter. The only S-rank in the room, who had been sitting in silence, suddenly speaks up. May I see that photo? Hui Zhongyan replies with a warm smile, of course. After all, you're connected to this case too. Hunter by Linruth outsider who was called out doesn't flinch. He simply smiles, enigmatic and unreadable. He picks up the photo with 2 fingers and studies it carefully. Yu Zhench is panicking inside. He's over 80% certain that Suho is the black-masked hunter. Worry about the son, and naturally you think of the father. His mind race wants to find Sung Jinwoo to get to the bottom of this, but that kid has gone off the grid again. Hunter Sung Suho. What on earth is going on with Suho? In the end, all those swirling emotions settle into one fragile hope. I just hope the boy is safe. The outsider presses his finger over Suho's nose and mouth in the photo, and a familiar face emerges. Having uncovered the true identity behind the mask, he grins like he's won the jackpot. Anyone who didn't know better would think he was gazing at a photo of his beloved. While those people were going about their business, Suho had been dying and respawning on repeat, his dark eyes glazed over, hollow, as if there was no tomorrow. On the ground is a map drawn in blood, centered on the exact spot where he respawns each time. It is long since dried. It looks like a full-blown labyrinth, dead ends, winding paths, and circular rooms of varying sizes. Who knows how long it's been, but he's explored over 80% of the maze. A genuinely impressive masterwork. Suho stares blankly, his lifeless eyes still fixed on the ground. A moment later, he snaps back, his eyes lift to look ahead, and in them burns a fierce, unbreakable resolve. Those eyes signal one thing: hibernation is over. Time to get back to the main quest. Scene shift to the outside where the crocodile is yelling, "Hey, you stupid fly, calm down. The young monarch isn't going to come back just because you keep buzzing around." Meanwhile, Baru is frantic, zipping back and forth in a panic. "You cold-blooded bloodsucker. We don't even know where he is right now. How can I possibly stay calm? Young monarch, I'm so worried about you I can't even sleep. The imp chimes in, you really can't blame Baru for acting like this. It's been 2 weeks since the young monarch entered that gate. Aren't you worried about him too? Don't you think you're being a little too cold about this? Aren't we all on the same side? Do any of you really understand the young monarch that well? Compared to someone as great as the Shadow Monarch, I get why you'd see him as just a child. But I have never met the Shadow Monarch. So the only thing I know is this: no matter how much he bleeds, no matter how many bones break, no matter how far his mind is pushed to its limit, never gives up. No matter what challenge he faces, I'm certain he'll survive and come back. We have to trust him. Scene shift back to Suho. Right now Suho is throwing a punch at his other self. You think I'll just let you kill me? But the other him throws a single casual punch and Suho gets obliterated. Next, he tries attacking his younger self, but before he can do anything, an invisible force pins him in place. Then his body is torn to pieces. I've lost count of how many times I've died. Despite dying and respawning over and over, examining their status windows has taught him a few things. The one who tears others apart with psychic power is his childhood self. Though the young Sung Suho has no level, the kid possesses ruler's authority at maximum rank. Skill ruler's authority max level. Without direct physical contact, the user can move objects using pure mental force. Meanwhile, the one who injured him with a single touch is himself during the mentoring phase. Sung Suho's class during the mentoring phase is Shadow Monarch level 99. After getting absolutely wrecked time after time, he should be lying flat on an oxygen tank. He catches his breath for a moment, then springs right back up and gets back to it. Damn it, I still can't push any further this time. After countless deaths, he's gradually grown numb to the fear. But that numbness only exists in here. He can never take death lightly. To reach his goal, he must survive by any means necessary. After enduring death after death and trial after trial, he can feel himself growing stronger with every iteration. He looks at the map drawn in his own blood. There is only one place he has yet to set foot. If there's no door there, then the only way to complete the job change quest is to defeat those two. Thinking back on it, something feels off. It's like I'm reaching them faster with each attempt. See, it's appeared again. The words barely leave his mouth before he launches himself at young Suho, his mind racing with calculations. Ruler's authority uses an invisible hand. If he blankets the area with his own ruler's authority, the level gap means his version would overpower There's no contest. But he's faster. In a heartbeat, he vaults clean over young Suho. Young Suho whips around, but he's already hurling his jacket straight into the kid's face, blinding him. His face scrunches up after glancing ahead. There it is, that passage, the only place I haven't been to yet. Please work. He reaches the spot. Before him stands a brand new gate. A gate. As expected, there's someone else besides those two. A spike of danger slams into his senses without warning. Damn it, the other one is coming. I need to get through that gate. No. If they're serious about stopping me, it's all over the moment a spirit worker shows up. Seeing LV-99, Suho's murderous gaze locked onto him, cold sweat runs down his spine. Screw it. LV-99 Suho spots him and lights up with excitement, rocketing toward him at the speed of light. But Suho slips through the gate just in time. He stumbles through, gasping for air, lungs burning. He can't get in here right. I've finally shaken them off. But this isn't over yet. The real question: who's waiting inside? Based on everything he's seen, it's most likely another past version of himself. Two possibilities: one from the early tutorial stage, or one from that specific point in time. If it's neither, then who the hell is in here? Another Suho steps out from the shadows, wielding two massive swords. This version used twin swords. The tutorial Suho and childhood Suho were both past versions of me, and those weapons insist that the Fang of Jia Khan and the Horn of Mugen. Could he have been created by a system error? The opponent's stats are visible. Suho checks theme and grins. Without hesitation, he launches a kick. Finalist Omion, I can actually fight. His level and stats are far superior, especially strength. But stats aren't everything. The opponent instantly stacks a barrage of body reinforcement buffs. System body reinforcement activated. Player attack power and defense enhanced. System planes wind skill activated. Movement speed and attack speed increased. System giant's armor skill activated. Defense reinforced. Body reinforcement. Is he using rank skills? And why the hell does he have that many buffs stacked? Before he can process it further, the opponent blinks forward. Tuo slashes in a flash. Suho dodges clean. The opponent activates Tempest Slash. Tempest Slash 2. Right after Suho draws his own blade. Both activate their skills simultaneously. The 6-charge strike and slash flare up violently, clashing with brutal force. Afraid his weapon would shatter, he holds back. Good call as expected. A scratch appears on his cheek out of nowhere. Memories that aren't his flood into his mind. What are these memories? Isn't this from when I defeated Brokey? Could this be a mental attack? Another hit connects. More memories surge in. This time he sees himself on horseback, gazing at flowers, a distant, dreamlike scene. Yet another memory that doesn't belong to him surfaces. So the more injured I get, the more mental attacks I absorb. After trading blows for a while, both finally break apart. The opponent mutters something again, shadows rise. Instantly, a shadow soldier materializes and lunges at Suho. Suho isn't surprised. He retaliates immediately. The shadow soldier is of night rank. Before he can catch his breath, the opponent charges in again. Suho dodges like water fluid, effortless. And just like that, he's getting ganged up on. To summon shadow soldiers from thin air like that. That means he already had shadow storage ability at level 32. The more he fights, the more he realizes the memories flooding his mind belong to this Suho. They're his experiences from another world. In that world, there was another Baru, another Gray, and another companion entirely. And he was someone who could handle every crisis with precision alongside them. The system had tailored challenges perfectly suited to him. Because of that, he grew stronger through every trial. Whether his existence here is a system error or not, one question gnaws at him: why are the challenges always beyond his limits? Why must I always push myself to the breaking point? Not once has there been an easy challenge to breeze through. He's died hundreds of times in these trials because the opponents are unreasonably powerful. Despite his racing thoughts, he still manages to block attacks from both sides. After countless deaths and bottomless despair, he understands one truth: sitting around wallowing in self-pity changes nothing. The problem was never about system errors. From the very start, the way he used the system was wrong. The system isn't raising him, he's the one who should be exploiting the system. He channels shadow armor straight into his legs. From now on, I won't follow the path the system laid out. My future is mine to decide. He unleashes a devastating kick. The opponent takes the full brunt and goes flying. Suho doesn't waste the opening. He dashes forward in a flash and throws a thunderous punch. The opponent crashes into the earthen wall, shattering it to pieces. Suho doesn't relent, fists wreathed in shadow. He keeps punching. After a long while, he finally stops to catch his breath. The system chimes in. Quest: defeat the creature behind the gate with your remaining lives. System: the entity behind the gate is a one-on-one opponent matching a player who has completed the job change quest. Reward: title acquired, Adversity Conqueror. Title: Adversity Conqueror, awarded to those who overcome impossible odds with outstanding resolve. Effect: stats increase by a percentage equal to stamina lost. Mechanic: 1% stamina lost, 1% stat increase. It's finally over. Ding. System: analyzing player actions to determine the most suitable class. You chose to fight rather than submit to overwhelming opponents. System: your spirit did not break despite experiencing hundreds of deaths. System: you achieved both physical and mental growth even in conditions where growth should have been impossible. System: your creativity consistently produces solutions in the most critical moments. Your unshakable will inspires those around you, ensuring collective victory. You may choose between 3 classes. 3 classes. Class 1, Shadow Heir. If you choose this class, the system will continue to guide you on the path to becoming the Shadow Heir. Class 2, Spirit Worker. System: retrieving data from past records. You have received a hidden class option, Shadow Monarch Spirit Worker. System: previous stats will not be restored. System: you will lose all shadow skills. The third class is just 3 question marks. This is the class recommended based on your innate characteristics. The hidden class will be determined by what you achieved during the job change quest. System: you will lose all shadow skills. The first path changes nothing. The second path is like retracing the road you already walked. The third path strips you of everything and forces you to start from scratch. Are you kidding me? I endured hundreds of agonizing deaths in here, and all I get after clearing that absurd difficulty is one reward. Only children choose. I'll take it all. Without hesitation, he merges all 3 choices into one. A transcendent class is born. Ding. System: job change quest complete. System: your class is White Shadow. Outside, Baru is crying his eyes out. Young Monarch, it's been 3 whole weeks and there's still no word from you. Little Croc, do you think the young Monarch is all right? I never expected him to be silent this long. Something must have happened. Suddenly, a rift of light tears open behind the creature. A figure steps out from the glow and says, "Everyone doing okay? Long time no see." Everyone bursts into tears of joy except the crocodile, who has no eyes to cry with. Scene change: the Hunter Association. The old man is scratching his head raw. Still no news about Suho. I'm sorry, but the Hunter Association hasn't received a single lead on anyone matching Suho's description. The atmosphere inside the Hunter Association right now is terrible. Most of them suspect Suho is the one who killed Lee Mingxing. Suho would never kill anyone. I don't think Suho would do something like that either. Maybe this has something to do with that Yazim person who was mentioned before. In the previous world, I couldn't do a single thing to help Sung Suho when he fought alone. I can't let Suho fight alone too. They're in the middle of a heated discussion when a red alert suddenly flashes on the chairman's phone. Give me a moment. The old man furrows his brow at the red notification. How many times is this now? The Hunter Association should have been keeping a closer eye on this. Another dungeon break. A hunter's shield shatters as a monster's fist smashes clean through it. It grabs the hunter and crushes him like a tin can. The other hunters are frozen in panic. Damn it, why is a large-scale dungeon break happening right in the middle of the city? What the hell are the guilds responsible for this area even doing? Meanwhile, a white-haired figure sits atop a rooftop watching it all unfold. How boring, he mutters. To infiltrate the Hunter Association's inner circle, I need achievements. The bigger the disaster, the more people talk, and that talk becomes my resume. That's the lesson I learned back then. Humans are fascinating creatures. They only remember whoever stands in the spotlight. The hunters who charged in first to save lives and sacrificed themselves, nobody even bothers to remember their names. At the critical moment, a hunter lunges forward and slashes across the monster's maw, looking absolutely badass. Everyone get behind me now. The crowd erupts in cheers at the sight of the hunter. We're saved, that's a B-rank hunter. Huang's faction takes notice. The white-haired figure gets to work. B-rank, that won't do, I need to deal with him. I need this stage all to myself. The moment he says the word, the monster lights up as if jacked up on steroids. The B-rank hunter doesn't even get a chance to react before a fist caves in his chest and sends him rocketing into a wall. He lies crumpled on the ground, unable to believe what just happened. What the hell just happened? Did the monster's mana just spike out of nowhere? Before he can catch his breath, the swarm pounces, beating him into a bloody pulp. The remaining hunters stand there, faces white as ghosts, bodies locked in sheer terror. The B-rank hunter doesn't even last 3 minutes. All that's left is a mangled heap. The old hunter trembles like a leaf. Damn it all. I was lucky enough to scrape together some money, heal my legs, and buy a new weapon. I thought I could be a hunter again, but it turns out a low-rank scrub like me trying to save people from monsters was just asking for a death wish. The very moment the old man accepts death, a black shadow blitzes in, legs morphing into dragon mage limbs. A kick so fast it looks like a ceiling fan cracking against the monster and shattering it to pieces. Kaboom! The old man's jaw drops to the floor, he's completely stunned. Our man delivers a few more kicks and the monsters drop like dominoes. Our man still wears the mask that seals his devastating handsomeness. The old man stares at the mask, it looks familiar. That's the kid who solo rushed the gate last time. They said he was only low rank, yet he can take down monsters this easily. Our man channels mana into his hands and speaks. This is the perfect chance to test out my new skill after the class change. From the monster's corpse, shadows rise. The body begins turning pitch black as a surge of violet energy streams into our man. Suddenly, a layer of shadow armor materializes on everyone's arms. The hunter's weapons glow with an ominous dark aura, as if enchanted with newfound power. What the? These black gear pieces, where did they come from? Guru watches from the side, practically drooling with excitement. Young monarch, can you now use shadow transformation on other people? This isn't shadow transformation. In truth, these are classified as premium items. Item: Shadow War Spear, grade normal, type spear, ATK 40 SDR3. Item: Shadow War Gauntlets, grade normal, type gauntlet, def 15 VIT2. Item: Shadow War Sword, grade rare, type sword, ATK 55 AGI 5. Effect: penetration boost, ignores 10% of target's def on attack. He used shadow soldiers to forge equipment. Even the Shadow Monarch himself never possessed an ability like this. Is this the young monarch's power after his advancement? This is the power of the unique class. White Shadow, our man figures if he's this good looking, there's no point hiding his face anymore. Come to think of it, maybe he doesn't need the mask anymore. Our man turns to the hunters. If you can still fight, back me up. The white-haired figure spots our man's arrival and grins. He's finally here. That's an ability I've never seen before. Looks like he's truly changed from how he used to be. He's getting more and more handsome by the day. In the end, you will be mine. Sung Suho He. Is he any different from the one of Shadow? The one who once fought alone with nothing but his own power. Right now, Suho strikes an incredibly badass expression. Status window name Sung Suho level 40 class unique white shadow fatigue none title adversity overcomer HP 80 5258 525 MP 820,820 STR 130 VIT 62 AGI 51 INT 61 per 51 remaining points 0 passive SKILLS tenacity LV4 martial arts LV2 strength enhancement LV1 active SKILLS rulers authority LV2 shadow extraction LV2 tempest slash LV1 class skill shadow crafting LV1 class exclusive skill. No mana cost. Transform shadows into items based on the player's imagination. System craftable item list 1, shadow item 2, unknown note shadow consumed for crafting cannot be reverted to soldiers. Scene shifts to India at the Auto Guild. Hey, there's an insane battle breaking out. A whole bunch of people got their faces smashed in. The one who killed our guys, he's in South Korea. Then we head to Korea. I will never forgive whoever dares to touch what belongs to me. In the clear blue sky, a massive, pitch-black gate suddenly materializes out of nowhere. A blonde-haired girl walks through a raging blizzard. She ventures deeper into the blizzard, and alongside her, the silhouette of a shadow dragon emerges. Skyscrapers have completely collapsed. Monsters ceaselessly ravage everything in sight. While they're still rampaging, a sudden attack comes flying in out of nowhere. An irritated Suho leaps into the air, smashing a strike straight into its face. Not satisfied yet, he follows up with a brutal kick for good measure. Looking at the monsters flooding the area, Suho thinks in annoyance, did I really wipe them all out in a single hit? I have no idea how strong I've even become at this point. His gaze. He grows contemplative, glancing to the side. Looks like the fighters are still struggling against these monsters. The blonde-haired man lets out a sigh, looking at the monster with nothing but contempt. I've obtained the black armor and my body feels lighter too. With this, I can handle the monsters now. Seeing everyone fight so fiercely lets Suho breathe a sigh of relief. If he's fighting that well, I probably don't need to step in. Looks like these shadow equipment pieces boost stats, making hunters significantly stronger. He quickly thrusts his hand forward, activating his shadow extraction. The skill I received after changing my job to shadow crafting is one that lets me use shadows to create items. I can source the materials I need from shadow information, then reshape them by disassembling and recombining. Suho closes his eyes tightly, as if merging with the space around him. When it's done, he slowly opens his eyes and looks ahead. Before him lies a completely changed landscape monster, corpses strewn everywhere. The system quickly flashes a new notification. System ITEMS crafted Dark Nature Spike Armor Rarity Rare Type Defense Upper Body Def 28 ATK 25 Dark Nature Gauntlets Rarity Common Type Defense Hands ATK 55 SDR 4 Dark Nature Belt Rarity Rare Type Defense Waist Def 20 AGI 4 Suho clenches his fist, testing his current stats. The grade of each. The items I crafted are all different. The armor I envisioned turned out rare, but the gauntlets I forced into existence only came out as common grade. Does that mean I need to craft items that match the materials to get higher tier results? Status window Sung Suho. Level 42. Fatigue none. Class unique. White shadow title adversity overcomer. Status window update title bonus 1 HP 825,825. MP 820,820. STR 130 VIT 62 AGI 51 INT 61 per 51 remaining points 0 active SKILLS rulers authority LV2 shadow extraction LV2 twin tempest slash LV1 shadow crafting LV1 shadow item contract LV1 class skill shadow item storage LV1 no mana cost. Shadow items are stored by absorbing them into the user. They are integrated directly into the user's body. Stored items can be summoned and reabsorbed at any time. Shadow items stored 40. Suho thinks to himself, ever since the job change, I can finally store shadows now. Shadow item contract LV1. Class exclusive skill, no mana cost. When you give a shadow item a unique name, it becomes an upgradable weapon. Applies to hero grade shadow items and above. Only shadow items may be equipped. Item stat boost rate 30%. Looks like I need a hero grade shadow item or higher to make use of this contract skill. But what does this new class even mean? My shadow didn't turn white or anything. Suho continues walking forward. Sensing the moment is right, he suddenly launches into the air and comes crashing down, stomping hard on the beast's head right in front of him. Even Suho is startled by his own strength. The white-haired man cracks a strange smile. He gently raises his hand, catching the fragments floating endlessly into the sky. The moment they spot him, every monster in the area charges in to attack. Unafraid, he slowly pulls his hand back, activating a buff skill. In just a brief instant, golden lights relentlessly slam into the bodies of the surrounding monsters. The spectacle leaves Suho and everyone behind him utterly stunned. They chatter excitedly. He wiped out all those monsters in a single strike. Realizing this familiar man is still staring straight at him, Suho freezes. The white-haired man's face breaks into a strange smile. Suho is still dazed, not yet understanding what just happened. All of their interactions have been captured on the computer screen. Off to the side, Yunho is so moved he's about to burst into tears. He keeps jumping around the TV, hollering nonstop. Suho, the kid's safe. That brat shouldn't he have called if he was already back? Yu Zhench, off to one side, lets out a deep sigh of relief. What a weight off. Suddenly a phone rings, immediately grabbing his attention. The moment he picks up, Qi Zhangyan on the other end immediately asks, "Are you watching the broadcast?" The black mask no, Hunter Sung Suho has appeared. At the same time, the man on this side dashes forward at full speed. "The masked hunter I encountered when I faced Li Mingxing, it's definitely him. I'll contact Hunter Beak Dajin and order him to detain and escort the kid in." Yu Zhench quickly interjects, "No coercive measures, we have no proof that Hunter Sung Suho is the perpetrator." Qi Zhangyan's voice continues relentlessly from the other end of the line. "So, why was he hiding his face out there then? I believe he's a criminal connected to Stardust. Furthermore, he killed Li Mingxing. I don't believe Hunter Sung Suho is a bad person, but I agree we should bring him in to the Hunter Association. Investigations show he's the nephew of Director Iho, a close associate of the Hunter Association's chairman. I support the Hunter Association because I believe the chairman is a man of integrity. I trust you will make the right decision." On this side, Beak Dajin raises his hand and presses his earpiece. After receiving orders from above, his expression gradually relaxes. "Yes, sir, he's standing right in front of me." Watching his actions, Sung Suho thinks in surprise looks like he's a newly risen E-rank hunter. Beak Dajin, right. Why is he smiling at me? He's still listening to orders from above. Yes, I understand. Hunter Sung Suho. Hearing his name called, he jolts and looks up ahead. He's smiling again. "Hey," quickly cut straight to the chase. "The Death Guild has requested that I bring you back to the Hunter Association." Suho couldn't care less. "The Death Guild? Who guess it's not the association that summoned me after all." He chuckles, nods, and adds, "Judging by the way you showed up in front of all those people, it seems you don't have a clue. You're currently wanted for the murder of Vice Guild leader Li Mingxing and for allegations related to the distribution of Stardust." This time his expression twists with confusion. "Wanted?" Qi Zhangyan breaks into an unmistakably smug grin. "I think it's best if you come with me without causing any trouble." Seeing the situation unfold, the other teammates rush forward to explain on Suho's behalf. "Wait, there might be a misunderstanding. He's the one who helped us. This is clearly an abuse of power." He calmly responds, "It's fine. Thanks everyone for having my back. I'll go on my own. I was planning to head to the association anyway." Qi Zhangyan nods in agreement. "I'd be very grateful if you did." Watching Suho's composure, the blonde guy is taken aback and murmurs, "This young man's quite generous, even gave us that armor set." The man beside him quickly adds, "I need to bring my shadows with me." Suddenly, system information flashes before his eyes. Skill Shadow Item Storage LV. 1. Class exclusive skill, no mana cost. Shadow items are stored by absorbing them into the user. Stored items can be summoned and reabsorbed at any time. Shadow ITMS 1440. Suho slowly looks at the things right behind his back. Good Jimin can store shadows now. Qi Zhangyan's eyes go wide as he stares at Sung Suho. His aura is completely different. What has he been through recently to become this strong? The effect of Stardust on him has weakened. I need to grow Stardust's power enough to turn an E-rank hunter into a new follower. Should I stay close to him until then? The blonde man's phone suddenly buzzes. Everyone pulls out their phones in bewilderment. What? Alert disaster warning. Isn't that the prison for awakened who committed brutal crimes? There's been a mass breakout. Breaking news: mass prison breakout at Dianshan Penitentiary. Approximately 500 B to C-rank awakened have escaped. They appear to have used illegal awakening drugs. All nearby hunters, please respond and provide support immediately. Right then Suho suddenly stops in his tracks and asks, "Could that be Stardust? That illegal awakening drug?" Qi Zhangyan, who is walking ahead, slows to a halt and looks at him in confusion. Stardust. The more Suho thinks about it, the more something feels off. No way. We need to stop those escapees. Qi Zhangyan remains as calm as ever, acting like nothing happened. There are hunters already on site. You don't need to go. It seems he still refuses to believe any of this. If the escapees use Stardust, the hunters on site won't be enough. Hui Zhangyan grows increasingly frustrated and warns him. If you don't go to the association now, you're going to have serious trouble. Suho isn't the least bit afraid. Then so be it. Those words make Hui Zhangyan whip his head back, annoyed and surprised. After a brief moment of thought, he squeezes his eyes shut as if silently making a decision. He stares helplessly at Suho's retreating figure. Well then, consider it me having done my best to stop Hunter Sung Suho. But I failed. Suho nods in gratitude. Thank you. I'll definitely come to the association later. See you. His gaze carries something strange. After saying those words, Suho vanishes completely from Hui Zhangyan's sight. Watching the scene unfold, he can't help but laugh with delight. Actually, this works out perfectly. I'll use this chance to see just how strong he's become. The scene shifts to the prison, ear-splitting alarms blare. Many escapees have already been recaptured by the police. The place is pure chaos. The prison's massive wall has been torn apart. The man lets out a long sigh. He picks up a necklace. Those bastards are ruthless, shoving monostone collars around our necks to execute us. You all saw it, didn't you? He hurls the necklace to the ground in disgust. After surveying the death row inmates gathered here, he slowly speaks and issues orders. We only used the power we gained after the Great Cataclysm. And yet the Hunter Association treats us like criminals and locks us up here. We take our revenge on the association right now. There are hundreds of B to D rank awakened here. Unleash the fury you've been bottling up. Show them the power of our wraths. Let's break out. This man is Huang Dongshuo, a death row prisoner of Dianshan Penitentiary. Outside the city, loudspeakers broadcast nonstop. A large-scale breakout has occurred at Dianshan Penitentiary. Residents in the nearby area, please follow the hunter's instructions and evacuate immediately. The scene shifts to inside a quiet, peaceful room. The door suddenly bursts into flames with eerie intensity. A pair of hands quickly slips inside. The death row inmates, armed with weapons, file in and chatter among themselves. No one's here. They must have all fled after hearing the warning. They rummage through the place and eventually find a set of fresh clothes. Remembering something, their faces turn grim as they ask each other, can we really take on the Hunter Association? They've got S-rank and A-rank hunters, you know. You weren't even listening to the plan. If we seize the city and hold the heart, what the hell can those E-rank punks do to us? Besides, big bro Huang Dongzhu already got us the star fragments. Why do you think the Hunter Association declared it illegal? Because they're scared if everyone gets stronger, their power gets weaker. Simple as that. The man across from him bursts out laughing, thoroughly amused. Seems like that's really the case. If everything big bro Huang Dongzhu says checks out, we'll have an S-rank on our side. Right then, another guy rushes in and shouts, hey, check this out, there's a whole stash of fine liquor in here. The two glare at him, visibly annoyed. Are you screwing with us? Hurry the hell up and finish prepping so we can get out of here. But he won't shut up. They've even got 30-year-aged Macallan in here. Holy shit, isn't a bottle like that worth a few thousand? We can't just leave this behind. Meanwhile, a boy hiding in a nearby room frantically taps away at his phone, trembling in fear. I have to report this to the hunters right now. His shaking fingers keep hammering at the phone screen. Sensing something wrong, his eyes fill with dread. He slowly looks up. A death row inmate has already spotted him. Wanna have a drink with us? Everything descends into chaos. Huang Dongzhu calmly surveys the carnage he has wrought. Across the streets, hunters and death row inmates clash in non-stop combat. Both sides fight with brutal intensity, neither willing to give an inch. Huang Dongzhu can't hide the grin spreading across his face as he watches. What a beautiful sight, one command from me and even the high-rank prisoners obey. This is my power. A voice calls out from behind while the prisoners buy us time, we need to move. Now. His expression twists with irritation. You're nothing but my brother's underling, don't overstep. The man sighs, responding flatly. I don't serve your brother, I only accepted his request. The man is Jiang Jixia B-rank awakened. He replies coldly, the mission is to smuggle Yua C-rank awakened out of the country. The words send Huang Dongzhu into a speechless rage. He can't take it anymore. He lunges forward and grabs Jiang Jixia by the collar. You said you're B-rank, didn't you? You're looking down on me because my rank is lower than yours. Jiang Jixia's eyes betray his contempt as he thinks to himself, always putting on airs. When you're nothing but a coward who doesn't even dare to chew properly. Should I just kill him to avoid the side effects? Back in that earlier moment, Dongzhu's brother, Huang Dongshuo, had given him one order: defy the Hunter Association. I have no interest in it. This is just to incite the prisoners into causing chaos. During the confusion, bring my brother to me. Consider the mission complete. You know what happens if you fail, don't you? Back to the present, Huang Dongzhu's expression turns absolutely livid. Answer me now. Jiang Jixia lets out a long, exhausted sigh. These brothers are insufferable. He reminds himself he can't afford to make an E-rank his enemy. Fine, fine, I'll take you to your brother just like you want. Time passes, a massive helicopter now sits on the rooftop above. On this side, Yu Zhench has already suited up in his full gear. Behind them, Qi Zhangyan lets out a laugh and strikes up a conversation. This is the first time I've been deployed alongside the association chairman since that great catastrophe. He responds calmly, I can't just sit back and watch the people suffer. Something comes to mind, something that's been gnawing at him. What exactly happened to the prison restraint systems? Seizing the moment, he continues to recount what he's learned. It appears the control center inside the prison has been completely destroyed. Moreover, several association-affiliated hunters in the vicinity have also been mysteriously attacked. Several are currently in critical condition. Hearing this, Qi Zhangyan's expression turns dead serious. A Tier 3 management transport control center destroyed just like that. That's not all. The fact that the criminals at the scene were using copies also points to someone pulling the strings behind them. Just then, Lin Taiji steps forward and calls out, so there really is a mastermind behind these rebellions. Yu Zhench is taken aback. Thank you for coming. We truly appreciate your cooperation. Hunter Lin Taiji. Recalling something, he speaks up with a bitter tone. I've been informed that Sung Suho did not respond to the summons from the association. This worries Yu Zhench immensely. Suho, why would you do that? Lin Taiji's expression grows even graver. He only left a single message saying he was heading to the Jianji's residence. If someone implicated in the illegal Stardust distribution heads straight to where the criminals are dealing star fragments, there's no need for further explanation. Perhaps from the very start, he appeared wearing that mask to kill Li Mingxing to cover up his involvement in the Stardust distribution. And if we factor in that he registered himself as a failed experiment to conceal his true strength, then he's a dangerous criminal. That's my assessment and the reason I've joined this crime suppression operation. Yu Zhench quickly reacts. We still don't know whether Hunter Sung Suho went to the Jianji's residence to help or not. On the other hand, Qi Zhangyan remains perfectly calm. So after vanishing without a trace, he suddenly reappears, refuses the association's summons, and heads straight for the Star Relic site. The mere fact that he's been hiding his awakened rank this whole time is already suspicious enough. He's completely unpredictable. We should operate under the assumption that he's hostile. He whips his head around to look at Qi Zhangyan. Hunter Qi Zhangyan. Even you think so? Off to the side, Duin silently watches everything unfold. I can't take on S-rank hunters right now. Could Sung Suho really not have foreseen this happening? When the Hunter Association banned Stardust, I thought its distribution would become much harder. Yet they're willing to accept its side effects just to get their hands on a star fragment. That works in my favor. I can keep tabs on everything from a distance. I'll wait and see what that Sung Suho does. The scene shifts, a figure rockets forward at breakneck speed. Suho races forward, thinking to himself, if I used the Beast Fusion skill, I could get there faster. Just hold on a little longer. Boom, a massive explosion suddenly rocks the area. Suho uses his agile body to propel himself forward at full speed. The devastation before him makes him freeze for just a moment. Am I here? His eyes widen, but he can't bring himself to believe what unfolds before him. Pain screams ring out one after another. Help me please, I'll do anything. Suho's jaw clenches involuntarily. Are those the screams of civilians? I can hear them because the passive link skill has sharpened my senses. The longer I wait, the more damage piles up. I can't hesitate any longer. Suho flips through the air, one rotation after another, before landing perfectly. That stunt likely cost him a massive chunk of stamina. The death row convicts pause, momentarily surprised, sizing him up as he appears. What the hell? A mutt and some kid just dropped out of the sky. Meanwhile, Suho wipes the sweat from his face and gives a nod of approval. Good job, Gray. From here on, I'll handle things myself. Hearing his cryptic words, the death row convict lets out a bewildered laugh. What? You're just a hunter, and a worn-out one at that. What exactly are you planning to do? They're about to burst out laughing when boom. The remaining convict whips his head around. Suho's blistering speed sends a jolt of terror through him. What? Watching their every move, Suho's expression remains utterly calm. You broke out of prison, all you had to do was run, so why attack innocent people? I'll say this once, time is short. You have two choices: pass out quietly or resist and die. Rewinding to earlier, Suho stands still, watching his grandfather fish. Overcome with curiosity, he quickly calls out, Grandpa, why do you have so many scars? His grandfather laughs in surprise. They're my medals of honor. This one's from charging into a burning building to save a 7-year-old kid. And this one, that was from subduing a drunken brute causing a scene. And this one, after recounting them, Suho falls silent. His grandfather's actions leave him deeply curious. Why would you risk your life to save strangers like that? His grandfather gently ruffles his hair and speaks. It's not that I'm not afraid of getting hurt. It's just that my body always moves before my mind catches up. Back to reality, Suho stands before the assembled convicts and declares, "You have two choices. Pass out quietly, or resist and die." The convicts exchange stunned looks, muttering among themselves. Did you see that kick? He's a high-rank hunter, so what are you all scared of? We've got star fragments, haven't we? He bites down on the star fragment shard hidden inside his mouth. The convict's power erupts in an instant. This time, they look down on Suho, even more power surges through their bodies. Hell yeah, right now I feel like I could take on an A-rank of an S-rank. His eyes harden, he speaks. So you won't go down quietly. They have no idea their end has already arrived. Does it even need asking? They've taken star fragments. That means they're ready to fight, and while you hesitate, innocent people are still dying at the hands of these escaped convicts. Right? That soft heart of yours can't kill a damn thing, kid. Even with a new class, you're still green on the inside. Come on, try it. Punch a hole through my gut just like you did before you killed me last time. Show me what you've got. Those maddening words only stoke the fire in Suho's fighting spirit. He's reached his limit. He can't hold back anymore. He takes down one convict in a flash, freezing every last one of them in their tracks. Too fast, they didn't even see what happened. Seeing their comrade drop, the remaining convicts scramble to draw their weapons. What the hell? When they charge in to attack, Suho doesn't give a damn about any of them. He tears through the convicts with raw power, his shadow claws raking across their bodies one after another. It all happens in the blink of an eye. The last one standing stares in stunned disbelief. His entire body trembles with fear, just wants to bolt. Why can't I keep up with his movements? I already took the star fragment. The moment the words leave his mouth, a fist crashes into him. The convict's body slams into the wall with a deafening boom. Seeing this, the remaining convicts grab their weapons, ready to strike from behind. Too bad it's nothing but a pipe dream. Suho's power won't allow it. He conjures shadow weapons, impaling two convicts in the span of a heartbeat. Blood sprays into the air, painting the scene in crimson horror. A pair of hands slowly settles onto Suho's shoulders. The man steps forward, laughing and mocking without restraint. In such a short time, you've changed this much. Impressive. But you could have subdued them without killing. Are you really okay with wiping them all out like this? A hunter who can't even tell humans apart from monsters. You've become a monster yourself. Suho responds with a cold command. Baru materializes on his shoulder in an instant. Yes, young monarch. He issues a critical order. Absorb them, read their memories. We need to know who's pulling the strings and why escaped convicts are attacking civilians instead of running. The words leave Baru deeply worried. Young monarch, are you all right? Suho nods firmly. I'm fine. Hearing that, Baru continues to eye him with lingering doubt. I understand your desire to save people, but is it truly wise to act without concealing your identity? After a long silence, Suho finally speaks from the heart. Honestly, I came here to save lives, but the more I think about it, the angrier I get. Right now, we should be preparing to fight the apostles. But if awakened keep causing chaos like this, we'll never be able to handle the real threats. At this rate, we'll forever be a burden to my father. So I'm done hiding. I'll step forward and unify everything with my own hands, including the remaining descendants of the monarchs. I'm thinking of everyone on the association's side, the hunters, the wicked ones pulling the strings behind all this, the villains, the items, the magic beasts. I'll gather every ounce of power in this world that can stand against him, no matter what it takes. Bai Linru listens, visibly surprised, and asks, "You mean you want to place everything under your command?" Suho shakes his head and explains seriously, I mean allies. But first, they need to deal with the criminals right here. To counter the countless criminals hiding in this city, our only option is to match their numbers. I won't hesitate anymore. The time shifts toward late afternoon over the city. The luxury supercar continues rolling forward. Perhaps because the streets are nearly empty, the car speeds along at an incredible pace. Suddenly, flames erupt at the scene, followed by a massive explosion. The car is completely blown to smithereens, and every bit of it is witnessed by a group of death row convicts. He laughs mockingly. Tough luck, boys, out of all the times you just had to drive through right now. Seems like you haven't caught the news about what's going down in this city. From within the raging flames, a trembling voice calls out. Daughter, are you okay? I'm fine. Looks like we won't be getting any compensation from those guys, huh? At that very moment, something hurtles forward at blinding speed. The death row convict who had been standing and watching the whole spectacle flinches as something crashes into the scene. His eyes widen in utter disbelief. The more he thinks about it, the more something feels terribly wrong. Was that a car door? Through the thick smoke and flames, a man steps forward, one stride at a time. He grumbles, what a disaster for a family outing. The daughter behind him has already dropped into a combat stance, Good thing it happened close to where we were. She is Bai Meihao, Vice Guild Master of the White Tiger Guild. The man walking ahead nods in agreement. Right, if we're any later, your mother's going to chew us out. Let's wrap this up quick and head home. The convicts who had unwittingly crossed paths with Bai Linru S-Rank Awakened and Guild Master of the White Tiger Guild soon find themselves flat on the ground, defeated. Linru's voice rings out, how many prison escapees are there? Meihao recalls the news she read and reports, they said around 500. He jolts at that. Mom's definitely going to scold us for being late. Her expression turns dead serious as she delivers the report. The Hunter Association says they're dispatching 3 S-Rank hunters along with the association chairman by helicopter for support. They should arrive within 10 minutes. Sung Suho might be among them. The one wanted for Stardust distribution will also be present. That piece of information immediately grabs his attention. Sung Suho, I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before. Still, the safety of civilians comes first. Let's start the rescue operation. Meihao grins and nods enthusiastically. Reminds me of the days when you were a firefighter, Dad. Her words catch him off guard and he glances to the side. The scene before him is utterly bewildering. By the way, honey, any news of a dungeon break around here? She quickly recalls the information and shakes her head. None. This only deepens Linru's suspicion. Then what the hell is that thing? The scene shifts to a quiet district within the sprawling city. A girl trembles, backing away from the sight before her. The man in front of her has gone deathly pale, urgently shouting, "Run, Mina, now!" It's clear he doesn't stand a chance against these convicts. And just like that, he crashes backward in agony before Mina's stunned eyes. The convicts look on in surprise. You'd throw your life away just to protect one girl. You two dating? Lucky bastard, you're even dating inside your own party. She doesn't care. She fights to crawl closer to the cold body of her teammate, Dong Hyeon. While she's still frozen, unsure of what to do, the death row convict's voice cuts through. Don't worry, you'll be seeing each other again real soon. Suddenly, Dong Hyeon rises back from the dead. Fortunately, at the critical moment, he manages to shield Mina from the brutal convicts just in time. The blade stops inches from her face, leaving her frozen in shock. She stares at him, utterly bewildered by what she's witnessing. Dong Hyeon, even the convicts nearby, are left completely dumbfounded. What the hell? That guy was dead. He just stood back up. A familiar voice speaks. By answering my summon, you've made your will clear. You want to protect this woman too, don't you? I'll grant you the power. Use it to protect what you hold dear to the very end. Suho swiftly equips the Nature Black Warbelt rare crafted item. Item Nature Black Warbelt Def 20, AGI 4. Item Nature Black War Pauldrons rare crafted type upper body defense Def 28. Item Nature Black War Sword rare crafted type attack. ATK 55, AGI 5 special effect enhanced penetration ignores 10% of targets def on hit. Dong Hyeon's eyes blaze with fierce determination. He channels every last ounce of his strength, preparing to counter the convicts' assault head-on. And then piercing screams erupt across the battlefield. Crimson blood floods the ground. Not satisfied yet, Suho extends his hand forward. He targets the corpses of the death row convicts and activates shadow extraction. As the shadows of the fallen rise one by one, he speaks, "From now on all of you hunt down the remaining criminals." Baru reports cheerfully from the side, "The shadow army is growing right on schedule, Master." Suho nods with satisfaction. "With this army, we'll sweep the criminal scum from this city in no time." Baru watches with barely contained excitement. Behold the young Shadow Monarch's dark power in all its glory. Suho nods and continues, "I used to think it was useless, but I have to admit it's incredible." Baru bursts into triumphant laughter. "So you finally acknowledge it, Master." A gentle smile crosses Suho's lips. He gazes at the two people in the corner, still counting their blessings for being alive. Truly a remarkable power. Suddenly, Baru looks puzzled. "You're leaving that shadow soldier behind, Master." Though deeply reluctant, Suho nods in agreement. "He'll vanish after a day anyway, so before that happens, I want to let them say their goodbyes." "What you did really moved it completely different from how you fight the bad guys, huh?" This surprises him even more. "Really? That different?" Sensing something is off, Suho's expression turns grave. He whips his head around. A massive wave of shadow soldiers has just been cut down. Baru, right beside him, keeps chatting without pause. "Hopefully this time we can find the mastermind behind this chaos." On the other side, figures continue mowing down shadow knights without rest. Jiang Jixia's eyes darken with irritation as he watches someone interfere with the good thing he had going. Huang Dongshuo, standing to the side, grows curious and asks, "What the hell are these black creatures anyway? I've never heard of any monster like them." Jiang Jixia suddenly screams at his subordinates, "Clean this place up now. If we'd moved out sooner, none of this would have happened." Don't be such a coward. After using the star fragment, my power has far surpassed A rank. There's no way in hell I'm losing to some trash D rank monsters. The moment those words leave his mouth, Jiang Jixia frees all the Shadow Knights drop to their knees in unison, leaving him utterly baffled. They just kneeled on their own. Baru stares at the scene and speaks up in surprise. Young monarch, it seems we've hit the jackpot. Suho eyes the two figures before him with deep suspicion. Is that so? He recognizes him, the leader of the prison break, Huang Dongshuo. Huang Dongshuo whips his head around with a sneer. A brat like you dares to call my name so casually. So you're the one who summoned these creatures. Suho looks up at him coldly, his gaze sharp as a command. I got a question for you. What's your connection to the Apostle of Idarim? Clearly, he has zero intention of answering that. Wait, hold on. If you want to talk, keep your distance. Idarim's Apostle. I've heard that name. That's the one, right? In his head, he's already running the number summoner type hunters typically have garbage physical stats, without their summons beside them. They're nothing but cripples. Quite the strange cult, isn't it? Before Huang Dongshuo can even react, Suho rockets forward, closing the distance in an instant. Realizing the situation has gone sideways, Jiang Jixia's face twists with anxiety and has no idea what to do. Calm and composed, Suho gently places his hand on Huang Dongshuo's shoulder. So you have no ties to Yim, then how did you get your hands on a star fragment? And why did you attack this place? The fury on Suho's face sends a chill down Huang Dongshuo's spine. This guy is no ordinary summoner. But even so, he still has the nerve to spit out threats. Just touch a single hair on my head, and my brother won't let you live in peace. Suho slams him into the ground with brutal force. His voice is ice cold. I don't care what rank your brother is, just answer the question. Huang Dongshuo sees the situation and immediately starts screaming and begging. My son was the one who got me the star fragment. I had nothing to do with it. And the attack on the Citadel was no real reason. I just thought it was fun watching them obey me. Suho's expression darkens with even greater fury. You harmed innocent people for a reason that pathetic. Huang Dongshuo continues groveling without pause. I'll convince the remaining prisoners to pull back. Please, please. Hey, what are you still standing there for? Jiang Jixia's face hardens. He tries to slip away to the side. This guy is dangerous. Even if it means abandoning Huang Dongshuo, I have to get away from him. Too bad Suho has seen through his every move. He states coldly, no you don't. Jiang Jixia jolts and whips his head back. Meanwhile, Yu Zhench sits in silence, lost in deep thought. Before the other S-ranks arrive, I want to verify Sung Suho's true strength for myself. Trust your instincts. His eyes widen as he stares forward, as if hoping for something. Jiang Jixia. From one side a voice suddenly rings out. Skill activated stealth. Suho glances coldly to the side, has already slipped past the attack with ease. This time, the strike inadvertently lands on Huang Dongshuo, who is still standing there frozen. He's still dazed, not understanding what just happened when his body is sliced into multiple pieces. Huang Dongshuo finally crumples to the ground. Sensing something off, Baru quickly reports, Young monarch, I'm detecting the aura of Yim's apostle. Suho murmurs in realization. So the one using the star fragment was being controlled all along. Good, that saves me the trouble. I was planning to have a chat with you anyway. Time seems to freeze in place. Suho stands perfectly still, watching the situation unfold. Jiang Jixia is still smug, convinced his skills are unrivaled. He's completely vanished from sight. Something streaks past at blistering speed. The grass on the ground is sliced clean in two. Even the souls of the warriors Suho summoned have been cut down. It all happens in the blink of an eye. None of them can even react. Only Suho remains standing there, calmly waiting to see what unfolds. A faint scratch appears across his face, barely a graze, but enough to annoy him. An assassin-type hunter's stealth skill. Thanks to my enhanced senses, I can catch the faintest sound of footsteps. But at best, I can only dodge. Counterattacking is still out of reach. Meanwhile, Yu Zhench remains seated, watching the situation with rapt attention. Jiang Jixia's current level is only slightly above A rank. Can Suho really not take down an opponent of this caliber easily? Suho's voice suddenly cuts through the air. Apostle of Idarim, you're listening, aren't you? Yu Zhench snaps to attention, lifting his head to stare ahead. Suho gets straight to the point. If the chance arises, I'd like to have a word with you too. Up until now, I've always operated without letting anyone discover my existence. There's only one reason for that. If you knew about me, the danger would be immense. But then I started thinking, doesn't that invader from beyond the cosmos show himself? Why use something called Stardust to brainwash humans instead? If that's the case, then perhaps you, the Apostle of Idarim, also face some risk that prevents you from revealing your identity just like me. And yet, ever since the Li Mingxing incident, you've started showing your face. Someone who always stayed hidden is now gradually stepping into the light. That proves you're preparing for something too. Could it be that you're also an entity capable of growth, just like me? Yu Zhenqi's eyes flash with displeasure after hearing those words. Sensing time is running short, Suho slowly extends his hand forward. From now on, I'm done hiding, so Yao step out into the light as well. The instant those words leave his mouth, Jiang Jixia grips his blade and lunges forward. Sensing something is wrong, his face hardens instantly. Suho detected him long ago. He surges forward and strikes. A decisive slash cuts straight into Jiang Jixia's arm, his shoulder already mangled. Slash after slash lands in rapid succession. Time itself seems to halt. Suho has completely finished off Jiang Jixia without breaking a sweat. System level up, Suho speaks a single cold sentence. Time for the decisive battle. The apostle, Tajam Dozen, stands off to the side in complete silence. Blood suddenly trickles down his face. This leaves Till nearby utterly confused. After his S-rank hunter composure breaks, Dozen hurriedly turns his face away. It's nothing, he explains. But a strangely eerie smile creeps across his lips. Meanwhile, Sung Suho time passes. The scene shifts to dusk over the sprawling city. Suho slowly extends his hand toward the spirit of Jiang Jixia. He rises. You're the masterminds behind this whole thing, aren't you? Do you have any idea how many people lost their lives because of you? So accept your punishment. From this moment on, you will fight alongside me. Without hesitation, he activates shadow creation and strikes. The two spirits can only scream in agony and despair. Suho instinctively closes his eye, sensing something off. His expression turns grave. What is this? Is the darkness materializing into an item on its own? Suho stares at the item forming before him, his face frozen in stunned disbelief. This is rare grade, the trickster's armor. Crafting grade rare type chestplate, def 30 durability 4. And this one is heroic grade. This is a first. The murderer's ring item data appears. Crafting grade heroic type accessory ring AGI 10 effects stealth LV. 1 required 200. Conceals the user's form and presence for a short duration. While stealth is active, consumes 10 MP per second. Notification heroic grade shadow item crafting ability unlocked. Notification you may assign a name to this item to convert it into a named item. Notification would you like to assign a name? Yes, no. This revelation makes Suho's eyes widen in disbelief. A named right. The shadow item contract skill has this effect. Skill shadow item contract LV. 1. Shadow item contract LV. 1. Exclusive job skill no MP cost. When you assign a unique name to a shadow item, it evolves into upgradable equipment. Applies to heroic grade shadow items and above. You can only equip shadow items. Shadow item stat enhancement rate 30%. Suho's gaze lingers on the words murderer's ring. After a brief moment of thought, he makes his decision. Kara. A cascade of system notifications rings out, guiding the naming process for the shadow item. Notification: the named item gains growth capability. It bonds permanently to its first wearer and cannot be equipped by other players except the shadow creation user. Notification: the named item possesses its own level and gains EXP from the equipped wearer. The higher the level, the greater its power. Notification: the equipped user receives stat bonuses from the item's shadow soldiers. Shadow item Kyra LV. 1 crafting grade heroic. Type accessory ring EXP 0 stat share 10%. SDR3 VIT3 AGI 13 INT3 per 3 effects stealth LV. 1 required 200. Conceals the user's form and presence for a short duration. While stealth is active, consumes 10 MP per second. After reading all of this, Suho can't hide his astonishment. Items can have levels, and they can even share stats from shadow soldiers. If I can get my hands on more heroic grade items or above, my growth speed will skyrocket. With this ability, I can close in on him even faster. The scene shifts. A massive hand emerges from another direction. The shadow soldiers Suho summoned are being cut down, one after another. Not only that, more and more spirits are being obliterated without reason. Sensing something is wrong, Suho's expression hardens. Baru speaks up beside him. What is it? Young monarch. He shakes his head, staring ahead. Something is sweeping through his shadow soldiers and closing in fast. His face turns strangely grave. It's here. A deafening explosion tears through the air. Suho calmly observes the scene before him. Rubble flies in every direction, chunks hurtling straight toward Baru. Footsteps, massive, monstrous footsteps shake the ground. The enraged silhouette of Bai Linru charges into the scene. He raises his head with a disgruntled look, glaring forward. I spotted a dark pillar in the distance and came to investigate. A hunter. What exactly are you? Suho, still bewildered, mutters, a talking magical beast. Why is it here? The figure calmly introduces himself. You're mistaken, I'm no magical beast, I am Bai Linru, Guild Master of the White Tiger Guild. Suho silently processes this. The Guild Master of the White Tiger Guild. They say he's an S rank with transformation abilities, if I recall correctly. Bai Linru continues to scrutinize Suho. You reek of blood, what the hell are you? Suho answers calmly, a hunter who's here to save people. This piques Bai Linru's interest even further. And your name? He calmly introduces himself. I'm Sung Suho. I know the association has me on their wanted list, but I'm innocent. Seeing Suho's earnest face, Bai Linru bursts into hearty laughter. So it's you, you've got guts, kid, admitting you're a wanted man just like that. The charge is Stardust distribution, isn't it? We've got guild members in the White Tiger who have been victimized by Stardust too. If you're truly innocent, how exactly do you plan to prove it? Without a shred of fear, Suho slowly reaches out and grabs hold of Bai Linru's hand. Can that wait for later? We're short on manpower as it is. Lucky for Yuzin, S rank just showed up to help. Come on, we need to save people first. Do you even understand the position you're in right now? Suho stares back without flinching, meeting his eyes squarely. But if you're a hunter, isn't saving lives supposed to come first? Those words freeze Bai Linru in place. A memory surfaces. Somyeon once told him that even a single second of hesitation could cost a life. So instead of agonizing over what to choose, we should do what needs to be done and find a way to make it the right answer. Isn't that exactly what our rescue team is supposed to do? As if remembering something, Bai Linru lets out a surprised laugh. Wait, it's no wonder that name sounded familiar. Sung Suho, isn't that the name of the grandson the captain always talked about? His face lights up with uncontainable joy. You're the grandson of Captain Sung Ilhwan, aren't you? As the sky darkens into late evening, the military soldiers continue reporting back without pause. Captain, can we really handle those rogue awakened on our own? I heard even the pros couldn't put a dent in them. What can we do? An order's an order. But doesn't this city feel kinda off lately? Yeah, I feel it too. Something's definitely not right. On this side, Bai Linru's massive hand swings behind him. He keeps unleashing his overwhelming power, mowing down every death row inmate in sight. Suho charges in right behind him. His own strength is nothing to scoff at, drops them one after another without breaking a sweat. The two fight in perfect tandem, cutting down one death row inmate after another. Suho's power earns a nod of genuine approval from the old man. I didn't expect a summoner type to hit this hard. Captain Sung Ilhwan would be proud. Suho hears this and can only laugh to himself. Who would have thought the White Tiger Guild Master used to serve under my grandfather back in the Rescue Corps? He quickly replies, Guild Master Bai, you're quite impressive yourself. S rank through and through. Bai Linru laughs heartily. Just call me uncle. Looking at the chaos the two of them have caused, Suho speaks up. I've made a scene just like you asked, uncle, but won't this just tip off the criminals and make them scatter? A smug grin spreads across his face. Suho, you're still just a rookie in the Rescue Corps. Suho is speechless, but I'm not even in the Rescue Corps. Bai Linru declares with even more swagger, our job isn't to catch criminals, it's to save people. His power erupts across the entire area. He finishes and quickly glances at Suho. The more they see of us, the harder it is for them to make a move. When it comes to keeping civilians safe, this way is far better. Suho nods quietly, mulling it over. He's right. When did I start tunnel visioning on just catching criminals? Now that's the kind of big picture thinking you'd expect from a guild master level hunter. Right then, Bai Linru suddenly asks, Suho, do you have a girlfriend? Suho shakes his head. No, this only makes the old man beam even wider. Perfect, my daughter's single too. How about we tie the knot between our families and Captain Sung Ilhwan's bloodline? The words freeze Suho on the spot. What? At the same time, a helicopter descends from the sky overhead. Yu Zhench dials frantically, his eyes scanning the streets below. Hunter by Mayhow, I've confirmed it. You've worked hard. Thank you for evacuating the hunters and civilians from the scene. She responds promptly over the phone. I'm only doing my duty as a hunter. Something doesn't add up, Yu Zhench asks in surprise. Among the terrorists, I spotted several black figures. Could they be magical beasts? Mayhow shakes her head, uncertain. I'm not sure either, we can't confirm it yet. Lin Taiji quickly chimes in, then taking them out shouldn't be a problem, right? I'll deal with them alongside the rest of those criminals. Yu Zhench tries to say something more, but Hunter Lin Taiji is already gone, diving straight down. Seeing him act so recklessly sends Yu Zhench into a panic. This is bad. Meanwhile, Lin Taiji is still free-falling toward the ground. The scene ahead slams into his vision and he freezes midair. All those Shadow Soul figures stand perfectly motionless, fixed in place, staring straight at him. He realizes there are dozens more targets surrounding the area. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Lin Taiji raises his bow and fires 100 arrows rip through the air like a gale. The arrows pierce straight through the Shadow Guardians, each one dissolving into nothing before they hit the ground. Sensing something is off, Suho asks in surprise, "What was that?" Bai Linru beside him smiles and explains, "Don't worry, we've got backup. The Hunter Association sent an S-rank to support us." Suho lets out a sigh of relief. Finally, the criminals won't have anywhere left to run in this city. Right then his eyes widen, spotted something. Lin Taiji, seething with hostility, locks his sights on Suho and snarls, "Found you, Sung Suho." The cold memorial photo of Li Mingxing flashes through his mind. If only you hadn't destroyed the Stardust. His eyes burn with nothing but hatred for Suho. Out of nowhere, an attack comes rocketing and Suho flinches in surprise. The arrow rockets toward him at blistering speed, doesn't even have time to react. At the critical moment, Bai Linru lunges forward and blocks the shot for him. In the same instant, Lin Taiji leaps from rooftop to rooftop and lands safely on the ground. He strides right up to the two of them. Seeing Bai Linru's interception only fuels his rage further. He demands answers. "Hunter Bai, what gives? Why are you with a wanted fugitive?" Seeing things escalate, Bai Linru quickly steps in. There must be some misunderstanding. At least hear him out first. Lin Taiji, of course, refuses to listen. He defied the association's summons and fled. He threw away his chance to explain himself. Sung Suho is a criminal. Hearing this accusation, Bai Linru breaks the tension. Calling him a criminal is a bit. "I understand you're still reeling from Li Mingxing's death, but Suho is trying to save people here." The moment he finishes speaking, another wave of enemies attacks from the side. Lin Taiji is like a man possessed. He draws his blade coldly and demands, "Suho, Bai Linru, what's your relationship with him?" This confrontation leaves Bai Linru seething with anger, speechless. He can't sit still any longer. The man snaps into a fighting stance without hesitation. Looks like talking sense won't cut it anymore. "Calm down first." The two face each other head-on. A brutal clash is all but inevitable. Two waves of power erupt simultaneously, shocking every onlooker. Suho stands to the side, utterly at a loss for what to do next. At this rate, they're going to fight. What do I do? A sudden crimson aura engulfs the area, leaving all three of them stunned once again. Fortunately, Choi Dong-in arrives with the rest, reminding everyone to stand down. Hunters fighting each other in a crisis like this? Seeing everyone gathered, Suho is stunned. So many S-rank hunters, even Chairman Yu Zhench has come. And Bai Linru has just recovered to her normal state. Good, now we can finally talk this through. This is the grandson of someone I owe a great debt to. I will vouch for him. Sensing the suspicion in everyone's eyes, he freezes. Bai Meihao eyes him with open doubt. Merely knowing him from her father's rescue squad days isn't nearly convincing enough. This visibly flusters him. "Meihao," Choi Dong-in immediately chimes in from the side. "I agree with Hunter Lin Taiji. There's no reason not to restrain a fugitive who has betrayed our trust." This puts him in an incredibly difficult position. Even Hunter Choi Dong-in is saying this. Only Yu Zhench remains strangely silent, saying nothing at all. Lin Taiji, now furious beyond restraint, snaps. "The other hunters seem to share my sentiment. You intend to protect a criminal based on personal sentiment alone. Step aside, Linru. Otherwise, I'll have to take you down first." Sensing the situation turning dire, he slowly glances towards Suho. Still, at the very least, we should hear him out. A cold, commanding voice cuts through the tension. "I too believe we should let him speak." The sight of the man before them freezes everyone in place. Bai Meihao and Choi Dong-in are left utterly bewildered, and Lin Taiji is stunned, unable to believe what he's seeing. Everyone stares in disbelief at the man before them. "Chairman Yu Zhench," he asks calmly, "can you prove your innocence?" His eyes betray a glimmer of anticipation. Hunter Sung Suho. Yu Zhench has asked himself this question countless times. He has been wondering about this for a very long time. How was he able to recover his memories from the previous timeline? Did Sung Jinwoo already know that one day he would no longer be in this world? That the world would descend into chaos from the cataclysm? That a great battle loomed on the horizon and that Suho would one day have to fight alone? Yu Zhench suddenly calls out, "Hunter Sung Suho, can you prove your innocence?" His eyes look toward Suho with unmistakable anticipation. The question leaves Suho momentarily unsure of how to respond. Choi Dong-in, visibly agitated, speaks up from the side. "Chairman, I don't think this is the right place to discuss that. Sung Suho already has a prior record of fleeing custody. Even if his reason was to save people, he still has to answer for it." This fills Yu Zhench with quiet fury. Just as he suspected, the biggest obstacle here is Hunter Choi Dong-in. After a stretch of tense silence, Lin Taiji speaks up, his voice edged with irritation. He deceived the association with a false registration record and has consistently appeared at events linked to Stardust. Not to mention the evidence pointing to his involvement in Li Mingxing's death. Even Hunter Choi Dong-in agrees. Then hasn't the verdict for Sung Soo-ho already been decided? The first order of business is to arrest him. Yu Zhench, deeply conflicted, glances towards Soo-ho. That is by all accounts a sound judgment. No matter how you look at it, arresting him makes perfect sense. But perhaps Soo-ho had his reasons for acting the way he did. Even if it costs him every ounce of credibility he's built, he must stand by Soo-ho. He slowly begins to speak. Hunter Sung Soo-ho was the first to arrive on the scene. He saved civilians. Arresting him under these circumstances would be excessive. Dong-in watches silently, every move calculated behind his eyes. He's known Chairman Yu Zhench for years, yet has never seen the man make such a reckless decision. Doesn't he realize Hunter Lin Taiji could ignite an all-out conflict at any moment? Or does protecting Sung Soo-ho mean going to war with the Death God Guild? After a long silence, Soo-ho finally speaks. There's no need to fight. Everyone turns to face him. His gaze is razor-sharp as he declares, I will prove my innocence. Even though the method is extreme, Yu Zhench moves to stop him. Wait, Hunter Sung Soo-ho. Lin Taiji's face contorts with fury, watching to see what Soo-ho will do. You think I'll let you escape again? Without another word, he launches an attack straight at Soo-ho. Soo-ho doesn't dodge, he grits his teeth and tanks the blow head-on. Seeing this, Bai Linru cries out in alarm. Soo-ho! Even so, Soo-ho doesn't flee, he holds his ground. Lin Taiji's eyes widen in shock. He can't believe Soo-ho actually shrugged off that attack. An arrow had embedded itself in his body at some point. Fragment after fragment of different memories of Li Mingxing flood back, freezing him on the spot. They are every happy memory of Mingxing he had ever witnessed. Never in his wildest dreams could he have expected this. Lin Taiji drops to one knee, alarming everyone around him. Hunter Lin Taiji, his body begins to tremble uncontrollably. Baru watches from the side thinking, young monarch, do you intend to restore all of their memories? Soo-ho looks at him with grim determination. If a hunter from his father's generation recovers memories of the previous timeline, they will listen to what he has to say. And to make that happen, Soo-ho charges straight ahead. Choi Dong-in still stands frozen, unable to grasp what is happening. Soo-ho leaps into the air, launching toward Dong-in. Hunter Choi Dong-in, too, must have his memories restored. The surroundings grow more wrecked by the second, but Dong-in manages to react just in time to fight back. Bai Linru sees this and screams in panic. Soo-ho! Contempt fills Dong-in's eyes as he voices his assessment. Charging in recklessly like that, just as Hunter Lin Taiji said, you really are dangerous. The moment he finishes speaking, the scene before him freezes him in his tracks. Unscathed by the previous attack, Soo-ho charges straight ahead without so much as a scratch. His eyes carry a silent plea, please let it hit. Just when he thinks everything is about to work, Meihao suddenly blocks his path. Her face twists with fury at his actions. Even Huang Dongshuo lunges forward, slamming a strike square into Soo-ho's body. Soo-ho buckles under the impact, blood spurting from his mouth. Dong-in freezes on the spot, but he fails to notice Baru's strange arrow already closing in. Every memory comes flooding back in an instant. Dong-in's mind locks up, his legs give out beneath him. Dong-in drops to one knee. Meihao cries out in alarm, Hunter Choi Dong-in. Meanwhile, Soo-ho sits calmly in a corner and finally speaks up. I've done everything I can, now we just wait. Meihao hears this and moves to attack him again. Lin Taiji suddenly steps forward, bewildered. Memories, what memories? She whips her head around Hunter Lin Taiji, tears streaming endlessly down his face. This is a skill, it's like forgotten memories are coming back. Even Dong-in chimes in from the side. I can't believe I forgot something like this. This is unbelievable. Meihao is stunned silent. Even Hunter Choi Dong-in stares fixedly at Soo-ho, ignoring everything else. Can you tell us what you've done? Hunter Sung Soo-ho. Noting that everyone has calmed down, he slowly rises to his feet and speaks. Good, now we can finally talk. Those are your memories from before this world was reset. The statement leaves them both utterly bewildered. Reset. Soo-ho continues his explanation. This world was reset once before, that's how peace was maintained until the cataclysm struck. Naturally, Dong-in remains skeptical. Reset the world. Don't tell me Hunter Jinwoo has something to do with this. Soo-ho lets out a surprised laugh. You just recovered your memories and already figured out my father is involved. That's truly impressive, Hunter Choi Dong-in. Hunter Choi Dong-in. The revelation startles Huang Dongshuo off to the side. Soo-ho continues the story left unfinished. I never knew my father as a hunter. All I know is that he always carried everything on his own. And even now, my father is still fighting alone against the invaders from the outer world. I'm fighting the invaders to help him. This leaves Lin Taiji deeply skeptical, yet he can't find the flaw in it. It sounds absurd, but somehow, I can accept it. Dong-in thinks silently to himself, if all these memories flooding my head are real, then everything makes sense. At the same time, Yu Zhench steps forward one pace at a time. Everything Hunter Sung Suho says is the truth. I too am a hunter who carries memories from a previous life. The reason I founded the Hunter Association the moment the cataclysm began was because of memories of having lived as a hunter before. Now let us all listen to what Sung Suho has to say. After that I spoke with the hunters, those who had recovered their memories. His voice echoes steadily through the space. The invasion by the Itarim gods from the outer world. The Itarim apostle is on Earth, along with the awakening drug they've been distributing. Stardust. Dong In and Lin Taiji grow deeply suspicious. Almost everything that's happened is connected to the Itarim. Suho lifts his head with certainty. That's right, it's all been orchestrated by the Itarim apostle. Lin Taiji is so enraged he can't find words. Then, Li Mingxing's death, it becomes even more baffling now. Yu Zhench asks in surprise, why didn't you tell us sooner? Suho explains to him calmly, if the Itarim apostle discovers my existence, I'll become a weakness for my father. That's why I decided I needed to be strong enough before revealing myself. This piques his curiosity immensely. So Suho, you're a growth-type hunter too, just like Hunter Sung Jinwoo. He nods firmly. That's right, the two exchange glances just like Hunter Sung Jinwoo. Dong In's attitude shifts completely. He rushes over excitedly. Hunter Sung Suho. Hey, did you know Hunter Cha Hayan was one of our hunters? He's still not understanding what's going on. Hunter Cha Hayan, you mean my mother? My mother was a hunter too. His words make everyone present burst into cheerful laughter. Only Huang Dongshuo stands motionless, staring at Suho with eyes that could devour him whole. You've made a bold gambit. Sung Suho, if I were stronger, it would have been a fatal mistake. He revealed his identity without knowing who I am. Does he really think his growth will surpass mine? Sung Suho, once he makes a decision, he advances without hesitation. This kid will definitely be the deciding piece in the Great War. I can't let him do whatever he wants. The next star fragment, I need to get my hands on it fast. Remembering something, Linru suddenly calls out. By the way, it's great that Suho's misunderstanding has been cleared up, but honestly, I still don't understand what's going on. Suho nods. Of course, if you don't know the situation, confusion is only natural. So the others should remember too, right? Hearing this, Linru lets out a surprised laugh. The corner of Suho's lips curves with pride. He continues to inform everyone present about their memories of the world. Suho smiles confidently, holding up the key to their memories of the previous world. Linru hears this and startles slightly. Memories of the world. Meihao quickly voices her thoughts. I know the world has gotten pretty strange after the cataclysm, but something like this is truly impossible. Dad, is this really not dangerous? He suddenly falls silent, leaving her utterly confused. Still dazed, he suddenly grips Suho's hand tightly and declares, Father believes in Suho. That power erupts right before everyone's eyes. Meihao, standing to the side, is completely stunned and shouts a warning. Don't act before you think. Immediately after, Linru's body begins trembling to a bizarre degree. Tears stream ceaselessly down his face. He helplessly mutters to himself, strange, I never expected to feel warmth from memories I'd forgotten. Dawson, standing nearby, observes every last detail. This isn't good. I never thought this world had actually been reset. The key didn't react to me because I don't belong to this world. If that's really the case, there's a high chance I'll be suspected. What do I do now? Should I reveal the war with the followers I've gathered so far? Even if I could gather thousands of followers with my current power, I could likely only pull off something on the scale of that previous prison break. So the choice I have to make now, after watching the whole thing, Meihao suddenly speaks up in shock. Why do I not feel anything at all? Her words freeze him on the spot. Suho also stops, lowering the key from his hand. That's strange. Memories of the previous world should have appeared by now. Give me a moment. Baru quickly explains it's very possible that some people simply cannot recall their memories, just like that girl. He hears this and stares in disbelief. Baru. Even Meihao is startled upon seeing it. What is that feeble little creature? It flails in confusion and shouts, who dares call me weak? I'll crush you to bits right now. Suho quickly cuts and continue. Baru then slowly reveals what he knows. The previous world existed 20 years ago. In that same timeline when mana still existed, differences between then and now are only natural. In other words, this girl likely wasn't born in the previous world. Hearing this, Meihao speaks up in shock, I wasn't born. At that moment, Kui Zhangyan steps forward, and Suho senses something is off. He stares at the man's face with an expectant look. Everything had been calculated by Dawson. Look at that triumphant smirk on his face. I can't recall any memories either. This gives Suho pause. He thinks to himself, so Hunter Kui Zhangyan didn't exist in the previous world either. The man abruptly turns and leaves. Meanwhile, Meihao is still crying pitifully on this end. Father, does that mean I really didn't exist in the previous world? Linru doesn't know how to explain this. Right then Yu Zhench speaks up. Isn't this a miracle? He turns to the man in surprise. Chairman Yu Zhench. He continues to share his thoughts. This is the peace that Hunter Sung Jinwoo chose. Countless lives that couldn't even be born in the previous world are now living happily in this one. Look at everyone still talking and laughing together happy. Suho wonders, was this father's choice? He falls strangely silent. After a long moment of thought, he finally speaks. Everyone, if we let the outer gods invade, this world will be destroyed. Will you lend me your strength? On this end, a reporter continuously delivers breaking news. The prison break-a camp that shook the nation has finally been resolved. Escaped prisoners with unidentified status now account for less than 1%. The swift containment is thanks to the Hunter Association's rapid response. Moreover, citizens present at the scene have testified that if those black humanoid entities hadn't appeared, the casualties would have been far worse. We have gathered information confirming that those entities are in fact the skill of a hunter. That skill belongs to E-rank hunter Sung Suho. He arrived at the scene faster than anyone else to save the civilians. Sung Suho states that he experienced a reawakening phenomenon in that very moment. In that instant of self-sacrifice for others, he gained power through that rebirth. By channeling his newfound power for good, Hunter Sung Suho saved countless lives and became a hero. Sung Suho. Today, we bring you the story of a hero born in an age of chaos. Suho points dumbfoundedly at the screen. Reawakening. How ridiculous is that? Yu Zhench announces seriously. We discussed this beforehand and fed the story to the media. Reawakening is rare, but it's not unheard of. The public will accept it. This gives him pause and he responds thoughtfully. But I don't want to hide anymore either. Hui Zhongyan, standing to the side, reads his intentions and weighs in. You don't intend to go public as a growth-type hunter, do you? An entity that defies the natural order only breeds chaos. People will judge you in their own way. The emergence of an anomaly breeds nothing but resentment. Sung Suho, you said you have 3 goals, correct? First, your own growth. You want to become strong enough to fight alongside your father. Second, you want to gather hunters who can fight the outer gods. We must unite the forces of this world to stand against them. And third, to eliminate the Idarim apostles in this world. Suho's face is dead serious as he addresses everyone. Once I achieve those goals, I will go to reinforce my father, the one who is still fighting alone. Back to reality. Hui Zhongyan calmly holds a glass of water. If you truly intend to mobilize this world's power to fight back, passion alone won't cut it. You need to think carefully about your public image, how to sway public opinion in your favor, and every single decision you make. These words make Suho acknowledge the truth. He's absolutely right. I've realized that achieving my goals isn't just about leveling up. I can't do it alone. I need to borrow the strength of everyone. He continues to stare at everyone. Since you gave me that advice, it means you'll help Merit. Linru rises to her feet, her declaration unwavering. Of course, you're the nephew of Captain Sung Yuhun and the son of Hunter Sung Jinwoo, humanity's hope. But more than anything, your actions have touched my heart. Suho, the White Tiger Guild will support you. Zhongyan also speaks his mind, calm and measured. Even Hunter Sung Jinwoo himself struggled against Idajim. I don't know how much help I can, but I refuse to stand by and watch the earth be destroyed. The Hunters Guild will cooperate as well. Seeing the way things are going, Yu Zhench quietly observes from the side, mulling things over. Hunter Bai Linru and Hui Zhongyan are already convinced. Now there's only one person left, Lin Taiji, who sits to the side in an uncomfortably rigid silence. After a long pause, he suddenly speaks. Is it true that you personally killed Li Mingxing? The words hit like a slap. Yu Zhench visibly bristles. Hunter Lin Taiji admits it without hesitation. Yes, I killed him. Everyone feels the air in the room turn tense. Suho. Lin Taiji keeps firing questions, calm but relentless. Suho answers each one with complete seriousness. What exactly happened to Li Mingxing back then? He was addicted to stardust and got possessed by the apostle Idajim. Why did you approach him? I confirmed that Mingxing was trying to cooperate with Idajim. I wanted to extract information from him. Why was he cooperating with Idajim? I don't know. Lin Taiji sinks back into silence, drowning in his own thoughts. I know full well you're not guilty. Suho. Then why am I even asking these questions? Suho's next words make Lin Taiji snap his head up in shock. Maybe it's because Hunter Lin. You wanted to know about Mingxing's final moments, am I wrong? In his very last moments, Li Mingxing was smiling. The revelation leaves him utterly baffled. Smiling, Suho nods, recalling everything from that encounter. That's right. I still don't understand why he had that expression. Whether it was excitement or the emptiness of letting go of everything, all I saw in that smile was bitterness. But what I know for certain is this: that man never lost himself, not even at the very end. I hate to admit it, but he left a deep impression on me. Lin Taiji falls silent for a long moment. After a stretch of heavy contemplation, he lets out a deep, resigned sigh. Li Mingxinga's selfish and arrogant as ever. The Reaper Guild will cooperate as well. Hearing those words, Yu Zhench quietly smiles to himself. Just like that, Suho has secured the cooperation of all three major guilds. It was his sincerity that moved their hearts. Suho isn't Sung Jinwoo, but something about the boy reminds everyone of the hunter's glory days. On the very battlefield where hunter Sung Jinwoo once stood, they look forward to the fresh wind Suho will bring. At that moment, Suho rises. He sweeps his gaze across everyone in the room and makes his decision. Then allow me to explain the next phase of the plan. The first thing we need to do is, Yu Zhench freezes mid-breath the instant he hears the plan. His face drains of color. He never imagined it would come to this. Suho's choice might just unleash a real storm. Lin Tei's expression shifts on of utter disbelief. Zhang Yin listens in silence, but even he can't hide the shock on his face. Suho stands there, motionless, a supremely self-assured smirk on his face. A bloodbath is coming to the Hunter Association. Time creeps toward evening over the gloomy city. Suho forces his still-trembling body through training. 98-99, exhausted but pushing with everything he's got, he powers through his routine. 100. The moment the count rings out, a system notification flashes into view. Daily quest preparation for growth complete. System quest rewards have been issued. View now. Yes, no. Watching Suho's figure, his subordinate remarks in surprise. At first you could barely struggle through the warm-ups, but now you can run through my entire regiment on your own. Suho hears this and springs to his feet, shaking out his limbs. If I don't do this, the itch under my skin is unbearable. Good work. Slurp. At that moment, Baru stares intently at his face, quietly mulling something over. Young monarch, since our last meeting, you have changed so much. Not just your body or your man, even your very aura is completely different. Noticing something, Suho quickly stands. I have business to handle outside. I'll head out first. She looks up in surprise. You're leaving already, young monarch. A gentle smile crosses his face as he nods. I'll probably be a lot busier from now on. I need to go clear out the D-rank local dungeons. Baru looks utterly confused and presses for answers. The D-rank local dungeons, Suho recalls yesterday's events. I spoke with the Hunter Association's leadership to prevent another Stardust production facility from popping up. They've tasked me with wiping out the local dungeons. The other guilds will definitely object. So a condition was set for this arrangement. To meet that condition, I'll need to push myself even harder. Baru's face lights up with barely contained excitement. She speaks up immediately. Then we will assist you. Will you call upon us, young monarch? Suho nods, sure. Her face flushes red with joy, but Suho has already turned and walked away, cold and distant. I'll call when I need you. Watching him vanish completely, the three stand frozen in place, calling out after him. Young monarch. The scene shifts to D-rank local dungeon. The more she thinks about it, the more confused Bai Meihao gets. She heaves a sigh and grumbles, what is that guildmaster even thinking? Just handing over management of every single local dungeon to someone like that, out of nowhere. Do they have any idea how badly this will tank the guild's revenue? What kind of deal did they even cut with Hunter Sung Suho? And on top of that, they didn't even assign us to the operation. A-rank hunters and above, suddenly raiding D-rank dungeon sand they only called in the bare minimum headcount. Sung Ki-hoon of the Hunters Guild also chimes in with a laugh. On top of that, I actually find this whole thing pretty amusing. A hunter who claims he can handle everything: Sala monster extermination, dungeon clearing, even resource collection all by himself. Doesn't that make you even a little bit curious? Bai Meihao's face clearly shows contempt as she responds, probably just bluffing. She silently thinks to herself, Evan, she can't bring herself to believe it. He keeps rambling on about that nonsense, memories from a previous world, yada yada. Meanwhile, on the other side, Gi Hyun-woon is also lost in thought. If hunters can truly grow stronger, perhaps he should verify whether what Guildmaster Kui Zhangyan said is actually true. All of a sudden, Sung Jinwoo's presence goes eerily silent. From all around this place, rumbling sounds suddenly echo from the distance. The scene leaves everyone bewildered. What the hell is going on? An earthquake, and it hasn't even been an hour since he went in. Sung Suho walks forward step by step, accompanied by his shadow army. Noticing everyone is still waiting, he flashes an awkward smile. Sorry to keep you all waiting. Dealing with the bugs was quick, but extracting the stones took a bit longer. I want to hit 3 more dungeons today. Let's keep going. The sight before them leaves both of them frozen in disbelief. Even if they're only D-rank dungeons, can he really clear them all by himself in 1 hour? Who the hell is this guy? Hui Zhangyan stares at Suho with eyes full of deep suspicion. Suho doesn't pay those gazes any mind, continuing to chat and joke around without a care. Some time later, Hui Zhangyan addresses everyone in surprise, handing over all the guild's local dungeons to him like that was really the right call. That's an endless supply of mana stones and monster materials. Bai Linru places a hand on his shoulder from the side, as expected of Guild Master Kui Zhongyan, man who worships the almighty dollar. If the world falls into Itajim's hands, local dungeons and money won't mean a thing. He hears this and nods in agreement. Even so, I'm genuinely surprised. The one who pushed hardest to hand over the local dungeons was the Guild Master who owns the most of them. He must be carrying some guilt. Hearing this, Lin Taiji looks a bit confused but still speaks up with his thoughts. After all, the Star Fragment production facility was found inside one of those local dungeons. If we can wipe out the drug that turned Li Mingxing into that state, it's worth it. Kui Zhongyan's face turns deadly serious as he addresses everyone. But what if the invaders from beyond are just like those monsters? What could we even do? Images of all manner of dangerous monsters flash before everyone's eyes. Bai Linru also grows serious. This is clearly the same question that's been weighing on him. Yu Zhench steps forward and continues addressing everyone. Seems like everyone's more worried than usual today, huh? Everyone looks at him with bewildered expressions. Chairman Yu Zhench. He continues, you all know this already. You can't just avoid something because you want to. Suho will handle that. Flashback. Kui Zhongyan's voice echoes, revoking the guild's ownership of local dungeons would trigger a terrible backlash. Hunters like Bai Meihao or those who have no memories of the previous world have almost no reason to believe in an outside invasion. Convincing them won't be easy. Suho hears this, ponders for a moment, and speaks up to ask. Convincing them? On this side, Yu Zhench suddenly announces to everyone. I've only thought of one way. Nation-level hunter Thomas Andre of America, Liu Zhiguan of China, Siddharth Bakshan of India. They are hunters whose individual power rivals an entire nation beyond all conventional standards. Many hunters would be drawn to their strength. If Suho becomes a nation-level hunter or even surpasses that alone would be the most convincing argument. Suho stands there, still mulling over this new tightly a nation-level hunter. But for the safety of the world, he clenches his teeth and makes his decision. Then within the next month, I'll become a hunter strong enough to convince anyone. Yu Zhench, before leaving, doesn't forget to remind everyone. So let's focus on the battles right in front of us. When the doors open, everyone slowly files inside. Everyone present within has already been waiting. That's the Io region Qinggun Guild, the Yangdong region Yonggem Guild, and the Hoi, Desong, Dekaiong regions. Everyone takes their seats for the meeting, ready to move on to the next agenda. All for Suho's growth. On this side, Suho is still relentlessly attacking. These feeble monsters keep getting cut down one after another, fights in a continuous barrage, not wasting a single second. Each massive monster is felled by his shadows alone. And so the dungeon landscape has been reduced to utter devastation under his power. The sight leaves even Gi Hyunwoon at a loss for words. Hunter Bai Meihai, is what we're seeing actually real? She nods in a daze and continues, that's exactly what I was about to ask. In just 2 days, the local dungeons cleared and harvested 4 D rank, 2 C rank, and 2 B rank. A wry smile creeps onto his face. Him doing it all alone is impressive enough. But more importantly, I can feel his mana rising with every dungeon clear. So hunters really can grow stronger, it's real. Suho's gaze is still dead serious as he glances down at his own hand. Mana light has appeared in his palm at some point. The index measuring magical power is called mana. As his mana level rises, his shadow powers become easier to wield. Baru on the side speaks up in surprise, asking repeatedly, Young Monarch, may I be of assistance? May I compare your majesty's mana to that S-rank hunter over there? He hears this and quickly shakes his head in explanation. No need, Baru, I think I already know. On this side, Sung Jinwoo maintains his eerily strange silence. It seems he's growing more and more wary of Suho. The scene shifts to a late-night villa in the city. Suho returns after a long day out, sensing something is off. His expression immediately turns contemplative. Just like that, Suho walks straight into the vast house. His expression remains unchanged as if nothing around him matters. Inside the house, the mysterious figure slowly picks up a family photo of 3. What a shame, if your family had arrived first. I would have put them in my place. Looks like you've finally shown up. Sung Suho. This man is Huang Dongshuo, an S-rank villain. He hurls the family photo of 3 straight to the ground. The happy family photo shatters into pieces in an instant. Dongshuo's voice echoes. What a shame, if your family had arrived first, I would have put them in my place. Looks like you finally come. Sung Suho. On this side, Suho has also sensed something is wrong. He stares intently at Dongshuo standing right before him. This guy is S-rank hunter Huang Dongshuo. Going back in time, Yu Zhench had handed him Dongshuo's photo and warned him seriously. The mastermind behind the detention center incident is Huang Dongshuo's brother. Rumor has it Huang Dongshuo orchestrated the whole thing to rescue him. If that's the case, he might come looking for you. The hero of the detention center incident. Huang Dongshuo is one of the strongest hunters, even among S-rank hunters in Korea. Per your request, no bodyguards will be assigned to follow you. But if you run into him, you must run. After a moment of silence, Suho suddenly speaks up, turning to Huang Dongshuo. You here to avenge your brother. But I wasn't the one who killed him. The one who killed your brother was a guy named Jiang Jixia. Those words freeze Dongshuo in place. What? He doesn't just know about me, he knows about Jiang Jixia too. He quickly fires back, it doesn't matter, I'm not here for revenge. I'm here because it ticks me off that some nobody like you dares to interfere with my plans. Suho can't hide his irritation. You really are unforgivable. Let's take this somewhere else. Huang Dongshuo has already readied himself, settling into a combat stance. Why should I listen to you? Without wasting words, Suho slams his fist into the wall beside him, shattering it to pieces. Ear-splitting alarm sounds erupt throughout the area. While Dongshuo is still reeling in confusion, Suho turns to him with a strange look in his eyes. My uncle's the cautious type. In less than 5 minutes, mercenaries and hunters will swarm this place. Still planning to stick around. With no other choice, Dongshuo lets out a wicked grin and follows. Arrogant brat. Scene change, an abandoned building on the outskirts of the city. Below, on a wide stretch of open ground, Suho and Dongshuo stand face to face. He cracks a smile, rolling his shoulders as he settles into a fighting stance. You're not trembling before me, so the rumors of your reawakening are true. You've been classified as S-rank. Suho replies, his tone calm and composed. That's yet to be verified. There's one thing I want to ask, how did you get your hands on a star fragment? The question catches Dongshuo completely off guard. What? You need the drug too? Do you have any idea how hard it is to get your hands on that stuff these days? You think I'd just tell you? This makes Suho's mind race with calculations. So it wasn't Yim who supplied it. Dongshuo slowly removes the dark sunglasses from his eyes. Only the weak rely on that kind of drug. You might be riding high on your lucky S-rank reawakening, but let me enlighten you, not all S-ranks are created equal. Sensing the sudden shift in aura, Suho thinks to himself, compared to Li Mingxing before, Dongshuo is on a whole other level. In a sense, this is his first real battle against an S-rank. He wants to test his own limits. With that thought, Suho charges straight at Dongshuo without a shred of hesitation. Dongshuo casually lifts his leg into the air. In the next instant, he uses the ground as leverage to launch a devastating strike at Suho's body, too fast to react. Suho is sent flying backward, his face twisted in agony. Dongshuo's eyes now burn with the desire to devour him whole. A summoner like you dares challenge me in close combat. Come on, call out those black critters of yours already. He punctuates his words with another earth-shattering punch. Kaboom! The impact sends Suho crashing through the abandoned building behind him. As the dust slowly clears, he stands firm, unmoved, unwavering. His eyes burn with fury at everything Dongshuo has thrown at him. Even so, the gap in raw strength is too wide. Dongshuo has already raised his leg high above, poised to stomp him flat. The ground beneath fractures from the sheer force. Lucky I dodged that one in time. Suho retaliates with a swift, snapping kick. He aims straight for Dongshuo's face, a clean, decisive strike. The kick lands flush against that ugly, twisted mug. Realizing Suho is no pushover, Dongshuo laughs in surprise. Not bad, that barely even itched. Their battle is tearing the building apart behind them. Dongshuo charges in with his massive frame, sending Suho flying without a moment's hesitation. Then he immediately sprints after the boy's tumbling silhouette. The more he fights, the more unhinged he becomes, screaming without stop. You think you can beat me with pure brute strength alone? Even if you use every last ounce of power you have, defeating me is an impossibility. Suho knows he has a point. He's right, the gap in physical power between them is undeniable. No matter how much stronger the opponent may be, he will never give up. But this time, he doesn't feel the crushing pressure he once did. While his mind drifts for just a split second, Dongshuo's foot appears right in front of him. He grins wickedly, driving a killing blow straight towards Suho. You've got some nerve spacing out in the middle of a fight. A thunderous explosion rips through the air. No one can even begin to fathom what happened, only that something rockets toward the abandoned building, turning everything to chaos. Realizing something is wrong, Dongshuo's eyes fill with disbelief. He stares at the sharp weapon impaled through his hand. You bastard, when the hell did you draw a weapon? Debris rains down as the dust and smoke gradually dissipate. Baru sees Suho's condition and grows visibly anxious. Shadow Monarch, are you alright? Suho sits calmly in place and responds. Looks like going toe-to-toe with an enhancement-type S-rank hunter without relying on skills is still a bit much for me. I really want to dump all my stat points into strength right now, but I've got other things to spend them on. So from here on out, I fight with everything I've got. With those words, Suho bursts forward at wind-shredding speed. Once again, he stands face to face with Dong Shuo. His voice rings out, sharp and resolute. Round 2 begins now. Huang Dong Shuo. System notifications flash in rapid succession. System Shadow Item Minta Helm, Craft Tier Rare. System Shadow Item Kaya Armor, Craft Tier Heroic. System Shadow Item Shoulder Guard of Gakachai's, Craft Tier Rare. System Shadow Item Bem Chain Armor, Craft Tier Rare. System Shadow Item S-Rank Dragonian Boots, Craft Tier Rare. Status Window Name Sung Suho Level 58 SDR 144 VIT 80 Status Panel Equipped Name Sung Suho Level 58 SDR 168 VIT 94 AGI 101 INT 97 per 84 Suho declares. Coldly to Dong Shuo, now I will fight you with everything I have. Those words freeze him in place. You think strapping on a bunch of flashy gear is enough to beat me? Though he tries to play it cool, a nagging thought crosses his mind: where the hell did all that equipment come from? In the next instant, his expression shifts completely. His face grows grave as he stares at the black shadow armor materializing over Suho's body. Dong Shuo seems deeply fixated, almost obsessed with something about Suho's current state. Going back to time long past, Sung Jinwoo sits perched up high, looking utterly bored. You die because of greed, so how about I call you Greed? How do you like that name? Huang Dong Shuo. After those words, Dong Shuo's body begins to undergo a gradual transformation. Sung Suho dons a set of ridiculously flashy armor that makes him look absolutely badass. His expression turns dead serious as he stares straight ahead. Realizing he's being a bit too extra, he quickly drops back to his usual composure. I don't really dig this kind of stuff, too flashy. Maybe I should just disable the item appearance display. Seeing Huang Dongshuo standing frozen, clutching his head in agony, Suho calls out in confusion, Dongshuo. Dongshuo's eyes are glazed over, as if something is haunting him from the inside. Before him, the silhouette of Jinwoo slowly approaches. Memories of their battle crash through his mind, even the image of him attacking Jinwoo. Too bad he was never a match, he was taken down with ease. Dongshuo had already felt the bitter taste of getting wrecked over and over again. Jinwoo grabs him by the head and slams him into the ground, hard. All of these memories flash through Dongshuo's mind at once. Back in reality, his trembling hand rises to his face. Was that a hallucination? I shouldn't have looked into the black haze swirling around him. Someone else's memories are bleeding into his head. No, those aren't someone else's memories, they're mine. He knows the name of the man who once looked down on him with contempt. Thinking this, a twisted smile creeps across Dongshuo's lips. So I'd forgotten those humiliating memories all along. Sung Jinwoo. His face contorts into something far more terrifying than before. Noticing the sudden change, Suho asks in surprise, how does he know my father's name? Baru, standing beside him, catches on immediately. He's recalled the memories from the previous world. Suho still doesn't understand what Baru is saying. What do you mean, Baru? Baru slowly begins to explain everything. Huang Dongshuo had a very hostile relationship with your father in the previous world. In the end, he was killed by your father's hand and turned into a shadow soldier. It seems he's recovered those memories now. This leaves Suho thoroughly confused. How is that possible? How can he regain those memories without the shadow key? Baru immediately turns to him, visibly agitated, as if the fact that some beings could recall the previous world's memories on their own means Huang Dongshuo could very well be the same. Meanwhile, Dongshuo is still feral, muttering wildly to himself. Sung Jinwoo, Sung Suho. Now that I think about it, there was a family photo of that bastard. Sung Suho must be Sung Jinwoo's son. But why isn't Sung Jinwoo active as a hunter in this world? If there's a reason Jinwoo can't act right now, then the thought barely crosses his mind before Dongshuo lunges forward at breakneck speed. Every memory of being beaten senseless fuels his rage, and he channels all of it straight at Suho. Mid-attack, he seethes with hatred. Those black creatures have to be the result of the summoning skill Jinwoo used on him. This brat might have similar powers, but in the end, he's still just a kid. This is the perfect chance for revenge. Faint as they are, I remember now. Those days of slavery under Sung Jinwoo's feeling of submission, and the price for every single moment of humiliation will be paid with his son's life. While he's still lost in thought, Suho speaks up, cold and calm. What's wrong? Are you scared, Huang Dongshuo? The taunt only makes Dongshuo even more unhinged. Suho is already in combat stance already. Swift, decisive strikes rain down without pause. Dongshuo's body takes hit after hit as Suho's assault intensifies. Sensing the shift, Dongshuo thinks in disbelief, did this brat just power up in the blink of an eye? Suho now looks like an entirely different person, his eyes glacial, utterly devoid of warmth. The stat boost from Shadow equipment. Every weapon forged from Shadow. Crafted during his grinding sessions through countless dungeon sand, the summoning mechanism that lets him call them straight from the darkness without opening his inventory. If he can use all of this properly, Suho grips his weapon tight and unleashes a relentless barrage on Dongshuo, leaving him no room to react. Realizing his right arm is critically damaged, Dongshuo's eyes widen in shock. Only now does he realize he has messed with the wrong person. A flurry of attacks crashes into him, no dodging, no escape. Terror and disbelief twist across his face. He can freely swap and summon weapons mid-combat. Since when did Sung Jinwoo have a skill like that? Even Baru, watching from the side, can't hide his astonishment. It feels as though the Shadow Monarch grows stronger with every passing second. Devon in the middle of battle. Not just level, Shi's skills and tactical instincts are beyond measure. Master, if I may speak frankly, day you stand shoulder to shoulder with the Shadow Monarch is not far off. After enduring Suho's relentless assault, Dongshuo slowly begins to accept his defeat. Yet fear still lingers in his eyes as he stares at Suho. Suho carries Jinwoo's presence, scene that alone is a nightmare for him. Time seems to freeze. In Dongshuo's memory, Suho is no different from his father in the previous life, and he can't take it anymore. Dongshuo suddenly drops to one knee, channeling everything into one desperate counterattack. Damn it! Boom! A deafening explosion rips through the air as the ground and everything around it shatters in an instant. Dongshuo hurls himself downward through the crumbling earth, calculating his escape. That brat is way stronger than expected. I need to retreat and regroup. This isn't running away, it's a tactical withdrawal. Next time I'll kill him for sure. I'll strike when he lets his guard down, or better yet, I'll take his loved ones hostage. No matter how strong he is, it's useless once, but Suho spots the escape attempt instantly and rockets in from behind, ready to end Dongshuo's life. Dongshuo doesn't have time to react. Another thunderous explosion erupts as the ground completely disintegrates. Moments later, the smear of blood on the ground catches Suho's eye. He has finally ended Dongshuo's life after a grueling battle. And yet he hasn't fully died. A trembling voice escapes his lips. You bastard, are you going to turn me into your slave too? Go ahead and try. I'll resist with everything I have and I'll kill you, both you and Sung Jinwoo. Hearing those words, Suho responds slowly, his voice calm. You're reaching way beyond your station. If you can't even get past me, you'll never lay a finger on my father. But Shurtree, I don't think you'll even have the time to think about it. Dongshuo's face twists with pure hatred as he screams at the top of his lungs, Sung Suho. After his final scream fades, Suho takes his life for good. And that's a wrap, folks. If you want to keep following this story, smash that subscribe button right now. And give the like button a little tap while you're at it. Thanks for watching all the way to the end. Bye bye, loves.